The roar of waves crashing against the rocks reached the man's ears, instantly alerting him to the abnormality while he was unconscious. The next second, the man suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, and quickly looked around. But after just one glance, Li Mu was completely stunned. What came into his view was an endless sea. The bright moon hung in the night sky, the sea shimmered, and layers of waves surged and rolled. The scenery was breathtaking and stunning against the backdrop of the magnificent seascape. At that moment, he stood alone on a desolate little island. But Li Mu was in no mood to appreciate the scenery before him. His mind was filled with deep doubt and unease. One second he was lying in bed at home watching a movie, and the next he inexplicably found himself on this strange, deserted island. What happened? Just as Li Mu was filled with confusion, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. All people on Blue Star have been teleported. You are about to participate in a survival game for all island owners. Everyone starts with an island and becomes its owner. The island you stand on is also the only safe haven. This is a marine world where resources are extremely scarce and extreme weather events occur frequently. Dangerous creatures such as monsters, undead, and sea monsters inhabit this place, but it also hides countless opportunities. You must rely on fishing rods to obtain food, collect various materials, continuously upgrade your island, forge powerful equipment, and fight against and hunt monsters, undead, and sea monsters to earn rewards and strengthen yourself to survive. Li Mu, congratulations on becoming the new island master of the Boundless Sea. Your newbie gift pack has been issued. You have received 1 initial fishing rod, 1 thunder iron, 100 copper coins. Please remember the following rules. 1. Once the island's core is destroyed, the island's owner will die instantly. 2. You can expand and upgrade your own island by conquering other islands. 3. Countless treasures exist in the Boundless Sea. Collecting them will quickly enhance your strength. Please gather resources as soon as possible, build your island, and strive to survive. After the system voice disappeared, a fishing rod, a piece of lightning iron, and a pile of copper coins instantly appeared in front of Li Mu. But he had no time to pay attention to these things. Li Mu never expected that he would suddenly be transported to another world and become involved in such a cruel survival game. But he was just an ordinary person. In this extremely dangerous ocean world, let alone developing an island, even survival would be incredibly difficult. Thinking of this, a strong sense of despair welled up in Li Mu's heart. However, at that moment, the family heirloom jade pendant he wore around his neck suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The next second, the jade pendant transformed into a stream of light and rushed into Li Mu's mind. In an instant, a flood of information rushed into his consciousness. After fully processing this information, the despair in Li Mu's eyes was instantly replaced by ecstasy. This jade pendant is actually the supreme treasure that surpasses all heavens, the Jade of Creation. Once activated, it can be used to infinitely evolve all things using materials and gold coins. At this moment, Li Mu could no longer suppress his excitement and burst into laughter. Because at this moment, he saw hope for survival and an opportunity to rise rapidly. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in Li Mu's mind. He would frantically collect materials and gold coins to transform his island into a mobile sea fortress equipped with powerful weaponry. Then, using the Jade of Creation, they assembled an invincible legion composed of sea monsters and undead, and continued to expand outwards. He wants to control this legion to defeat countless island lords, annex their islands, and gradually become the sole overlord of this oceanic world, ultimately establishing his own ocean empire. After calming his emotions, Li Mu quickly regained his composure. Now was not the time to let his mind wander. To survive in this dangerous ocean world, he had to improve his survival skills as soon as possible. The most pressing issue right now is undoubtedly food. Li Mu understands very well that in this environment where everyone is struggling to survive, if food becomes scarce, all subsequent plans will become nothing but empty talk. With that in mind, he immediately decided to check if he had enough materials to upgrade his fishing rod. If he could complete the upgrade, he could catch more food and solve his most pressing survival crisis. Only by ensuring he wouldn't starve could he proceed with his next plan. Li Mu slowly fixed his gaze on the fishing rod. The next second, the creation jade in his soul sea suddenly shone brightly. Immediately afterward, a message appeared in his mind: use lightning iron plus 100 copper coins to evolve the initial fishing rod. The ingredients are just right, nice! Li Mu's smile gradually widened. Sure enough, the laws of time travel were true. With the cheat code, it's like taking off instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu immediately activated the Jade of Creation. In an instant, 100 copper coins were consumed. The Jade of Creation was officially activated. A vast and mysterious power suddenly descended. 2/3 of the lightning iron melted rapidly, and then it continuously merged and intertwined with the initial fishing rod. At the same time, the Jade of Creation sent another notification. The initial fishing rod has successfully evolved. Obtained, lightning fishing rod. Li Mu immediately looked down and examined the new fishing rod in his hand. The fishing rod is nearly 4 meters long and feels slightly heavy in the hand. What's most unique is that its surface constantly shimmers with a faint electric light, giving the entire rod a touch of fantasy and mystery. Let's see what changes have been made to the attributes. Li Mu immediately opened the attribute panel of the lightning fishing rod. Lightning fishing rod grade, Tier 1 2-star attribute 1, extra harvest when fishing, you can randomly obtain other items. Entry 2, powerful electric shock after hooking a fish, it can release the power of lightning to shock it. Entry 3, special frequency, the fish hook can release a special frequency to actively attract fish. Compared to the initial fishing rod, the Thunderlight fishing rod not only retains its original functions but also gains 2 powerful additional attributes: powerful electric shock and special frequency. Li Mu couldn't contain himself any longer. He grabbed his lightning fishing rod and strode towards the sea, ready to give it a try. The moment the hook hit the water, a special electromagnetic wave emanated from the hook and spread outwards. In an instant, as if sensing some deadly temptation, a large number of fish frantically gathered towards the hook. One of them, a big fish weighing nearly 100 pounds, took the lead and directly bit the hook. The next second, Li Mu felt a terrifying force suddenly surge from beneath the seawater. We've got a big catch! Li Mu's face instantly lit up with ecstasy. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the powerful electric shock skill on the Thunderlight fishing rod. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning suddenly exploded in the seawater. The frantically struggling fish began to convulse violently. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface, spanning several meters in radius, was teeming with fish, their white bellies turned up. A rough estimate suggested at least 1,000. This feeling is practically no different from winning the lottery. Fishing with new energy is really fast! Li Mu was so excited that he hugged the Thunderlight fishing rod and kissed it. He immediately jumped into the sea and began frantically catching fish. He worked for almost half an hour. The fish on the beach had piled up into a small mountain, a truly spectacular sight. Looking at his accomplishment, Li Mu felt a surge of satisfaction, and a slight smile crept onto his face. With the Thunderlight fishing rod, at least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about food. More than 10 hours had passed since he transmigrated. Li Mu was starving. He immediately took out a wooden plank and the remaining third of the Thunderlight iron. Then he smashed it hard against the plank. A blinding flash of electricity crackled as the wooden plank instantly carbonized from the intense heat and burst into flames. Li Mu casually picked up a fish and placed it over the fire to grill. Under the intense heat of the flames, the fish sizzled and released its rich aroma, making Li Mu's stomach rumble wildly. He finally couldn't resist and began to devour it. To be honest, because of the lack of seasonings and his mediocre grilling skills, the fish didn't taste particularly good. But happiness is something that's relative. In this brutal world of survival, most people are probably still starving. But Li Mu already possesses thousands of kilograms of sea fish. He can even eat one and throw it away. Moreover, hunger itself is the best seasoning. Li Mu ate with relish, feeling utterly satisfied. But human desires are never-ending. When hungry, a single fish is comparable to a delicacy. But when you actually possess a ton of fish, more ideas naturally arise in your mind. The food problem is temporarily solved. Li Mu slowly raised his head, gazing at the dark sea. The most important problem now. It's fresh water. People will die without food. But they won't survive long without water either. Li Mu must find a way to obtain fresh water resources as soon as possible. Regarding the question of how to obtain fresh water, the first solution that came to Li Mu's mind was to use the creation jade to evolve and create corresponding special items. However, the problem was also obvious. No matter what he evolved, he needed materials and copper coins. And right now, those were precisely the two things he lacked most.
Li Mu looked down at the mountain of fish piled up on the beach, his eyes gradually brightening. Why not exchange these fish for copper coins? That way, we can meet the energy needs for evolution. We can also buy evolution materials at the trading hall while we're at it. With this in mind, Li Mu immediately got to work. This pile of sea fish weighed over 1,000 pounds. Although he didn't have any tools to weigh them, Li Mu still divided them into simple categories according to their size. The largest fish, weighing nearly 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, was priced at 1,000 copper coins. Fish weighing 5 or 6 jin were priced at a uniform 50 copper coins. Smaller fish sold for between 10 and 20 copper coins. Soon, Li Mu had all the fish listed in the trading hall. But after waiting for ages, very few people actually bought anything. This shouldn't be happening. Li Mu frowned, clearly frustrated. Logically, in this environment where everyone was struggling to survive, food should be the most precious resource. Moreover, his prices weren't expensive at all. Logically, they should have sold out instantly. Li Mu then opened the trading hall for a closer look. He quickly understood why. The trading hall was simply overflowing with goods. All sorts of random items were everywhere. Nobody noticed his shop, and naturally, nobody bought anything. After figuring out the problem, Li Mu decisively opened the forum. He planned to advertise directly. After a moment's thought, Li Mu quickly edited a post. Shocking! Thousands of kilograms of sea fish are available for sale, large quantities, all you can eat, high quality and low price, first come, first served. Click the link to buy now. He then sent it directly. Compared to the chaotic trading hall, forums, where people chat and joke, clearly have a much higher level of activity and attention. The post had barely been published when it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Thousands of kilograms of fish? Dude, you can't just brag like that. Luckily I graduated from elementary school, or I almost believed it. Many people took Li Mu's words as a joke. However, quite a few still clicked on the link. But the next second, when they saw the densely packed array of sea fish in Li Mu's shop, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. So many fish? Really? Are you crazy? At this moment, countless people's eyes turned red. For them right now, food was more important than life itself. So these people immediately took out all their copper coins and began a frenzy of buying. Except for the large fish priced at 1,000 copper coins, the rest of the sea fish were almost instantly sold out. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy, it was that most people only had 100 copper coins initially, which was simply unaffordable. Soon Li Mu's post exploded. Bro! Are you serious? I was wrong, I shouldn't have doubted you. Are there any more fish? Please send more. A flood of comments followed. The post's popularity soared, immediately becoming a trending topic. After all, those other posts about supposedly finding treasure were just about people getting lucky. But what Li Mu was selling was something that could actually fill your stomach. Even Li Mu himself hadn't expected the results to be so dramatic. After selling out all the hundreds of sea fish, he received a whopping 10,000 copper coins in his account. This isn't fishing. This is clearly digging for gold. Li Mu couldn't help but smile as he looked at the copper coins in his account. He immediately began searching the trading hall for evolution materials. After searching for a while, he actually found something suitable, a water element gem. Grade Tier 1, 2 stars. Description: a special gem containing the power of the water element. This thing is similar in properties to lightning iron, both being special materials. However, its practicality is significantly inferior to lightning iron. At least lightning iron can be used to start a fire. But water element gem is almost useless in the early game. Apart from looking nice, it's practically no different from ordinary stones. No wonder the owner chose to sell. Li Mu then glanced at the price. Wow! It's really not cheap. This water element gem actually cost a full 1,000 copper coins, almost equivalent to that 100-pound fish. However, Li Mu was now quite wealthy. He didn't even hesitate. He directly spent 1,000 copper coins to acquire it. The moment the transaction was completed, a deep blue gemstone appeared out of thin air in front of Li Mu. The gemstone was crystal clear, emitting a faint blue light, and looked just like the finest sapphire. The moment Li Mu grasped it, the Jade of Creation immediately transmitted new information. Water element gem plus capybara, costing 3,000 copper coins, can be evolved. Capybara? Li Mu was taken aback at first. Then he immediately realized. The large fish that hadn't been sold was actually named capybara. Li Mu's gaze fell on the large fish. Sure enough, the words capybara appeared. It's already completely dead, what could it possibly evolve into? Li Mu held the water elemental gem, and hesitated for a moment. But he quickly dismissed the thought. It was just a few thousand copper coins. To him now, it was merely a matter of casting a few more rounds. With that in mind, Li Mu no longer hesitated and directly activated the creation jade to begin its evolution. In an instant, 3,000 copper coins vanished. The special energy within the coins was rapidly extracted, transforming into the energy source for the creation gem. Then, a dazzling light suddenly enveloped the water elemental gem. The gem rapidly decomposed, transforming into countless blue light points, which then all merged into the capybara's body. The next second, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the capybara's body. Its form began to transform wildly. In just a few breaths, the giant fish had transformed into a mermaid. Yes, the legendary mermaid. Her upper body was voluptuous and shapely, her voluptuous curves gently concealed by 2 seashells. Her lower body, on the other hand, was a long, smooth fishtail. The combination of these 2 contrasting features created a striking and alluring effect. At the same time, the Jade of Creation sent another notification. The capybara had successfully evolved into a mermaid. Amazing! Li Mu couldn't help but gasp. He truly hadn't expected it to evolve into something like this. He then slowly walked forward, carefully examining the mermaid before him. Alive or dead? Li Mu felt somewhat nervous. After all, if what evolved was a corpse, it would be a huge loss. Just then, the mermaid lying on the beach suddenly trembled slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She then used her hands to support herself on the ground and slowly sat up. She initially looked around in a flustered manner. But the moment her gaze fell upon Li Mu, she felt a sensation akin to a cat seeing its owner. For some reason, she instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with Li Mu. What's your name? Li Mu asked tentatively. Alice, she replied, her voice incredibly gentle and melodious, like an elegant musical piece that captivated the listener. Li Mu then exchanged a few words with Alice. He quickly discovered that, apart from her name, she had no other memories whatsoever. Left with no other choice, Li Mu opened Alice's attribute panel. Alice's rank, Tier 1, 3-star, Bloodline, Mermaid, Bloodline description, a special race with extremely high affinity for water elements, capable of casting water magic. Special note, this creature has a special bond with you, will never betray you, and your intimacy level will permanently remain at the highest level. Very powerful! Upon seeing the attributes, Li Mu's eyes lit up instantly. With someone of Alice's caliber, he essentially gained a powerful bodyguard. More importantly, all the creatures evolved through the creation jade would form a special bond with him, never betraying him. What does this mean? It means that in the future, Li Mu will be able to rely on the Jade of Creation to build a terrifyingly loyal army. And this perfectly aligns with his plan. Chapter 4 The Mermaid's Water is sweet. Li Mu dreamed of the future. The thought of evolving billions of monster girls using the Jade of Creation filled him with excitement. He quickly pulled himself back from his reverie, looked at Alice beside him, and a practical question suddenly popped into his mind. Having been here for so long, he had only eaten 1 grilled fish and was incredibly thirsty. Li Mu asked directly, Alice, can you create fresh water? Sure. Alice nodded, and with a slight lift of her fingertip, a stream of clear water slowly gushed out. Without a container, Li Mu simply lowered his head, took her finger in his mouth, and drank the water directly. The cool, sweet water instantly refreshed him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, This mermaid's water is truly sweet. Alice, on the other hand, blushed instantly, her little head practically steaming. Under the influence of her high level of affection, her heart raced, and she felt like a girl facing her sweetheart, nervous and shy. Li Mu finished his water and released her fingers, his mind already turning to making money. Since Alice could create water, could he sell it? Compared to electrofishing, this was clearly a more stable source of income. But a problem soon arose. There were no containers. Without containers, no matter how much water there was, it couldn't be traded. Li Mu looked at Alice and asked, Then can you make ice? Alice blushed and nodded, then snapped her fingers, and a huge ice ball materialized out of thin air. Li Mu's eyes lit up. That was enough. Ice was a solid, and as long as the transaction was fast enough, it could be delivered intact to the buyer. The two then discussed the specifications, finally settling on a length and width of 10 centimeters and a height of 5 centimeters, roughly the size of a bottle of water. The price was also quickly settled, 1.5 copper coins. With Alice's magic, she could produce 8,000 blocks at a time, and after a 1-hour rest, she could continue production. This output satisfied Li Mu quite a bit. He immediately took action, listing the ice blocks on the trading platform and posting, Large quantities of freshwater ice blocks available, 5 copper coins each, hurry and buy. The post caused an instant uproar on the forum. Where did the water come from? 8,000 pieces of ice? That's outrageous. 5 copper coins? Is this guy doing charity? Someone even wailed. I was too slow, they're all gone. In a short time, the The 8,000 pieces of ice were swept away. Li Mu directly pocketed 40,000 copper coins, which was an extremely extravagant fortune at this stage. With his fame skyrocketing, he had a new idea: to acquire materials. His initial fishing rod was ordinary, but it could catch all sorts of things, and he believed others must have better items. So he posted an ad to buy high-quality items, but there were few responses. Most people were still observing. Time was too short, resources were scarce, and few were willing to act unless absolutely necessary. Li Mu didn't wait any longer and continued fishing. He cast his lightning fishing rod and quickly felt the underwater pull, then activated the electric shock ability, causing a large school of fish to rise to the surface instantly. He took Alice into the water to retrieve them. Although Alice's magic was exhausted, she still had stamina, and coupled with her excellent swimming skills, the two of them hauled all the fish ashore in just over 10 minutes. The forum was once again abuzz. In just 1 hour, Li Mu sold thousands of fish, earning a staggering 200,000 copper coins. However, the cost of this frenzied fishing was obvious. Fish resources near the island were virtually depleted. To continue fishing, one would have to venture to much more distant waters. Fortunately, his fame paid off. Finally, someone offered him genuine extraordinary materials to trade. Li Mu exchanged several hundred kilograms of fish and some ice for 3 items. Breeze wood Tier 1, 3-star, wood containing wind elemental properties. Black iron, Tier 1, 2-star, an extremely strong iron block. Octopus sea monster eyeball, Tier 1, 3-star, containing special spiritual power. These materials seem ordinary, but no one knows how to use them, which is why they're being traded. However, in Li Mu's hands, they might unleash a completely different value. Chapter 5: Turning the Decayed into the Miraculous. Looking at the 3 materials before him, especially the thick piece of Qingfeng wood, Li Mu suddenly had an idea. He realized that the resources near the island had been almost exhausted, and to continue developing, they had to go to more distant seas, and a ship became the most urgent task. Shipbuilding is no easy task, and most people wouldn't attempt it lightly. But Li Mu was different. He possessed the Jade of Creation. Once a basic structure was built, it had a chance to evolve directly into a finished product. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately got to work. He had no shortage of planks and strips of cloth, and quickly, working with Alice, they pieced together a simple raft. The raft looked extremely shabby, made of broken planks and strips of cloth, as if it would fall apart at the slightest touch. But Li Mu didn't care. He was more concerned about the reaction of the creation Jade. Sure enough, the moment the raft was completed, a notification appeared: Breeze with plus 5,000 copper coins, can evolve the broken plank boat. Without hesitation, Li Mu immediately consumed copper coins to initiate the evolution. The next moment, the Qingfeng wood transformed into specks of light and merged into the raft, rapidly changing its structure, expanding in size and strengthening its framework. In the blink of an eye, the dilapidated raft became a delicate little boat, the Qingfeng boat. Li Mu's eyes lit up. The transformation was nothing short of a complete metamorphosis. What was once tattered and broken was now as exquisite as a work of art. After checking the attributes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is outrageous!" Wind power, gust acceleration, and azure shield, each attribute was extremely practical. With this breeze boat, he could not only navigate automatically, but also accelerate his escape, and even possess defensive capabilities. Thinking of this, Li Mu had an idea. He should evolve the other things as well. He immediately took out a wooden board and had Alice carve it into the shape of a bow. Alice quickly completed the rough shape with her ice sword, and Li Mu then pieced together a bowstring from rags, barely managing to cobble together. Bow. This thing looked almost unusable, but the Jade of Creation still gave a hint: evolvable junk toy wooden bow. Even the label of trash toy came up, but Li Mu didn't care. As long as it could evolve, that was enough. He directly invested materials and copper coins to activate the gem. With a flash of light, the wooden bow quickly reconstructed, its material changing from wood to black iron, and the bowstring transforming into tough iron wire. Finally, the information appeared: lightning iron bow. This bow was entirely black, engraved with silver-white patterns, and faintly shimmered with lightning, exuding an imposing aura. After checking its attributes, Li Mu couldn't help but mutter, "Awesome!" Lightning arrows, thunder arrows, plus a power-saving mechanism. It was a well-rounded weapon for both offense and defense. He tested the arrow on the spot, and it exploded with lightning, sending waves crashing onto the distant sea. Its power was comparable to a hand grenade. Li Mu couldn't help but gasp. This was just a normal attack. He hadn't used the more powerful thunder arrow yet, saving it for a trump card. Having successfully evolved the breeze boat and the lightning iron bow, Li Mu fully realized the terrifying power of the creation Jade. As long as there are materials and a prototype, powerful equipment can be created. Therefore, he turned his attention to the last material, the eyeball of an octopus sea monster. To set sail, he had to push himself to the limit. Considering the characteristics of this eyeball, he felt it was best suited for making a staff. Although this was beyond his common sense, he still had Alice carve a cane-shaped wooden stick as a base. Once the prototype was complete, the Jade of Creation was indeed activated, and a prompt appeared: Octopus Sea Monster Eyeball plus 600 copper coins, can evolve into the toy staff. Li Mu was somewhat surprised, but still chose to evolve it without hesitation. As the materials were consumed, light surged, and the final information emerged: the toy staff evolved into the Kraken Eye. Chapter 6 Treasure Chest. The evolved toy staff is no longer made of wood, but rather pieced together from stark white bones, with a giant eyeball embedded at the top, giving it an exceptionally sinister look. Li Mu checked its attributes and saw that this staff, named Kraken's Eye, was a Tier 1, 3-star equipment. This staff comes with 3 attributes: spell lock, faster casting, and mental pollution. It can track targets, accelerate casting, and also inflict mental damage, making it extremely useful. Li Mu nodded and handed the staff directly to Alice. "Thank you, Brother Mu!" Alice felt the power of the staff, her face filled with joy. Li Mu simply smiled faintly, then looked at the distant sea. It's time to set off. After working for so long, he was finally ready to officially set sail for exploration. The two boarded the breeze boat, and powered by the wind, the small boat sailed automatically into the depths of the sea. Dawn was approaching, and the crimson sun slowly rose, painting the vast sea in a magnificent light. Soon after, they reached a point about a kilometer from the initial island. Li Mu did not venture further, as the core of the island was a matter of life and death, and safety was paramount. He stopped the Qifeng boat, then took out his lightning fishing rod and began fishing. As the hook hit the water, a special fish-attracting frequency spread, and a large school of fish quickly gathered. Before long, the fishing rod sank, and Li Mu decisively triggered a powerful electric shock. The electric light covered the water's surface, and swarms of fish floated to the surface, their white bodies turning white. This scene delighted him. This wasn't fishing, it was making money. Alice manipulated the water flow, gathering the fish and loading them onto the boat. Li Mu casually hung them in the trading hall, where they were quickly snapped up. In a short time, hundreds of fish were sold out, netting him 20,000 copper coins. Li Mu continued fishing at different spots, and after an hour, his earnings exceeded 200,000 copper coins. Combined with his previous earnings, he approached 400,000. While others were still struggling to earn even 100 copper coins, he was already far ahead, making him arguably the richest person in the newbie zone. Li Mu was about to continue fishing when he suddenly felt his fishing rod sink. That familiar heaviness made him frown. More junk? But this time the weight was astonishing, and he was actually somewhat excited. As he pulled, a huge wooden box surfaced, displaying the attribute indicator wooden treasure chest. A treasure chest? Li Mu's eyes lit up, and he had Alice drag the chest onto the ship. Although it looked like just a tattered wooden crate, he didn't hesitate and opened it directly. A flash of light, the chest disappeared, and a blueprint appeared before him. He had obtained the blueprint for a wooden house. This is a Tier 1, 1-star building blueprint, requiring 300 planks to build a 20-square-meter cabin. The materials are quite ordinary, and the island's area isn't large enough yet, so he has to put it away for now. Li Mu didn't think much of it, and cast his line to fish again. The fish quickly gathered, but this time, a terrifying force suddenly surged forth, almost tearing the fishing rod away. He decisively let go, his expression slightly changing. "Brother Mu, something's wrong! Something's rushing towards us from underwater," Alice warned urgently. Li Mu activated the Qifeng boat's shield without hesitation, and cyan energy instantly enveloped the hull. The next second, a ferocious fish over 10 meters long burst from the water, slamming heavily into the shield. Fortunately, the shield held up the impact. Alice leaped into the water, her staff flashing, and icy spikes instantly pierced the fish's body. The strange fish, in pain, tried to escape, but Li Mu immediately shouted, "Stop it!" Alice gave chase at high speed, the water acting as a restraint, forcing it to the surface. Li Mu finally saw clearly that it was a mutated giant fish covered in thorns. He drew his electric iron bow, but his arrow missed. He realized his archery skills were lacking. He simply activated the breeze boat to accelerate, closing in on the target directly. At a distance of just a few meters, the sea monster visibly panicked. With Li Mu in front and Alice behind, the monster was completely caught in a pincer movement. Li Mu drew his bow again, and this time the thunder arrow struck precisely, unleashing a burst of violent lightning that blasted the sea monster to a charred, tumbling state. Just as he was about to check his loot, a system notification suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations to Island Lord Li Mu for defeating the area boss, Water Cannon Thornfish. Server-wide announcement. And you have received the reward, Silver Treasure Chest. Chapter 7 My black stockings are incredibly hot. All the new island owners clearly heard the system notification. The name Li Mu was already widely known on the forum. Almost everyone knew him. As soon as the notification appeared, many people reacted immediately, and the entire forum instantly erupted in chaos. Li Mu is awesome! You're not only good at fishing, but you're also incredibly strong in combat. Perfect man, brother, look at me, my black stockings are so hot. Li Mu is a real big shot, do you need any accessories? In a short time, a large number of newcomers posted like crazy, calling him a ruthless person. Li Mu, who had been lauded by everyone, was now sitting on the boat, panting heavily. He had actually been terrified during the battle. The ferocious fish, several meters long, was incredibly intimidating, anyone would be afraid of it. However, his fear had somehow spurred him on, allowing him to forcefully turn the tables and kill the fish. Now that he'd calmed down, the after-effects were starting to kick in. His heart was racing, his muscles ached, and he was trembling slightly. After a while, he finally stood up, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The thrill of hunting down a powerful foe was both exhilarating and satisfying. I didn't expect this thing to be a boss. And there's a reward for the first kill. He looked at the water cannon thornfish, then silently recited. Claim. The next second, a completely silver-white treasure chest appeared out of thin air, its texture far surpassing that of an ordinary wooden chest. Li Mu rubbed his hands together and opened the chest. A flash of light, the chest vanished, and a system notification sounded. Open silver treasure chest, obtain treasure map X1. Island area card X30. A parchment scroll and a stack of cards appeared before him. Li Mu was initially taken aback, then showed interest. A treasure map? He immediately checked the attributes. The treasure map simply pointed to the location of a treasure, with no quality restrictions. The island area cards, however, could expand the island, adding 1 square meter per card. Li Mu was truly delighted by the latter. 30 cards meant the island would directly expand by 30 square meters. His previously cramped foothold was instantly upgraded, and his living space significantly improved. These are the real gems. He couldn't help but smile, quite satisfied with the area cards. Then, he picked up the treasure map. The moment he touched it, a compass marker appeared at the edge of his vision, indicating the direction and distance, west, 100 kilometers. A bit far. Li Mu frowned, immediately abandoning the idea of setting off now. The island's core is too crucial. If he leaves and it's destroyed by sea monsters, they're out of the game. Let's wait until things are more stable. He put away the treasure map and decided to upgrade the island's defenses first. After making the arrangements, he had Alice transport the spoils back, while he himself piloted the breeze boat back first. Returning to the initial island, he immediately used all his area cards. The moment the cards were consumed, the island rapidly expanded, eventually reaching 40 square meters. Although still not large, it was much more spacious and no longer so cramped. Looking at the small island before him, Li Mu felt an even greater ambition. He hoped that one day, this place could expand into a true maritime territory, encompassing both mountains and sea. However, for now, he needed to address the basics first. He took out the blueprints for the wooden house, bought enough planks from the trading hall, and began construction immediately. As the blueprints were activated, the island was divided into a grid, and the phantom of a wooden house appeared. Li Mu used his mind to adjust its position, precisely placing it over the core of the island. Protect the core first. After confirming everything was correct, he chose to begin construction. The phantom instantly materialized, and a wooden house rose from the ground, about 4 or 5 meters high. Its structure was simple, and it even looked a little shaky. But regardless, at least there was some cover. He stepped inside and found it empty, almost completely bare. However, the fact that the island's core was now concealed and no longer exposed reassured him considerably. Next, he opened the forum and trading hall, preparing to search for extraordinary materials to upgrade his wooden house or enhance his own strength. During his previous fishing trip, quite a few people had contacted him, but most were scammers. Some even wanted to curry favor or start online romances, all of whom he immediately blocked. A sugar daddy/sugar baby across the world? What are you thinking? He shook his head, having no interest in these people. However, as his fame grew, some people began to trade seriously. After screening, Li Mu spent approximately 30,000 copper coins to successfully purchase 3 extraordinary materials, preparing for future development. Chapter 8 Mermaids and Fishmen. The 3 materials are thick earth rock, unmelting ice, and ironwood, all of which are Tier 1, 3-star. To Li Mu's surprise, all 3 can be used for evolution, and their corresponding targets are very clear, directly related to the improvement of the wooden house and Alice. Thick earth and rock plus ironwood plus 60,000 copper coins can evolve into a wooden house. Unmelting ice plus water cannon thornfish plus 50,000 copper coins can evolve into Alice. A total of 110,000 copper coins, negligible to Li Mu, led him to confirm the evolution almost without hesitation. The creation jade was activated, the 110,000 copper coins vanished instantly, and all materials decomposed. The next moment, the wooden house in front of him began to change dramatically, its size rapidly increasing to 8 meters in height. The original simple wooden structure was replaced by neat and sturdy stone bricks, still supported by wooden pillars in the middle, with flying eaves and brackets above, presenting a strong ancient architectural style, its imposing presence far surpassing its previous appearance. Meanwhile, Alice was also undergoing a transformation. A surge of water elemental energy churned around her, making her figure even more graceful. Her fishtail slowly disappeared, transforming into long, slender, white legs. A long blue dress draped over her body, and Alice now resembled a sea princess, her elegance and beauty both enhanced. The Jade of Creation then notified her that both evolutions were complete. The wooden house evolved into the thick earth pavilion. The mermaid Alice transformed into a mermaid lord. The information was simple and direct, yet it signified a qualitative leap in overall strength. Alice felt the changes within herself. In a short moment, her power had already undergone a leap, a rapid growth that shocked even herself. Li Mu, meanwhile, couldn't help but glance a few more times at her newly grown long legs. He thought to himself that while mermaids' long legs were indeed more practical, they lacked a certain exotic charm. However, he quickly refocused his attention and opened Alice's attribute panel. Alice was now a Tier 1, 4-star hero unit, a mermaid lord, possessing the abilities of water magic and ocean blessing. Her spellcasting speed, power, and healing abilities were all significantly enhanced in the sea, resulting in a marked increase in combat strength. More importantly, she added the Fishman Squire ability, allowing her to recruit fishmen by spending copper coins, up to a maximum of 10. This is extremely valuable to Li Mu, who is currently short-handed. Her final ability, Transformation at Will, allows her to switch between human and mermaid forms. The human form enhances melee combat, while the mermaid form enhances magic, making her a very versatile character. This improvement is outrageous. Li Mu couldn't help but gasp. A difference of just 1 star brought about a qualitative leap. He quickly realized the importance of the merman followers. With these subordinates, he wouldn't have to personally go to sea to work anymore, and could finally command development like a true lord. Recruit mermen first, he decided immediately, turning to Alice to ask, "How many kinds of mermen can you recruit?" Alice replied, 3 types from Tier 1, 1 star to 3 star, random type, cannot be specified. Li Mu nodded and then inquired about the price. Upon learning that a Tier 1, 3-star merman only costs 20,000 copper coins, he immediately decided. Then recruit all 3-star ones. 200,000 copper coins were instantly consumed. Water elements surged around Alice, causing ripples on the sea surface, and quickly condensed into 10 water spheres, which gradually transformed into human form under the influence of the power. In a short while, these water spheres completely transformed into flesh and blood, and 10 fishmen stood before Li Mu. Their forms varied, a mix of sharks, octopuses, and anglerfish, making them appear quite ferocious. Although fishmen and mermaids share a similar name, they are vastly different. Mermaids are more human-like, while fishmen are predominantly fish-like, with an even somewhat wild appearance, creating a striking visual impact. Li Mu glanced at the combat strength. Most of these fishmen were warriors, with 2 mages as well. Their overall level was close to that of Alice before, which pleased him greatly. The island's population had increased from 2 to 12, a significant milestone for him, marking the first real step in expansion. He couldn't help but imagine the future, muttering to himself, "There will be mature women, and there will be Lolas too." He then turned his attention to the evolved wooden house, Hotuga. Hotuga resembled a small ancient building. Though small, its structure was exquisite. Li Mu went inside to examine it, and found it to be a 2-story structure, a living room on the first floor and a bedroom on the second, fully furnished with basic furniture. Functionally, it was quite complete. His next concern was the building's attribute effects. So he directly opened the attribute panel of the Thick Earth Pavilion. The Thick Earth Pavilion is a Tier 1, 4-star building, specializing in defense and self-repair capabilities. Its 3 abilities, Iron Walls, Thick Earth Shield, and Wood Growth, make it extremely powerful in terms of resistance to attacks and recovery. Most importantly, it has a Guardian Aura, which prevents Tier 1, 4-star and lower monsters from actively attacking within a radius of 100 meters, essentially creating a safe zone when there is no aggro. Amazing! Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim. This upgrade had transformed the island's core defenses from completely unprotected to as solid as a fortress, putting his mind at ease considerably. Once things stabilized, he immediately planned his next steps. Expand production while sending people to locate the treasure map. The goal was clear: to continuously acquire resources. Fishing and selling water remained the core industries, while the newly recruited fishermen can be sent out to explore. In this way, development and exploration can proceed simultaneously. He didn't intend to waste time and immediately began assigning tasks, sending 4 fishermen with treasure maps and their breeze boats to investigate the situation 100 kilometers away. The remaining fishermen and Alice stayed on the island, some fishing and others making ice, and everything ran smoothly. Li Mu, on the other hand, relaxed completely, becoming a hands-off manager and reaping the benefits without lifting a finger, already showing some of the air of a manor owner. If you don't want to do it? Of course, the fishermen will do it for you. Chapter 9 Blackie Speaks. With manpower in place, Li Mu's production efficiency skyrocketed. Alice, along with 2 magic-type merfolk, frantically made ice, quickly producing 50,000 blocks. At 5 copper coins per block, that's an easy 250,000 copper coins in profit. Meanwhile, 4 fishermen, armed with lightning fishing rods, went out to sea to electrofish, continuously sending fish back to the island. Li Mu simply waited for the money to arrive in the trading hall. At this rate, his wealth was snowballing. The forum was abuzz with shock. Li Mu is too amazing! The market, comprised of billions of new captains, meant that his goods were snapped up as soon as they were listed, with many who couldn't get any simply waiting in their shops for restocks. As his fame soared, so did the doubts. These fish were definitely poisoned. The ice is made of seawater, don't buy it. Li Mu remained unfazed by these criticisms. His prices were low, and with the authentication information, he had no trouble selling. Instead, those who had already bought his goods began to fight back. If it's poisonous, don't buy it. Can't you understand the system's authentication? The post quickly split into 2 opposing camps, with the most scathing attack coming from a guy named Long Audi. He was lucky, getting good equipment and items at the start, placing him in the top tier among newbies, so he was bursting with confidence. What's Li Mu? I'm the chosen one. Today, my wealth will surpass his. He unleashed a torrent of attacks. At this moment, Long Audi was submerged on the seabed. He was able to dive freely thanks to a water-repelling bead, which allowed him to find quite a few good things. He was currently eyeing a pile of copper coins and a silver treasure chest among the coral in the distance, but a sleeping dragon lay beside the treasure. He could only suppress his greed and wait for the dragon to leave before making his move. Meanwhile, Li Mu had no time to pay attention to the forum. Alice and the others were resting after exhausting their magic, and he, bored, had her make a chess set, and the 2 of them played against each other. The merfolk outside were still bringing back fish, and he occasionally took the time to list items, easily making money while playing chess. Alice had only recently started learning, and after being defeated by Li Mu in several games, she was so frustrated that her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Li Mu deliberately let her win, revealing a weakness. General! Alice jumped up excitedly after confirming repeatedly. I won! She hugged Li Mu's arm excitedly, like a child. Li Mu found her angry yet happy expression amusing and continued to play with her with a smile. Just as he listed another batch of fish and sold them all, a system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations to Li Mu for exceeding 1 million copper coins in a single day. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest X1. At this moment, all the new island owners were stunned. Earning 1 million in less than 8 hours, what kind of concept is that? The forum instantly exploded. This is too outrageous. Haters, speak up. Long Audi, speak up. Chapter 10 Long Audi's bewilderment. The entire forum, with billions of newbie island owners, was stunned by Li Mu. While most of them had assets of less than 100 million, he had already become a millionaire. This disparity was like others still in kindergarten while he was already researching warp drives, a complete dimensional reduction attack. Those who had previously mocked Li Mu fell silent instantly. Earning 1 million copper coins in 8 hours, such rapid growth was unimaginable. Thinking about the possibility of past grievances being brought up again, many quietly deleted their comments, fearing repercussions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dragon Audi, who was lurking in the seabed, was showing off his equipment on the forum and enjoying the praise. But when he heard that Li Mu was making millions a day, he was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. What? He had always thought that the difference between himself and Li Mu was just a step away, but he found out that it was an insurmountable chasm. In his excitement, he lost his voice, instantly startling the slumbering dragon in the distance. The ferocious beast abruptly opened its eyes, locking onto the dragon Audi's location. The dragon Audi tensed, terror erupting within him, and it turned and desperately fled towards the sea. No! Don't! But the dragon merely flicked its tail, catching up with him. Its gaping maw opened wide, swallowing the dragon outie whole like a candy bean, leaving it no chance to struggle. On the other side, Li Mu was completely relaxed. He had just earned 1,000,000 copper coins and also conveniently picked up an achievement reward, a silver treasure chest, a win-win situation. Without hesitation, he opened the chest. With a flash of light, the rewards appeared: 1 flame arrow tower and 30 island area cards. Seeing the area cards, Li Mu couldn't help but smile. This meant his island could expand by another 30 square meters. As for the flame arrow tower, he checked its attributes and found that it was an automatic defense tower with built-in fire attacks, as well as explosive arrows and a burning effect. Not bad. Li Mu nodded. This was equivalent to having an additional automatic security system, greatly improving safety. He then stepped out of the thick earth pavilion and used 30 area cards. The island instantly expanded, reaching a total area of 70 square meters. At a time when everyone else only had 10 square meters, this size was comparable to a mansion. After the expansion was completed, he placed the flame arrow tower by the sea. Combined with the defenses of Alice and the thick earth pavilion, the island's security system was essentially complete. By this time, he had accumulated over 1,000,000 copper coins. He also received 7 extraordinary materials, but after trying them, he discovered that he could no longer evolve life forms like Alice. So he turned to crafting equipment. After discarding the low-quality materials, he kept 4 earth dragon scales, mountain binding vines, ice spider silk, and snow silk cloth. He used the first 2 pieces to craft rough armor, then, with the help of the creation Jade, successfully evolved them into the earth dragon scale armor. This equipment not only increased his strength but also significantly enhanced his defense, maximizing his safety. As for the remaining 2 pieces of material, he originally intended to make clothing, but changed his mind after touching the frost spider silk. Such material would be a waste not to do something special. So he used the old method to make 2 rough stockings, and then used the creation Jade to evolve them. The final product became a pair of soft, cool, and comfortable white stockings. Alice, here you go. Li Mu handed them over. Alice looked puzzled. What are these? After his explanation, she understood that they were stockings to wear on the legs. Although she didn't quite understand why a mermaid would wear them, since they were a gift from Li Mu, she happily put them on. Chapter 11 Werewolf Camp. The moment Alice put on the white stockings, Li Mu was instantly stunned. Her long, shapely legs were encased in white stockings, making her lines appear even softer and more taut. At the junction of the stockings and her skin, a subtle curve was created, perfectly enhancing the visual impact and making it impossible to look away. Li Mu couldn't help but lean down, and almost unconsciously placed his hand on her calf, the touch delicate and smooth. He realized his mistake and tried to pull back, but still gave it a light squeeze. Alice gasped, her cheeks flushing red, and in a panic, she covered her face and ran upstairs. Li Mu stood there, looking at his hand speechlessly. Why can't I control myself? But he also knew that such a sight was indeed hard to resist. Meanwhile, Alice hid upstairs, her cheeks burning, the places where she had been touched still tingling. She couldn't quite describe the feeling. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Li Mu continued his development. He continued to earn resources through fishing and selling ice, steadily reaping the benefits from other new island owners. By the afternoon, many people were already complaining on the forum about the high temperatures and water shortages, even finding it difficult to move around. In contrast, Li Mu had a much easier time. He quickly appeased Alice and realized that even with a high level of affection, she was still a person with emotions, and he couldn't be too hasty. Fortunately, this time it only made her shy, and their relationship actually became closer. By afternoon, his total assets had surpassed 3,000,000 copper coins. At this time, the merman squad he had sent out earlier returned. Unfortunately, they hadn't found the treasure. They only confirmed that the treasure map pointed to a werewolf camp of thousands, inaccessible to most. However, it wasn't a complete waste. Along their voyage, they had discovered several uninhabited islands. Li Mu immediately had a new idea. The werewolf camp was temporarily untouchable, but these small islands might be the most suitable targets at the moment. So he invested over 500,000 copper coins to purchase materials, and then spent another 1,000,000 copper coins to evolve 2 new ships and a batch of equipment using the creation Jade, distributing them all to the merfolk. He then divided them into 3 groups of 3 to explore the surrounding area, while the remaining merfolk stayed behind to continue producing resources. As for Alice, he didn't send her out. She was not only the strongest fighter at present, but also the only core member capable of recruiting people. If anything happened to her, the losses would be too great. Therefore, she had to stay by his side to guard the core of the island. After making the arrangements, Li Mu once again became a hands-off manager, spending his free time playing cards with Alice or gathering intelligence on the forum. Meanwhile, 3 groups of murlocs were already sailing at sea, and one group quickly discovered a small island of about 100 square meters. After 3 murlocs landed on the island, several slimes, each about half a person's height, suddenly sprang out from the bushes. But these murlocs were already heavily armed, and in just a few exchanges, they killed all the slimes. At the same time, Limu heard a prompt. Occupy or dismantle the island? After a moment's thought, he realized his current forces were limited and there was no need to disperse them for defense, so he chose to dismantle it. After the fishmen withdrew, the island instantly collapsed and sank into the sea. Immediately afterward, the rewards arrived: 10,000 copper coins, 60 island area cards, 30 soil cards, 1 spring card, and 1 slime egg. Seeing these rewards, Limu's eyes lit up. The key to expansion lay in conquering and dismantling these islands. A single small island had directly doubled his initial island area. Chapter 12, Second Monster Girl. Limu immediately claimed all the rewards, and a pile of items instantly appeared before him. He didn't need to look at the 10,000 copper coins and the island area card. He focused his attention on the other items. The soil card could turn the ground into arable soil, and the spring card could generate freshwater springs. Both were development resources. As for the slime egg, it made his eyes light up even more, because the creation Jade gave him another notification: Spirit Nourishing Grass plus 1,000 copper coins can evolve a slime egg. This was the second life form he had encountered that could evolve. The Spirit Nourishing Grass was originally just fodder material, but he never expected it to come in handy now, and Limu was immediately filled with anticipation. He directly activated the creation Jade, deducting copper coins and causing the Spirit Nourishing Grass to transform into specks of light and merge into the egg. The slime egg, originally the size of a fist, rapidly expanded, quickly becoming half a person's height and gradually taking on a humanoid shape. Before long, a blue-haired girl appeared before him. The creation Jade notified him: the slime egg has evolved into a humanoid slime variant. Limu sized her up. She had a delicate and lovely appearance and a gentle temperament. "What's your name?" he asked. The girl was a little nervous and answered softly. "My lord, my name is Daruru. My name is Limu." His tone was gentle, no longer treating her as an NPC. Limu's attitude made Daruru relax and smile. He then checked her attributes and found that she was a Tier 1, 3-star hero unit with the abilities of affinity with vegetation, rapid regeneration, and summoning slimes. Daruru's greatest strength lies in manipulating plant growth, making her clearly a farming-type core character. She can also recruit slimes, including combat-use fine armor slimes, farming slimes, and gathering slimes. "Isn't this just a slime farm?" Limu couldn't help but complain. But without seeds right now, he could only memorize this potential for the time being. He then used the island expansion card, instantly expanding his island by 60 square meters, bringing the total area to 120 square meters. Just then, a system notification rang in the ears of all the new island owners. "Congratulations to new island owner Limu! Your island area has surpassed 100 square meters, achieving a record. A silver treasure chest is awarded." This news instantly ignited the channel, leaving everyone stunned. While many were still struggling for food, Limu had already expanded his territory, widening the gap between them. He was now among the first wave of pioneers. Limu focused on opening the silver treasure chest. After the light faded, 2 items appeared: a spiritual crystal and a refined iron ore card. He examined them but felt somewhat helpless. Either was currently of use. Limu placed the refined iron ore in a corner, letting the gathering slimes mine it. It could produce refined iron per hour, meaning a continuous supply of equipment in the future. At the same time, he also obtained a large amount of basic resources, as well as a batch of seeds, including crops such as coconut trees, rice, and cumin. One seed in particular sparked his renewed anticipation, because it could also be used for evolution. Chapter 13, Enjoying Life. The Jade of Creation sends a notification: Spirit Crystal plus 3,000 copper coins can evolve rice seed. 3,000 copper coins isn't expensive, and Limu was curious about what it could evolve into, so he directly activated the Jade. In an instant, the copper coins were consumed, the crystal decomposed, light enveloped the seed, and its structure rapidly changed. Soon, the notification appeared again: the rice seed has successfully evolved into spirit rice. Limu picked up the seed. It was a vibrant green, like a gemstone, completely different from ordinary rice. It emitted a rich, fragrant aroma that whetted the appetite and even soothed the mind. He checked its attributes: Spirit Rice, Tier 1, 3 stars. Spirit rice can be grown. Consuming it can enhance the soul and improve cultivation. Limu's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. In this world, spirit rice was clearly an important resource, and its value was not low, whether for personal use or for sale. With the seeds in hand, Limu immediately prepared to cultivate the land. He went to the south side of the island, used the soil card to clear 100 square meter plot of farmland, and then set up a spring. He then gave the spirit rice, coconuts, and cumin to Dorelu, letting her take charge of planting them. Dahlia's hands glowed green as wood elemental energy gathered. The next moment, a coconut tree sprang from the ground, cumin sprouted rapidly, and spirit rice burst forth from the soil. In just a few breaths, all 3 crops had completed their growth from germination to fruition, resembling a fast-forwarded version of a growth process. The gathering slime quickly stepped forward and collected all the fruits. Soon, coconuts, cumin, and dozens of grains of spirit rice were placed before Limu. He glanced at the ordinary crops, his attention entirely focused on the spirit rice. This could still be used as seed. Limu immediately became interested and instructed Duo Lulu to expand the planting area. The amount of spirit rice increased rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. An hour later, they had harvested 50 gene. However, Duo Lulu's face was pale, clearly indicating excessive exertion, so Limu immediately told her to stop. He wasn't in a hurry to expand further, leaving the remaining fields to the farmer slimes. Although they couldn't mature instantly, they could accelerate growth, allowing for a harvest in a day. 100 square meters of farmland yielded about 30 gene, approximately 15 kilograms, not much, but enough for daily consumption. Moreover, the island could expand, and the scale of the farmland would eventually increase. At that time, spirit rice would become a stable source of basic food. After this simple plan, Limu nodded in satisfaction. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high. Limu had been in this world for almost a day, only taking a short nap at noon. In this day, he had accumulated 3 million copper coins, expanded his island to nearly 500 square meters, and now possessed 2 heroes and over 40 inhabitants. He had also built 3 ships, unlocked the Thick Earth Pavilion and the Blazing Arrow Tower, improved basic resources such as minerals, springs, and farmland, and harvested 3 crops, spirit rice, cumin, and coconuts. Overall, his development had far surpassed that of other new island owners. Thinking of this, Limu yawned, deciding to eat something before resting. He used refined iron ore to make a stove and cooking utensils, and cooked with Alice and Dorelu. They washed the spirit rice and cooked it over a wood fire, steamed the lobsters, and made a shellfish soup. Several large yellow croakers were prepared and grilled, sprinkled with cumin, and slowly roasted. The fishmen didn't participate because they were covered in slime and unsuitable for the kitchen. So Limu had to do it himself, but with the help of 2 beauties, the process was easy and enjoyable. Soon, a table of food was laid out. The aroma of spirit rice was irresistible, along with lobster, grilled fish, shellfish soup, and coconut. It looked exquisite and plentiful, more like a wilderness vacation than a survival exercise. Limu casually took a picture and posted it online. Just some late-night snack. At this time, many islanders were still night fishing for survival, and this post instantly caused an uproar. They even have rice? This isn't survival! Looking for a mentor! However, Limu didn't check the forum. He was focused on his meal. The lobster was fresh and sweet, the yellow croaker was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the cumin was fragrant, and the coconut was refreshing and helped cut through the richness. But the most amazing dish was the bowl of spirit rice. Not only was the rice fragrant, but after tasting it, a gentle energy flowed through his body, nourishing both body and soul. The 3 of them ate to their heart's content. After the meal, Limu leaned back, patted his stomach, and couldn't help but sigh. This is life. Chapter 14 Wood-type Sorcerer. Chapter 14 Wood-type Sorcerer. Since it wasn't a good time to sleep right after eating, Limu had Alice carve out a deck of cards with her ice blades, and then evolved them into playing cards using seashell materials. The 3 of them got together to play Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game. The rules were simple, and they quickly got the hang of it, creating a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Limu returned to Ho-Tugu to rest late at night, while Alice and Dahlia squeezed into one bed downstairs. When he woke up, the sun was already rising outside, and a new day had begun. To his surprise, while he was sleeping, the system popped up multiple notifications, all indicating that the merfolk had successfully conquered the island. Without hesitation, he dismantled them all, obtaining 240 island area cards in one go. These cards were enough to expand the island's area to over 700 square meters, but unfortunately, they lacked special resources and couldn't be used for evolution. After processing them, he opened the forum and trading hall and began acquiring extraordinary materials. As his fame grew, many people proactively messaged him to sell materials. Limu directly spent over 400,000 copper coins to acquire dozens of sets of materials, including 2 types of wood attribute materials that could be used to evolve Doruru. He went downstairs and saw that the island was already operating in an orderly manner. The beach was piled with the fishermen's harvest from the previous night, and in the fields, Dorelu was busy with the slimes. The spirit rice had already been harvested once, and a new crop was growing. Alice was making fresh water by the spring, preparing to continue selling it. The entire island was thriving. Li Mu greeted them with a smile. "Good morning." The two women responded, and the atmosphere became exceptionally relaxed. He first used the island area card to increase the area to 700 square meters, and then expanded the farmland to 300 square meters, further increasing yield. After finishing these tasks, he went to Daruru's side. Dalilu was engrossed in her work, her face smeared with mud. Li Mu reached out and wiped it off for her. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, whispering, "Thank you, sir." Her shy appearance made it hard not to take a second look. "Stop for now, I'll help you evolve," Li Mu said. Dalilu nodded obediently, and he then activated the creation jade, consuming 50,000 copper coins to integrate jade resin and golden maple leaves into it. Daru was enveloped in light, a rich natural aura emanating from her, and a rune appeared between her brows. Soon, a notification sounded: Daru has evolved into the humanoid slime king. Upon completing her evolution, Daru was astonished, clearly feeling her own transformation and a significant increase in strength. "Master, you are so amazing!" she exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration and her voice brimming with undisguised joy. Li Mu checked her attributes and found that she had reached Tier 1, for stars. Not only did she possess the harvest aura, but she could also control plants to fight as a wood-type sorcerer. At the same time, her healing and summoning abilities had also been comprehensively enhanced. Most importantly, her recruitment cap was raised to 100, allowing her to recruit even higher quality slimes. Li Mu didn't hesitate, and immediately spent 2 million copper coins to build a team of all 3-star slimes. This includes 3 types of slimes: farmers, gatherers, and combatants. He focuses on expanding combat units, preparing to grow his fleet and conquer more islands. In his plan, the next step was not only to continue expansion, but also to deal with the nearby werewolf camps. They were only 100 kilometers away. He didn't intend to let this threat linger. Li Mu then used materials and refined iron to temporarily evolve 10 ships, which the battle slimes then set off in different directions. Meanwhile, on the island, they continued selling fish and water, while Daru was in charge of farming and mining. He himself relaxed, occasionally teasing the two women, and lived a rather comfortable life. Compared to other island owners who were still struggling, this speed of development was simply overwhelming. Around 10 a.m., the fleet that went out sent back good news. 8 ships had captured 6 islands, and brought back 340 area cards. At this point, Li Mu's initial island area exceeded 1,000 square meters. Chapter 15: The Royal Mermaid. When Li Mu's initial island exceeds 1,000 square meters, the game notifications echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to new island owner Li Mu. Your initial island area has exceeded 1,000 square meters. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. This is a notification. It gave those new island owners who had worked hard all night a real boost of energy. What? It's only been a short time, and it's already reached 1,000 square meters? It took me a long time to catch my first fish. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if Li Mu founded a country on the 3rd day. Li Mu is truly a god descended to earth. Li Mu is awesome. Hurry up and catch the fish. I caught a copper coin, I have money in my hand. The many new island owners were dumbfounded. After all, they still don't know what the conditions are for expanding the island. Li Mu has already expanded to 1,000 square meters. In less than a day and a half, they surpassed them by 10 times. It is foreseeable that this gap will widen further in the future. Everyone has already made their decision. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Mu will become the strongest among these billions of new island lords, dominating an entire era. The entire forum was once again abuzz with excitement for Li Mu. Li Mu, who was praised by everyone as a god, was sitting in Ho-Tu Pavilion, holding the last 2 cards, frowning. 4 is correct. I can't afford it. Correct 3. Pass. 5 of diamonds, I won. Across from them, Dalilu and Alice gave each other a high five, their pretty faces beaming with joy. Li Mu was left standing there, bewildered, holding the last card, the imp and the 2 of spades. Their betting may end up with a single card. Who knew they would be defeated by a pair of 3s and 4s? The clown was myself. Li Mu smiled wryly, threw down the cards, and began shuffling them while collecting his reward. A golden treasure chest appeared out of nowhere. This was the first time Li Mu had obtained a golden treasure chest. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What good stuff might we get? Li Mu put down the shuffled cards and reached out to open the treasure chest. A burst of dazzling golden light. The golden treasure chest has disappeared. A game notification sound followed. Ding! Golden treasure chest opened. Obtain the ocean gem. Obtain the essence of water. 2 gems appeared before Limu. Its attributes have not yet been viewed. The Jade of Creation then sent a message. Ocean gem plus water element essence plus 550,000 copper coins can evolve Alice. Limu's eyes lit up. Alice is one of the strongest combatants and productive forces under her command. If it can evolve, it will be a good thing for the entire territory. Limu first glanced at the attributes of the 2 materials. It has been determined that it is only a Tier 1, 4-star water attribute material. There were no other special circumstances. Limu directly activated the power of the creation Jade. 550,000 copper coins spent. Ocean gemstones, water element essence decomposed. Alice was enveloped in light. An illusory image of endless waves appeared. The melodious and pleasant singing voice echoed. Alice stood atop the waves, a magnificent long dress draped over her graceful figure. At this moment, Alice resembled an ocean princess, elegant and stunningly beautiful. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Alice evolved from a mermaid lord into a royal mermaid. Royal lineage. Limu was overjoyed. These 2 words alone showed that Alice's evolution was quite successful. Sister Alice, you are so beautiful, Dahlialu exclaimed sincerely. Alice stared in disbelief at the changes within herself. She could feel that she had transformed into a completely new dimension. Brother Mu, thank you. Alice's eyes were full of gratitude. This transformation in one's bloodline is nothing short of a rebirth. Who are we to each other? Limu rubbed Alice's head. Alice blushed slightly, feeling sweet inside. In order to know about Alice's transformation, Limu clicked on Alice's current attributes. Alice, Tier 1, 5-star, Hero Unit, a royal descendant of mermaids. Entry 1, Royal Mermaid, enhances the power of water magic and possesses royal authority, which intimidates lower creatures. Entry 2, Mermaid Mage, possessing magical proficiency far surpassing that of humans in water magic, enhancing the power of all water magic. Entry 3, Water Domain. When in water, within a radius of 1 kilometer, the casting speed, power, and mana regeneration of our water-based spells are all increased. Entry 4, Royal Guard. Can be summoned by Alice, consuming copper coins. Maximum, 300. Entry 5, Mermaid Dual Form. Can switch between human form and mermaid form. Human form enhances close combat ability, while mermaid form enhances magical combat ability. Alice originally had 4 entries, but now there are 5. They have made great progress in terms of combat power, bloodline, and followers. What surprised Limu the most was nothing could be more remarkable than Alice's ability to recruit 300 merfolk. Furthermore, the maximum summon level has been increased to Tier 1, 4 stars. If we can build a Tier 1 4-star army of 300 people, the overall combat strength of Limu's initial island will receive an extremely terrifying boost. Pity. The recruitment cost for Tier 1 4-star Murlocs is extremely high. Starting at 200,000 copper coins. 300 people equals 60 million copper coins. With the several million in savings that Limu has, not enough to take them all down. We need to increase resource output. Limu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Fishing is becoming increasingly unproductive. After all, using a lightning rod is like training a pond to catch all the fish. There are currently no fish near the starting island. Only fishermen can navigate boats to fish in more distant waters. It's unlikely you'll make a lot of money this way. The biggest market right now is water. As the new island owner gradually becomes able to catch fish, they tightened their belts when it came to food. They could also withstand the torment of hunger. But we can't do without water. In particular, they were unable to explore the early stages of the sea. I want to get some fresh water. Alternatively, you can boil seawater and distill it. You can either try your luck and fish randomly. Both methods have significant limitations. Therefore, freshwater definitely has a huge market. Alice has evolved to Tier 1, 5 stars. Some 4-star mage Murlocs can also cast water magic. Scaling up step by step, we can make enough money today. Alice at Tier 1, 3 stars. It can create ice blocks worth 40,000 copper coins in one go. After reaching 4 stars, productivity skyrockets to 200,000. A 5-star unit can produce 1 million copper coins, or 200,000 standard ice blocks. It will take an hour for your magic to recover. In total, excluding time spent eating and sleeping, Alice alone can bring Li Mu nearly 10 million in revenue. Including the help from other magic-based murlocs. Li Mu will achieve his goal today. Obtain 300 Tier 1 4-star murlocs. With this in mind, Li Mu used all his savings to recruit Tier 1 4-star merfolk. 4 million copper coins consumed. 20 fishmen appeared out of nowhere before my eyes. Unlike the Tier 1 3-star murloc. These fishmen are stronger and equipped with luxurious gear, giving them a royal air. Of the 20 Tier 1 4-star murlocs, only 5 are magic users. But that's enough, with these few murlocs helping out. This will enable the production of more freshwater ice. May this bring Li Mu even more success. Chapter 16 Wonderful Knee Pillow. Time passed gradually. It was around noon. The initial island area has been expanded to 1,400 square meters. Under the scorching sun, ice cubes sell even better. In just 2 or 3 hours. This brought Li Mu nearly 5 million copper coins in revenue. Li Mu did not keep this money in his hands. A portion was used to acquire extraordinary materials. For the rest, directly recruit Tier 1 4-star murlocs. The French murlocs left behind ice-making equipment. The warrior merfolk were then sent out to conquer the islands. It is worth mentioning. Among the extraordinary materials acquired in this batch, there is an item called the Magic Stone. It can be used to evolve the coconut tree. After spending 3,000 copper coins, the coconut tree evolved into a magical coconut tree. Drinking it will restore your magic power. Li Mu immediately listed the magic coconut tree as a more important planting project than lingmi, a type of rice. A 500 square meter area was designated on the beach, used specifically for cultivating magic coconuts. And then there's the mana-restoring effect of the magic coconut. Alice and the others can make ice much faster. This brought Li Mu more income. It was around afternoon. Suddenly, the game emitted a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. Your daily income has exceeded 10 million copper coins. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. The newly arrived island owners, hiding in their makeshift shelters and avoiding the sunlight, were struck dumb upon hearing this warning, their pupils dilating in shock. What? 10 million copper coins? Holy crap, are you crazy? We've only gone halfway through the day and we've already made 10 million. I've only caught my first fish, and he's already made 10 million. What a difference! My God, Li Mu is amazing! This guy isn't just a big shot, he's a superstar. Li Mu is a god! The many new island owners were deeply shocked. It's only the second day since the game started. For these new island owners, I've only just gotten used to the game. He can barely catch fish on his own. The remaining survival issues have not yet been resolved. But Li Mu has already achieved a daily income of 10 million. Such an achievement is simply astonishing to the other new island owners. On the other side, Li Mu, who was taking a nap, turned over leisurely upon hearing this prompt and continued sleeping. It has to be said. Hotuga is warm in winter and cool in summer. Living there is incredibly comfortable. When Li Mu woke up, it was already sunset outside. I've accomplished another achievement. It's a bit easy. Li Mu stretched comfortably. He checked the current copper coin reserves. After an afternoon of accumulation, it has already reached 15 million. Besides, as more and more exploration teams are sent out, the speed of conquering islands also increases accordingly. Li Mu now has 800 island area cards. There are also a lot of resources such as fresh water, soil, and minerals. The only pity is, these islands are all too low level. Its resource level isn't very high either. Li Mu used all the island area cards. This increased the initial island area to over 2,200 square meters. Then claimed the achievement reward of earning tens of millions a day. A gleaming golden treasure chest appeared. Li Mu reached out and opened it. A burst of light erupted, and the treasure chest vanished. Ding! Golden treasure chest opened. Obtain the eagle feather. Obtain a wind-type magic stone. 2 materials. Li Mu checked its attributes. They are all Tier 1, for-star wind-type materials. Li Mu was fairly satisfied with this. There is a precious gem of creation within. This material is actually very malleable. Li Mu can be used to evolve into equipment, ships, items, and so on. However, Li Mu doesn't lack anything at the moment. This kind of Tier 1 4-star material is very precious. After all, other new island owners, even with the best luck, can only catch Tier 1 3-star materials with their fishing rods. Tier 1 4-star can currently only be obtained from treasure chests. Li Mu planned to keep it for now, and see if he could use it later. After carefully putting away the 2 documents, Li Mu went downstairs. Downstairs, Alice sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering her magic. Hearing Li Mu's footsteps, Alice opened her beautiful eyes and sweetly called out, "Brother Mu." Her heavenly voice melted Li Mu's heart, and he gently patted Alice's head. Alice was already used to such intimate gestures. She lowered her head and, like a kitten, rubbed against Li Mu's palm. Li Mu chatted casually with Alice, making her giggle and laugh. Being with someone you like can make even the most mundane topics become interesting. However, Li Mu, who had just woken up, was still a little sleepy and yawned. "Brother Mu, are you still sleepy?" "A little bit." Li Mu stretched and relaxed his muscles. Seeing this, Alice gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, as if hesitating about something. "What's wrong?" Li Mu noticed Alice's mood and asked with a smile. Meeting Li Mu's gaze, Alice's pretty face flushed red, and she stretched out her long legs. "Brother Mu, if you're sleepy, you can lean on my lap and rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Li Mu subconsciously glanced at Alice's thigh. Those long, shapely legs, with perfect proportions, were wrapped in white stockings, outlining a breathtaking curve. He couldn't help but recall the sensation from that day, and his throat tightened instinctively, his heart burning with desire. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. It's foolish not to take advantage of a good deal." Li Mu rested his head directly on Alice's thigh. "It feels incredibly soft to the touch. It is warm and has a delicate, youthful fragrance." Alice let out a soft moan, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, her whole body burning with heat, like a ripe peach exuding alluring hormones. The two were so close that Alice could even feel Li Mu's breath falling on her thigh. The atmosphere inside the small, thick earthen pavilion suddenly became ambiguous. However, Li Mu did not do anything excessive. He enjoyed Alice's top-notch lap pillow and leisurely took a nap. Alice looked at Li Mu's sleeping face and gently stroked his hair. As if possessed, she lowered her head, her face getting closer and closer to Li Mu's. "Right now." Doru suddenly walked in. Alice was so frightened that she immediately sat up straight. "Sister Alice, your face is so red." Dahlia chuckled. Alice's pretty face immediately flushed red, and her head was practically steaming. "Keep your voice down, Brother Mu is sleeping." In a moment of panic, Alice quickly tried to distract herself. The clueless Dolulu didn't notice anything amiss. When she noticed Li Mu sleeping, she covered her mouth and nodded. Li Mu slept quite soundly during his nap. When he opened his eyes again, half an hour has passed. He immediately spotted Alice staring at him. Their eyes met, and Alice looked away as if she had been electrocuted. Li Mu smiled, and although he was reluctant to part with the touch, he still got up and reached out to rub Alice's head. "Let's go out and take a look." Alice obediently nodded and followed Li Mu out of Huta Pavilion. Chapter 17. The Third Monster Girl. The island's area has expanded to over 2,000 square meters. This made the initial island much more spacious. Hotuga stands in the center of the island, guarding its core. The rice paddies are thriving. The magic coconut palms along the beach are growing vigorously. Farmer Slime is busy among them. Collect slimes by traversing mines and farmlands. A large number of magic-based murlocs created ice blocks and, with the permissions granted by Li Mu, listed the ice blocks on the trading platform. With the magic coconut as a mana replenishment item, Fishman's ice making has already achieved large-scale production. To achieve 24-hour continuous operation, Li Mu is certainly not a devil. Make these fishmen work for 24 hours straight. It's just working for 12, 13, 4, 5, or 6 hours. And thanks to the hard work of the fish people, provided Li Mu with a large amount of working capital. Li Mu saw the benefits involved. They used all their available funds to recruit Tier 1 4-star murlocs. Among them, the French-style murlocs left behind the dry water line. The warrior mermen set sail to explore the seas. The division of labor is quite clear. With such amazing benefits, Li Mu's wealth grew exponentially, like a snowball. Night gradually fell. The first batch of merfolk sent out returned. The reason is that the ships were already full of various supplies they had collected from the conquered islands. We had no choice but to send them back to the initial island to clear out our inventory. These supplies included animal materials such as skin, flesh, horns, and bones, plant materials such as herbs, and a small amount of minerals. Overall, it has some value, but it's not high. Li Mu was surprised. The most valuable item inside was actually a bird egg. It's not that this bird egg has any particularly good properties. Rather, it was because it touched the precious gem of creation. The Jade of Creation has sent a message. Eagle feathers plus wind-type magic stones plus 600,000 copper coins can be used to evolve an eagle egg. Goodness! Li Mu was slightly surprised. 600,000 copper coins is already the cost required to evolve Alice to this level. You get what you pay for. The outcome of this evolution should be good. Li Mu did not hesitate. He immediately activated the power of the creation jade. 600,000 copper coins consumed. The two evolution materials were decomposed. A strange power was injected into the eagle egg. In an instant, it was enveloped in dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, it swelled up to be taller than a person. A powerful life force is nurtured within it. Just a few breaths later, that life force reached its peak. There was a cracking sound. Tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell. It then spread like a spider web. The entire eggshell shattered with a crash. A stunningly beautiful girl has been revealed. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Eagle egg evolves into Gale Wingman. Windwing man. Li Mu's gaze fell on the girl. It has waist-length blue hair, an exquisite face, a graceful figure, and a pair of huge wings growing from its back. Unlike Alice's innocence and Dahlia's shyness, the young woman possessed a heroic and spirited demeanor. Before Li Mu could even ask a question, the young woman stepped forward, knelt on one knee like a soldier, and saluted. Lucifer greets the Lord. Please get up quickly. Li Mu helped Lucifer up. Through their conversation, Li Mu gained a general understanding of Lucifer's personality. Its advantages are that it is strict in obeying orders and decisive in its actions. The downside is that he's a quiet, reserved person. It was like a sharp sword, its cold light gleaming, devoid of any emotion. Filled with curiosity, Li Mu clicked on Lucifer's attributes. Lucifer, Tier 1, 5-star, Hero Unit, General among the Windwingmen. Entry 1, Wind Archery Master, a top master whose archery skills are unparalleled and whose wind archery techniques have reached a state of perfection. Entry 2, Gale Wings, possessing the ability to fly and ride the wind, with extremely fast speed. Entry 3, Super Long-Range Eagle Eye, possessing super long-range vision and amazing dynamic vision. Entry 4, General's Aura increases the morale of the winged legions under his command and enhances their abilities in all aspects. Entry 5, Winged Legion, allows recruitment of a winged legion. Maximum, 0-300. Sure! Li Mu was quite satisfied with Lucifer. If we compare Alice to the Navy, Lucifer is a typical Air Force pilot. It possesses flight capability, ultra-long-range vision, and astonishing long-range strike capability. Lucifer can also recruit subordinates. We can build an air legion. Through questioning, Lucifer can recruit 3 types of winged armies. Reconnaissance soldiers responsible for reconnaissance. Archers responsible for ranged attacks. Winged warriors responsible for close combat. The reconnaissance soldiers' abilities are quite practical. Reconnaissance soldiers possess the skills to spy on combat capabilities. It is possible to roughly determine the attributes, realm, and quality of an unfamiliar entity. We could send a few scouts to investigate that werewolf camp. Li Mu stroked his chin, deep in thought. The werewolf camp is currently the biggest threat. Its population reached a scale of thousands. Their strength is unknown. This made it a stone hanging over Li Mu's heart. Now we have winged scouts. It's a good opportunity to send them out and find out what the werewolves are up to. The recruitment cost for Tier 1, for star winged people is the same as that for Murlocs. The advantage is that it's not as random as the Murlocs. You can choose your unit type. Li Mu spent 1 million copper coins to recruit 5 Tier 1, for star winged scouts. Tell them to set off immediately, following the treasure map's directions, to the werewolf camp to gather information. Get all of this sorted out. The island's operations are back on track. Before we could gather all the information about the werewolf camp, Li Mu's main investment focus remains on fishmen. After all, fishmen are the strongest productive force right now. As night fell, Li Mu took stock of the extraordinary materials acquired today. Most of them are Tier 1, 1-star or 2-star, with a small number being 3-star. Most of their attributes are rather lackluster. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold it. Because of a lack of materials for 4 stars and above, it is not possible to evolve hero units such as Doru, Alice, and Lucifer. Therefore, Li Mu used all these materials to build ships. And he built a house for each of his 3 daughters. After all, Hotuga is still a bit small. Once all of this is done, Li Mu rubbed his stomach and began having dinner with the 3 women. Besides ling rice and coconut. Today we also have some vegetables and meat from other islands. The fishermen killed several wild boars and brought them back. After the wild boars were decomposed, a large barrel of lard was rendered. Sprinkle the remaining pork cracklings with cumin powder, they make a delicious snack. Lard is used for stir-frying vegetables. Alice has a little magic that can purify seawater, remove impurities, and refine it into refined salt. With oil and salt, you can easily prepare a few light dishes. After traveling for 2 days, Li Mu finally got to eat a delicious stir-fry and rice. Compared to other new island owners who are still struggling to survive, Li Mu has escaped the poverty line and is now striving for a better life. With the fragrant ling rice as a compliment, Li Mu thoroughly enjoyed the meal. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Mu played with the 3 women for a while. 3 people can play 13 cards. Despite her quiet demeanor, Lucifer becomes incredibly aggressive once she gets to know the rules. The enemy forces, including Doruru and Alice, were utterly routed. Li Mu is alright, after all, he understands the rules and generally wins more than he loses. They played around until late at night, then went back to their rooms to sleep. Chapter 18 Massage. Thanks to the increase in the number of Murlocs under his command, the number of merfolk fleets going out to explore increased accordingly. The number of islands conquered increased rapidly. Until late the next night, Li Mu expanded the initial island area to 4,000 square meters. All 300 Tier 1 4-star Murlocs are fully staffed. The ice-making and water-selling industry has reached its peak productivity. Besides, in terms of crops, vegetables such as pumpkin, cabbage, and peas have been added. There's also the magic coconut, a fruit that restores magic power. The cultivated land area has been expanded to 2,000 square meters. The spring forms a small pond of about 100 square meters. Combined with the production capacity of Doru's slimes, it was sufficient to supply the needs of Li Mu and the others. And today's biggest takeaway. In addition to more than 60 million copper coins, that is, Lucifer evolved. With Lucifer, Li Mu made up for the lack of air power. The island's overall strength has reached a new level. The remaining task is to acquire the extraordinary materials. This part didn't bring Li Mu much benefit. After all, the quality of materials caught by a new island owner is limited. At best, it can only be made into Tier 1, 3-star warships and equipment. It's only SOSO. Lying in bed, reflecting on the day's gains, Li Mu couldn't help but think of Alice's alluring lap pillow, and his heart couldn't help but burn with desire. Haste makes waste, take it slow. Li Mu was not in a hurry. He could sense that Alice had feelings for him. All you need to do is gradually increase the temperature. I'll win Alice over sooner or later. I drifted off to sleep under the moonlight. The next morning, the winged scouts returned. Li Mu met with the reconnaissance soldiers immediately. According to its description, the werewolf camp has a total population of over 1,200. The highest combat power is a Tier 1, 5-star werewolf leader. There are over 100 Tier 1 4-star combatants. And there are 200 ships. Their overall strength is quite formidable. Upon learning this news, Li Mu, however, was delighted. If that's all there is to it, the werewolf camp no longer poses much of a threat to Li Mu. As long as the werewolf camp dares to come, Li Mu could ensure that they would never return. It won't be long, once we recruit 300 Tier 4 winged humans. Then I can take the initiative to wipe out that werewolf camp. Judging from Li Mu's current rate of development, at most tomorrow, the werewolf camp will be destroyed. Li Mu was quite looking forward to the rewards for destroying the werewolf camp, as well as the treasure hidden beneath it. As the sun rises, the island survival game for all players has entered its 3rd day. Li Mu's plan for the 3rd day was to continue the pattern from the previous day. They accumulated wealth by selling water, replenish the winged human forces as quickly as possible, and then they sent these winged people out to conquer the islands. The Murlocs are already full. Productivity is maxed out. To Li Mu's surprise, it only lasts from dawn to sunset. This brought Li Mu over 90 million copper coins. The winged people are at full capacity, and the existence of winged people with high mobility. They have a significant advantage in conquering islands. The reconnaissance winged beings were responsible for locating the island's position. Archers and winged warriors are responsible for occupying the territory. This makes the initial island size Successfully expanded to 8,000 square meters. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Night falls. Lucifer practices archery. Alice makes ice. With nothing to do, Limu played Gamoku with Duo Lulu. The winner gets to enjoy a massage from the other person for a few minutes. The rules of the game are quite naive. But Limu was having a great time. Poor Doruru, she's been massaging Limu for over an hour. This girl may be socially awkward, but she's extremely competitive. Unfortunately, the food itself is the original sin. For over an hour, Dahlia didn't win a single game. After losing for so long, her big eyes were filled with tears, like a bullied child, gritting her teeth, glaring, staring intently at the chessboard, determined to win back a game. His adorable appearance made Limu unable to suppress a smile. After playing for so long, in the last round, Limu decided to let Lulu win. The game started with a few mistakes, which allowed Doruru to win easily. Having avenged her great grudge, Doruru hummed with joy. She sat up straight, her small, budding breasts showing a noticeable curve. Dahlia's crystal-clear eyes sparkled, practically screaming, "Give me a massage!" Limu found it amusing, stood up, placed his hand on Duo Lulu's shoulder, and gently applied pressure. The sudden touch startled Lulu, who let out a soft moan. She had been so arrogant just now that she forgot she was a socially anxious person. Limu stood behind Duo Lulu, his tall figure radiating an aura that almost enveloped her. The two were closer than ever before. The tingling sensation in her shoulder made Dahlia's heart race even faster. At this moment, the base of Dahlia's ears turned red. Limu saw it all clearly and found it amusing. He laughed and said, "Your shoulders don't feel right, how about I massage your legs instead?" Dahlia hesitated. "This is a reward only for the winner," Limu's voice whispered like a devil. Thinking of the crushing defeat of the past hour that led to this victory, Doruru nodded vigorously. With Doruru's consent, Limu squatted down and lifted one of Doruru's legs. At this time, Lulu was wearing a short skirt. Her petite, well-proportioned legs, as white and tender as tofu, were placed in Limu's palm. The warmth of Limu's hand made Duo Lulu blush. Limu thoroughly enjoyed the beautiful scenery before him and, under the guise of a massage, gently began to knead it. And you know what? Even though Duo Lulu has a flat chest at such a young age, you could admire those legs for a year and never get tired of them. At this moment, Dahlia's sense of shame had reached its peak, and her face was flushed red. Those occasional whimpers made Limu feel as if he had discovered a new continent. "Are you done pressing?" Dahlia's eyes were filled with tears, her voice trembled, and she looked pitiful as if she had been bullied by someone. The culprit, Limu, realized that going too far was counterproductive and reluctantly stopped. Dahlia hurriedly stood up. "My lady, I need to check on the crops. Excuse me." After speaking, Dorolu hurriedly ran away, then tripped over her own feet and fell flat on her face. The girl got up from the floor and dashed into her room. Limu savored the feeling of what he had just experienced. "Don't say it. You know what? It really feels quite comfortable." Doruru hid in her room, burying her head in the pillow and pounding her legs on the bed like drums. Recalling the scene just now, she felt extremely embarrassed. But after calming down, Limu's voice came to Dahlia's mind, and her heart was pounding. An indescribable emotion welled up in Dororu's heart. She hugged the blanket next to her tightly. Grown-ups. On the other side. Limu lay on a recliner, holding a coconut, sipping the coconut juice, and admiring the starry sky. After entering the industrial age, light pollution has become a problem. The sight of a sky full of stars is becoming increasingly rare. Listening to the crashing waves and feeling the cool night breeze, Limu felt an immense sense of peace. Compared to other new island owners, Limu's life now is simply paradise. Just as Limu was zoning out, suddenly, several winged people, carrying a heavily wounded merman, landed on the beach of the starting island. Chapter 19: The Necromancer. "What happened?" Limu frowned slightly and walked up to the fisherman. The severely wounded merman, barely clinging to life, managed to say, "My lord, it was the work of werewolves. A fleet of werewolves suddenly launched an attack on us. The other two people on the boat were captured, and I was seriously injured but barely managed to escape." I heard the fisherman recount his general experiences. A murderous glint flashed in Limu's eyes. "Goodness. I won't provoke you. Now you've come to provoke me, haven't you? It's time to eliminate this threat." Limu had someone take the fisherman to rest and recover from his injuries. And through the island lord's authority, he issued orders to all the fishmen, winged people, and slimes outside, ordering them to return immediately. While waiting, to Li Mu's surprise, a game notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to new player Li Mu for earning over 100 million copper coins in a single day. Unlock new currency, gold. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. Congratulations on obtaining 2 golden treasure chests. Daily income exceeds 100 million gold coins. On the 3rd day, Li Mu made no move all day. The other novice island owners all thought that Li Mu had entered a plateau period. It needs a period of time to settle. There won't be any major moves in the near future. I never expected this. That evening, they made headlines with a huge story. Good heavens! 100 million copper coins! That's outrageous. I can only catch a dozen or 20 copper coins a day fishing, but Boss Li Mu earns 100 million a day. What? That's a million-fold income difference. This is outrageous. How did Boss Li Mu manage to open the door for such an outrageous person? This is beyond my comprehension. Is selling water really that profitable? Nonsense. With billions of new island owners, each of them can randomly fish out copper coins using their initial fishing rod. When everyone is out of fresh water, if each person buys a portion of fresh water, it's a market worth tens of billions of copper coins. It's a pity that only Boss Li Mu can do this kind of business so well. Monopoly-level exorbitant profits. However, this money is rightfully Li Mu's. If it weren't for him, many people probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Indeed, Boss Li Mu is awesome. Many people are genuinely grateful. Li Mu sold off water resources on a large scale. It gave countless people who should have been in dire straits and lacking resources a glimmer of hope. Li Mu didn't care about any of this. What he always cares about is his own growth. Selling water is not for doing good deeds. It's simply for making money. Business is business. Don't drag charity into this. At this moment, Li Mu was in a very good mood. A major battle is imminent. Obtain 2 large golden treasure chests. What a fantastic start. Li Mu went straight to collect the reward. Open the 2 treasure chests. A game notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining the Necromancer class scroll and skill book, Bone Shield. Ding! Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining the Skull Soul Crystal and the Broken Lich Life Box. This seems to be a series? Li Mu was overjoyed. He was very interested in these items. Especially the Necromancer Job Change Scroll. Open its properties. Necromancer Job Change Scroll, Tier 1, 4 stars. After use, you can change your job to a necromancer who summons and trains undead and wields the power of death. Extraordinary system. Li Mu's eyes flickered, clearly tempted. This was his first opportunity to gain extraordinary powers. Simply use the scroll in front of you. Li Mu can then change his class to Necromancer. After setting down the Necromancer class change scroll, Li Mu looked at the other items. Skill book, Bone Shield, summons a bone shield to block damage. As for the remaining 2 items, the Skull Soul Crystal and the Broken Lich Life Box, they are 2 materials with the attribute of death. Currently, the creation Jade has not displayed any indication that it can be evolved. Li Mu turned his attention back to the Necromancer Job Change Scroll. He was considering whether or not to change jobs. Judging from the description, the Necromancer's abilities are actually a good match for the Gem of Creation. The precious Jade of Creation can evolve all things, as long as the right materials are available. You can also evolve skeletons. At that time, with a wave of his hand, Li Mu will summon an endless number of super powerful skeletons that have evolved to 9-star quality. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. What Zerg Scourge, Omnic Scourge? He, Li Mu, is a walking scourge of the dead. That's it. Li Mu no longer hesitated and used the scroll directly. In an instant. Disassembly of the Necromancer Job Change Scroll. A dazzling light enveloped Li Mu. Countless pieces of knowledge surfaced in Li Mu's mind. A dozen minutes later, a game notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully becoming a necromancer by using the Necromancer Job Change Scroll. Awakened Class Affix 1, Skeleton Contract, uses biological corpses to create contractible skeletons. Maximum level, 0 to 30. Entry 2, Necromancer Specialization increases the power and casting speed of necromancy spells. Entry 3, Enhanced Mental Strength, possessing superhuman mental power. Entry 4, Private Cemetery, possessing a private cemetery space for storing the spirits of the deceased. As the game notification sound faded away, Li Mu has undergone a complete transformation, with earth-shattering changes in every aspect of his life. My spirit has become stronger. A surge of immense magical power has appeared within him. Obtain various necromancer traditions. Although necromancers are physically weak. But at least it's extraordinary. Now, Li Mu's physical body has also undergone a tremendous transformation. Feeling his own transformation, Li Mu was overjoyed and casually learned the bone shield skill. Just as Li Mu was about to put away the other two materials and look for raw materials that could be used to make a skeleton to practice his skills. Suddenly, Li Mu's gaze fell on the Skull Soul Crystal and the broken Lich Life Box, where the Creation Jade frequently sent messages. Skeleton Soul Crystal plus Broken Lich Life Box plus 600,000 copper coins can evolve into the Necromancer class. This can evolve? Li Mu was overjoyed. If one could evolve their profession. Hasn't he found a path to unlimited growth? When it comes to himself, Li Mu will not be stingy. It directly activates the power of the Creation Jade. Moment. 600,000 copper coins consumed. The two materials were disassembled. The power from the precious Jade of Creation enveloped Li Mu. An endless surge of higher-level knowledge. Li Mu's physical body underwent another transformation. The soul becomes stronger. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The Necromancer class evolves into the Archmage Necromancer. Feeling the changes within myself. Li Mu finally understood why Alice, Doruru, and Lucifer were so shocked after their evolution. That kind of elevation of the essence of life is truly amazing. Li Mu clicked on his current attributes. Li Mu, Tier 1, 5 stars, Beginner Island Master, Necromancer. Entry 1, Skeleton Contract, uses biological corpses to create contractible skeletons. Maximum, 0-300. Entry 2, Necromancer Master, increases the power and casting speed of necromancy spells, and reduces casting costs. Entry 3, Super Strong Soul, possessing superhuman mental strength and soul power, immune to some mental attacks. Entry 4, Luxury Cemetery, which has cemetery spaces for storing the dead. The dead are located in the cemetery, and their injuries can be slowly healed. Entry 5, Self-Resurrection. As a master of necromancy, you understand the mechanics of death. After suffering a fatal wound, you can be resurrected on the spot. Note, this effect can only be triggered once in a lifetime. Great! Very strong! Li Mu was very satisfied. This evolution not only enhances the Necromancer's original 4 attributes. A new entry for self-resurrection has also been added. Once Li Mu is killed, he will have one chance to revive. Its survival ability is maxed out. Does that mean that even if the core of the island is damaged, I won't die? Li Mu subconsciously looked towards Ho-Tugu. The core of the island is stored there. As a key item in the game. His life was intertwined with Li Mu's. If the island's core is damaged, Li Mu will also perish. Li Mu suppressed this dangerous thought. He doesn't dare to gamble yet. You can't gamble either. Chapter 20 Skeleton Soldier Evolution. He became a necromancer. Li Mu found a pile of large fish bones. Magic in motion. The necromancer's talent is activated. The pile of fish bones floated up and rapidly coalesced. They transformed into dozens of white skeleton soldiers. It has the skull of a fish, but its body is similar to that of a human. The overall design resembles the skeleton soldier in the game. Li Mu checked its attributes. Because of poor bone quality. Therefore, these skeleton soldiers are basically no good. However, combat strength is not the key factor. The key moment was when Li Mu's gaze fell upon the skeleton soldiers. Then the Jade of Creation sent a message. More than a dozen evolutionary schemes have been proposed. This means that these skeleton soldiers have almost unlimited potential for development. This is what satisfied Li Mu the most. After all, the Jade of Creation is Li Mu's biggest trump card. As long as it can evolve indefinitely. Even if it's just a pile of garbage. Li Mu was able to nurture it into a supreme treasure that surpassed everything. Seeing that this method worked, Li Mu continued to have the fishmen find various bones. Fill the skeleton army to 300. Subsequently, Li Mu used the materials he had acquired in the past few days, as well as the refined iron ore he had mined. Evolve all skeletons to Tier 1, 3 stars. A small number have advanced to Tier 1, 4 stars. Pity. There isn't enough material. Otherwise, the entire team could reach Tier 1, 4 stars. Li Mu is not in a hurry about this right now. Anyway, these skeletons are just temporary cannon fodder. He planned to take down the werewolf camp afterward. Let's think about it carefully again. They've figured out several types of skeletons that can be bred over a long period of time. It's time to set off. Li Mu's eyes were icy cold. Now all the fishmen, wing people, and slimes that were sent out have returned. 300 Tier 1, 4-star Murlocs. 300 Tier 1, 4-star winged beings. And 300 skeletons, and a bunch of slimes. Li Mu's forces are approaching 1,000. Besides, Li Mu, Lucifer, and Alice are all Tier 1 5-star combatants. The quantities are comparable. However, its quality is several times that of the werewolf camp. Li Mu now has the confidence to wipe out the werewolf camp. He consumed materials and evolved a batch of war machines. They left behind about 100 winged people and fishmen to guard the home. Li Mu had already surveyed the area within a radius of several hundred miles. Apart from the werewolf camp, there was no other threat. Therefore, about 100 Tier 1 4-star combatants are sufficient to defend the area. Having settled these matters, Li Mu personally led everyone onto the warship and headed towards the werewolf camp. Time passed gradually. As night deepened. Inside the werewolf camp, a large number of ships were close to the shore. A dense swarm of werewolves were having a wild party. At the highest point of the camp, a group of werewolves, dressed in armor and clearly of higher status, were drinking and eating meat. Boss Vavav, we've caught a few Murlocs. Their bloodline purity is pretty high, they should be around 4 stars. Oh? The werewolf known as Voth was a burly man with an eye patch and hideous scars on his face. He seemed somewhat surprised. There aren't any large aquatic tribes around here, are there? Yes, I also find it puzzling. Those Murlocs were well equipped, they didn't seem like wild ones. Interesting. Did you get anything out of them? No, they're very stubborn. They've tried everything, but they won't utter a single word. Forget it, then sell them as slaves. A 4-star bloodline Murloc isn't a small amount of money. Brother, could this be? What's there to be afraid of? Vavav sneered, picked up the wine jar, drank it all in one gulp, and then asked. Has the matter arranged by His Majesty Quirine been resolved? Not yet, we've already sent people to keep an eye on the situation in Sunga town. Get this done as soon as possible. If we can secure this deal, we can establish a connection with His Majesty Quirine and expand our power from here on out. The werewolf Vavav's remaining single eye revealed a hint of excitement. He has been hiding in this remote sea area for so many years. I was just waiting for an opportunity. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. Come on. Let's drink. The entire werewolf tribe cheered. The howling of wolves echoed through the night sky. The frightened sea creatures created waves. Such a scene. Li Mu's fleet was, after all, a werewolf camp. Looking at the werewolf camp in the distance, Li Mu did not act impulsively, but instead gave the order. Go and investigate the situation. Yes, sir. A dozen or so scout wing beings took flight, transforming from humanoid form into eagles, and soared into the distance, hovering high above the werewolf tribe. The werewolves did not notice the unusual behavior of the birds. The reconnaissance wing beings were allowed to fly around freely. Shortly after, the scout wing man returned, landed, transformed into human form, and reported. My lord, the werewolf camp has a population of about 1,000. The highest combat power is Tier 1, 5 stars, located in the highest building of the camp. There are about 100 people with a first tier, 4-star combat power. Hearing this, Li Mu nodded slightly. It seemed that the werewolf camp's combat strength had not changed much. With that in mind, Li Mu felt more confident and directly gave the order. Full speed ahead. In an instant, Li Mu's hundreds of warships sailed at full speed, cutting through the waves and speeding across the sea. With such a large force, it's impossible to hide it. The sentries from the werewolf camp, who were keeping watch, spotted Li Mu and his group when they were still 2,000 or 3,000 meters away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The piercing sound of bells rang out. The werewolf camp was in an uproar. Like an anthill that has been poked open. A dense swarm of werewolves boarded the ship. Vavav, who was drinking, frowned slightly. Who dares to come looking for death? He stood up, walked to the window, and through it saw Li Mu's vast fleet. His subordinate suddenly said, Boss Vavav, the Murloc ship we captured looks very similar in style to the ships on the other side. They're probably here for revenge. Vavav's killing intent was palpable, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. They're really overestimating themselves. Let the men board the ship and teach these country bumpkins who the real king of this sea is. Instantly, thousands of werewolves, howling with excitement, boarded the warship and charged towards Li Mu and his men. The werewolves, positioned atop the camp, set up cannons. The roar of artillery fire tore through the silent night. Scorching bombs rained down on Li Mu's fleet. Seeing this, Alice, holding her staff, stood gracefully at the bow of the ship, together with dozens of Murloc mages behind him. Cast spells and circulate magic. The sea surface surged and churned, creating towering waves. Devour all the shells in front of you. Attack! Li Mu issued the order. 300 winged people, armed with bows and arrows, pierced the sky, passed over the werewolf camp's frontline troops, and arrived above the camp. A dense rain of arrows fell from the sky. The werewolf controlling the cannon died instantly. Having overcome the enemy's firepower suppression, Li Mu's troops faced no further resistance. Li Mu looked at the densely packed werewolf fleet before him and coldly gave the order. Fire! For this war, Li Mu specially evolved dozens of magic-powered cannons. A torrent of artillery fire swept forward. Before the werewolf fleet even got close, it was blasted into dust. A large number of werewolves died on the spot. Chapter 21 Unilateral Massacre. Facing the first wave of attacks from Li Mu's fleet, the werewolf camp suffered a crushing defeat. The rear artillery was suppressed by the winged people's aerial firepower. The frontline fleet was crushed by the magical heavy cannons of Li Mu's fleet. The werewolf camp suffered heavy losses at the start of the war. Li Mu pressed his advantage, leaving behind ships equipped with magic-powered cannons to continue suppressing the enemy with firepower. The remaining ships transported melee fighters such as fishmen and slimes to charge into battle. They completed the beach landing in a very short time. Hundreds of mermen, accompanied by slimes, stormed into the werewolf camp. Li Mu waved his hand, and countless tombstones appeared on the ground. 300 skeleton soldiers crawled out from it, charged together with the Murloc army. The entire werewolf camp was like that blonde guy who was spewing filth just a second ago. The next second, he was pinned down by the burly man. Blood flowed, and cries of agony filled the air. The once confident Vavav crushed the window frame in front of him. Damn it! A bunch of useless cowards, what are you standing there for? Go and provide support! Many of the werewolf leaders suddenly realized what was happening and grabbed their weapons. However, these werewolf leaders soon became no different from their underlings. Aside from Wapple, the strongest fighter in the werewolf camp is only a Tier 1 4-star. He was on par with the lowly soldiers under Li Mu. Things have come to this point. It can no longer be called a war. It was a one-sided massacre. Are they crazy? Who are they? How can they be so strong? When did we offend them? Why are they so ruthless? Spare me! Spare me! I surrender! Damn it, I surrender! Run! They're all tough guys on the other side. Terrified by the large number of werewolves killed, they all jumped into the water to escape. The winged archers hovering above the werewolf camp had piercing eyes. They drew their bows and knocked arrows, easily reaping the lives of these werewolves. Wavov, who had been observing everything, was now drenched in sweat and his earlier arrogance had completely vanished. I've been lurking in this area for so many years. They were able to build a camp with a population of 1,000. It wasn't just Vavav's formidable strength, but also his keen observation skills. Vavav was quite certain that Li Mu was not someone he could afford to offend. This should be the faction that those fishmen belong to. Damn it, I caught a few of your fish, and you actually wiped out my whole family. Such a deep-seated hatred, I will remember it. Vavav gritted his teeth, his murderous intent fully revealed, and then turned and ran without hesitation. You have to know when to back down. Following his instincts, Vavav displayed astonishing explosive power, quickly reaching the edge of the island and attempting to dive into the water. High in the sky, Lucifer had already locked onto Vavav, knocked an arrow, and unleashed a wind elemental attack. Arrows carrying the weight of a visible tornado tore through everything and fell from the sky. Vavav's heart pounded, and he stopped abruptly, rolling awkwardly to the side. The arrow tore through the earth, creating a terrifying crater. How could there be such terrifying archers? Vavav was terrified. If that arrow had landed on him, he's probably already turned into Wavov's sauce. Li Mu learned of Vavav's appearance through scouting the winged people and immediately notified Alice. Alice understood and took off her stockings. Brother Mu, can you hold this for me? She shoved the white silk into Li Mu's hand, then transformed into a mermaid, plunged into the sea, and charged toward Vavav. Feeling the warm stockings in his hand, Li Mu was a little confused, and suddenly understood the brave man who bought the used ones. What are you thinking about? We're at war. Li Mu shook his head, stuffed the stockings into his pocket, and continued to oversee the entire scene, watching the course of the battle. On the other side, Vavav was firmly held back by Lucifer and unable to escape. As a long-range unit in air combat, Lucifer is naturally superior to Valva in close combat. Vavav was like a moving target, only able to passively defend and flee, which was quite frustrating. Alice arrived at that moment and immediately began casting a spell. The surging waves rose up and transformed into two sea serpents, rushing towards Vavav. To avoid Lucifer's attack, Vavav was overwhelmed and entangled by the sea serpent, which instantly froze into ice. Freeze Vavav in place. Lucifer found an opportunity in midair and fired an arrow. The wind howled, and Vavav's face was filled with terror as a sharp arrow pierced through his skull, tearing his flesh apart from head to toe. With Vavav's death, the remaining werewolves were just a mob. Fishmen, skeletons, winged people, slimes, and others joined forces. Slaughter all the remaining werewolves. After everything is resolved, the game sent a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the new Island Lord Limu for annihilating the regional hegemon, werewolf stronghold. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll receive a platinum chest X1. It was late at night. This warning immediately snapped all the new island leaders out of their daze. What? What the hell? Annihilating a hegemon level force? It's only been 3 days. On my 3rd day of transmigration, I was starving in the Air Force. On Limu's 3rd day of transmigration, I was striving to become king and conqueror. I'm crying, what a dream life this is. Is this the kind of power that makes over 100 million a day? Amazing. Limu is awesome. Hey bro, do you need a guard dog for your place? You spineless coward, daring to try and steal my job. Woof woof woof. 6. 9. They're really good at it. The once quiet late-night forum erupted at this moment. Hundreds of millions of people are cheering for Limu. At this time, Limu set foot on the werewolf camp. The mermen, skeletons, winged beings, slimes, and others cleaned up the mess, collecting all the werewolf corpses. The fishmen imprisoned in the water dungeon were rescued. Alice, Lucifer, and Dorothy followed behind Limu, protecting his safety. At the same time, another notification rang in Limu's ears. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating the forces occupying this island. For this island, do you choose to dismantle or occupy it? Limu was not in a hurry to dismantle the island, because the treasure indicated by the treasure map has not yet been unearthed. Before the treasure hunt, Limu will claim the achievement reward. A dazzling platinum treasure chest appeared. He was quite looking forward to the contents of the treasure chest. After all, this was the first time I had obtained a platinum chest. What good stuff might we get? Limu reached out and opened the treasure chest. Its precious light shone forth. The treasure chest has disappeared. A notification sound came through. Ding! Platinum treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining the storage ring. Congratulations on obtaining the mystic iron or vein card. Limu's eyes lit up. Open the attributes of the two items. Storage ring, Tier 1, 5 stars, containing 100 cubic meters of storage space. Note, cannot store living creatures. Mystic iron mine card, Tier 1, 5 stars. When used, it adds a mystic iron mine covering an area of 2,000 square meters to the island. Both props are good items. The storage ring allows Limu to carry many things with him, increasing convenience. The black iron or veins can also provide resource reserves for the initial island. You can use it to craft equipment, weapons, and evolve skeletons in the future. Limu put on his storage ring, put the Xian Tai or vein card into it, then took out the treasure map and led the women straight to the location of the treasure indicated by the map. Chapter 22 Treasure. This is it. Limu went straight to the coordinates indicated by the treasure map. According to the treasure map, the treasure is underground. Limu immediately ordered his men to level the building. They then sent people to begin excavation. Not long ago, a crater hundreds of meters deep appeared in the ground. The fishmen who were working finally made a discovery. Several huge boxes were carried out from underground. After opening, it was a chest full of gold coins. It should be noted that 1 gold coin is equal to 10,000 copper coins. These boxes contain a full 80,000 gold coins. That's 800 million copper coins. That's a huge sum of money. Although no extraordinary materials were found. But this simple and unpretentious sum of money is enough to soothe people's hearts. During this time of treasure hunting, the group of men ransacked the entire werewolf camp. The werewolf camp started out doing business as pirates. Its treasury also contains a large amount of gold coins, as well as a large amount of extraordinary materials. Including this gold coin, Li Mu now has a staggering 200,000 gold coins in his possession. The game then popped up a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. Your daily income has exceeded 100,000 gold coins, 1 billion copper coins. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a platinum chest. This notification kept the other island owners up all night. 100,000 gold coins, 1 billion copper coins, damn it, Boss Li Mu is on a one-way road to bragging. 1 billion copper coins, that's 10 million times my entire fortune. Can I say it's a billion times my original value? All I have left is a single copper coin. It seems like Boss Li Mu didn't sell any ice tonight, so how could he have such an incredible income? It must be related to eliminating the regional overlord. It'll make them rich overnight. Goodness, it seems like Boss Li Mu might not need us anymore in the future. No way. I'm still counting on Boss Li Mu's water to survive. While Li Mu, I'm giving you some perks, please don't be so heartless as to abandon us. I suggest you send it to me first. I'm willing to help Boss Li Mu inspect the goods first. I second that. +1. Plus 10,086. The forum became lively again. With Li Mu's continuous big moves these days, he became the absolute top influencer on the forum. More than 2 billion people follow Li Mu. This fame and fortune brought Li Mu many benefits. It was the extraordinary materials he acquired that were clearly the subject of contention. Although it's just a low-level item, ranging from 1 to 3 stars. However, it is quite practical for manufacturing props, ships, equipment, etc. Li Mu casually claimed the achievement reward he had just received, the Platinum Treasure Chest. Open it directly. Ding! Platinum Treasure Chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of Ancient Wood. Congratulations on receiving Natural Dew. As the notification sound faded, before Li Mu's eyes appeared a tender, emerald green tree and a bottle of liquid radiating vitality. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Heart of Ancient Tree plus Natural Dew plus 500 gold coins, can evolve into Doru. Li Mu's eyes lit up, quite pleasantly surprised. Doru is one of the main combat forces right now. Unfortunately, the quality is a bit too low. Only tier 1 for stars. If it could evolve further, perhaps it can evolve its farming ability. This brought Li Mu unexpected gains. The evolution cost of 500 gold coins is not low. That's equivalent to 5 million copper coins. This is Li Mu's most expensive evolution to date. You get what you pay for. The precious Jade of Creation never deceives. Li Mu was quite looking forward to Duo Lulu's evolution this time. He called Darura to him. Dalula looked at Li Mu and remembered how he had touched her thighs all over last night. Her cheeks flushed slightly, making her look incredibly cute. Li Mu asked with a smile. Are you still angry about what happened last night? No. Dalula quickly shook her head, afraid that Li Mu would misunderstand. Dalula won't be angry with adults. So adorable and well-behaved, it completely melted Li Mu's heart. He gently patted Duo Lulu's head. As compensation, I will evolve for you. After speaking, Li Mu activated the power of the creation Jade. 500 gold coins consumed. All evolutionary materials are decomposed. A dazzling light enveloped Duo Lulu's delicate body. An endless natural atmosphere flows around it. Grass and trees grow, and flowers bloom. Dalulu is like a forest sprite, elegant and stunningly beautiful. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Doru has evolved into a child of nature. When this message appeared, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Dalula was amazed by what she was experiencing. Such a fundamental elevation of life is truly awe-inspiring. Li Mu, who bestowed all of this upon Duolulu, was tantamount to giving her a second life. Looking at Li Mu's handsome face, Duolulu felt a surge of gratitude and hugged him tightly, saying in a sweet, coquettish tone, "Thank you, sir." The soft body in his arms made Li Mu feel enveloped by the girl's sweet scent. The two embraced tightly, and could even feel each other's heartbeats. It seems the airport isn't entirely without merit. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, Li Mu did not notice. They hugged each other. Alice froze on the spot, clutching the hem of her clothes, somewhat at a loss. I was here first. The beautiful mermaid has now turned into a fish in vinegar. After embracing for a while, Li Mu released Duo Lulu. Dalula was a little reluctant to part with him. It wasn't that Li Mu didn't want to enjoy himself a little longer. But if this continues, we might not be able to hold on any longer. One of the initial factors in breakups between men and women. Slightly throbbing. Li Mu didn't want to lose this carefully cultivated ambiguity. To distract himself, he checked Doru's attributes. Doru, Tier 1, 6-star, Hero Unit, Queen of Slimes, Child of Nature. Entry 1, a fertile land, within a radius of 3,000 meters, where crop growth rate, yield, and quality are improved. Mineral vein yield and quality are also improved. Entry 2, Child of Nature, possesses extremely high affinity for wood, accelerates plant growth, controls plants in battle, and greatly enhances the effects of any wood-type ability. Entry 3, Devouring and Refining. This allows the user to quickly repair themselves by consuming other objects. They can also devour other items for decomposition and purification. Entry 4, King of Slimes, requires copper coins to recruit slimes. 30 to 1,000. Entry 5, Nature's Blessing draws upon the power of nature to strengthen and heal allied units. Entry 6, Ancient of War, consumes copper coins to transform a tree into an Ancient of War, 0-100. Not bad. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. After evolving, Doruru's overall strength has been further enhanced. All 4 original terms have been evolved. The overall improvement includes farming, recruiting soldiers, and combat capabilities. In particular, the Devourer entry evolved into Devour and Refine. With this entry, Doru can even lead her slimes to smelt metals and purify minerals. It can be described as a versatile infrastructure developer. Besides, Doru also added 2 new entries, Natural Blessing and Ancient Tree of War. Make Doruru an excellent support. And it can cultivate the War Tree, a super strong defensive force. This further enhances the defense of the initial island. You could say that the evolved Doruru is now a versatile character who excels in combat, defense, support, agriculture, and mining. Extremely capable. Chapter 23 Intimacy Under the Moonlight. After Doruru evolves, Li Mu plans to return to the starting island. The werewolf camp has now been resolved. This not only eliminated the biggest threat to Li Mu, it also directly brought Li Mu nearly 200,000 gold coins in income. And a whole bunch of extraordinary materials. Moreover, in this operation, they achieved the goal of eliminating the enemy forces. Materials were obtained from the treasure chest, and Doruru was successfully evolved. All of this can be described as a very fruitful outcome. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, the winged people in charge of raiding the werewolf camp delivered a map they had found there. Regional chart, no quality, a nautical chart recording the terrain within 1,000 miles of the werewolf camp. This is good stuff. Li Mu's eyes lit up. What he lacks most right now is an understanding of the boundless sea. With this nautical chart, Li Mu gained a comprehensive understanding of the area within 1,000 miles. With that in mind, Li Mu found a flat spot, spread out the nautical chart, and began to study it. The nautical charts recorded several important shipping routes. Most of these flight routes point to a place called Sunga Town. Li Mu looked at the town of Sunga and gradually became interested. The werewolf camp is a pirate camp. The fact that he was able to accumulate over 100,000 gold coins clearly shows that he made his fortune in Sunga Town. This shows that Sunga Town is an extremely prosperous place. You could go and take a look at this town of Sunga. Li Mu immediately ordered someone to copy and transcribe the map. He then ordered several winged scouts to head to Sunga Town to investigate, following the map. According to the map, Sunga Town is more than 700 miles away from the werewolf camp. It will take the winged beings a few days to send the information back. Li Mu was not in a hurry. With the help of the Jade of Creation, he had already surpassed all the new captains. For a long time to come, unless someone cheats. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to surpass Li Mu. It only takes a few days. Li Mu can afford to wait. Before leaving, Li Mu released the contracts of the previous batch of skeleton soldiers and transformed all the Tier 1 4-star and Tier 1 5-star Vavav corpses into skeletons. These skeletons have a pretty good base. It also has greater evolutionary potential. After everything was settled, Li Mu led everyone onto the ship. It is worth mentioning that the werewolf camp was a pirate force. It possesses a large number of ships. The best quality among them. Nothing surpasses the flagship built by Vavav, the Wolf. Its length reaches 500 meters. It's definitely a huge ship. Its quality has even reached Tier 1, 4 stars. Vavav spent most of his fortune to build the Wolf. Now, however, it all benefits Li Mu. Li Mu was not going to be polite to these excellent evolutionary subjects, and ordered all the intact ships to be packed up and taken away. Once everyone had boarded the ship, they left the werewolf camp. Li Mu brought up the game panel, found the previous hints, and chose to dismantle the werewolf camp. Successfully decomposed the First Order Island. Obtain Island Area Card X 6000. 2000 Soil Cards. Large Water Source Card X1. Wow! Li Mu was pleasantly surprised. Decomposing the island directly brought him 6,000 island area cards. If used, the initial island area will nearly double. That's equivalent to Li Mu's efforts for 3 days. This is the biggest gain from this trip besides gold coins, materials, and evolving Doruru. Begin the return journey! With this final surprise in mind, Li Mu gave the order. The fleet, now twice the size of the one that arrived, returned to the original island in a grand procession. On the way back, Li Mu went to the bow of the ship to admire the sea view. It was late at night, close to dawn. The bright moon hung low over the sea, and countless stars shone brightly. The waves of the sea rolled and rose and fell with the wind. Suddenly, Li Mu heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw Alice standing prettily behind him. The soft moonlight illuminated Alice's stunningly beautiful face. Her graceful figure accentuated the alluring curves of her dress, and her fair and slender legs, like the finest mud-and-fat jade, reflected a warm glow. What's wrong? Li Mu noticed that Alice seemed preoccupied and asked with a smile. Alice lowered her head, clutching the hem of her skirt with both hands, and whispered, Brother Mu, my sock is still with you. Li Mu remembered that Alice had taken off her stockings and handed them to him after transforming from human form to mermaid form in preparation for the battle. Of course, Li Mu wouldn't actually use it as is. He took it out. Alice was a little embarrassed to accept it, but after all, it was the first gift Li Mu had ever given her. Clutching the white silk in her hand, Alice hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage and said, Brother Mu, can you help me put this on? Ah? Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then looked up. At this moment, Alice's face was flushed with embarrassment, making her quite alluring. Li Mu naturally wouldn't refuse this freebie. He took the stockings back and had Alice sit on the crate on the deck, squatting down. Under the bright moonlight, Alice's legs were as white as jade, their proportions breathtaking, and their curves almost human-like, making them look like exquisite works of art. Li Mu reached out and lifted it up. The warm, smooth touch made him realize what it meant to be soft and boneless. The sudden touch made Alice's heart pound. Li Mu picked up the stockings, slipped them onto his toes, ran them over his ankles, down his calves, and into his thighs. The already stunningly long legs were made even more defined by the shaping effect of the stockings. The white silk, glistening with moonlight, revealed a faint flesh-colored hue, making it even more alluring. Upon closer inspection, Li Mu could even feel the temperature emanating from it. Goodness! Li Mu exclaimed. Wow! However, there are precedents to learn from. He did not cross the line, and was ready to stop once he was dressed. But Alice grabbed Li Mu's hand at that moment. Li Mu looked up and met Alice's gaze. Alice's beautiful eyes were like water. She gently bit her red lips, and she gripped Li Mu's hands slightly tighter. The moonlight was like water, the waves rose and fell, and the night was completely silent. It was quiet enough to hear their heartbeats and breathing. At this moment, it's as if a pink filter has been applied. It became incredibly ambiguous. Li Mu found it hard to believe. If a beautiful woman had done this in the past, he would only suspect that the other side was trying to cut his kidneys. At this moment, Alice's brain is about to crash. With a high level of affection for Li Mu, Alice had long harbored special feelings for him. Dahlia's hug made Alice feel a strange sense of crisis. She didn't know why she was doing this. But she knew that if she didn't do this, she might lose Li Mu. Brother Mu, it's me. Before Alice could finish speaking, Li Mu pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to bite her soft red lips. Alice went from being awkward at first to becoming accommodating. To cater to Li Mu's demands. The instinct for life ignited a passionate flame between them. Just as Li Mu was about to slip his hand inside Alice's clothes. Suddenly, Lucifer walked over. Alice was so frightened that she quickly pushed Li Mu away, her face turning red, and hid behind him. Fortunately, Li Mu had a thick skin. He coughed lightly and asked, What happened? Lucy, a former military officer, is the type to be emotionally numb. She doesn't even know why Li Mu and Alice are exchanging saliva. When questioned by Li Mu, Lucifer reported the truth. My lord, the scouting wing people have spotted a ship in the distance. Judging from its direction of travel, they seem to be heading towards the werewolf camp. Chapter 24 Conditions for Breaking Through to the Second Tier. Upon hearing that a ship was heading to the werewolf camp, Li Mu instantly calmed down. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. This is a mistake we must not make. Li asked directly. What is their strength? There are only 3 Tier 1 4-stars, but they are not werewolves, but lizard men. Seeing that his strength was average and that there seemed to be some hidden story, Li Mu immediately became interested. Capture these lizard men, alive. Yes, sir. Lucifer faithfully carried out Li Mu's orders. He immediately led a dozen or so winged people, flapped their wings and flew high towards the lizard men. Having resolved everything, Li Mu turned around to look behind him, only to find that Alice had already vanished without a trace. Thinking of their recent intimacy, Li Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. Not long after, Lucifer descended from the sky. Behind them, the winged man pressed down on several humanoid creatures with scales and resembling lizards. Let me go! Do you even know who I am? We are His Majesty Quarine's men. If you don't want to anger His Majesty Quarine, release them right now. Even as prisoners, the lizard men remained arrogant. It has a kind of arrogant, my dad is XX, attitude. Li Mu ignored the lizard men and said to Lucifer, take them away, interrogate them thoroughly, and then tell me their origins. Yes. Lucifer left with several lizard men. Before long, shrill screams came from other ships. Under the alternating service of fish men and winged people. The lizardman's body was clearly not as tough as his mouth. Half an hour later, Lucy reported to Li Mu. Li Mu also roughly learned about the origins of this group of lizard men. It is loyal to a dragon-like creature named Quarine. I came here on orders from Quarine to inquire about the werewolf camp's intelligence-gathering efforts regarding Shanghai Town. Quarine is going to attack Sunga Town? This intelligence was of almost no use to Li Mu. He was more concerned about Quarrel's strength. Fortunately, Quarine was only at the 2nd level. However, as a dragon-blooded creature, its bloodline quality is extremely high, making it the undisputed overlord of this sea area. Occupying Emerald Island, and commanding tens of thousands of various demons. If war breaks out between Shanghai Town and Quarine, this will inevitably have an impact on Li Mu. It seems we need to improve our strength as soon as possible. With this in mind, Li Mu asked, how are those lizard men doing? The torture was carried out without restraint, he's almost out of breath. Chop it up and feed it to the fish. Li Mu didn't want to be tracked to his home. The lizard men on another ship. Even before he died, he kept repeating that he was one of Quarrel's men. However, the fish in the ocean will not give up this delicious meal just because of this. Sunrise. The fleet successfully returned to the original island. The werewolf camp was wiped out in just one night. The initial island remains largely unchanged. After returning to the initial island, Li Mu immediately used the newly acquired island area card. All 6,000 island area cards have been used up. The initial island expanded rapidly. Large new territories have been added. In the blink of an eye, the total area reaches an astonishing 14,000 square meters. The game notifications echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. The total area of your island has exceeded 10,000 square meters. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a platinum chest. Listen to the system prompts in your ear. The new island owners could not hide their shock. Good heavens! 10,000 square meters! Although I knew that Boss Li Mu would reach this point sooner or later, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It's only been 4 days. While I'm in a 10 square meter solitary confinement cell, Boss Li Mu has already started living the life of a manor. Is Li Mu's energy limitless? He can break so many records in a single day. It is estimated that Li Mu now has a bunch of underlings and has begun to build up his power and become stronger. This is the life of a big shot. Please, Boss Li Mu, hurry up and bring me some water. I'm dying of thirst. You can't get a ticket even if you go to Shengshui. That's heartbreaking. Countless people on the forum were discussing Li Mu. At this moment, Li Mu looked at the much more spacious initial island and felt relaxed. 3 days ago, when I first crossed over, the initial island was only 10 square meters in total area, pitifully small. 3 days have now passed. The initial island has grown to 14,000 square meters. Although it is still not very big for an island. But this growth was achieved through Li Mu's gradual expansion. Li Mu, who witnessed all of this, felt a great sense of accomplishment. At the same time, A notification sound rang out, audible only to Li Mu. Ding! Your island's total area has reached 10,000 square meters. You can upgrade your island's core level to Tier 2 by consuming 100 gold coins. Note: upgrading the island's core will trigger a siege by sea monsters. Please proceed with caution. Finally, I can break through to the second tier. Compared to achieving the accomplishment, this hint surprised Li Mu even more. After all, only by raising one's cultivation level can one gain greater power. Upgrading the island's core will trigger a siege by sea monsters, so it seems necessary to upgrade the island's infrastructure. Li Mu is actually quite strong in combat right now. However, maintaining stability is the top priority. As the first player to clear the entire server's content, Li Mu faces only unknown dangers. Li Mu didn't want to capsize in a ditch. Therefore, it is necessary to consolidate the defensive forces of the initial island. First is Hotuga. As one of the earliest buildings constructed, the size of Hotuga is indeed rather shabby. Li Mu felt a bit stifled living alone. With this in mind, Li Mu carried out a wave of expansion on the basis of Hotuga. This makes it a standard 3-bedroom, 1-living-room duplex villa. Then, evolution proceeds based on this. Finally, it was evolved into a Tier 1, 5-star Jinchulu. The attributes of Thick Earth Pavilion, such as its impregnable walls, thick earth shield, wood growth, and protective aura, have all been further enhanced. In addition, a damage immunity attribute that reduces damage has been added. This greatly enhances the overall defensive strength of Jinchulu. Located in the heart of the island, security is also more guaranteed. After building the Golden Stone Tower, Li Mu also built houses for Alice, Lucifer, Daruru, his fishmen, slimes, and winged people. The planning department has designated a special residential area. The residential area is next to about 6,000 square meters of farmland. Thus, the basic planning problem of the initial island was solved. Li Mu immediately set about the issue of city defense. He then built 30 Tier 1, 4-star arrow towers along the coast. And the cannons dismantled from the werewolf camp will be used to build 50 Tier 1, 4-star watchtowers. And they built walls around the entire island, following the coastline. This city wall used the most materials. They almost exhausted all the low-level materials that Li Mu had acquired in the past few days, as well as the materials obtained from the werewolf camp. But the effort was worthwhile. The overall strength of this city wall is as high as Tier 1, 4 stars. It possesses 4 major attributes: no-fly zone, iron wall, thorns, and thorough. It can be described as a 3-dimensional defense covering land, sea, and air. That's incredibly powerful. Besides, Li Mu used the remaining materials to individually enhance the skeletons under his command. Evolved into 3 Tier 1 5-star combat forces, Skeleton Knight, Skeleton Archer, and Skeleton Mage. And replenished the war tree slots for Doru to the maximum limit. At this point, Li Mu had completed all his preliminary preparations. Chapter 25 Under the Spotlight. Before actually starting to upgrade the island's level, Li Mu silently recited the instructions and claimed the previous achievement reward. A platinum treasure chest appeared before them. He reached out and opened it. A radiant light shone forth. The treasure chest has disappeared. Treasures were revealed within. A game notification sound followed. Ding! Platinum treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining the heart of the deep sea beast. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Knight's eye. Among the 2 props, one of them is a water-based material. One of them is a necromancy attribute material. Both are clearly suitable for Alice and Li Mu. Unfortunately, there weren't enough of them. Li Mu had no choice but to keep it for the time being, and use it for evolution when he had enough in the future. Let's begin the advancement. With everything in place, Li Mu accessed the island's core and pressed the upgrade button. A prompt appeared in front of Li Mu. Ding! It has been detected that you have met all the prerequisites for upgrading to a second-tier island master. Do you want to spend 100 gold coins to upgrade the initial island to Tier 2? Warning: during the initial island advancement process, you will be attacked by sea monsters, which is extremely dangerous. Please ensure that you are strong enough before taking on the challenge. Faced with the prompt before me, Li Mu accepted the decision without hesitation. In an instant. Consumes 100 gold coins. All the new island owners heard the notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the new island master Li Mu for being the first to take the first-tier island master advancement challenge. The siege of the sea beasts is about to begin. As pioneering players, all new island owners can head to the forum to watch the live stream of Li Mu's advancement process. Upon hearing this prompt, many new island owners could not hide their shock. Good heavens, Boss Li Mu is about to break through to the second tier. It's only the 4th day. I'm still picking up trash, but Boss Li Mu is starting to drift further and further away from us. The advanced level can even be watched live. Wow. Is this equivalent to an officially recognized textbook? A textbook example of a person. Li Mu is awesome. Go to the forum. In a short time, new island owners who had nothing else to do all opened the forum. At this moment, a prominent banner appeared at the top of the forum interface. This is the live stream of Li Mu breaking through to the second tier and facing the challenge of being besieged by sea beasts. After clicking in, I found that hundreds of millions of people had gathered in the live stream. And this number is still skyrocketing by tens of millions. The new island owner clicked into the live stream. You can access Li Mu's initial island through the official game footage. That huge area is 14,000 square meters. The continuous stretch of Lingmi rice planted in the farmland. Tall rows of magical coconuts. And the Jinshi building where Li Mu lived, and the house where Alice and others lived. All of this greatly shocked these new island owners. Wow! Li Mu's island is so big! My island is only 10 square meters. Compared with Boss Li Mu's island, it's practically no different from a snot. This is amazing! There are even villas and agriculture. Judging from those houses, this must be where Boss Li Mu's men live. If you didn't know, it would be a very wealthy village. We're still struggling to survive, while Boss Li Mu has already entered the agricultural era. The difference is just too great. Everyone was awestruck by the sights on Li Mu's initial island. After all, it's only been 4 days since the game started. To be able to do this is akin to a newborn baby starting to recite pi backwards. They're actually going to live stream it. Li Mu hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He didn't care about it. In any case, they have completely crushed the other new island owners. As long as the existence of the creation Jade is not revealed, you can stream it however you like. Now, the game notification sounded in Li Mu's ears again. Ding! The siege of the sea monsters has begun. As the notification sound faded, the surrounding sea suddenly boiled. Countless sea creatures emerged from it. The perspective in the live stream then moves forward. We arrived at the seaside. The walls built by Li Mu and the troops deployed at the front line were completely exposed to all the new island owners. The new island owners were all taken aback. They thought it would be quite an achievement to build houses and farmland in 4 days. Who would have thought that Li Mu's initial island also had city walls surrounding the entire island? And there are also spectacular defensive structures such as arrow towers and pillboxes. Furthermore, there are defensive forces such as merfolk, winged people, slimes, and ancient war trees. Holy crap, these fishmen are huge! Holy crap, these winged people can fly! Holy crap, how come these slimes all look stronger than me? Those tree men are huge, at least 10 meters tall, and they're so damn cool! What? No wonder Boss Li Mu is so awesome, he has so many elite troops under his command. You've only seen the surface. Li Mu's true strength lies not in commanding so many troops, but in how he tames them. To build such a city wall and recruit such a large number of soldiers in just 4 days, the word luck absolutely cannot describe Li Mu's achievements. That's incredible! No wonder he's Boss Li Mu! Amidst the gasps of amazement from the crowd, a large number of sea monsters approached the initial island. Dozens of arrow towers began to operate, comparable to the merciful Gatling gun Bodhisattva, spewing arrows and killing sea monsters on the spot. At the same time, the dozens of watchtowers that were equipped with them fired terrifying cannons, creating a huge explosion. Many sea monsters couldn't even get within 800 meters of the initial island. It's not that sea monsters are capable of advancing to 800 meters. But that's the only attack range of the arrow towers and the watchtowers. The winged man soared into the sky. The fishman fled into the sea. One attacked from the air, and the other from the sea, launching a full-scale massacre against the sea monster at this distance. With Li Mu's current strength, the mere sea beasts that have upgraded from the first to the second tier pose little threat to him. The scene was a complete and utter crushing defeat. The slimes and the Ancient of War didn't even have a chance to make a move. Such a scene, in the eyes of the other new island owners, was no less than watching an epic special effects blockbuster, leaving them terrified and deeply shocked. They were terrified because any one of the sea monsters in the siege could kill them if it appeared on their island. What was truly astonishing was that Li Mu could completely crush these ferocious sea beasts as easily as mowing grass. Faced with this stark contrast, many new island owners clearly recognized the absolute gap between themselves and Li Mu. Is this Li Mu's true strength? To have grown to this level on your own in just 4 days is truly beyond imagination. Li Mu is incredibly powerful. With such combat strength, it's no wonder he has achieved such great success. From now on, I'm afraid the gap between us and Boss Li Mu will only widen. It's not just getting bigger, now we and Boss Li Mu are from completely different worlds. Many new island owners were deeply moved. As the siege by sea monsters continued, suddenly, a huge wave surged up on the sea. The boss has appeared. Chapter 26 Lemons on the Lemon Tree. It was a giant sea serpent that was hundreds of meters long. It was enormous, resembling a giant dragon, and charged toward the starting island. But in the blink of an eye, they were attacked by arrow towers and pillboxes, howling in pain. The massive body was covered in blood. The giant sea serpent, in pain, roared angrily. It was quite cunning. It retreated from the attack range of the pillbox and arrow tower, spewing water arrows like cannons from its mouth. These water arrows landed on the city wall, causing it to tremble violently. Seeing this, the other new island owners couldn't help but worry for Li Mu. If they were to encounter a boss of this level, it's likely that the sea serpent only needs to sweep its tail. They could raise their island to the ground. Li Mu remained completely calm and gave the order directly. Alice, Lucifer, Doru, slay that sea serpent! The moment Li Mu finished speaking, his 3 major combat forces suddenly charged out. Alice, wielding her staff, stirred up towering waves, one of which disoriented the sea serpent. The sea serpent looked terrified, realizing it had offended a formidable being, and tried to escape into the sea. Doru stood atop the city wall, unleashing a surge of immense natural power that transformed into countless vines that entwined the sea serpent. Lucifer soared into the sky, drew her bow and knocked an arrow, unleashing a burst of wind attribute energy. A whirlwind swept through the air, transforming into a sharp arrow that pierced through the sea serpent's head in an instant. Kill him on the spot. The new captains in the live stream were utterly shocked by the billions of views. They were not only shocked by the fighting power of Alice and the others. I was even more amazed by the beauty of the 3 of them. What? These 3 beauties are even prettier than celebrities. Don't use celebrities to insult them. I've never seen anyone this beautiful online. Good heavens, not only is he so good-looking, but he's also incredibly strong. Did Li Mu save the universe in his past life? 1 isn't enough, he sent 3. Lemons on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree. I'm so sour. I'm so sour. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. No wonder Boss Li Mu looks down on those female bodhisattvas. With such beautiful subordinates, who would even glance at those things? The entire live stream room was practically boiling over. Countless people are green with envy. For the past 4 days, many island lords have been living below the poverty line. They not only lack food and fresh water, but they also can't sleep well. They are in a worse state than beggars. The word survival perfectly describes their situation. Who would have thought that Li Mu's situation was completely opposite to theirs? He has a vast family fortune, a large number of elite soldiers and generals, and even 3 stunningly beautiful women. I'm worried that my brother won't have enough to eat, and I'm also worried that he'll drive a Land Rover. Jealousy has turned many new island owners into unrecognizable figures. After defeating the sea serpent boss, this siege by sea monsters poses virtually no threat to Li Mu. They're surprisingly weak. Li Mu felt completely at ease, with no challenge whatsoever. Before they even exerted their strength, the opponent had already fallen. Even wiping out the werewolf camp was extremely difficult. Faced with the remaining sea monsters, Li Mu only wanted to end this as soon as possible, so he snapped his fingers. A dense array of graves appeared. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers charged out from within. These skeletons were made from materials from the werewolf camp's Tier 1, 4-star werewolves. Furthermore, after Li Mu's evolution, his average combat power is now at Tier 1, 4 stars. There are also a few Tier 1 5-star powerhouses. When a large number of skeletons appear, they were like extensions of Li Mu's will, spreading forward like a tide. The remaining sea creatures, with the addition of this new force, were slaughtered at an even faster pace. Li Mu's move left countless island lords speechless with shock. What? Li Mu is this powerful too? Wow, the coach is on the court now. I always thought Li Mu was a strategist, but I never imagined he was Confucius, wielding the Analects in one hand and wielding the Sangs in the other. Instantly summoning hundreds of undead, that ability is really cool. No wonder he can manage such a huge venue. Tai Hai is truly formidable. The island lords stared at Li Mu in disbelief. I was deeply shocked. They were all new island owners who joined the game at the same time. They were still struggling to make ends meet after 4 days. Li Mu, however, has already stepped into the realm of the extraordinary and obtained the top-level extraordinary power of a necromancer, with the addition of a large number of skeleton soldiers. In just over 10 minutes, all the sea creatures became corpses. Within a kilometer of the initial island, the sea was stained crimson with blood. Countless sea monster carcasses floated on the surface. It was a scene resembling a hellish inferno. The game notification sound rang in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island master Li Mu for successfully passing the advancement challenge and becoming a second-tier island master. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set, and you'll be rewarded with a platinum chest. Ding! New Island Lord Li Mu has become a second-tier Island Lord in 3 days and 12 hours, breaking the record for the fastest ascent in the boundless sea. Bonus Platinum Chest X1. As the game notification sounded, this signifies that Li Mu has successfully become a second-tier Island Lord. The live stream has been shut down. The new island owners who left the forum could not hide their shock. The entire forum was buzzing with excitement for Li Mu. Through this live stream, I realized just how strong Li Mu really is. Such combat power is truly formidable. To grow to this level in just over 3 days, less than 4 days, Boss Li Mu is truly a monster in terms of both luck and strength. Good heavens, this breaks the record for the fastest speed on the boundless sea. Even before, Li Mu's speed was the most impressive. We originally thought we were too useless, but we didn't expect that Boss Li Mu was too powerful. Posts about Li Mu flashed by on the forum. Billions of people were completely engrossed in the live stream. On the other side, Li Mu successfully became the second-tier Island Lord. It is clear that the core of the island in the initial central region of the island undergoes a qualitative change. Not only did it become larger, but its color also changed from white to green, like an exquisite emerald, radiating a soft glow. When Li Mu's gaze fell on Alice and the others, as well as on himself, he could see the information transmitted by the creation Jade. Alice can be upgraded to Tier 2 by spending 800 gold coins. Consuming 800 gold coins will upgrade your combat power to Tier 2. You can upgrade Doralu to Tier 2 by spending 1000 gold coins. This discovery greatly surprised Li Mu. It can directly improve its own level and the level of its subordinate demon girls through the creation Jade. This means that Li Mu doesn't need to go through all that trouble or waste time to help the monster girl level up. Money can make you stronger. Upgrading to Tier 2 is not expensive. Li Mu directly consumed gold coins to upgrade himself and the 3 demon girls. In an instant, the combat power of Li Mu and the others underwent a qualitative change. It's more than 1 dimension stronger than before. Furthermore, once a demon girl reaches the second tier, she can recruit second-tier troops. This signifies that the initial island's troop resources will undergo this iteration. Overall combat strength has soared. Chapter 27 The White Whale Breaker. After this siege by sea monsters, Li Mu had a clear understanding of the military strength of his territories. Besides, the most practical benefit is undoubtedly the 2 large platinum treasure chests. And these sea beasts remain scattered everywhere, from which many extraordinary materials can be extracted. Li Mu ordered his men to begin cleaning up the scene. With the combined efforts of fishmen, winged people, slimes, and ancient war trees, a large number of sea monster remains were salvaged. The 100-meter-long sea serpent was brought before Li Mu. The Shanghai snake's attributes are not bad. It has reached Tier 1, 5 stars. Unfortunately, it cannot be evolved, nor can it evolve the monster girls under its command. Li Mu reached out and unleashed his necromancer talent. In an instant, the sea serpent's flesh and bones separated, transforming into a giant white skeletal snake with its eyes wreathed in soul fire, a truly terrifying sight. Not bad. Li Mu nodded slightly. Such a huge sea serpent skeleton, at first glance it looks like the skeleton of a dragon. In terms of appearance, he is indeed quite handsome. It is worth mentioning. After upgrading to the second tier, all of Li Mu's necromancer attributes have been upgraded to Tier 2 strength. In particular, the number of contract skull entries has been increased from 300 to 1000. It surged by more than 3 times. The same applies to the other monster girls. Especially for Doru, her slime recruitment stat increased from 1000 to 300. The number of ancient war trees has also increased from 100 to 300. Given Li Mu's current recruitment quota, if he recruits to the maximum limit, he can recruit at least 6,300 people. Certainly. Tier 2 units are more expensive than Tier 1 units. A Tier 2, 4-star Murloc costs 200 gold. A Tier 2, 5-star Ancient of War can fetch up to 1,000 gold coins. Li Mu needs to be completely replaced with the highest combat power of Tier 2, 4-star to 5-star. It will cost at least 1.2 million gold coins. That's equivalent to 12 billion copper coins. In fact, it's quite cheap. However, Li Mu's entire fortune amounted to only 150,000 gold coins. Not even enough for a fraction of the amount. We still need to work hard to make money and improve our combat strength as soon as possible. Li Mu sighed, pondering how to make money quickly. After much thought, we still need to develop new markets. The potential for new island owners is enormous. But they're just getting started, and they're dirt poor. He had a copper coin in his hand, and he wished he could break it in half to spend it. New island owners generally won't spend money unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, only essential survival resources such as fresh water and food can be sold. As the new island owner gradually adapts to the environment, after gradually finding the appropriate solutions, this part of the market will also gradually shrink. Overall, new island owners are great for exploiting. But it's still just chive seedlings. Even if I wanted to cut it, I couldn't. Li Mu had no choice but to look for other, more mature markets. In response, Li Mu thought of Sunga Town. Judging from the sea chart seized from the werewolf camp, Sunga is a trading center. It serves as a transit point for multiple transoceanic trade routes. Otherwise, the werewolf camp wouldn't be so wealthy. An organization with 1,000 members has accumulated over 100,000 gold coins. Perhaps a large market can be opened up through Sunga Town. Give Li Mu more gold coins. Li Mu has already sent people to investigate the situation in Sunga Town. We still need to wait for their news. Li Mu was not in a hurry about this. He can wait a day or two. Let's check the treasure chest first. Li Mu receives the achievement reward. 2 platinum treasure chests appeared before his eyes. Reach out and open it. A game notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a teleportation array and a wave-breaking fish scale. Ding! Congratulations on opening the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the necromancer's handbook and the flying whale skeleton. As the notification sound faded, 4 props appeared before Li Mu. What interested him most was the teleportation array. Open its properties. Teleportation array, Tier 2, 5 stars. Consumes mana to teleport people or objects across thousands of miles. This is good stuff. Li Mu's face lit up with joy. There are 2 teleportation arrays, making a total of 1 set. Within 1,000 miles, it consumes magic power to teleport people and objects. At the time when Li Mu was planning to expand into the Sunga Town market, teleportation arrays are very convenient for transporting troops or goods. Store the teleportation array safely. Li Mu looked at the other props. Necromancer's Handbook, Tier 2, 5 stars. It records the research results of a necromancer's life. After use, one can randomly learn some necromancer skills. This prop gave Li Mu a very pleasant surprise. After changing jobs, Li Mu lacked skills, and his potential had nowhere to be realized. Having the necromancer's scroll can somewhat make up for it. Li Mu used it directly. In an instant, he seemed to have lived the life of a necromancer. They witnessed him digging up ancestral graves, stealing bones from cemeteries, and conducting various necromancy studies. Ultimately, he was burned at the stake for digging up a nobleman's tomb, ending his sinful life. Numerous prompts echoed in Li Mu's mind. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Corpse Explosion. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Emergency Skeleton Summoning. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Black Knight Summoning. After a long while, Li Mu finished processing the information, opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Li Mu has mastered a total of 23 skills, both big and small. Although most of them are just 1-star or 2-star tricks. But there are also high-level Black Knight summons and corpse explosions, some as high as 5 stars. You could say that Li Mu has already become a qualified necromancer. It has undergone a complete transformation in every aspect. Next, Li Mu looked at the last 2 pieces of material. Judging from the name, wave-breaking fish scales, flying cloud whale skeleton, Li Mu thought it was Alice's evolution material. Unexpectedly, the message conveyed by the Jade of Creation was, Wave-breaking fish scales plus flying cloud whale skeleton plus 5,000 gold coins can be used to evolve the evil wolf. This result surprised Li Mu. The wolf was the boat he obtained from the werewolf camp. The evolutionary materials this time are surprisingly compatible with it. Is 5,000 gold coins worth it? Li Mu hesitated for a moment. This is no small amount. That's a whopping 50 million copper coins. But then I thought about it again. That's only half a day's income for Li Mu. If we can evolve a better ship, it will also be beneficial in the future. After all, it is located in the ocean. Ocean voyages will be indispensable in the future. Li Mu pressed OK, directly. In an instant. 5,000 gold coins consumed. Both materials were completely broken down. They surged into the wolf's howl. The wolf has undergone a complete transformation. Its size became even larger. It is over a kilometer long. The surface is covered with fish scales, resembling those of a fish. From a distance, it looks just like a lifelike white whale. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The wolf has successfully evolved into the white whale wave breaker. Wow, it's turned into an aircraft carrier! Li Mu was surprised. A warship that's a kilometer long, that's bigger than his starting island. It's practically a mobile second territory. Li Mu also noticed. Surrounding the beluga whale was surging waves and astonishing water elemental power. Clearly, this is no ordinary item. Driven by curiosity, Li Mu checked the attributes of the white whale breaker. Chapter 28 4 Things to Do in the Future. The attributes of the beluga whale are as follows. White whale wave breaker, Tier 2, 6 stars, a unique ship imbued with the soul of the white whale. Entry 1, Soul of the white whale, possessing a Tier 2, 6-star white whale soul, guarding the warship. Entry 2, Braving the wind and waves, navigating the storms, traveling thousands of miles a day. Entry 3, Soaring straight up, summoning flying clouds, and gliding through the sky. Entry 4, Dive into the deep sea, release bubbles, envelop the ship, and dive to a depth of thousands of meters. Entry 5, Whale perception, equipped with whale radar, can perceive everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. Entry 6, Ultrasonic communicator, equipped with an ultrasonic communicator, enabling free communication within 1,000 miles. Li Mu could only describe the attributes of the white whale wave breaker in 2 words. Sparrows eating awesome food. It has the combat power. It has all the necessary functions. Spending those 5,000 gold coins was a steal. Among them are 3 major entries. Riding the waves soaring to the clouds, and diving into the deep sea. This gives the beluga wave breaker extreme speed, as well as diving and flying capabilities. The Soul of the white whale attribute gives this ship combat power comparable to a Tier 2 6-star ship. In addition, whale-like perception gives the beluga whale wave breaker radar capabilities, allowing it to detect areas within a radius of 10,000 meters. The ultrasonic transceiver is even more impressive. Information can be transmitted and exchanged within 1,000 miles. It's equivalent to having a base station and building a communication network. With the support of 6 key terms. The white whale wave breaker can travel thousands of miles a day, fly, dive, fight, act as radar, and function as a telephone. Its main feature is its multifunctionality. And every function is practical. With this ship, my daily range of movement will be greatly expanded. Li Mu stroked his chin and found the map he had discovered in the werewolf camp. It not only records the town of Sunga, also the coordinates of the large island near the werewolf camp. These large islands are mostly guarded by powerful forces. Li Mu had long had designs on these islands. He has now been promoted to a second-tier island lord. The overall strength has undergone a qualitative change. It also possesses top-tier ships like the white whale breaker. Everything is ready. There are roughly 4 things to do next. The first thing is to continue selling to the new island owner while he still needs water and food, and make money from it. The second thing is to wage war on the large islands, break them up, and expand the initial island area. Thirdly, we should ascertain the overall strength of Sunga town as soon as possible, and then go there to explore a larger market. The fourth thing is to acquire extraordinary materials and accumulate evolutionary resources. After thinking things through, Li Mu began to take action. First, a route was selected on the nautical chart, and the white whale wave breaker set off with a large number of reconnaissance wing beings. The route chosen by Li Mu included the coordinates of all the large islands on the werewolf camp's sea map. The winged reconnaissance crew aboard the white whale wave breaker will investigate these islands and gather necessary intelligence. Then the money was collected and handed over to Li Mu. Li Mu selected the targets to attack. Although this process is tedious, it is very necessary. Following Li Mu's orders, the white whale wave breaker set sail. At the same time, on the initial island, a large number of fishmen began making ice. New island owners, who had been eagerly awaiting their turn, were scrambling to acquire them. It was converted into a steady stream of copper coins, which flowed into Li Mu's pocket. After upgrading to the second tier, you can recruit Tier 2 Murlocs. Ice-making capacity has been greatly improved. Intuitively, Li Mu's income also increased accordingly. In just over 10 minutes, it has already brought in nearly 10 million copper coins. Li Mu didn't stay idle either, he went to the farmland. At this moment, Dalialu is accelerating the growth of the crops. After upgrading to Tier 2, Dalialu's abilities in this area have improved. Large quantities of Lingni rice grains grew to maturity in an instant. Upon seeing Li Mu arrive, Duolulu revealed her lovely face with a smile. Li Mu rubbed Duolulu's head. Hee. Dalialu rubbed against Li Mu's palm like a kitten and handed him a fruit. Brother Mu, here you go. Li Mu accepted it. The fruit is shaped like a tomato, with a thin skin and thick flesh. One bite and the juice burst out, quite sweet and delicious. Even more peculiar is, after swallowing it, a strange power flowed through it. All the physical fatigue disappeared. This fruit, called the sweet red fruit, was found during the conquest of the island. Unlike the magic coconut, the sweet red fruit cannot restore magic, but it can heal injuries. If magic coconut is the blue bottle, the sweet red fruit resembles the red bottle. I finished the sweet hawthorn berries in a few bites. Li Mu began to get down to business. He came to this side of the farmland. The plan is to upgrade extraordinary crops such as spirit rice, magic coconut, and sweet red fruit to the second tier. After advancement, its effects can be further enhanced. It can serve not only as a strategic reserve. It can also be done after developing the market in Sunga town. This crop is sold as a signature product. This can be considered as preparation for the road in Sunga town. It costs several thousand gold coins. Spirit rice, magic coconut, and sweet hawthorn have all successfully advanced. New seeds are being planted. And it thrived under Darura's care. It won't be long. Second-order crops will replace first-order crops. Having settled these matters, Li Mu stood up and returned to Jinshi Tower. We launched a surprise attack on the werewolf camp last night. I didn't sleep all night. Li Mu prepared to take a good rest. When I woke up, it was already late at night. Li Mu glanced at it. The income from selling water alone. This brought Li Mu 600 million copper coins. That's equivalent to an income of 60,000 gold coins. It was a great harvest. Besides, with the ability to travel thousands of miles a day, the beluga has returned. Intelligence on all the major islands has been confirmed. Li Mu was pleasantly surprised and immediately began to examine the intelligence. It's okay if you don't watch it. Li Mu's mouth was practically agape with a wide grin. This environment is practically an unlocked treasure chest. The intelligence brought back by the beluga whale. Li Mu identified these large islands. Most of them are first-tier forces, like werewolf strongholds. A small number of them have second-tier powerhouses in charge. However, the strongest combat power does not exceed the second-tier 4-star level. It possesses 3 hero units, can recruit a large number of second-tier combat forces, and has Li Mu, who has many trump cards. In this area, it's no less than Tyson returning to kindergarten to box. Absolutely crushing them. This gave Li Mu immense confidence. Based on this summary of intelligence, Li Mu has confirmed that the game should have a beginner area or similar features. The area near the new island lord is not very strong in terms of combat power. This makes Li Mu, who is practically a bug in the system, even more so. The possibility of sweeping across the land has been realized. If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Mu's lips curled into a smile, and he dispatched the white whale wave breaker once again. However, this time, the white whale wave breaker was no longer carrying reconnaissance winged beings. Instead, they are a massive force of main combatants, including mermen, winged archers, and battle slimes. Li Mu plans to take over all these large islands. As long as we take down these forces, not only can you obtain a large number of gold coins, it can also further expand the area of the initial island. Win-win. Win twice. Chapter 29 Lucifer's Strange Attributes. Send out the beluga whale. Li Mu himself has some free time again. He basically has nothing to do now. Alice was given full authority over the water sails. Lulu is busy farming. If special materials are purchased, the Lucifer Forum will be granted permission to monitor them. As for the situation in Sunga Town, we haven't gathered any intelligence yet. The beluga whale has just set sail and no information has been received yet. Now, Limu spends his days fishing and teasing Alice and Dururu. It has a rather leisurely and carefree feel to it. With nothing else to do, Limu went back and took another nap. The next morning, Limu woke up leisurely. Then I saw several prompts. The question is whether or not to break up the islands. Limu had someone communicate via an ultrasonic transceiver. Contact the beluga whale breaker, which is currently out in the area. Once it's confirmed that everything has been looted, it can be broken down. Limu directly dismantled all the islands. 80,000 island area cards were directly credited to the account. And a large amount of other freshwater, mineral, and plant resources. Good heavens! Limu was astonished. This island area card has been used up. The initial island will expand by 80,000 square meters. That level can be achieved in just one night. Such efficiency is truly terrifying. Limu was in a great mood after waking up to such a wonderful surprise. He hummed a little tune as he got up and washed up. Toothbrushes are an evolutionary technology with decent attributes, including whitening, stain removal, and teeth strengthening. Toothpaste is out of the question, so I had to resort to coarse salt, just like the ancients did. I'm sure there's no taste in my mouth anymore. Limu strolled out the door leisurely. Good morning, Brother Mu. Greetings, sir. Alice and Dorothy's sweet smiles were so sweet they touched Limu's heart. Limu smiled and nodded, then stepped onto the initial island. The initial island had already taken shape. The staple food is mainly ling rice. Rows of magical coconut palms are planted along the seashore. Other crops include hawthorn berries, chili peppers, cabbage, and cumin. The farm, managed by Dorolu, is very well organized and resembles a small farm, which is quite beautiful. Apart from farmland, Limu specifically designated a certain area. It is used to house minerals such as refined iron ore and pyrite. The slimes are busy mining for ore. These minerals are all readily available extraordinary materials. By using the Gem of Creation, weapons, equipment, items, and more can be evolved. For this reason, it was an important strategic reserve resource for the initial islands. Agriculture and mining are developing in tandem. The fishmen, on the other hand, were engaged in fishing and ice making. It serves as a money-printing machine for the current initial island. Making ice has earned Limu a lot of money. Since last night, Limu's pocket has accumulated tens of thousands more gold coins. The initial island looked thriving. Limu was even more pleased. He stepped onto the original island. When I got to the beach, I saw Lucifer exercising. Although she was a woman, Lucifer had a strong and resolute character. It even reached the point of being devoid of emotion. Such a personality makes him a born soldier. At this moment, Lucifer was soaked in sweat. It has to be said that Lucifer is indeed top-notch in terms of figure. With a curvaceous figure and well-defined muscles that, while not exaggerated, add a touch of dashing charm to her appearance. It has a unique aesthetic appeal. As the sun rises, Lucifer's fair skin reflects the light, revealing her beautiful figure and making her even more alluring. Limu watched with great interest for a while. Noticing Limu, Lucifer stopped exercising, stood up, and bowed to him, saying, "Greetings, my lord!" No need for formalities. Limu helped Lucifer up and asked curiously, "Were you practicing close combat martial arts just now?" Lucifer nodded. Archers are inevitably vulnerable to close combat. Learning some fighting techniques might be of some use in crucial moments. This statement served as a reminder to Limu. Indeed, having more skills is never a bad thing. With nothing else to do, Limu became interested. "You teach me." "Yes, ma'am." Lucifer had Limu stand up straight and get into position, then broke down each movement for her instruction. During this time, physical contact between the two was inevitable. In addition, Lucifer did not have the concept of strict separation between men and women. Her beautiful figure was almost pressed against Limu's back, making Limu exclaim that he couldn't take it anymore. However, the benefits did not last long. Lucifer, who came from a military background, firmly believed in the principle that true knowledge comes from real combat. After learning some basics, the two began to practice. Then, unsurprisingly, Limu had an accident. Lucifer executed a judo throw, sending him flying 180 degrees through the air before he crashed spectacularly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Limu went from being full of energy to lying on the ground, shirt off, with Lucifer behind him, massaging his wounds. Fortunately, Lucifer knew when to stop and held back at the crucial moment. Otherwise, most people would have been killed by that blow. My lord, are you still practicing? No. Li Mu waved his hand. That attack was too exciting. A mage like him should stay out of close combat. But Li Mu did not notice. Lucifer, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, actually had a smile on her face. This icy beauty seems to have awakened some extraordinary and strange attributes during the process of brutally defeating Li Mu. Why do I feel a chill down my back? Li Mu shivered but didn't pay attention, continuing to enjoy Lucifer's massage. Time flows forward. About an hour or two later, several notifications about the island's disintegration came in succession. Li Mu chose to decompose all of them. They also collected over 10,000 island area cards, adding to the previous 80,000 plus tickets. After use, the initial island area has officially exceeded 100,000 square meters. All new island owners heard the game prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. Your island's area has exceeded 100,000 square meters. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 2 platinum chests. As the notification sound faded, the new island owner was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Everyone felt their heads buzzing. It's reached 100,000 square meters again? You only reached 10,000 square meters yesterday, breaking through to the 2nd tier, right? How could it be so fast? Wow, this expansion speed is ferocious. Is there no limit to how much Li Mu can expand? Damn, 90,000 square meters increased in one day. That's outrageous. It's ridiculously outrageous. As expected of Boss Li Mu, achieving at least 1 milestone a day. What kind of record-breaking expert is he? Ever since watching yesterday's live stream, I've come to believe that there's nothing that Boss Li Mu can't do. 666. 6,666. 6666 plus 10086. The entire forum was abuzz with excitement. For other island owners, Li Mu had previously expanded his island to 10,000 square meters in just 3 days. That was enough to shock them. In just 1 day, Li Mu has surpassed the previous 3 days, increasing 9-fold and expanding by another 90,000 square meters, bringing the island's total area to over 100,000 square meters. This is simply against common sense. This terrified the island owners. At the same time, Li Mu, who had been boasting to everyone, returned to Jinshu Tower, lay down on Alice's soft, fragrant lap as a pillow, collected his reward, and opened the treasure chest. Chapter 38 Fantasy Version of Iron Man. The treasure chest is open. A burst of brilliance. Several notification sounds came through. Ding! Platinum treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining the bone armor and demon dragon bone. Ding! Platinum treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining earth dragon scale and storm necklace. 4 treasures appeared before Li Mu. There are 2 pieces of equipment and 2 pieces of material. To Li Mu's surprise, at this moment, the precious Jade of Creation sent a message. Dragon bone plus earth dragon scale plus 6,000 gold coins can be used to evolve the bone armor. Looks like it's a piece of equipment. Li Mu curiously clicked on the attributes of the bone armor. Bone armor, Tier 2, 5-star, special equipment. It can be activated actively or deployed when attacked, transforming into an exoskeleton armor to enhance defense and improve melee capabilities. Wow, a magical version of Iron Man! The attributes of the bone armor caught Li Mu's eye. As a necromancer, he was physically weak. If it were with the white bone armor, Li Mu will possess melee combat abilities comparable to a Tier 2 5-star. Survival ability greatly enhanced. Such a wonderful thing naturally needs to evolve. Li Mu directly activated the creation Jade. 6,000 gold coins were consumed. Decomposed the 2 Tier 2, 5-star materials, demon dragon bone and earth dragon scales. The white bone armor shone with dazzling brilliance. Its appearance is similar to that of a high-level skeleton soldier. But behind it all, a pair of bone wings grew from the back of the armor. The skull-like face transformed into a ferocious dragon's face. Its entire body is covered in dragon scales. It looks like a humanoid dragon, quite imposing. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The bone armor evolves into the dragon scale armor. Li Mu clicked on its attributes. Dragon scale armor, Tier 2, 6-star, special equipment, an exoskeleton armor imbued with dragon vein power. Entry 1, it can change at will. Normally it remains in bracelet mode, but when it is active or attacked, it can unfold into an exoskeleton form. Entry 2, Dragon Vein Power. In exoskeleton form, it grants the user power comparable to that of a Tier 2, 6-star Dragon Vein creature. Entry 3, Dragon Bone Wings, grants fightable bone wings in exoskeleton form. Entry 4, Earth Dragon Scale, in exoskeleton form, gains the blessing of Earth Dragon Scale. Entry 5, Full View Perception, in exoskeleton mode, it achieves stereoscopic vision with no blind spots. Entry 6, Combat Instinct. In exoskeleton mode, you gain the combat instincts of Dragon Vein creatures. Sharp! Li Mu was amazed by the power of the Dragon Scale armor. This armor can directly create a true Tier 2 6-star melee unit. With the Dragon Scale armor, Li Mu's weakness in close combat will be compensated. With that in mind, Li Mu stood up, put on the Dragon Scale armor bracelet, and with a slight thought, the armor instantly unfolded. All that could be seen on Li Mu's slender body were rows and rows of ferocious and domineering dragon scales. His hands transformed into sharp claws, and a pair of cool bone wings unfolded on his back. His face was covered by a mask shaped like a bone dragon. Its intricate structure and fantastical style are absolutely stunning. With the support of the Dragon Scale armor, Li Mu could clearly feel that his strength, reaction, combat skills and many other aspects had greatly improved. Especially the perspective. It is no longer a human-made plane. It's a 360-degree all-around perspective. Let's practice with Lucifer. Li Mu rubbed his hands together, removed his Dragon Scale armor, and went out to find Lucifer. Upon hearing that Li Mu wanted to continue, Lucifer's beautiful eyes seemed to light up, and she was eager to try. Li Mu was somewhat intimidated by what he saw. Is this little girl addicted to throwing him around? However, Li Mu had a trump card up his sleeve. The Dragon Scale armor appeared, greatly boosting his confidence. Come on! Li Mu beckoned to Lucifer. Lucifer moved with lightning speed, closing in on Li Mu in the blink of an eye, about to grab his wrist. In the past, Li Mu would have been captured by Lucifer and turned into a giant human-shaped pendulum. Now, with the Dragon Scale armor, Li Mu reacted extremely quickly, retreating to easily dodge the attack and turning the tables, launching an offensive. In the blink of an eye, Lucifer and Li Mu had exchanged blows 100 times. Their movements were like afterimages. Li Mu handled it with ease and without a care in the world. Lucifer was drenched in sweat and was on the defensive. You must be sweating buckets, little sister! Li Mu became interested, spread his bone wings, and fought Lucifer in the sky. The two figures kept colliding. Throughout the entire process, Li Mu kept his hands out of reach. After all, Lucifer is only a Tier 2 5-star archer and not good at melee combat. If he really went all out, Li Mu felt that Lucifer wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of his moves. This shows how powerful the Dragon Scale armor is. At this moment, Li Mu was teasing him like a child. He easily fought Lucifer. On the other hand, even after using the power of the wind element, Lucifer was still unable to turn defense into offense. However, in the heat of battle, Li Mu lost control and threw Lucifer from the sky. The terrifying force caused Lucifer to lose her balance. It crashed straight into the ground. They've gone too far. Li Mu's expression changed slightly. He vibrated his bone wings and accelerated at full speed, leaving afterimages in the air like a high-speed fighter jet, even making a sound as it tore through the air. He successfully caught Lucifer in his arms before she hit the ground and landed safely. After removing his Dragon Scale armor, Li Mu looked at Lucifer in his arms. Her pretty face paled slightly, and her heart raced. All beings are equal in the face of death. No one can completely overcome this instinctive fear. However, leaning against Li Mu's chest, Lucifer felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Are you alright? Li Mu asked softly. Lucifer shook her head, resting it against Li Mu's chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. Time seemed to stand still all around. Until Alice and Daruru arrived. Li Mu then put Lucifer down. For some reason, Li Mu sensed a different kind of feeling from Lucifer. If Lucifer in the past was an iceberg, so it seems that the iceberg has melted a bit. It added a touch of humanity. When Lucifer's eyes met Li Mu's, she looked away, feeling inexplicably nervous, more nervous than when she had almost died. My lord, I would like to go and rest for a while. Lucifer stammered and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Li Mu called out to Lucifer and took out a necklace. This is another piece of equipment I got from opening a treasure chest. It is called the Storm Necklace. Tier 2, 5 stars, all with wind attribute modifiers. They are a perfect match for Lucifer. This is for you. Li Mu handed the storm necklace to Lucifer. Lucifer paused for a moment, then took it. Thank you, my lord. When Lucifer returned to her room, she put on the storm necklace. He stroked the gemstone set in the necklace. The scene from just now kept replaying in my mind. What's wrong with me? Lucifer was in a state of confusion and somewhat at a loss. On the other side, Li Mu, on the other hand, remained the same, chatting and playing cards with Alice and Dahliulu, enjoying Alice's lap pillow and Dahliulu's feeding service, living like a landlord, quite comfortably. It was noon. Good news has arrived. The winged scouts sent to investigate the situation in Sunga Town. They're finally back. Chapter 31 The Death Sword. Li Mu received the group of winged people immediately. Through his words, Sunga Town finally unveiled a corner of its mystery. The population of Sunga Town is around 60,000. The strongest being on the entire island is only a Tier 2, 5-star. However, the winged people also learned some interesting news. The old lord of Sunga Town is now dead. The old lord's son, Norwind, succeeded him. But Norwind is not a benevolent person. His debauchery and cruelty caused widespread resentment in Sunga Town. No wonder Quirine has designs on Sanha Town. Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. Now that the old master of Sunga Town is dead, a new one has taken over. Furthermore, this new lord, Norwind, lacks management skills. Undoubtedly the biggest gap period. Quirion probably saw this as the key point. We were just planning to have the werewolf camp keep a close eye on Sunga Town, preparing to find an opportunity to take it over. Li Mu stroked his chin, pondering the pros and cons. He had a bold idea in his mind. Quirion has the guts to attack Sunga Town. Could I take Sunga Town ahead of schedule? If we're talking about the true fighting strength of Sunga Town, it's exactly as described by the Scout Wing people. Li Mu's chances of success are quite high. After all, he can muster a legion of several thousand people, ranging from Tier 2 4-star to 5-star. For Sunga Town, whose highest combat power is only Tier 2 5 stars. This is undoubtedly a case of overwhelming force. But how do you evaluate whether a faction is capable of fighting? It's not just about looking at their own strength. We also need to see who's standing behind them. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud along with it. What if there are other powerful forces behind Sunga Town? Taking action rashly would be bad news for Li Mu. Let's go to Sunga Town first to see the specific situation. Let's do an on-site inspection before making a decision. Li Mu chose to be cautious about this. He used an ultrasonic transceiver. Orders were issued to the Beluga Way Breaker, which was stationed overseas. Order them to return immediately. Li Mu plans to personally travel to Sunga Town with the White Whale Breaker. If possible, take him down on the spot. If he can't fight, he can still use the town of Sunga to expand the local market. After all, this is based on the descriptions of the winged people. Sunga Town is still a human-controlled area. Monster girls shouldn't show their faces. With Li Mu, a member of the same clan, stepping in, many problems can be eliminated without anyone noticing. When Li Mu gave the order, the White Whale Wave Breaker adjusted its course and returned to the original island. Li Mu was also busy. He used the more than 100,000 gold coins he had accumulated from last night until now, as well as his previous savings, to start recruiting soldiers and buying horses. In total, more than 200,000 gold coins. In addition, there are large amounts of minerals accumulated from mining. Li Mu recruited over 1,000 combatants of around 4 stars in the second tier. The main characters are fishmen and winged people. Some are used to upgrade skeletons. Besides, Li Mu also developed numerous standardized ship designs. There are gunboats Tier 2, 4 stars, assault landing ships Tier 2, 4 stars, troop transport ships Tier 2, 4 stars, and so on. Now everything is ready, and we are just waiting for the return of the Beluga Way Breaker. To Li Mu's surprise, conquered many large islands. The Beluga Whale not only brought back a large amount of materials, they also brought back nearly 400,000 gold coins. It directly gave Li Mu a powerful boost of health. The bigger surprise was, one of the materials is. These are exactly the materials Li Mu needs for his evolution. In addition to the Black Knights I obtained from the last treasure chest opening. This is enough to help Li Mu advance his career. Li Mu did not hesitate. It directly activates the precious Jade of Creation. The message arrived. Black Knight's Eye plus Netherworld Skeleton plus 7,000 gold coins can evolve the user. Li Mu directly selected Confirm. 7,000 gold coins consumed. 2 evolutionary materials are decomposed. A tremendous power surged through Li Mu's body. Countless necromancer knowledge appeared out of thin air. From his physical body to his soul and even his cognition, Li Mu is undergoing a complete transformation and evolution. Not long after, the Jade of Creation sent another message. Original class, Necromancer evolved into necromancy. As information about the precious Jade of Creation emerges, Li Mu felt as if he had been reborn. It has already achieved a leap in the essence of life. Such a feeling is undoubtedly quite comfortable and pleasant. He was aware of the changes within himself. Filled with immense joy. Click directly to view your current attributes. Li Mu, Tier 2, 6 stars, Novice Island Master, Necromancer. Entry 1, Skeleton Contract, uses biological corpses to create contractible skeletons. Maximum, 1,000 to 3,000. Entry 2, Necromancer. Increases the power and casting speed of necromancy spells, reduces casting costs, and adds additional random necromancy negative effects to spells, including confusion, poison, corruption, and depravity. Entry 3, King of Souls, whose own soul strength is enhanced, grants immunity to some mental curses and damage, and possesses the ability to perceive souls. Entry 4, the Netherworld Kingdom possesses a special space that can heal the wounds of our undead, enhance their strength, and improve their basic attributes. Item 5, Immortality Mechanism. After sustaining a fatal wound, the user can be instantly resurrected. Note, this effect can only be triggered twice in a lifetime. Entry 6, Death Sword, possesses a magic sword with armor-piercing and instant death effects. Looking at the information in front of him, Li Mu smiled broadly. In this evolution, all 5 original entries have been comprehensively upgraded. The number of contract skeletons has surged to 3,000. Self-resurrection has been changed to an immortality mechanism, and the number of resurrections has been increased to 2. As for terms like Necromancer, King of Souls, and Netherworld, they are not relevant to the main entries. This also significantly enhanced Li Mu's necromancy, soul essence, and personal skeleton space. You could say that it's just a transformation of these old terms. This caused Li Mu's combat power to increase dramatically. In this evolution, Li Mu also gained a new entry, Death Demon Sword. Its armor-piercing effect allows it to ignore armor. Its instant death effect means that anyone who touches it will die instantly. The Death Sword is definitely a rare and deadly weapon. With a slight thought, Li Mu summoned the Death Demon Sword, which flew around him like a flying sword. The range of the Death Demon Sword's flight is linked to Li Mu's strength. It can currently traverse distances of approximately 1 kilometer. Within a kilometer, one can easily take a person's head. Both its power and its prestige are top-notch. Li Mu was satisfied and put the Death Demon Sword into the Netherworld. Next, fill all 2,000 slots allocated for the contract skeleton expansion. They then brought back 400,000 gold coins using the White Whale Wave Breaker. All of it will be used to recruit soldiers. An investment of 400,000 gold coins. Li Mu's overall combat strength has surged once again. Having settled everything, Li Mu, along with Alice and Lucifer, boarded the White Whale Breaker. Doru is responsible for staying on the starting island to guard the base. Li Mu and his men set sail and headed straight for Sunga town. It was late at night when we set off. The Beluga Whale Breaker is incredibly fast. After sailing through the middle of the night, at the break of dawn, they had already completed most of the journey. We'll arrive in Sunga town soon. Right now. A winged scout has come to report. My lord, there is a naval battle taking place about 30 miles to our side. Chapter 32 The eldest daughter of the Hairy family. My lord, there is a naval battle taking place about 30 miles to our side. The report from the scouts of the winged people caught Li Mu's attention. He asked, How strong is the opponent? Your Majesty, the strongest among them is only a second-tier, third-star individual. Upon hearing this, Li Mu became even more interested. In this beginner's sea area, the second tier is no longer considered weak. Li Mu possesses the Jade of Creation, which evolves into 3 special hero units, Dalialu, Alice, and Lucifer. He can consume copper coins to directly recruit a large number of second-tier troops. But this does not mean that the indigenous people also have this ability. It can be said that Li Mu, with this ability, is nothing short of a bug-level existence. They possess absolutely overwhelming combat power against these natives. As long as you don't provoke a third-tier opponent. If our base is raided by a third-tier powerhouse. At the second tier, Li Mu is unstoppable and can be considered invincible. There are second-tier powerhouses on the ships that have been discovered so far. This means that this force is not simple. Perhaps we can get other information about Sunga town from them. Li Mu became interested. There was no need to sail over such a short distance of only a few dozen miles. He took Lucifer with him, donned dragon scale armor, spread his bone wings, and flew straight towards her. Not long after, 4 ships came into Li Mu's view. 3 of the ships were chasing the ship in front. The roar of scorching cannon fire resounded throughout. A large number of magical attacks were unleashed. The scene looked quite intense. Li Mu's appearance instilled deep fear in both sides of the ongoing battle. The 3 ships that were in a dominant position. A man clad in magnificent armor, exuding a noble air, shouted, "Get out of here, you land family of Sunga town, it's your business!" Such arrogance is truly overbearing. Li Mu was amused by this. "Just spare his life." The words fell. Lucifer drew her bow and knocked an arrow, and the sharp arrow shot out through the air. The man who claimed to be from the Land family had eyes full of terror, and tried to dodge. But how could he possibly dodge Lucifer's attack? In an instant, an arrow shattered one of the man's legs, and it pierced the boat the man was on. The astonishing sight silenced everyone instantly. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, filled with terror. "My God, what kind of power is this? Lord Kenny is a second-tier expert. Could the other party be someone on the same level as Lord Noing? Quickly change boats. This boat is leaking." The 3 ships of the Land family were in complete disarray. On the other hand, look at the other side. The ship that was being hunted down. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. They were being hunted down by the Land family and were in dire straits. Unexpectedly, a Qing Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere. Li Mu's appearance gave them hope of survival. "Miss, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." An old man sighed to a pretty young girl. The pretty young girl remained silent for a moment, then clenched her fists, making a decision. "Grandpa Ikta, this is the only chance for the Harry family to survive. For the sake of my family, I must give it my all." Upon hearing the girl's words, Ikta's expression changed drastically. "Miss you!" Without the slightest hesitation, the girl went straight to the bow deck and shouted, "My lord, I am Maria, the eldest daughter of the Harry family of Sunga town. I beg for your help." Li Mu's gaze fell on Malia. By this time, he had already heard the names of 2 families. The Land family and the Harry family. From the surface, it should be a struggle between 2 families. Coincidentally, both families came from the town of Sunga. This gave Li Mu quite a pleasant surprise. He made a special trip for this. It's all just to see if we can get more information about Sunga town. Both companies are now local bullies in Sunga town. It's just right. Since we've already offended one family, then the Land family members will be interrogated directly by torture. The Harry family can communicate with them. The information in the 2 complements each other. To prevent them from falsifying information. With this in mind, Li Mu said to Lucifer, "Send the White Whale Waybreaker over here to arrest them." "Yes, sir." Lucifer took out the ultrasonic transceiver and sent a message to the beluga whale. At the speed of the beluga Waybreaker. Before long we arrived. The colossal ship, stretching for over a kilometer, horrified everyone present. "Are you crazy? That thing is a boat? I have never seen such a huge ship. This is absolutely outrageous. Just who is this person? What a terrifying existence." Maria's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The arrival of the White Whale Breaker wiped out all the people on the 3 ships belonging to the Land family. After being captured, the nobleman's arrogance vanished. His face turned deathly pale, his body trembled, and he kept begging for mercy. Li Mu ignored them and simply ordered his men to arrest the group and interrogate them. They used all sorts of things, like the tiger bench and small leather whips. The piercing screams echoed from time to time. "Get all of this sorted out." Li Mu flapped his bone wings, landed in front of Ma Lia, removed his dragon scale armor to reveal his true form, and asked directly, "Tell me about the so-called Land family, the Harry family, and the town of Sanha." I have witnessed Li Mu's methods and resources. Ma Lia dared not hide anything and told Li Mu the whole story. Through Maria's narration, Li Mu roughly understood the layout of Sunga town. The so-called Land family are the lords of Sunga town. Now it is under the control of the 2nd generation of Norwin, who directly manages Sunga town. The Harry family is one of the prominent families in Sunga town. Nying once had its eye on Maria. But the head of the Harry family refused. After Normandy took power, he chose to directly target the Harry family. Maria managed to escape from Sunga town. But her entire clan was slaughtered. If it weren't for Li Mu. Maria was also about to be captured and taken back by the pursuers sent by Norwin. Aside from the feud between the Lant and Harry families, Li Mu learned the most important information. This is intelligence about this sea area. This sea area is essentially international waters. To establish communication with the three neighboring principalities. It belongs to a no man's land. The Lant family, who are in power in Sunga, do not have any overt backing. In other words, anyone can take it down as long as they have enough strength. This is undoubtedly good news for Li Mu. If we could take over Sunga town. He effectively controlled a portion of the commercial shipping routes between the three principalities. Li Mu could then be outside the new island master. To open up a new and huge market. The Harry family were local bullies in Sunga town. It might be of some use. Li Mu did not lay a hand on Malia. After returning to the beluga whale, the interrogation structure of the Hart family's subordinates has also been revealed. It's basically the same as what Maria said. The two corroborate each other. This is sufficient to confirm that the information is true. If that's the case, I won't be polite about taking this piece of fat meat, Sunga town. In high spirits, Li Mu immediately ordered the White Whale wave breaker, carrying the Harry family's ship, to move forward at full speed, heading straight for Sunga town. Chapter 33 Sunga town. At the speed of the beluga wave breaker. Not long after. The sun was getting increasingly hot. A floating city came into view. The city is filled with tall buildings. The port was filled with ships. This is the town of Sunga in the Iva Sea. A century ago, the Knot family's ancestor occupied the town of Sunga. They recruited a large number of skilled craftsmen and transformed it into a shipbuilding base that was renowned far and wide. As a result, the town of Sunga attracts a large number of merchant ships to stop and undergo repairs. Furthermore, the Iva Sea connects the three principalities. It is an essential route for maritime trade. Sunga town gradually began to prosper. Today, it is an extremely important transit point among the many trade routes in the Iva Sea. The height of the buildings and their exquisite style indicate that the area is quite wealthy. Li Mu looked at the town of Sunga in the distance with great interest. If we can take over this major commercial town, this would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger for Li Mu. At the same time, the emergence of the beluga whale. It was also noticed by the sentries in Sunga town. They immediately reported to the higher-ups in Sunga town. The seaside in Sunga town. On a luxury ship. A large number of scantily clad women were playing around. Heavy armored soldiers hurriedly boarded the ship and knelt before a man. Mayor Norwin, something terrible has happened. A giant ship is approaching Sunga town. A man named Ning was embracing a woman and kissing her passionately, his hands moving around very roughly. He released the woman from his arms, a look of confusion on his face. A giant ship? Where? His soldiers immediately handed him binoculars. Noying stood up, picked up his binoculars, and looked in the direction his soldiers were pointing. In the distance, the white whale breaker, like a giant whale floating on the sea, was rushing towards the town of Sunga. What a huge ship! Norwin was quite surprised. Take control of the shipbuilding base in Sunga town. He had only seen such huge ships a few times. However, compared to the white whale breaker, the ship that stood up was more interesting to Novaland. That's the Harry family flag. A cold smile curled at the corner of Nguyen's mouth. Maria, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. It seems that ship is the reinforcement you brought. What a pity, but what's the use? This is Sunga town, my territory. Thinking of Maria's stunning face and great figure, Nguyen felt a surge of heat. He immediately gave the order. Pass on my orders. Send warships to sink that ship. Detain everyone on board and await my instructions. Upon hearing this, the generals beside Norwin couldn't help but show some worry. Mayor, owning such a huge ship must mean you have quite a powerful background. Ha, if the Harry family had powerful backers, why would I have wiped them out? Nguyen sneered and pulled the woman beside him into his arms. Do you know who the people at the shipyard are who take orders for these giant ships? They're just a bunch of nouveau riche with no real substance. Moreover, Nguyen's eyes turned icy. I am now the mayor! Meeting Norman's gaze, the general broke out in a cold sweat. Since Normandy came to power, he has killed countless people. The general dared not say anything more and hurriedly went to convey the order. At that time, dozens of warships from Sunga town formed a mighty fleet and headed straight for the white whale breaker. The workers and people on the dock were alarmed. What happened? Could it be a pirate attack? How is that possible? No pirates have dared to come to Sunga town for decades. Look! There's a huge ship on the sea. Good heavens, is that a ship? It's practically an island. The ship following behind that giant vessel is a ship belonging to the Harry family. The Harry family? The Harry family that was wiped out by Norman. Speaking of which, the Harry family was really unlucky. They did nothing wrong, yet they were wiped out by Norwin. Shoo, words can be dangerous, watch your tongue. Could it be that the Harry family has returned with their men for revenge? It seems dubious. I've never heard of the Harry family having any powerful backers. The residents of Sunga town were abuzz with discussion. On the other side, the two fleets met at sea. The Sunga town fleet attacked without issuing any warnings. Dozens of warships surrounded the White Whale breaker, aimed at the hull, and opened fire. A dense barrage of artillery fire swept towards the White Whale breaker. Li Mu sat on the deck, completely at ease. Li Mu didn't even need to give an order. A group of merfolk mages joined forces to cast a spell. The sea surface seemed to have come to life. It stirred up a monstrous storm. All the shells were swept into the deep sea. Since the other side has chosen to take direct action, Li Mu naturally wouldn't be polite to him. Crush the fleet before us. The words fell. The Murloc Mage Legion is unleashing its power. The surging waves were like a raging flood, sweeping in all directions. Dozens of warships were instantly shredded to pieces. All the soldiers inside perished in the fish's belly. It only took a moment. The entire fleet in Sanha town was completely annihilated. The sight left the townspeople of Sunga, who were watching the battle, dumbfounded. My God! What terrifying combat power! What exactly is that being on the other side? Are you crazy? Those are dozens of warships, the strongest fleet in Sunga town. The people of Sunga town were terrified. They had originally planned to watch a play. After all, Sunga town is the undisputed overlord of this sea area. They enjoyed decades of peace. Given this situation, nobody believed Li Mu could win. But the truth is quite the opposite. The fleet that Sanha town is so proud of. In front of Li Mu's army, they were no different from paper. They were utterly defeated in the blink of an eye. While holding a woman on a luxury ship, Norman, who had transformed into a human-shaped teddy bear, happened to witness the fleet being shredded as he galloped on horseback. Dozens of warships were torn apart in an instant. Such a sight terrified Norwin. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his pupils dilated. What kind of monster is that? No longer the arrogant man he had been, Nguyen shoved the woman aside, pulled up his pants, and scrambled forward, shouting. Quickly! Get back to Sunga town! Far out at sea, Li Mu, having defeated the Sunga town fleet, remained calm, as if he had merely crushed a tiny ant. He gave the order directly. Deploy all ships! Initiate an attack on Sunga town! Remember, anyone or any boat that dares to flee Sunga town will be killed without mercy. The beluga whale is extremely large. Such a vast space should not be wasted. Therefore, Li Mu carried over 1,000 warships with him. It was like boiling dumplings. The warships were arranged in a dense array, with the White Whale breaker at the center. In an instant, a magnificent fleet of thousands was formed. A large number of mermen and slimes launched an attack, controlling ships. A vast horde of winged beings surged into the sky, like roaring fighter jets, heading straight for Sunga town. Under the oppressive atmosphere of terror, many residents of Sunga felt as if the end of the world had come, with despair and fear lingering in their hearts. Norwind, who had fled back to Sunga town, shouted in a panic. Activate all defense facilities in Sunga town! Chapter 34 Powerful Breakthrough. Activate all defense facilities in Sunga town! After Norwin issued the order, the garrison of Sunga dared not delay. They all began to take action. The sea surface trembled. The rumbling of machinery echoed throughout. Surprisingly, city walls rose up around Sunga town. It was equipped with a menacing iron cannon, which was quite frightening. At the same time, visible magical runes bloomed. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire town of Sunga. What's this? Sunga town actually has such facilities. How come I've never seen this before? Even the original inhabitants of Sunga were surprised. Only some elderly people sighed. This is the defense system that the first mayor built with countless manpower, material resources and financial resources. Back then, this defense system even helped Sunga town defeat a third-tier powerhouse. I never thought I would live to see it in operation. Looking at the energy shield overhead, the magnificent city walls, and the hundreds of giant cannons, the residents of Sunga town felt an unprecedented sense of security. Noing breathed a sigh of relief, a smug smile spreading across his face. Damn it, so what if you're powerful? This is Sunga Town. This land has been managed by my land family for a century. Even a dragon has to lie down. It is protected by an energy shield. Norwin became arrogant again, and he shouted angrily. Fire! Let these guys all die! Hundreds or even thousands of giant cannons fired simultaneously. These giant cannons did not fire cannonballs. It was a terrifying energy shockwave. Hundreds of beams of light tore through the sea. It swept towards Limu's fleet. Hundreds of Murloc mages joined forces. Under Alice's command, the surging sea boiled and the frozen city walls rose from the ground. Amidst the roar, all the beams of light were blocked. A large number of winged people arrived over the town of Sunga. Led by Lucifer himself, he drew his bow and released countless arrows, each carrying the power of a raging wind. You need to know. These winged beings are all at the 2nd tier, 4-star combat level. Lucifer has even reached tier 2, 5 stars. Thousands of 2nd-tier combatants joined forces. The supposedly unbreakable protective array of Sunga Town shattered with a deafening roar. Maria, who was following behind the beluga whale, stared wide-eyed, her heart pounding. She knew Limu was very strong. But I never expected that Limu would be this powerful. This is a legendary formation that can withstand even a 3rd-tier powerhouse. The rest of the residents of Sunga Town were even more horrified. I finally felt a little bit safe. But it was ruthlessly torn to shreds by Limu. It's over! Sunga Town is finished! No way, what kind of being is that? Could it be that the royal families of the 3 great duchies have made a move? Damn Noinged, he's brought such a terrible enemy upon Sunga Town! We surrender! We surrender! The entire town of Sunga was in complete chaos. The nobles were alarmed, the common people were terrified, and the merchants were terrified. The formidable strength displayed by Limu. This will drive this group to despair. At this time, the town of Sunga is like a beautiful woman whose black stockings have been torn open. There is absolutely no defense left. Charge! Limu's thousands of warships are now engaged in battle. Gunboats roared, raining down fire and providing carpet-bombing firepower. One after another, the assault landing ships, like dragons swimming on the sea, braved the wind and waves, traversing thousands of meters, and arrived at the town of Sunga. Numerous fishmen and slimes jumped out from it. Destroy all defensive forces in Sunga Town. Under such crushing pressure. In less than half an hour, the entire coastal area of Sunga Town has been brought under control. The beluga whale breakers docked at the shore. Limu stepped onto the land of Sunga Town, surveying his surroundings with disdain, his magic flowing. Suddenly, centered on Limu, the world around us seemed to be distorted. A vast, ghostly aura howled incessantly. Thousands of skeletons surged forth like a tidal wave. Those who surrender will not be killed, all others will be executed. Limu's order sealed the fate of countless people. His army swept through the entire town of Sunga. Wherever he went, from commoners to nobles, everyone knelt on the ground, daring not to resist in the slightest. As for Noinged, who was regarded as a tyrant by the people of Sunga Town, who was above everyone else and acted arrogantly, he had already become a prisoner. He and his generals were bound hand and foot and thrown to the ground like livestock to be slaughtered. Limu casually sat in a chair, looking down at the defeated generals, pondering how to deal with them. The land family will definitely be eliminated completely. What about the rest of the town of Sunga? Sunga Town has tens of thousands of people. They certainly can't all be killed. It wasn't that Limu couldn't bring himself to do such a ruthless thing. Rather, he occupied Sunga Town for the sake of its commercial value. It's easy to kill everyone. But with the town of Sunga deserted, would other merchant ships dare to come? The answer is obvious. Sunga Town has been rooted for a century. Many of these nobles and merchant fleets had intricate connections. It was precisely because of their connections that the other merchant ships dared to dock again. If Limu kills them all, this means he will have to spend another 100 years. Build up the reputation of Sunga Town. Limu didn't have that much time to waste on such trivial matters. The best strategy for dealing with powerful families is to make them submit. With this in mind, Limu thought of an excellent candidate. This refers to Maria, who was rescued by Limu. The Harry family was destroyed by the Land family. Maria was now all alone. To establish themselves in Sunga Town, they had to rely on Limu. Maria is an old noblewoman in Sunga Town. This identity also helped gain the trust of other nobles in Sunga Town. In a short period of time, the town of Sunga was put back on track. With that in mind, Li Mu summoned Maria. Standing in front of Li Mu, Malia was quite nervous. Having witnessed Li Mu's strength, Maria now understood that Li Mu could definitely dominate the Iva Sea. Apart from a few exceptions in the 3 major duchies, there are no rivals. Li Mu didn't mince words and got straight to the point. I will send someone to follow you and summon all the influential people in Sunga town here. Yes. Maria wasn't stupid. She guessed Li Mu's thoughts, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she immediately led a group of fish men to inform the nobles of the various towns of Sunga. Upon learning the news, the nobles of Sunga town dared not delay. Everyone knows the truth. The town of Sunga has now changed hands. The nobles whose lives were in the hands of others. To survive, one must please Li Mu. One by one, they tidied themselves up and, led by the head of their families, headed to the Lant family mansion where Li Mu resided. From the start to the end of the war, it took no more than 2 hours. It was high in the sky. Many nobles gathered together. Like a dead dog, Noing knelt on the ground along with the remnants of the Lant family. Li Mu sat in a chair, with Alice and Lucifer guarding him from behind, and fish men and winged people in heavy armor standing in neat rows. He looked around, and wherever his gaze fell, these once arrogant nobles all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. I have gathered you all here to announce something. From this day forward, the town of Sunga shall be my territory. Who's in favor and who's opposed? Chapter 35 set a small goal. Who's in favor and who's opposed? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, then, without hesitation, they hurriedly knelt down. From Li Mu's perspective, all the nobles present had their heads bowed to the ground, making him appear like an emperor. Li Mu nodded slightly, looked at Malia, and then said, Don't worry, I am not a cruel person. The small town of Sunga is not enough for me to stay long. When I am not here, everything in Sunga town is managed by Maria. Malia's beautiful eyes widened, and her heart pounded wildly. This is tantamount to appointing her as the second in command of Sunga town. Second only to the emperor, above all others. The other nobles looked at Maria with envy. Immediately afterwards, Li Mu stood up. However, let me make this clear first. Anyone who dares to disobey me will have to consider their own fate. After speaking, the death sword appeared, graceful as a startled swan and agile as a swimming dragon, tracing a beautiful arc. The heads of Noingd and the others on the ground flew off. Heads rolled, blood splattered. The nobles' original ulterior motives were completely shattered, their faces turned deathly pale, and they cried out, I will be loyal to my lord for all eternity, without ever wavering in my loyalty. A prompt appeared before Li Mu's eyes. The detection indicates that over 90% of the high-ranking officials in Sunga town have submitted to you, thus Sunga town is now under your control. Will you choose to occupy or dismantle Sunga town? Sunga town was designated as an important economic center by Li Mu. It is naturally impossible to decompose. He chose to occupy it directly. The moment of making a choice. The game prompts echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island lord Li Mu for conquering a second-tier town-level power. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 2 Tier 2 platinum chests. I heard this suggestion. The billions of new island owners are once again in a frenzy. Li Mu's breakthrough to the second-tier island master was only a matter of the last 2 days. In just 2 days, Li Mu conquered a second-tier town-level force. That's a city. Wow, conquering a town, doesn't that mean Boss Li Mu already owns the city? It's only been a few days. I finally managed to catch fish without relying on others and learn how to make fresh water to meet my basic survival needs. You've already made a name for yourself by doing this. I still haven't solved my freshwater problem, and I'm surviving entirely on the water that Boss Li Mu sells. I'm still struggling to survive, and Boss Li Mu has already started conquering cities? And I'm actually the caveman? Boss Li Mu is too awesome. Do you need any more underlings? I'm available anytime, I'll pay you to work. I need to be begged to be a powerful figure. The entire forum was abuzz with excitement. Li Mu noticed the commotion on the forum and a smile crept onto his lips. Basic operations are not a big deal. He was quite curious to know what he could get from the treasure chest this time. Since we have already used both kindness and severity. This temporarily subdued the group of nobles. Now let's see what Maria can do. If Maria is unable to manage this group of people, Li Mu needs to find a way to replace him with someone else to manage things. With that in mind, Li Mu left directly. After returning to the beluga whale, Li Mu received the reward. 2 platinum treasure chests appeared before my eyes. Reach out and open it. A burst of brilliance. Several game notification sounds came through. Ding! You have opened a Tier 2 platinum treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the Necronomicon and Magic Fertilizer Maker. Ding! You have opened the Tier 2 platinum treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the Gale Gem and the Harvest Idol. Of the 4 props, the Necronomicon is a Tier 2, 5-star equipment. Judging from the name, it's perfect for Li Mu. All 5 entries relate to enhancing necromancy and the strength of summoning skeletons. With this equipment, Li Mu's overall strength will be greatly enhanced. As for the Magic Fertilizer Maker and the Harvest Idol, these 2 are clearly related to agriculture. The Magic Fertilizer Maker can use the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures, or other substances containing magic, to create various fertilizers with special effects. Enhance crop quality, increase crop growth rate, and even add special attributes to crops. It can be described as a very practical piece of agricultural equipment. The Harvest God's statue is a halo-type item. It can bestow blessings of a bountiful harvest upon farmland within a radius of 3,000 meters. Greatly increase production. It truly deserves the title of a bountiful harvest. With these 2 pieces of equipment, agriculture on the starting island will reach new heights. Li Mu was quite satisfied. Besides, the last remaining piece, the Gale Gem. These are the materials for Lucifer's evolution. Unfortunately, the quantity is not enough. Lucifer cannot be evolved. We can only put it away for now. Having settled everything, Li Mu went to the bow of the ship and looked towards Sunga town. The town of Sunga has now been initially pacified. Many problems remain unresolved. Alice and Lucifer are both helping Maria to resolve the issues in Sanha town and restore order. For Li Mu, as long as we can gain a foothold in this commercial hub, Li Mu was then able to extend his business reach to the 3 major duchies. Although the size of the island is smaller than that of a new island owner, but it's definitely a market richer than that of a new island owner. Earn more coins. Set a small goal, earn 100 million. On the other side, Maria was chosen by Li Mu. They were more cunning than Li Mu had imagined. Maria is quite talented in political maneuvering. In addition, he came from a prominent family. Through constant exposure and influence, at such a young age, he can even outmaneuver those old foxes. The various policies it promulgated were all aimed at getting Sunga town back on track as quickly as possible. Night gradually fell. Li Mu enjoyed the delicious food from Sunga town. As a historically significant commercial city, the town of Sunga absorbed the cuisines and foods of the 3 principalities. Through integration and synthesis, it has developed its own unique style. Its food is delicious and visually appealing. It's much better than Li Mu's homemade grilled fish and stir-fries. In addition, there are high-quality wines from the 3 principalities. This truly allowed Li Mu to enjoy a delicious meal. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, a fisherman came to report. My lord, the human named Maria requests an audience with you. Take her to the guest room. Li Mu took the silk handkerchief handed to him by the winged guard next to him, wiped his mouth, and got up to leave the restaurant. In the reception room, when Ma Lia saw Li Mu enter, she knelt on one knee, her beautiful eyes submissive and her expression respectful. Greetings, Your Excellency. Get up. Li Mu sat down leisurely. The woman in front of me, Maria, was clearly dressed up carefully. Wearing a black dress, her stunning face was made even more breathtaking by her makeup. Her graceful figure stood there, like a proud rose. Li Mu sized up Ma Lia's figure and casually asked, How is the situation in Sunga town being handled? Reporting to Your Excellency, the situation has been initially pacified. Commercial flights are expected to resume starting tomorrow. Li Mu was quite satisfied with Ma Lia's reply. The value of Sunga lies in its commerce. We hope to restore normal order as soon as possible. The smaller the loss, the better. We chatted for a while longer. The bright moon rises. Night was falling. Maria stood up. Li Mu thought she was about to take her leave. Unexpectedly, Ma Lia walked up to Li Mu, unbuttoned her dress, and revealed her beautiful figure. Chapter 36 Hero Units. The silk-woven dress slid down Maria's fragrant shoulders, her fair and jade-like back, her plump and full breasts, and her long, slender legs, until it finally fell to the ground. Ma Lia was like a stunning work of art, exposed before Li Mu. She gripped her right wrist with her left hand, her chest proudly revealing a breathtaking curve. Her delicate face, like a flower atop a snow-capped peak, was slightly lowered, with a blush appearing on her cheeks. Shyness and pride, at this moment, made Maria even more alluring. A sudden and exciting scene. This gave Limu a real treat for his eyes. Is this how you test veteran cadres? Malia didn't say much. She walked straight to Limu, knelt down, and ran her soft hands over Limu's waist, bowing her head and asking for his help. A storm suddenly broke out in the small room. The sound of the waves echoed into the morning. Alice clenched her fists upon hearing this. Lucifer had mixed feelings. How could my house have been robbed in the blink of an eye? At the break of dawn, Malia leaned against Limu's chest, her body drenched in sweat. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Limu felt as if he were in a dream. In terms of looks, Malia is undoubtedly stunning. In terms of social status, they were at least of noble birth. In the past, it would have been an unattainable snow-capped lotus. But now she is willing to become Limu's plaything. That is the allure of power. As long as one possesses absolute power, power and wealth will come naturally. The two lingered tenderly for a while. Maria's legs went weak, and she left, leaning against the wall. The situation in Sunga town is still uncertain, and Maria is still needed to oversee things. Around noon, after resting for a while, Maria returned to the White Whale Breaker and reported to Limu. My lord, I have brought you a small gift. Oh? Limu's interest was piqued. What gift? Please come with me, sir. Malia got up and led Limu to the deck. All that could be seen on the deck was the boxes were piled high with gold coins, and a large quantity of jewelry and valuables. Even Limu, faced with such a massive amount of wealth, my heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. Maria spoke up. My lord, these are treasures unearthed from the Lant family's treasury. A total of 6.3 million gold coins, along with a large number of rare antiques, are all located here. Not a single inch has been touched. It is all offered to you, sir. Now. Another notification sound. It echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Limu. Your daily income has exceeded 1 million gold coins, equivalent to 10 billion copper coins. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 2 Tier 2 platinum chests. The notification sounded like a thunderclap. This caused all the new island owners to be shocked. Making billions a day? Holy shit! Holy shit! What kind of money-making ability is this? Boss Limu is still as terrifying as ever. Sparrows peck at a heifer's rear end, sparrows eat the cow's genitals. Earning billions a day? I'm not even sure I can earn 10 copper coins a day now. Boss Limu's income is 1 billion times mine. Limu is simply a ruthless record-breaking machine. The billions of new island owners were deeply shocked. 1 million gold coins are equivalent to 10 billion copper coins. This income is astronomical for the current new island owners. Limu accomplished this in less than 6 days. Such a rate of growth is nothing short of terrifying. At the same time, Limu was also in a very good mood. He guessed that the Lant family was very wealthy. After all, they have occupied this fertile land of Sunga town for a century. They must have extremely substantial savings. But I never expected them to be so wealthy. There are 6.3 million gold coins alone. And that doesn't even include the other rare treasures. This will make Limu rich overnight. The recruitment costs that had been giving Limu a headache. Now it's just a small amount of money. And the record was broken casually. This is the icing on the cake, a double celebration. This made Limu even more happy and comfortable. In total, this time, they captured Sunga town. It can be considered a very fruitful harvest. The biggest gain was undoubtedly the town of Sunga itself. This is the commercial center of the Iva Sea, the high seas of the 3 principalities. It served as a transit point for maritime trade among the 3 countries. Besides, it is also a major shipbuilding center with a large number of experienced craftsmen. Sunga town came into being. Limu could expand trade with the 3 kingdoms. This place can also be used to build a large number of excellent ships. Then it evolves through the Jade of Creation. Especially after acquiring those 6 million gold coins. Backed by substantial capital. Limu was confident he could build an invincible fleet. Dominate the Iva Sea, unite all islands, expand the area of beginner islands, and become the overlord of the Iva Sea. Until it becomes able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great duchies. Even a force that could crush the 3 great duchies. Haha, well done! Li Mu patted Malia on the shoulder, quite satisfied with his capable and competent subordinate. Maria blushed slightly as she recalled the madness of the previous night, and lowered her head. Having just experienced the pleasures of womanhood, Maria, who had just become a woman, possessed an undeniable charm. Li Mu laughed, and chose to claim the reward. 2 platinum treasure chests appeared before my eyes. Li Mu was already familiar with this platinum treasure chest. You're guaranteed to get 2 tier 2 5-star items. Li Mu was very much looking forward to seeing what he would get. Hoping to get 2 evolution materials. Alice and Lucifer are now only 1 material away from evolving. Li Mu rubbed his hands together, and opened the treasure chest. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the tier 2 platinum treasure chest, and obtaining the Sigh of the Wind and the royal crown. Ding! Congratulations on opening the tier 2 platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the Siren's Scepter and Royal Blood Essence. As the notification sound faded, 4 props appeared before Li Mu's eyes. Both the Sigh of the Wind and the Siren's Scepter are equipment. The Sigh of the Wind is a longbow. All 5 entries are wind attribute entries. She is a perfect match for Lucifer. The Siren's Scepter is a magic staff. As you can tell from the name, it belongs to the water element. 1 entry can even summon a siren with the power of a 2nd tier, 5-star monster. The remaining entries also enhance water attribute magic. Giving it to Alice would greatly enhance her combat power. But the other 2 items surprised Li Mu even more. Both treasures are materials. It also activated the Jade of Creation. The message it conveyed was, Royal Crown plus Royal Blood plus 6,000 gold coins, can evolve Maria. Maria is also a potential evolution target. Li Mu was quite surprised. Because evolution has always been about living organisms. There is an extremely high probability that it will become a hero unit. You need to know. Hero units are extremely special. Every hero can recruit an army. Therefore, having a hero is equivalent to having a powerful army. Previously, Li Mu had attempted to evolve other biological materials. Unfortunately, either no information is displayed, or it could simply be that the meat is more flavorful. Or perhaps some useless terms were added. Only Alice, Lucifer, and Darura were selected as hero units. This convinced Li Mu that there were other special factors influencing becoming a hero unit. 2 tier 2 5-star materials. I wonder if Maria can evolve into a hero unit? Chapter 37 Maria's Evolution. Regarding Maria's evolution, Li Mu was quite looking forward to it, and he smiled as he said to Maria, Come with me, I'll show you a big treasure. Malia blushed and followed Li Mu into the room in a coquettish manner. Upon entering the room, Li Mu took out 2 props, the royal crown and the royal blood essence. A hint of doubt flashed across Malia's beautiful eyes. Li Mu didn't say much, and directly brought up Maria's attribute panel. To harness the power of the precious Jade of Creation, choose evolution. All 6,000 gold coins were spent. The 2 evolution materials suddenly decomposed. Maria's delicate body was enveloped in radiance. Its foundation is transformed at this moment. An indescribable sense of nobility lingered around it. At this moment, Maria was like a queen ruling over all people, her gaze domineering, her figure graceful, exuding boundless majesty and domineering aura. TSK, this is really exciting. Li Mu admired Malia's perfect figure and nodded repeatedly. Such a stunningly beautiful woman with queenly demeanor. If this were posted on the Blue Star Network, there would probably be a bunch of perverts shouting, Sister, step on me! At this moment, the precious Jade of Creation sent a message. Maria has successfully evolved and awakened a special class, Hashers of Iron. Unlike monster girls such as Alice, Doru, and Lucifer, Maria, being human, did not undergo bloodline evolution, but rather gained professional power. Now, after successfully evolving, Maria felt incredible changes in herself. She could clearly feel that she now possessed extraordinary power. And he gained all sorts of amazing abilities. Such a transformation is nothing short of a complete metamorphosis. My lord! Maria's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. The kindness of saving my life in the past is already as heavy as a mountain. Now, in addition to the grace of being reborn, even working like a cow or a horse wouldn't be enough to repay this debt. In an instant, Malia embraced Li Mu, her hot and delicate body wishing she could melt into his arms. Recalling the ecstasy of the previous night, Li Mu didn't hold back and, with a smile, pinned Malia down beneath him. When the battle subsided, Maria's face was rosy, and Li Mu held her, puffing on cigarettes. Let's take a look at the specific attributes. After entering a state of enlightenment, Li Mu decided to examine Maria's specific abilities. So I clicked on its properties. Maria, Tier 2, 6-star, Iron Herald, Hero Unit, who wields the law and governs all people. Entry 1, Lawmaking, revising laws, and enforcing compliance by all subjects under one's command. Note, this ability is effective only upon the submission of intelligent life forms under one's command. Effective limit, 100,000 people. Entry 2, Power of Words, words possess special power. Entry 3, Command thousands of troops and recruit elite guards. Maximum, 0 to 3,000. Entry 4, Political harmony and social stability lead to improved policy implementation efficiency and increased public compliance. Maximum effective area, 5 square kilometers. Entry 5, Peace and prosperity, increased productivity and improved well-being among the population within the territory. Maximum effective area, 5 square kilometers. Entry 6, Tax from the people, all production and consumption activities within the territory may be taxed, with the tax rate determined by the individual. Maximum effective area, 5 square kilometers. Wow, you really are a queen! Ma Lia's abilities truly surprised Li Mu. She is not only a hero unit capable of recruiting 3,000 elite soldiers, but the term Power of Words also grants her powerful personal combat abilities. Its 3 key attributes, lawmaking, political harmony, and peaceful and prosperous life, make Maria a natural leader. With these entries, as long as Maria doesn't act recklessly, she can manage a region perfectly and make it incredibly prosperous. Besides, Maria's last entry, it comes from the people, so taxes can be collected. This provided Li Mu with an extra source of income. A subordinate who can fight, recruit soldiers, manage territory, and even generate revenue. Only 2 words can describe it. Capable. Li Mu laughed heartily, in a good mood, and kissed Ma Lia's fair and tender face. Ma Lia blushed slightly, realizing she had misunderstood. She twisted her body in Li Mu's arms and met his fiery red lips. The war has reignited. Night had fallen in the blink of an eye. After having dinner with Li Mu, Ma Lia returned to Sangha town. With the power of the Iron Lawrence, managing the town of Sangha will be much easier for her. More importantly, evolved into a hero unit, Maria will remain absolutely loyal to Li Mu. This means that Li Mu can now withdraw and attend to other matters. This was the conquest of Sangha town. There are 3 main takeaways. First, it acquired the commercial hub of Sangha. Secondly, he obtained the Land family's century-old legacy, a full 6 million gold coins, not to mention other treasures. The third is the evolution of the hero unit Maria. What Li Mu needs to do now is to fully digest these gains and transform them into his own strength. He spent 4 million gold coins to recruit all the troops under Maria, Alice, Lucifer, Doruru and others. This brought Li Mu's total military strength to 8,000 men. If you include the skeletons under his command, the number could reach an astonishing 11,000. What you need to know is, these 11,000 people are all at the 2nd-tier combat power. Looking across the entire Iva Sea, no one can rival Li Mu's legion. Having settled everything, Li Mu left Maria in charge of Sangha town while he returned to the starting island with the remaining gold coins and resources. They evolved a large number of ships, allowing this legion to travel to various islands and conquer them. It is worth mentioning, Sangha town served as a trade transit point. Their understanding of the Iva Sea far surpasses that of a minor player like the werewolf camp. These maps now serve as Li Mu's compass as he navigates the Iva Sea. In addition to sending large armies to conquer new territories, Li Mu devoted most of his energy to agriculture. He analyzed the market in Sangha town and combined it with his own advantages. They believe that the most outstanding feature of the initial island is its agriculture. 2nd-tier, 3rd-star crops on the market are priced between 100 and 300 gold coins, depending on their function. Li Mu used the teleportation array to have Ma Lia confirm the value of extraordinary crops such as spirit rice, magic coconuts, and sweet red berries to the merchants in Sangha town. Tier 2 spirit rice is priced at 145 gold coins per pound. The 2nd-tier magic coconut is priced at 140 gold coins each. The 2nd-tier sweet red fruit is priced at 142 gold coins per piece. Li Mu was quite satisfied with the price. Don't be fooled by the fact that the initial island area was only about 100,000 square meters. However, thanks to the capable Doru and her subordinate farmer slimes, the unit output is extremely exaggerated. It can produce 1,500 caddies of spirit rice, 3,000 magic coconuts, and 2,000 sweet red fruits every day. It can bring Li Mu more than 900,000 gold coins every day. That's equivalent to 9 billion copper coins. The market for extraordinary crops will never be saturated, because there are other countries outside the 3 major principalities. Even if the 3 principalities cannot consume it, merchants will continue to come in droves. These crops will be sold to more distant places, including the income from selling water and food. Li Mu is now able to consistently earn over 1 million yuan a day. Chapter 38 Querine. Over the next 4 days, Li Mu began to systematically expand his territory. Numerous islands were conquered and dismantled. The total area of the initial islands increased rapidly. It has already reached an astonishing 540,000 square meters. Besides, they also acquired a large amount of natural resources such as minerals, forests, and crops. The ecological conditions of the original islands visibly improved. Numerous buildings have sprung up. This includes a windmill used for hull removal, a brewery for brewing wine, oil pressing workshop, practical buildings, etc. There are also many defensive structures such as arrow towers. These structures enable the original island to independently produce many industrial goods. It basically meets all the conditions required for survival. Outside the islands, Li Mu took advantage of the shipbuilding base in Sunga town. They built a large number of excellent ships. This is how a fleet of thousands was evolved. Every ship starts at Tier 2, 4 stars. In the Iva Sea, a beginner's sea area, Li Mu has already achieved the ability to sweep away everything, making him virtually invincible. While Li Mu was making great strides in his career, Emerald Island, located far on the edge of the Iva Sea, a giant dragon, hundreds of meters long, lies asleep on a mountain of gold and silver treasures. Suddenly, lizard men tumbled and crawled in from the outside, knelt on the ground, and cried out in anguish to the dragon. "Your Majesty Queen, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" The dragon named Querine raised his eyelids, his golden pupils fixed on the lizard man in front of him, and an immense pressure swept out, almost suffocating the lizard man. The lizard man swallowed hard, his heart pounding with fear, and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, our informant in Sunga town has been eliminated. According to the latest intelligence, Sunga town was breached by an unknown force 5 days ago. Who dares to be so audacious?" A flash of anger crossed Squirrel's eyes. "My subordinates are incompetent, the enemy's defenses are tight, and our intelligence personnel cannot get close enough to obtain information." The lizard man trembled with fear and lay prostrate on the ground. Useless! Sunga town was a piece of fat meat that Querine had been eyeing for a long time. But now this forbidden treasure has been enjoyed by others first. This truly enraged Querine. "After years of slumber and digesting the power of my bloodline, I have broken through to the 3rd rank. It's time to make this sea tremble for me." Quirrell suddenly stood up, his enormous wings spreading out as if blotting out the sky. The lizard men were filled with admiration and envy. As a creature of the dragon vein, Querine needs no cultivation. He can easily possess power surpassing that of other creatures simply by sleeping, eating, and sleeping. "Pass on my orders. Organize a large army and march to Sunga town." As Quirrell's orders were given, the entire Emerald Island was abuzz with excitement. Countless monsters boarded the warships and headed out to sea. 3 more days have passed. The initial islands developed along the expected trajectory. That day, Li Mu and Ma Lia were walking on the streets of Sunga town. After 7 days of recovery, Sunga town is back on track in every aspect. Even because of the large number of extraordinary crops provided by Li Mu. This made Sunga town famous. More and more businessmen are coming here because of its reputation. Sunga town is already showing signs of reaching a higher level. It is worth mentioning, with the blessing of Maria's entry, today, Sunga town can provide Li Mu with tens of thousands of gold coins and tax revenue. That's already a considerable amount of income. Li Mu was very interested in the defense system of Sunga town, especially the defensive shield that could cover the entire city. If it's possible to build one on the initial island as well, this will inevitably enhance the defense of the initial island. Pity. These defensive shields were created by the former founder of Sunga town, who used his connections and spent a huge amount of gold coins to build them. Having money isn't enough, having connections is even more important. As a second choice, Li Mu asked Ma Lia to keep an eye out for relevant talents, and see if a simplified version could be built so that it could be directly evolved using the creation Jade. "Sir, would you like to come in and take a look at this shop?" Upon hearing Ma Lia's words, Li Mu looked up and saw a women's clothing store. This trip, ostensibly an inspection, was actually more like a couple going shopping together. The two walked hand in hand, stopping and starting, eating, playing and strolling around. Li Mu wouldn't spoil the fun of buying clothes. He smiled and nodded. Ma Lia revealed a stunning smile and pulled Li Mu into the store. "Sir, what do you think of this outfit?" Before long, Ma Lia changed her clothes and stood prettily in front of Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes lit up immediately. Maria was wearing a strapless long dress, her graceful figure seemingly supporting the majestic mountains, revealing boundless charm. Especially this young lady, who occasionally has intimate relations with Li Mu and gets to know him well. She deliberately leaned forward, her breasts surging and heaving, making Li Mu's heart flutter with unease. Feeling the intense gaze of Li Mu, Ma Lia felt a sweet warmth in her heart. A scholar will die for one who understands him. A woman will adorn herself for one who appreciates her. Being able to win the heart of your loved one, whether male or female, is an extremely fulfilling thing. After glancing around discreetly to make sure no one was around, Ma Lia took Li Mu's hand and led him into the fitting room. In the cramped fitting room, their breathing gradually became hot. Li Mu's hands, which were not behaving properly, became restless. Ma Lia blushed, let out a soft moan, and without resisting, fell into Li Mu's arms. For a long time, the two walked out of the fitting room. Ma Lia, supporting Li Mu's hand, felt weak in the knees and had a sweet expression on her face. That night, suddenly, a winged scout arrived to report. "Reporting to the Lord, a large-scale monster army has been discovered 100 miles outside of Sunga town. Following its direction of travel, it will soon arrive at the town of Sunga." Upon hearing this, Li Mu frowned slightly and inquired about the details. According to the scout wing people, this monster army has a total strength of over 60,000. There are several thousand people with second-tier combat power. The strongest has reached tier 2, 5 stars. The main race is the lizard people. Lizard man. Li Mu recalled the lizard man spy he had captured after wiping out the werewolf camp. Could it be Quinn? The werewolf camp is Quirrell's outpost. They originally intended to send troops to Sunga town. This army is now mainly composed of lizard men. It's highly likely that it was the legions sent by Quirine. Being able to muster an army of tens of thousands and thousands of second-tier combatants, it truly lives up to its name as a dragon. Despite saying that, Li Mu was not flustered at all. After these days of development, an army of this level could not bring Li Mu the slightest sense of urgency. It is more than 100 miles away from Sunga town. A vast fleet traversed the seas. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the lizard man leader, Nolita. Quirine told him that as long as he could lead troops to suppress the town of Sunga, the lizard men will be in charge of operating the town of Sanha. This is undoubtedly great news for the lizard men. Nolita could make a huge profit from this. In a state of great excitement, Nolita shouted, "Full speed ahead! Take Sunga town today!" Chapter 39: The Three Kingdoms Mission. A fleet of monsters, hundreds of miles away, launched an attack on Sunga town. Li Mu's side naturally couldn't be unprepared. Maria's 3,000 elite soldiers stood ready for battle. Through the teleportation array, the legions in the initial island were continuously transported to the front line. The 3 legions of winged people, fish people, and slimes form a magnificent fleet. This scene caused a sensation throughout the town of Sunga. What happened? Is war about to break out again? Good heavens, I've never seen such a massive fleet in Sunga town. Tens of thousands of people were terrified. Maria's officers and constables went to evacuate the people and send everyone home, to prevent being harmed by the aftermath of the war. In the most luxurious and tallest hotel in Sunga town, the group looked out the window at the fleet on the beach, their pupils dilating in shock. Princess Brinny, such an army exists in such a small town as Sanha. Those who invaded Sunga town must be either secretly funded by the Duchy of Had or the Duchy of Enda. The Duchy of Hader and the Duchy of Enda have already formed a marriage alliance. The Sunga town incident is undoubtedly an action targeting my Duchy of Norin. War! This is a blatant attempt to provoke war. Brinny, who was called a princess, had a serious look in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, other rooms in the Sunga town Grand Hotel. The envoys from the other 2 duchies were no less relaxed than Brinny. The 3 island nations of Hader, Norlin, and Enda are separated only by the Iva Sea. All 3 kingdoms wanted to seize the Iva Sea, but their strengths were roughly equal, and none could defeat the others, eventually leading to a balance of power. The 3 countries signed an agreement stipulating that they would not be allowed to station troops or support forces in the Iva Sea, otherwise it would be considered an act of war. The Iva Sea thus became a buffer zone for the 3 countries. This allowed small, neutral forces like Sunga Town to rise to prominence. But the news of the change of ownership of Sunga Town caused a sensation among the three principalities. They have no reason not to suspect that it is either of their two countries that are preparing to break off relations and go to war. Since it concerned national security, all three countries sent special envoys to visit secretly. When I saw the terrifying fleet under Li Mu's command, the envoys from the three kingdoms felt a chill run down their spines. How can anyone feel at ease knowing that such a ferocious tiger is lurking in their own bed? If it were the other two countries that did this, they wouldn't have been so high profile. The large army assembled in Sunga Town must be preparing for war. Let's observe for a while. Brinny coldly watched the fleet at the port of Sanha. The other two special envoys shared the same idea. Time passed. Li Mu's army, which he had poured into Sunga Town, reached its peak. A total of 6,000 people and more than 1,000 warships. A cold evening wind howled, moonlight illuminated the sea, and the Milky Way formed by countless stars was reflected on the surface of the sea, making the horizon where the sea meets the sky a magnificent and spectacular sight. Suddenly, a large number of ships appeared on the horizon, and tens of thousands of monsters roared, tearing apart the silent night. Some of the braver residents of Sunga Town who climbed to higher ground to observe the scene suddenly felt their legs go weak. Monsters! Monsters everywhere! That symbol is the evil dragon Quirine! How dare it attack Sunga Town? Isn't it afraid of being attacked by the three duchies? Fear spread like a plague rapidly through the town of Sunga. Brinny, who was in the hotel, looked pale. Judging by the naked eye, there are at least 50 to 60,000 monsters on the front line. It's almost bigger than the total population of Sunga Town. If Sunga Town falls, this place will become a paradise for monsters. Hell for humans. How could they possibly have a good ending? Princess, let's get out of here! Looking at her terrified subordinates around her, Brinny gave a bitter smile. She wanted to run away too. But Sunga Town was already surrounded. Running out would be suicide. Wait and see what happens, and then look for an opportunity to evacuate after the war begins. The approaching army of monsters. It sent shivers down the spines of the entire town of Sunga. Many people were terrified and wept. Many passing merchants trembled with fear. But none of Li Mu and his soldiers showed any fear. At this moment, Li Mu sat leisurely on the observation deck of the Sunga Town Lord's mansion, gazing into the distance, as calm as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. The entire legion stood like an iron wall on the border of Sunga Town. The initially fearful common people and merchants were inspired by this spirit, and they recalled how terrifying Li Mu's army had been just 7 days earlier. A glimmer of hope emerged in everyone's hearts. Upon seeing the outline of Sunga Town, the lizardman leader Nilida was greatly excited. Men, charge! The first person to break into Sunga Town will receive a bounty of 100,000 and a promotion of 3 ranks. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Tens of thousands of ships raised their sails and launched an attack. A massive swarm of flying monsters is hurtling towards Sunga Town. War is imminent. Lucifer soared into the sky, followed by a legion of thousands of winged people. Each of them was equipped with a second-tier, 4-star bow and arrow bestowed upon them by Li Mu. Each one is comparable to a mobile Gatling gun. Arrows rained down from the sky in a frenzy. Countless monsters perished, their bodies raining down on the sea. Kill! Maria's elite troops roared, wielding giant cannons and muskets, unleashing a devastating barrage of firepower upon the distant enemy. Before the large number of monster ships even got close, they had already been riddled with bullets. Alice, leading the merman mages, cast a spell that sweeps everything away. Numerous slimes were responsible for transporting supplies and filling the cannons. The entire town of Sunga was turned into a meat grinder at that moment. It opened its hideous maw and crushed tens of thousands of demons. A horrifying scene. The people of Sunga Town stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Many businessmen were speechless. The envoys from the 3 kingdoms were drenched in cold sweat. I thought the monster army would crush us. Who could have imagined it? 6,000 troops are overwhelming 50 to 60,000 demons. That's almost a 10-fold difference in troop strength. Second tier! These 6,000 people are all at the second rank. Are you crazy? Where did so many Tier 2 experts come from in a tiny town like Sunga? Not only are the people at Tier 2, but their ships and equipment have also reached Tier 2 standards. Holy crap! How much money would it cost to build an army like this? They have so much money they don't know what to do with it. Brinny clenched her fists, feeling both relief and fear. Fortunately, the town of Sunga has such a legion, so their safety can be guaranteed. What they fear is that this army in Sanga Town will become a sharp sword, posing a huge threat to their country. As the war continued, the absolute power displayed by Li Mu's side. In less than an hour, the monster army suffered heavy losses. The lizard-man leader Nulita collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. Fear gripped his heart like a hand, making it hard for him to breathe. If this continues, my entire army will be wiped out. Nulita realized the consequences. But what if the withdrawal is fruitless? He will surely be killed by Querine. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Nulita cried out in terror. We surrender! We surrender! The entire monster army had long been demoralized. He immediately laid down his weapon and knelt on the ground. The war came to an abrupt end. Numerous winged beings hovered in the air, holding bows and arrows, ready for battle. Fishmen, slimes, and elite human soldiers surrounded the monster. Cold sweat trickled down Nulita's forehead. Tens of thousands of monsters were like death row inmates awaiting sentencing. With just a word from Li Mu, they could decide their fate. Chapter 40: Brinny's Decision. Under the cool moonlight. An hour ago, the raging demon army had suffered heavy casualties. The waves surged, the sea was stained red with blood, and severed limbs were everywhere. Such a tragic scene. The numerous demons, no longer arrogant, knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Li Mu's army, with winged people looking down from the sky and fishmen lurking in the sea, and hundreds of thousands of warships lined up on the sea surface, displaying endless majesty. Now, the outcome is decided. Everything depends on Li Mu's verdict. The townspeople of Sanga, who witnessed everything, erupted in thunderous cheers. The Lord is awesome! Good heavens, crushing tens of thousands of demons, such strength is already comparable to the 3 great duchies. If the Land family were in charge, Sanga Town would have been razed to the ground. They truly deserve to be called the new lords. That's incredible! With such a lord in charge, Sanga Town is bound to have a brand new beginning. The people of Sanga Town were overjoyed, and countless people shouted Li Mu's name. Even the businessmen were quite excited. After all, businessmen are driven by profit. With such a powerful lord guarding it, this means that the business environment is stable. After this battle, Li Mu's fame will spread throughout the Iva Sea and even the 3 great duchies. The envoys of the 3 principalities are located above the hotel. They all fell into deep thought. They were wondering who Li Mu really was. They were able to feel the full 6,000 second-tier powerhouses. You need to know. A normal power structure is pyramidal. The bottom level consists of ordinary people. The higher you go, the stronger you become. Under conditions where the conditions for cultivation are equal. A country with a large population means a larger base, a higher probability of producing geniuses, and a greater number of strong individuals. Sanga Town has a population of 60,000, occupies a prime commercial location, and is extremely wealthy. The strongest is only a Tier 2 5-star. The number of second-tier powerhouses is no more than 300. Even the 3 principalities. With a population of over 10 million, it controls the mobilization of a country's resources and has established a comprehensive talent cultivation system. The number of second-tier powerhouses fluctuates around tens of thousands. If the second-tier troops that Li Mu has brought out were to form a guerrilla force, they would be enough to severely damage any of the 3 great duchies. It has become a force that cannot be ignored. The envoys from the 3 countries, including Brinny, were all deeply impressed by this. At the same time, Li Mu, who was in the city lord's mansion, leisurely picked up a strawberry, threw it into his mouth, and looked carefree. They actually surrendered. Faced with this outcome, Li Mu pondered whether to exterminate the demons or recruit them into his ranks. After a moment's thought, Li Mu decided to adopt the latter approach. Maria's entry. Laws are established that can compel these surrendered individuals to loyalty. This resolved the biggest hidden danger. Thinking of this, Li Mu gave the order directly. We captured all these monsters, and Maria tamed them before extracting all their information. He received Li Mu's order. Maria stepped in and established laws to govern these monsters. This forced enslavement is even more terrifying than brainwashing. Make the monster that has already surrendered before you completely submit. After surrendering, Nulita became even more open-minded, revealing all the information he knew. According to Nulita's description, Querine has already broken through to the 3rd tier. It appears to have also received human funding. This attack on Sanha was orchestrated by Quirrell. Upon hearing this news, Li Mu frowned slightly. Although Querine is not a pure-blooded dragon. However, the quality of the bloodline must be quite high. This is a threat to Li Mu, Li Mu, who suffers from a fear of insufficient firepower, has only one thought in his mind. Accelerate expansion. Keep massing troops. Break through to the 3rd tier as quickly as possible. Once you reach the 3rd rank, killing this dragon will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Have the shipyard rush to build a batch of speed-tight vessels. And we also acquired a batch of armor and a batch of steel materials. Li Mu plans to slightly enhance these monsters and add them to the army that conquers the island. At the same time, what Li Mu was unaware of was, shortly after dawn, the 2 ships quietly left the town of Sunga. Brinny, however, chose to stay. Her guards were puzzled. Your Highness, this place is dangerous. We should leave immediately. What's the point of going back? Brinny shook her head and stood by the window, the morning sun illuminating her beautiful face. Despite a night of fierce fighting, the town of Sunga remained unaffected. The streets were bustling with traffic, vendors hawking their wares, and pedestrians. That's why they were able to do that. All because Sunga town has strong military support. The marriage alliance between the Duchy of Had and the Duchy of Enda is already showing signs of disrupting the balance. If left to develop unchecked, the Duchy of Norland will be isolated and helpless. To become the target of joint aggression by both countries. We must do something before the situation changes. A resolute glint flashed in Brinny's beautiful eyes as she turned to the guard beside her and said, I am going to meet Li Mu, the new lord of Sunga town. Your Majesty, you mustn't. The guards were terrified and their faces changed drastically. We don't yet know whether Sunga town is friend or foe. If it's the enemy, isn't this like lambs to the slaughter? Your Highness, please reconsider. Brinny ignored these attempts to dissuade her. The 2 principalities of Had and Enda formed a marriage alliance. Its political intentions are obvious. If the 2 countries become close, the Principality of Norland will be in danger. Therefore, the Duchy of Norland needs a strong external ally. Li Mu of Sunga town did not know whether they were enemies or friends. But Brinny was certain that Li Mu was not from either the Duchy of Had or the Duchy of Enda. After all, there were over 6,000 Tier 2 combatants armed to the teeth. Neither the 2 principalities could mobilize their troops or resources without making a sound. Since they are not from either of the 2 principalities. This means that Li Mu has the potential to win him over. If this trip is successful, the Duchy of Norland will see a turning point and a chance to survive. Even if we fail, the loss is only that of a princess. As a princess of the Duchy of Norland, Brinny had the responsibility and obligation to take this risk for the sake of her country and its people. Brinny had made up her mind, she said. This journey is dangerous. You wait here. If I do not return, evacuate immediately and return to the duchy to inform your father. The group of guards looked at each other in bewilderment, and immediately expressed their willingness to go with Brinny. But Brinny firmly refused. With Li Mu's strength, it would be meaningless to bring any number of guards without the company of a 3rd-tier expert. It's better to minimize the losses. After dressing up slightly, Brinny went alone to the city lord's mansion, took out a precious seal, and said to the guards at the gate, I am Princess Brinny, the 12th princess of the Duchy of Norland, and I request an audience with Lord Li Mu of Sunga town. Upon hearing this, regardless of whether it was true or false, the gatekeeper dared not delay and immediately took the seal to verify it with Maria. Brinny? Did you come alone? Maria was somewhat surprised. As a princess of a nation, it is neither proper etiquette nor common sense for her to venture into danger alone. However, Maria is not afraid that someone will dare to impersonate her. Let her in, I'll check her out for the adults first. Chapter 41 Scope is still too narrow. Not long after, Brinny came to Maria. Maria's gaze swept over Brinny, and she asked, You claim to be a princess of the Duchy of Norland, but do you have any proof? Is this evidence sufficient? A magnificent radiance shone in Brinny's hands. Facing that radiant light, Maria felt warmth, and all her fatigue vanished. Princess Brinny is being rude. Maria stood up, neither humble nor arrogant, and invited Brinny to sit down. The royal families of the 3 duchies all have their own lineages. It is this heritage that guarantees its strength. The Duchy of Norland, where Brinny resides, has a lineage known as the Light Mage. The power that Brinny just displayed. It has already reached the level of Tier 2, 5 stars. With attributes, profession, strength level, and the treasure seal all combined, Brinny's identity is almost certainly confirmed. Both Brienne and Maria are shrewd individuals well versed in politics. The 2 drank wine and tea, but their conversation had already sparred several times. They all failed to ascertain the other party's true strength or weakness. However, Maria was certain of one thing: Brinny meant no harm. Please wait a moment, Princess Brinny. I will go and fetch Lord Li Mu right away. Maria stood up, instructed 2 Tier 2, 5-star elite soldiers to keep an eye on Brinny, and then left, using the teleportation array to arrive at the initial island. The princess of the Duchy of Norland came alone? Li Mu's lips curled into a smile, and he became interested. Seeing this, Maria felt a little jealous, her little mouth puffed out. Could it be that the master is interested in this princess? Ha! Li Mu was amused by Ma Lia's cute appearance, and gave her a light peck on her red lips. Why are you being so jealous, you little rascal? Ma Lia blushed with embarrassment after being teased by Li Mu. Li Mu, with Ma Lia in tow, walked straight onto the teleportation array and arrived in Sunga town. Upon entering the reception room, Li Mu met with Blinny. I must say, this princess is indeed beautiful. Although she and Maria both belong to the proud and aloof type. But Maria exudes more of a queen-like aura. Brinny, on the other hand, was as chaste as a saint. It has a unique charm. Brinny was also subtly observing Li Mu. He had a handsome face and an upright posture, especially his eyes, which had a sharp edge. It's like a long sword drawn from its sheath, making one's heart tremble. At this moment, Li Mu, with his arm around Ma Lia, sat down leisurely and picked up a cigar. Maria, nestled in his arms, obediently cut open his wound. He took a puff, and smoke filled the air. Li Mu had no intention of wasting words with the princess, and went straight to the point. My name is Li Mu. May I ask what brings Princess Brinny here? Such casualness and directness instilled a sense of awe in Brinny. Generally speaking, when facing a princess like her, most people would give her some face. To be as unrestrained as Li Mu, one must either be arrogant or truly strong. Having witnessed the might of Li Mu's army, Brinny leaned more towards the latter, and she said, Does Lord Li Mu know that a great calamity is about to befall Sunga town? I'd like to hear the details. Li Mu was not frightened by Brinny's alarmist words. Instead, he looked relaxed and casually touched Maria's small hand. Brinny, who had hoped to attract Li Mu's attention, felt like she'd punched a cotton ball, but she still forced herself to say, Now that the Duchy of Hader and the Duchy of Enda have formed a marriage alliance and are on good terms, they seem poised to launch a joint attack on the Duchy of Norland. The Iva Sea is international waters of 3 countries, and the town of Sunga is located in a strategically important area. If the 2 countries go to war, they will definitely take Sunga town first. To be honest, my purpose in coming here is to form an alliance with you, my lord. Stand with my Duchy of Norland and fight together against the 2 kingdoms of Had and Enda. Brinny spoke passionately, but Li Mu didn't take it seriously and even laughed out loud. What does it have to do with my Sunga town that the 2 countries of Had and Enda are attacking the Duchy of Norland? Can't I join forces with both countries to attack the Duchy of Norland? Upon hearing this, Brinny broke out in a cold sweat. This was the worst possible outcome she had feared. Li Mu is now like a weight on a scale. Joining the Duchy of Norland will alleviate the Duchy of Norland's crisis. If the Duchy of Norland were to join the other 2 great duchies, it would be utterly destroyed. Lord Li Mu, forgive my bluntness, but a wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. The Duchy of Had and Enda are powerful now. If you help them, when the Duchy of Norland falls, they will abandon you and destroy Sunga town. And since the Duchy of Norland stands with us, and we are in a situation where our fates are intertwined, the Duchy of Norland will certainly provide full support to Sunga town. Brinny, as expected of a princess, remained calm in this situation, clearly stating the pros and cons, and looked at Li Mu with firm eyes. Li Mu wasn't buying into Brinny's act. Because he didn't care about the threat from the 3 principalities. With the precious Jade of Creation, Li Mu was able to grow at an astonishing speed. Once he breaks through to the 3rd tier, the so-called 3 great duchies will all be inferior. However, Li Mu was able to seize this opportunity to gain some benefits. He met Brinny's gaze and held up one finger. Give me this amount, and I will form an alliance with the Duchy of Norland. Brinny looked at Li Mu's index finger and tentatively said, 100 million gold coins? Li Mu didn't speak, but calmly took a puff of his cigar. Brinny's breathing became heavy. She said in disbelief, You want 1 billion gold coins? That's impossible. You're going to empty the treasury of the Duchy of Norland. Then it's 300 million gold coins. Anything less is out of the question. Li Mu's firmness made Brinny's heart race. She remained silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, before finally saying, Fine. Brinny's answer indicated that Li Mu and the Duchy of Norland had reached an initial cooperation agreement. Li Mu exhaled, and the swirling smoke obscured his face, making it impossible to discern his true form. Damn it. The vision is still too narrow. Holding up one finger, Li Mu's mental expectation was between 10 million and 100 million. I never expected them to ask for 100 million. We still suffered from a lack of intelligence. I don't know the true strength of the three principalities. Now you can make 300 million just by talking. Li Mu was quite excited, wondering when he could go to the three duchies to pull off a heist. Brinny breathed a sigh of relief. For her, the best outcome was that Sunga town hadn't defected to the two duchies. Next, Li Mu and Bleeny began discussing how to distribute the 300 million yuan. It's impossible to settle 300 million gold coins all at once. As a fee for forming an alliance, Brinny proposed paying 100 million in one lump sum, leaving 200 million. After the two duchies of Enda and Hader formally declared war on the Duchy of Norlin. After each time the covenant was fulfilled, the town of Sunga would settle a portion of the outstanding payment. Li Mu had no objection. For him, 100 million gold coins were free. Is there anything in this world more enjoyable than getting something for free? Once the terms of the alliance are drafted and agreed upon by both parties, the alliance will be formed. Brinny then left Sunga town and returned to the Duchy of Norlin to sign a treaty with the king. 3 days later, Brinny returned. And it brought 100 million gold coins. Chapter 42: Achieving a Small Goal. The boxes of gold coins made Li Mu's eyes a little blurry. Brinny cupped her hands to Li Mu and said, Lord Li Mu, this is the sincerity of my Duchy of Norlin. Princess Brinny, please rest assured I, Li Mu, am not a man of my word. Li Mu smiled slightly and accepted the 100 million gold coins. At that time, a game notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. Your daily income has exceeded 10 million gold coins, 100 billion copper coins. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you will receive a Tier 2 Platinum Chest X1. The notification sound had just finished. Many new island owners were still in the dark. Another notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. Your daily income has exceeded 100 million gold coins, 1 trillion copper coins. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you will receive 2 Tier 2 Platinum chests. 2 consecutive announcements have completely stunned the minds of billions of new island owners. Earning over 10 million gold coins a day was already enough to shock them. Now Li Mu has followed up with a daily income of over 100 million. These are gold coins, equivalent to 1 trillion copper coins. All the money of these new island owners combined is still less than the wealth of Li Mu alone. What? What? 100 million gold coins? Am I hearing things? Good heavens, I'm just saying good heavens, where did Boss Li Mu get so much money? I can only describe this as outrageous. We hadn't heard anything from Li Mu for the past 10 days or so, and we thought he had finally reached a plateau. But unexpectedly, he made headlines with some big news. That's ruthless. 100 million gold coins. That's 100 billion times my total assets. Others are rich enough to rival a country, but Boss Li Mu is now rich enough to rival all of humanity. Billions of new island owners were shocked. The entire island's forum was flooded with messages. The name Li Mu resonated in everyone's hearts. May all new island owners remember him. As for Li Mu, he was also quite pleased. He himself hadn't expected that his plan to achieve a small goal would be realized so quickly. Moreover, he only moved his lips and did nothing. He got it for free. It's like Xiao Ji eating Sichuan peppercorns. She won so hard she went numb. However, Brinny did not leave, and Li Mu could not be impolite. He also took this opportunity to obtain a lot of information from Brinny. Through this intelligence, Li Mu discovered many interesting things. That was the size of the world, far smaller than Li Mu had imagined. This sea area has a clearly defined edge to the world. It's like an invisible wall. To keep the entire world in a state of absolute isolation. There are only 16 principalities in this world. The 3 principalities are geographically close and have conflicting interests. The other principalities weren't much better off. They are at odds with their neighboring countries. 16 principalities vie for resources for their own survival within a limited sea area. How can the world be so small? Li Mu was a little confused. He had thought that the boundless sea should be infinitely large, as the literal meaning suggests. But now it's pitifully small, and at most it can only develop to the 4th level before it probably stops. Could it be related to my title as the new island lord? Li Mu recalled each time he broke a record. The game's announcements will all include a special prefix for him. New island owner. The word newcomer implies that Li Mu is at a certain stage. If we understand it that way. Perhaps the area where Li Mu is located is similar to a beginner's village. Only by reaching a certain stage can one venture into a wider world. Realizing this, Li Mu also thought of a crucial issue. Now that there's a starting village, will there be veteran players in the other maps? Li Mu naturally cannot answer these questions now. We can only wait until it truly develops to that point. Only then can one truly understand the reasons behind it. Li Mu put aside his thoughts and had a meal with Bleeny, during which they had a very pleasant conversation. After dinner, we helped Brinny check into her hotel. With some free time, Li Mu chose to claim his achievement reward. 2 major achievements were accomplished in one go. I obtained 3 Tier 2 Platinum chests. It was quite a fruitful experience. I wonder what good stuff we'll get. Li Mu was quite looking forward to this. As the quality of its products improves. Evolving Alice and Lucifer requires at least 2 5-star materials. Characters like Maria and Doruru require 2 6-star materials. Finding materials of such high quality in this low-level sea area is practically impossible. Basically, you can only rely on opening treasure chests and hoping for the best. Filled with anticipation, Li Mu reached out and opened the 3 treasure chests in front of him. Game notification sounds came one after another at this moment. Ding! You have opened a Tier 2 Platinum chest and obtained a Radiant Gem and a Void Creature Scale. Ding! You have opened a Tier 2 Platinum Treasure Chest. Congratulations on obtaining Deep Sea Ice Crystal and Divine Holy Water. Ding! You have opened a Tier 2 Platinum Treasure Chest and obtained the Twin Idols and Storm Meteorite. As the notification sound faded, 6 props appeared in front of Li Mu. After checking its attributes, Li Mu was quite pleased. Deep Sea Ice Crystals are materials used for Alice's evolution. Combined with the Deep Sea Beast Heart that I drew earlier. That's enough for Alice to undergo an evolution. Besides, Twin Statues and Void Creature Scales are both spatial attribute materials that can be used to evolve teleportation arrays. Storm Meteorite is a wind attribute material. Once you have enough 5-star materials, you can evolve Lucifer. The only pity is that the uses of the 2 materials, Radiant Gem and Divine Water, are currently unknown. Alice is currently still on the starting island. Li Mu planned to evolve it after returning, so he first walked to the teleportation array. Take out the materials and directly activate the power of the creation Jade. In an instant, 6,000 gold coins were consumed. The 2 evolution materials were decomposed. The teleportation array was surrounded by dazzling light. Whether it's the teleportation array in Sunga Town, it's still the teleportation array on the initial island. They all began to transform rapidly. The array runes became increasingly sophisticated. The area it occupies has also expanded to over 100 square meters. Amazing spatial fluctuations surged all around. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The teleportation array has evolved into a mother-child teleportation array. Li Mu's gaze was fixed on the teleportation array in front of him. Open its properties. Mother-child teleportation array, Tier 2, 6-star, special teleportation array. Entry 1, spatial teleportation, capable of spatial teleportation within a range of 3,000 kilometers. Entry 2, increased range, teleportation distance is increased by an additional 2,000 kilometers. Item 3, energy reduction, reduces the energy consumption for teleportation. Entry 4, buy 1 get 1 free, doubles the maximum number of objects that can be teleported at once. Entry 5, vanish into nothingness. During the teleportation process, the teleportation array and the teleported object become ethereal and cannot be attacked. Entry 6, maternal split, which can split into 10 auxiliary teleportation arrays to construct a teleportation network. Wow! A smile appeared at the corner of Li Mu's eye. I'm extremely satisfied with the evolution of the teleportation array. Chapter 43 The Beauty's Thoughts. After the teleportation array evolved, it transformed into a mother-child teleportation array. The transmission distance has increased dramatically to a full 5,000 kilometers. In addition, teleportation energy consumption has been reduced and the maximum number of objects that can be teleported at once has been increased. In other words, the same amount of energy can be transmitted further and more things can be transmitted. Moreover, the entry, escape into nothingness, ensures that the teleportation array is in an absolutely safe state after activation. This would prevent the teleportation array from being destroyed during teleportation, causing people to be trapped in the void and die on the spot. Security has been greatly guaranteed. These are all enhancements based on the teleportation array. The truly powerful aspect of the mother-child teleportation array. The key is that it can split into 10 sub-teleportation arrays. This will allow us to establish a teleportation network. This makes one of Li Mu's teleportation arrays equivalent to 10. 1/4 is better than 10. The price-performance ratio is absolutely top-notch. With these 10 teleportation arrays, I can set up my operations in the Iva Sea. Ever since learning of the existence of the three principalities, Li Mu has had plans to unify the Iva Sea. After unifying the Iva Sea area, Li Mu was then able to use this as his base. Send out a legion, drive straight in, and conquer the three duchies. It could even unify the entire Beginner's Sea area. By then, Li Mu is the undisputed overlord of this small world. Teleportation arrays can serve as strategic weapons. Help Li Mu deploy troops at various points in the Iva Sea. However, these are not the key points yet. Li Mu is currently facing two crises. One from your own quarrel. As a third-order entity, it poses a direct threat to Li Mu's existence. Another one comes from the Duchy of Hader and the Duchy of Enda. Now, Li Mu and the Duchy of Norlin have signed an alliance treaty. They have already become enemies with these two major duchies. We must be wary of their retaliation. Certainly. Neither of the two major crises at hand are a problem for Li Mu. Go back to the starting island and evolve Alice. Li Mu stepped onto the teleportation array and returned to the initial island. After more than half a month of development, the original island has been completely transformed. The total area has expanded to an astonishing 800,000 square meters. The entire island was carefully divided into plots of farmland. Various crops grow there. At first glance, it is full of vibrant colors and life, truly a beautiful sight. It's like a small seaside resort island. Li Mu felt a great sense of accomplishment. After all, it was only half a month ago. The initial island was no more than 10 square meters in size. It's a desolate place, with nothing but sand. In just half a month, it has already taken shape and been transformed by Li Mu into a rich land with tens of thousands of soldiers, covering an area of 800,000 square meters and abundant resources. Just like in a management and construction game, Li Mu, as the island's owner, felt a sense of accomplishment that was hard to describe in words. It's so cool. Li Mu walked straight out of the teleportation array. Not long after, I saw Doruru. In the vibrant farmland, Dorlu was squatting on the ground, playfully teasing the ants. Li Mu coughed deliberately. Dala was startled. She turned her head and saw Li Mu. Her little face lit up with a smile. She jumped up and rushed into Li Mu's arms. My lord, you're back! Li Mu held Duolulu's slender waist, feeling somewhat ashamed. These days, Li Mu has spent most of his time in Sunga town, studying physiological knowledge with Ma Lia. Therefore, he had few opportunities to meet with Doruru and others. Li Mu patted Duolulu's little head. Did you miss me? Yes. Doruru nodded without hesitation, enjoying Li Mu's broad and warm hand. What were you thinking? Li Mu asked with a smile. Meeting Li Mu's gaze, Duolulu's round, chubby face flushed red, making her as adorable as an elf from a fairy tale. I don't know how to say it, but I just feel empty and a little sad here because I can't see any adults. Dala clutched her heart, her crystal-clear eyes filled with Li Mu's image. Sincerity is the best weapon. Such a lovely girl, looking like this in front of him, deeply touched Li Mu's heart. He leaned down and touched Duolulu's red lips. Dalula's beautiful eyes widened, her body tensed, and her brain almost crashed. However, her instincts for life and love made her instinctively hold Li Mu tightly. Her petite and soft body, burning hot, seemed to melt into Li Mu's arms. At this moment, Duolulu did her best to respond to Li Mu's demands. A long time. The two separated. A glistening thread was drawn out. Are you feeling better now? Hearing Li Mu's words, Duolulu breathed slightly, nodded shyly, and felt incredibly sweet inside. After chatting with Doruru for a while, Li Mu got up and prepared to go find Alice. After all, the main purpose of this trip was to evolve Alice. Go straight through the initial island. We arrived at the other side. After half a month of development, most of the new island owners who couldn't adapt to the environment have already died. At least 1 billion people died. The rest are people who have adapted to the environment and found ways to survive. As a result, sales of basic resources such as fresh water and food began to decline significantly. Alice no longer needs to worry about making ice. I spend most of my time meditating and practicing spirituality. The initial island by the sea. Alice sat upright on the large rock. A vast expanse of water elements surged and floated around him. The waves seemed to have a life of their own, rising and falling with Alice's breath. She was like a queen who ruled the sea, Absolutely beautiful and noble. Li Mu stopped and couldn't help but admire it. As a mage, Alice had a strong sixth sense. She sensed someone was there, opened her beautiful eyes, and saw that it was Li Mu. A hint of joy flashed across her face, but it quickly turned into disappointment. Alice stood up, pursed her lips, and didn't call him Brother Mu out loud. In the end, she bowed slightly and called him Sir. At this moment, Li Mu felt as if Runtu was calling him Master. How come after only a few days, a pathetic barrier has formed between him and Alice? Why are you suddenly so distant? Li Mu smiled and reached out to Alice. Alice stepped back slightly. Li Mu did not let her have her way and pulled Alice straight into his arms. The long-lost warmth of his chest made Alice pause for a moment. Her nose tingled, and large tears fell, wetting Li Mu's clothes. Li Mu sighed, gently stroking Alice to comfort the beauty in his arms. Li Mu, not being a novice, knew perfectly well why Alice was aggrieved. As the first monster girl under his command, Alice and Li Mu spent the most time together. Only one step remains before we make our relationship official. It can be described as being more than a confidant, but not quite a lover. Later, Maria beat him to the punch and fell in love with Li Mu. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Alice. Not everyone is as innocent and carefree as Doru. Both men and women hope that their partner belongs to them alone. This is an instinct ingrained in our genes. Alice cried for a long time, her eyes red and swollen, which made Li Mu feel sorry for her. Brother Mu, can you give me some time? Li Mu knew what Alice was referring to. He wasn't so beastly as to say to Alice, You are all my wings. I'll wait for your answer. Li Mu smiled and released Alice. But Alice remained pressed tightly against Li Mu's chest. Li Mu could sense his reluctance and inner turmoil. Love cannot be forced. Li Mu, of course, wanted it all. However, he will not force anyone to do something against their will. He will wait for Alice's reply. Chapter 44 18 million square meters. The two lingered tenderly for a while. After Alice calmed down, Li Mu began working on Alice's evolution. Directly harnessed the power of the precious Jade of Creation. Under the burst of brilliance, the two materials, deep-sea ice crystal and deep-sea behemoth heart, were decomposed. The surging primal power merged with Alice's delicate body. In an instant. At this moment, Alice's bloodline underwent a tremendous transformation. A surging, turbulent wave, with a powerful surge of water elements sweeping in. This makes Alice look like an ocean empress. Absolutely stunning and powerful. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Alice's bloodline, the royal mermaid, evolves into a mermaid princess. Alice's beautiful eyes widened. She had already undergone 3 evolutions. Every time, I feel a tremendous sense of awe. After all, this is a leap in the very essence of life. Thank you, Brother Mu. Putting aside romantic feelings, Alice was genuinely grateful for this life-saving grace. We're like brothers. Li Mu smiled slightly. These words brought a sweet feeling to Alice's heart. However, that hurdle is not so easy to overcome. Li Mu understood this and didn't say much, intending to see Alice's attributes after this evolution. I casually opened Alice's attribute panel. Alice, Tier 1, 6 stars, Hero Unit, a royal princess among mermaids. Entry 1, Mermaid Princess, enhances the power of water magic and possesses royal authority, which intimidates lower creatures and increases the combat strength of her aquatic tribes. Entry 2, Mermaid Mage, possessing magical proficiency far surpassing that of humans in water magic, enhancing the power of all water magic and capable of casting super-tier water spells. Entry 3, Ocean's Blessing. When in water, within a 3-kilometer radius, all allies with water-based spells have increased casting speed, power, and mana regeneration, and also gain a healing effect. Entry 4, Princess Guard. Can be summoned by Alice, consuming copper coins. Maximum, 0 to 3,000. Entry 5, Mermaid Dual Form. Can switch between human form and mermaid form. Human form enhances close combat ability and gains water-based warrior abilities, while mermaid form enhances magical combat ability and gains water-based mage abilities. Entry 6, Undersea Kingdom. Through Alice, you gain development rights within 3,000 meters of the initial island. Non-aquatic creatures within this area gain the ability to breathe and move underwater. Wow! Li Mu exclaimed. With this evolution, all of Alice's original attributes have been enhanced. With enhanced spellcasting abilities, he has become a mermaid mage capable of casting super-tier spells. You can recruit 3,000 princess guards. Besides, the ability that truly surprised Li Mu. Nothing beats the newly added skill called Sea Kingdom. This granted Li Mu the right to develop the seabed within a 3,000-meter radius of the initial island. Those mines and farmlands that occupy land can be moved to the seabed. Through this entry, Li Mu's units, which have gained the ability to breathe and move underwater, can be transferred to the seabed for development. This is equivalent to directly expanding the territory. You need to know that the area is 3 kilometers in radius. It covers an area of nearly 18 million square meters. It can be said that this led to a huge expansion of the territory under Li Mu's control. Li Mu was all smiles, in a very good mood. Speaking of which, as the first hero unit under Li Mu's command, Alice helped Li Mu through the most difficult early stages. In the midterm, they further relied on their ability to make ice and sell water. Give Li Mu a huge amount of gold coins every day. This has now indirectly expanded the area of the initial island. Li Mu sincerely praised such hard work and great achievements. Haha, you're such a lucky star! Alice's smile is now harder to suppress than an AK. After all, they were just throwing a tantrum. Unlike usual, when she would be as happy as a child if Li Mu praised her even slightly. Li Mu found the girl's thoughts rather adorable, and after chatting for a while, he left. Looking at Li Mu's retreating figure, Alice's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. The next morning, Li Mu returned to Sunga town. Because Brinny is returning to the Duchy of Norland today. As the host, Li Mu naturally had to see off this ally. However, Li Mu was slightly taken aback after meeting Brinny. Because the Jade of Creation sent out a message. Radiant Gem plus Divine Water plus 6,000 gold coins can evolve Brinny. This information surprised Li Mu slightly. Brinny is also an evolution potential candidate. Although Brinny is very beautiful. However, Li Mu always treated him with an attitude of exploitation. I don't intend to delve deeper. Once they have sufficient strength, they will take over the Duchy of Norland. Complete Li Mu's unification of the country. If it can now serve as an object of evolution, then we can't be so rough. At least from now on we'll all be on the same side. Li Mu did not reveal these thoughts on his face. There was plenty of time in the future. He saw Brinny off onto the ship and watched her leave. Let's find an opportunity to bring her under our control. After Brinny left, Li Mu began to process the 100 million gold coins brought by Brinny. The first step is to fill the 3,000 slot quota for Alice's guards. Then upgrade all your murlocs, winged men, slimes, ancient of war, skeletons, and human soldiers to the highest quality. And build a large number of warships. To accomplish all of this, Li Mu's absolutely loyal direct army numbers as high as 13,000. Including the 30,000 demons we subdued earlier. Li Mu now commands a formidable army, both in terms of quantity and quality. He has 100 million gold coins in hand. With the help of the precious Jade of Creation, Li Mu was capable of arming these 40,000 troops to the teeth. Let's set off and conquer all the surrounding islands. As Li Mu issued his order, the surging army was like a raging dragon emerging from its cave. It swept in all directions. Li Mu plans to expand the initial island's area to 1 million square meters as soon as possible, while sending out his large army to conquer all directions. Li Mu also dispatched a merchant ship to the capital of the Duchy of Norland. Brinny is an evolvable object. Naturally, we cannot waste it. Li Mu planned to make arrangements in advance, find an opportunity to get his hands on Brinny, and make her willingly undergo evolution. Besides, the construction of the initial islands is also underway simultaneously. Thanks to Alice's evolution. Initially, the island has development rights within a radius of 3,000 meters. This allowed Li Mu to farm on the seabed. He evolved several types of underwater crops. Let Doru lead her slimes to develop and cultivate. During the conquest of the islands, a large amount of mineral resources were acquired and deployed on the seabed. Extensive development of underwater farmland. A huge potential profit is at hand. The entire starting island was thriving. The day after Li Mu dispatched his army to attack other islands. The initial total area of the island has finally reached 1 million square meters. A game notification sounded. Congratulations on reaching 1 million square meters for your starting island. Should we upgrade the island owner's level? Warning, during the process of upgrading your island, you will be attacked by sea monsters. Please make your decision carefully. Chapter 45 One sword kills the enemy. 1 million square meters is enough to break through to the 3rd tier? Li Mu was in a very pleasant mood. As long as you successfully break through to the 3rd tier, the 2 major problems facing him will be solved. Make preparations first. Li Mu preferred to play it safe. before upgrading the island owner's level. The plan is to upgrade the initial island defense system. First, regarding the city walls. A city wall was built on the sea. They then used the large amount of ore they had stockpiled. A second-tier, 5-star quality city wall has evolved. Next came defensive structures such as watchtowers, arrow towers, mage towers, and catapults. And ports were built along the coast. A large number of ships that had gone out to fight returned to the original island through the teleportation array, ready for battle. It was noon. All preparations are complete. Li Mu brought up the game panel and clicked on the upgrade option. A prompt appears. Ding! Breakthrough to Tier 3 Island Lord requires 10,000 gold coins. Continue? 10,000 gold coins is definitely a huge sum of money. But for Li Mu, it was a piece of cake. He chose to confirm without hesitation. At that time, a notification rang in the ears of all new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new Island Master Li Mu for being the first to take the second-tier Island Master Advancement Challenge. The Siege of the Sea Beasts is about to begin. As pioneering players, all new island owners can head to the forum to watch the live stream of Li Mu's advancement process. Many new island owners were trembling with shock. Good heavens! Boss Li Mu is about to break through to the 3rd tier. Wow, it's only been used for less than half a month. I'm still scavenging for trash in the ocean, while Boss Li Mu is already earning trillions a day and is about to break through to the 3rd tier. What kind of difference is that? Holy crap, can anyone tell me what the conditions are for breaking through to the 2nd tier? Forget about it. Besides Li Mu, who else can level up that fast? The billions of new island owners were shocked. Whenever they had free time, they all flocked to the island owner forum and opened Li Mu's live stream. After these island owners entered the live broadcast room, the scenery of the island that Li Mu initially encountered once again astonished him. Fertile fields abound, city walls stand tall, and hundreds of arrow towers stand firm. Tens of thousands of troops stood ready, and warships lined up densely along the coast. It's an absolutely stunning paradise on the sea, yet it's armed to the teeth. The new island owners were incredibly envious. They endured the hardships of wind, sun, and sea creatures at sea. Li Mu, however, was already living a noble life, with beautiful women by his side and fertile land at his disposal, clearly putting him several classes above these new island lords. This amazed the new island owners. At this time, the surrounding seawater seemed to be boiling. Thousands of sea monsters charged out from within. The waves are surging and crashing. There were so many powerful sea monsters. The sight filled the new island owners with dread. What? Is this a siege by sea monsters, or the end of the world? What a terrifying sea monster! It's even more exaggerated than the monsters in the movies. Damn! What are we going to do now that we're facing these sea monsters? If I were to encounter a sea monster like that now, the grass on my grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. Second-tier sea beasts are far more ferocious than first-tier sea beasts in both size and ability. His mere appearance instilled fear and despair in the billions of new island owners. But Li Mu remained calm, sitting leisurely in a deck chair, enjoying the sun. Defensive structures such as arrow towers, watchtowers, and mage towers unfurled their fangs, revealing their ferocity. The sea creatures, densely packed together, died instantly. Within 3 kilometers of the initial island, it seemed to become a forbidden zone. Any enemy who dares to enter will be reduced to dust. The start of the war. It has already become a pure one-sided massacre. Blood stained the seawater red, and a large number of severed limbs floated on the water. The scarlet color stung the eyes of the new island owners, making their jaws almost drop to the ground. What they considered a powerful sea monster now looks like a weak and delicate Lin Dayu, being pinned to the ground and beaten. Even Li Mu's main army hadn't made a move yet. The defensive towers alone are enough to wipe out this group of sea monsters. In less than a few minutes, the densely packed sea monster army was almost completely wiped out. A ferocious beast rose from the sea, carrying a fierce wind, and flew into the sky, heading towards the original island. The boss is here. The new island owners felt a sense of awe. The boss was hundreds of meters long, with giant wings and a visible gale, truly imposing. I wonder how Boss Li Mu plans to deal with this boss. Looking so fierce, it'll take some effort to get him here, won't it? Li Mu will definitely kill this boss within 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Less than a minute. The new island master held his breath and focused his attention, eager to see how Li Mu would deal with the boss. Li Mu, who was lying on the recliner enjoying a leg massage from Duo Lulu, spat out the fruit pit in his mouth and glanced at the boss in the sky. So fast. Li Mu stretched leisurely, knowing he would definitely pass the upgrade test, but he didn't expect it to be over in just a few minutes. Since that's the case, Li Mu didn't intend to delay any longer. With a thought, the Death Demon sword appeared, flew out through the air, and instantly arrived in front of the flying boss. Gah! The flying boss's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat poured down its back, and it frantically flapped its wings, trying to escape. But the death sword locked onto it firmly. Armor-piercing effect triggered, piercing through the boss's body. The instant death effect takes effect, and the boss dies on the spot. Its enormous body fell from the sky like trash. The entire live stream room fell into absolute silence. All the comments speculating about how long it would take Li Mu to kill the boss disappeared. The new island owner with billions in assets has such a jaw that it's almost dislocated. You could fit an egg in it. Moments later, the live stream was flooded with a deluge of comments. What? What kind of technique is this? A flying sword? A sword immortal! That's so cool! With a wave of his hand, he can traverse 1,000 meters, killing bosses as easily as taking candy from a baby. Boss Li Mu is awesome! I thought it would take Li Mu at least a minute, but I didn't expect him to take something from me in just a second. What? +1? What? +100,010! Countless people were amazed by it. The game notifications echoed in the ears of the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island lord Li Mu for successfully passing the advancement challenge and becoming a Tier 3 island lord. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 3 diamond chest. Ding! New island lord Li Mu has become a 3rd-tier island lord in 17 days and 13 hours, breaking the record for the fastest ascent in the boundless sea. Bonus reward, Tier 3 diamond chest X1. As the notification sound faded, this caused a sensation among many new island owners. The entire forum was filled with posts about Li Mu. Li Mu's name is already known to everyone among the billions of new island owners. However, Li Mu, who was revered as a god by many new island owners, lay comfortably on a recliner like an old man. Yes, right here, give it your all, phew, that feels great. Duolula pouted as she diligently massaged Li Mu's shoulders and legs, looking just like an exploited child laborer. Chapter 46 Lucifer's Shyness. Enjoying Duolula's massage service, Li Mu casually accepted the achievement reward. This time, he broke through to the 3rd-tier island master. He obtained 2 diamond chests. This was actually the first time Li Mu had obtained a diamond-level treasure chest. I wonder what we'll get from it. Li Mu was quite looking forward to the diamond treasure chest. He looked at Dorolu and smiled. Dorolu, your little hands are quite red, come and help me open it. Shall I try? Doru was eager to try, ran to the diamond treasure chest, and reached out to open it. A burst of brilliance. The treasure chest has disappeared. A game notification sound came. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest and obtaining the magical information exchange technology. Holographic map. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest and obtaining the ocean crown fragment and the broken lich fake chest. What is this thing? Li Mu's attention was drawn to the magical information exchange technology. After checking the attributes, I was pleasantly surprised. The magical information exchange technology consists of an information tower and a receiving terminal. Each information tower can cover an area of about 100 kilometers. Within this area, information exchange can be conducted with virtually no delay. To put it simply, it's just base stations and mobile phones. With this technology, this means that Li Mu was able to communicate over a wide area. Although the beluga also has ultrasonic communication devices. But that is ultimately limited in scope. Theoretically, as long as there are enough information towers, Li Mu's orders can cover the entire beginner's sea area. From a primitive era where we were completely ignorant, we have leaped into the information age. As expected of you. Li Mu was in a great mood and gave Duolula's soft face a big kiss. Duolula blushed, clutching the hem of her clothes with her little hands, looking adorable and well-behaved. Li Mu then looked at the remaining 3 items. Among them, the ocean crown fragment and the broken lich life box are both evolution materials for Tier 3, 6-star characters. Suitable for use by Alice and Li Mu. However, there weren't enough materials, so we had to keep them for the time being. As for the holographic map, that prop is quite interesting as well. It functions like a game map, automatically recording the places you've been. In addition, it can display the distribution of all of Li Mu's troops within a 3,000-kilometer radius. With the aid of magical communication technology, Li Mu can command his army more freely. Overall, opening the diamond chest this time was a huge win, whether it was the 2 items or the 2 evolution materials. This greatly pleased Li Mu. He stood up and ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. And upgrade yourself, Doruru, Alice, Lucifer, Maria, etc. After consuming nearly 300,000 gold coins, Li Mu and the 4 women have upgraded to the 3rd tier. Our combat capabilities have undergone a qualitative leap. Besides, the number of skeletons that Li Mu can contract has increased to 6,000. Including Alice and others, the soldiers who are directly under Li Mu and absolutely loyal will number 27,000. But it is worth mentioning. After reaching level 3, it becomes impossible for all members to reach level 3. As described in Li Mu's entry, he can contract 100 tier 3 skeletons, and the number below tier 3 cannot exceed 3,000. Alice and the other women were roughly in a similar situation. Moreover, tier 3 combat power is extremely expensive. The recruitment cost for a tier 3 4-star combat power is as high as 400,000 gold coins. It is hundreds of times that of the 2nd order. A tier 3, 5-star character can reach 600,000 gold coins. Li Mu can now recruit 430 tier 3 individuals, which will cost him at least 200 million gold coins. That's a huge sum of money. But it was all worth it. After all, tier 3 is the strongest combat force in the beginner sea area. Ordinary forces with a tier 3 power can roam freely in the beginner sea area. If Li Mu can recruit a full complement of members, the entire beginner sea area will have to kneel down and call him father. Now Alice, Doruru, Lucifer, Maria, and I are all at the 3rd rank. The so-called Dragon Querine, none of the 3 great duchies can threaten me. Having broken through to the 3rd tier and averted the crisis, Li Mu hummed a cheerful tune, feeling incredibly happy. As the front lines were being cleared, large numbers of marine mammals were caught and decomposed into meat. Li Mu now has to support an army of 60,000 to 70,000, which consumes a huge amount of food. These meats should not be wasted. The boss's corpse was then delivered to Li Mu. The precious Jade of Creation was activated and sent a message. Storm Meteorite plus Wind Riding Flying Fish plus 120,000 gold coins can evolve Lucifer. Another unexpected bonus? With double happiness upon them, Li Mu could barely contain his joy. His smile was incredibly bright. He called Lucifer to his side. Although I've met with Lucifer from time to time these days. But these were all official matters, and the two had almost no face-to-face, one-on-one contact. Now, because of this matter of evolution, Lucifer stands before Li Mu, with no one else around. Lucifer's face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes looking at Li Mu, like melting snow water, rippling with light, quite charming. Is there something on my face? Li Mu teased with a smile. No, my lord. Lucifer remained somewhat rigid, like an emotionless robot, as she answered Li Mu's question. Li Mu found this blockhead both amusing and somewhat heartbreaking. Emotions and desires are abilities that almost all intelligent beings possess. Lucifer, however, was born without this ability. What difference is there between such a living being and an inanimate object? Don't be so rigid. Li Mu reached out and lifted Lucifer's chin, looking quite like a disreputable playboy. Come on, give me a smile. At this moment, Li Mu and Lucifer were face to face, only a fist's width apart, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Lucifer recalled the strange pleasure she felt when she threw Li Mu that day, and the feeling of her breathing quickening when Li Mu hugged her after defeating her. Amidst a mix of memories, Lucifer's heart fluttered, her little heart pounded, and a smile crept onto her lips. Bright eyes and white teeth, the iceberg melted, and everything seemed to lose its luster. Li Mu was stunned, utterly amazed. Their eyes met, and all sound and existence vanished. Only each other remained in their eyes. After a long while, Lucifer couldn't take it anymore. To hide her shyness, she coughed lightly and lowered her head. Her usually icy face was now flushed with a shy peach color, making her look delicate and beautiful. Li Mu realized what was happening, laughed, and withdrew his hand. You should smile more. You looked so good just now. Lucifer felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The ambiguous atmosphere has passed. Li Mu began to work on evolving Lucifer. The power of the precious Jade of Creation is at work. 120,000 gold coins consumed. Both materials have been upgraded to Tier 3. It was then decomposed by the power of the creation Jade. It transformed into a vast, primal power, surging into Lucifer's delicate body. In an instant, Lucifer underwent a dramatic transformation. Her figure is taller, and her graceful body is even more beautiful. A fierce wind swirled around, and boundless pressure erupted. A stunning sight. Lucifer's bloodline has evolved. At this moment, the precious Jade of Creation sent a message. Lucifer's bloodline, the Gale Winged Man evolves into the Winged Man Commander. Chapter 47 The Mobile Armory. The message came from the Jade of Creation. Li Mu witnessed Lucifer's successful evolution firsthand. At this time, Lucifer's appearance had not changed in any fundamental way. But she exudes an even more domineering aura. That heroic and valiant spirit adds a touch of charm to her stunningly beautiful face. She looks just like those beautiful, ruthless, and taciturn characters in anime. Li Mu was curious about the extent of Lucifer's evolution after this transformation, so he checked her attributes. Lucifer, Tier 3, 6-star, Hero Unit, Commander of the Gale Winged Legion, Grand Master Archer. Entry 1, Wind-type Magic Arrow Master, a master who has reached the pinnacle of Wind-type archery, with increased shooting speed and Wind attribute armor-piercing effect. Entry 2, Gale Wings. Possesses the ability to fly and control gales, increasing speed and reaction time. During flight, swirling gales surround the user, which can block some attacks. Entry 3, Exceptional Eagle Eye. Possessing an ultra-long field of vision and amazing dynamic vision, capable of detecting enemy strength and weaknesses. Entry 4, Commander-in-Chief. Boosts the morale and combat power of the Winged Legion, and can command his legions to form a grand formation. Entry 5, Winged Legion. Can recruit a legion of winged beings. Maximum, 0 to 6,000, 100 for Tier 3, unlimited for others. Entry 6, Aerial Armaments, which can be purchased with gold coins for exclusive weaponry of the Winged Legion. That's interesting. Li Mu's eyes lit up. After evolution, all 5 original attributes were upgraded to 6 stars, undergoing transformation and enhancement. This has led to significant progress for Lucifer in terms of archers, troop leadership, and the number of recruits. What Li Mu was most interested in was Lucifer's last entry, Aerial Military Equipment. This entry turns Lucifer into an armory, where you can purchase exclusive weaponry from the Winged Legion by spending gold coins. Li Mu inquired about Lucifer. After receiving the reply, Li Mu laughed with unrestrained joy. The term, Airborne Military Equipment, is really impressive. The armaments include standard equipment, bows and arrows, weapons, and all sorts of airships and magic bombs. With this entry, Li Mu can easily arm his winged army to the teeth simply by spending gold coins. And they purchase various types of airships for transportation, reconnaissance, bombing, and attack. Transform the winged army into a formidable air force. However, we're still short of money. Of the 100 million gold coins given by Brinny, more than 60 million remain. This amount of money is not enough for either recruitment or purchasing weapons. Li Mu was already thinking about where to make some extra money to spend. Air and Karayan, and those 2 duchies are quite good. Li Mu had his eye on these 3 forces long ago. Now I have finally broken through to the 3rd tier. It's time to make a move on these 3 fragrant, fat pigs. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Li Mu was not in a hurry, but instead sent out winged scouts to assess the strength of the 3 forces. The locations of the Duchy of Had and the Duchy of Enda are not a secret. On the other side, Quirine, the coordinates can be found by contacting the surrendered Monster Legion. Before long, several 3rd-tier winged beings, leading over 100 scouts, set off. As for Li Mu, he continued to live a comfortable life as the island's owner. When I have nothing to do, I tease Dahlia, Alice, and Lucifer. In the evening, we teleported to Sunga Town to discuss the enduring and great topic of human reproduction with Maria. They were living a very pleasant life. 2 more days have passed. It is more than 100 miles away from Sunga Town. A vast fleet sailed on the sea. A colossal dragon lay on the deck, surrounded by hundreds of ships connected to it by iron chains, which used magical power to pull the ships forward. Without a doubt, this dragon is none other than the dragon Quirine. Upon learning of the annihilation of his army, Quirine was enraged and chose to personally go to Sunga Town to destroy it. Your Majesty Kern, we are still 100 miles from Sunga Town. Quran opened its golden eyes, unleashing a brutal killing intent that terrified its surrounding minions. It stood up, its massive body resembling a hill, its black scales reflecting a gleam like dark iron in the sunlight. Full speed ahead. Today I want to see the town of Sunga drenched in blood. The dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Numerous warships, gleaming with magical light, sped forward. On the other side, Li Mu received a report from the winged sentries at the front. A giant dragon, leading over 100,000 demons, is marching towards Sunga Town? Upon hearing this news, Li Mu looked surprised. The only creature in the Iva Sea that can be associated with dragons is the dragon Quirine. What, you want to die fast enough, so you're starting to deliver goods to your door? Li Mu was amused by Quarrel's humor. That saved him the trouble. How strong is it? Li Mu asked the sentry. Reporting to the Lord, the number of demons exceeds 100,000, with 2,000 being second tier and only one third tier dragon. Li Mu's lips curled up. Since Quirine was so sensible, he couldn't make things difficult for her. If a friend comes from afar, even if he is far away, he shall be punished. Order Alice, Doru, Lucifer, and others to lead the troops to garrison Sunga town. In an instant, the entire initial island, upon receiving Li Mu's command, began to operate at high speed, like a sophisticated machine. Alice's army of merfolk. Doru leads the slime army. Lucifer even led an elite air force composed of winged people into battle. Sunga town. One warship after another entered the sea like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. A large number of troops are converging. Such a sight drew the attention of all the residents of Sunga. What's going on? Why are they assembling troops? Are we going to start another war? Rest assured, Lord Li Mu's army is no threat to Sunga town unless the three major duchies intervene. After a great battle that wiped out an army of 50 to 60,000 demons, the residents of Sunga town trusted Li Mu to the extreme. They weren't flustered at all. Some people even took out sunflower seeds and gathered in high places, waiting for the benefits to come. Merchants who had been there before were quite surprised by this. This could be a war. Why are you being so unserious? A distance of 100 miles doesn't take much time for an extraordinary warship. Shortly after Li Mu's army assembled. On the distant sea horizon, the warships were densely packed together, a dark and imposing sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Just as a storm was brewing, the wind howled and dark clouds swept in, carrying a terrifying force as they hurtled towards Sunga town. Quirine's eyes reflected the outline of Sunga town, revealing sharp fangs and a ferocious look in his triangular eyes. A loud dragon roar echoed throughout the entire sea. Along with the howling wind, the terrifying dragons might stun a group of onlookers. A dragon! It's a giant dragon! Could it be Quinn? What? Sunga town is finished! Lord Li Mu is so strong, he'll definitely be alright. That's a dragon! The residents of Sunga town suddenly felt that the melons in their hands no longer tasted good, and they were so frightened that their limbs went weak. Dragons are among the most powerful life forms. The fear of dragons is etched into the genes of all living things. Chapter 48 Quirine's Confusion. The entire town of Sunga, with its tens of thousands of inhabitants, was horrified. The merchants who remained in town were even more pale-faced, lamenting their bad luck. Quirine, having let out a loud howl, was very pleased with its display of power. It shook its wings and roared. Charge! Take Sunga town! The moment the words left his mouth, the magnificent fleet, along with the dark clouds filling the sky, swept towards Sunga town. Li Mu stood calmly in the howling wind, his clothes billowing, his posture upright, and with a surge of heroic spirit, he gave the order. Prepare for the enemy! The garrison stationed in Sunga town was like a prehistoric beast awakening. One after another, giant cannons roared, striking the demon army and creating a monstrous wave, annihilating countless demons. A large number of merman mages chanted incantations, and the surging water element condensed, transforming into countless icy blades that rained down like a storm, tearing apart enemy ships and slaying demons, comparable to a terrifying natural disaster. The Winged Legion even piloted airships straight up to the highest heavens, dropping magical bombs to carpet bomb the monster army under Quirine's command. The war has just begun. Li Mu's side has gained an absolute advantage. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of monsters are slain. The ferocious war beast that Li Mu created in Sunga town is now baring its fangs and devouring all the invading enemies. This sight made the previously terrified residents of Sunga town widen their eyes, and their panicked hearts suddenly found a sense of security. It seems that Lord Li Mu's army is stronger than it was a few days ago. Just who is Lord Li Mu? How could he command such a powerful army? Could he be the crown prince of some country? That's quite an impressive background. Perhaps Sunga town can actually survive Quirine's attack. Everyone clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on the war before them, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their hearts. Far away, Quirine, who was in command of this war, scoffed. Useless! Dragons are creatures that care about their reputation. Quirine is of impure blood. He didn't learn the cunning of dragons, but he basically inherited all of their bad habits. Seeing his men slaughtered, Quinion was filled with rage. He breathed out scorching dragon breath, spread his wings that blotted out the sky, and with magic flowing, his 1,000-ton body soared straight into the clouds. Such a colossal beast stirred up the winds and clouds, carrying terrifying power, spewing scorching dragon breath from its mouth, like a moving natural disaster, as it crashed down. The residents of Sunga Town, facing the dragon head-on, experienced a complete mental breakdown. Fear, like a hook, pierced their hearts, pulling them to their throats, making it difficult to breathe and leaving them feeling icy cold. After all, this is a legendary dragon. A monstrous beast capable of destroying a nation. Li Mu watched Quarine with great interest, adopting the mindset of watching a circus performance, and smiled as he gave the order to Lucifer. "Send an arrow to this big guy." Upon hearing this, Lucifer drew her bow and knocked an arrow. A blue gale surged around her, the sea churned, and the sharp arrow tore through the sound barrier, carrying a tornado-like whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Quirrell. Quarine, who was in the middle of showing off, was so frightened that his heart pounded and he hurriedly breathed out dragon breath. The billowing dragon flames collided with the whirlwind arrows. The elements of wind and fire burst forth in the sky. The shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread in all directions. Lucifer's arrow pierced through the billowing dragon flames and tore through Quarine's body, before Quarine's horrified gaze. This guy was lucky. He managed to dodge the dragon flames in the brief moment they were defending, avoiding a fatal wound, leaving a huge blood hole 1/2 meter in diameter on his shoulder. Corrosive dragon blood spilled across the sea, scorching up billowing steam and filling the air with the stench of blood. Tens of thousands of residents of Sunga Town stared wide-eyed, their pupils shrinking to pinpoints, their jaws dropping to the ground, utterly shocked. "A dragon! The dragon Quarine is injured! My God, that woman is incredibly strong! To wound a dragon with a single arrow, what level of strength is that? 3rd tier? Good heavens, Lord Li Mu actually has a 3rd-tier expert protecting him. Even princes and princesses don't get this kind of treatment. The Crown Prince. He's definitely a big shot at the Crown Prince level." The residents of Sunga Town were overjoyed. If there were a 3rd-tier expert here, then Sunga Town could be saved. Damn it! Quirrell was in a bad mood. The stinging pain in its shoulder was testing its nerves. It stared at Lucifer, its fierce eyes filled with fear. The chilling killing intent contained in that arrow still makes Quirrell tremble. "Those bastards from the Duchy of Hater dared to lie to me. Didn't they say there were no Tier 3 cultivators in Sunga Town?" At this moment, Quarine was furious, his eyes practically spitting fire. Its interest in Sunga Town was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Instead, they were instigated by the Duchy of Hater. The marriage alliance between the Duchy of Hater and the Duchy of Enda is indeed intended to target the Duchy of Norin. However, despite their advantage, neither Hater nor Enda wanted to immediately reveal their true colors. After all, war is merely a means, not an end. In any war involving nations, the ultimate goal is naturally to gain the greatest benefit at the lowest possible cost. Therefore, the two countries of Had and Enda conspired to let Quarine take over the town of Sanha. This way, they can avoid openly breaking ties with the Duchy of Norlin. It also allows them to effectively control the strategically important town of Sunga. Both countries are calculating their options meticulously. But then Li Mu became the variable. He reached the 3rd level in just half a month. Far beyond anyone's imagination. Quarine was drenched in sweat as he faced Lucifer, who had been evolved by Li Mu. "Damn it, you just wait and see, I'll be back." Quarine did not consider himself weaker than Lucifer. But to defeat Lucifer, one must pay the price of injury, or even serious injury. For Quirrell, this was by no means a worthwhile deal. After uttering those harsh words, Quarine turned and ran without hesitation, displaying the demeanor of a wolf king from the green grasslands. "A dragon's skin, a husky soul." Li Mu was amused by Quarine. The guy was as arrogant when he arrived as he was now in a sorry state. However, how could Li Mu possibly let go of this meat that was already practically delivered to his mouth? "Since you're here, why not stay and add another dish? All Tier 3 combatants, attack!" In an instant, Alice waved her staff, instantly casting a super-level water spell. Dalula summoned the power of nature, which transformed into endless vines that soared into the sky. Maria parted her pearly teeth slightly and coldly uttered the word, "Chains!" Her incantation was triggered, and chains actually appeared around Quarine. Quirrell was immediately imprisoned. Before it could break free of its chains, vines attacked from all sides, wrapping it up like a dumpling. "Roar!" Quinrin roared in impotent rage, struggling wildly. But Alice's super-powerful water magic descended. A ferocious water dragon, unleashing terrifying power, ripped one of Quirrell's wings apart. A sharp pain struck, and Quirrell's piercing screams echoed through the air. Chapter 49 Evolution of the Giant Dragon. Quirrell's screams were piercing and heart-wrenching. Dragons fly by relying on natural magic arrays engraved on their wings, using the power of the wind to propel their massive bodies into the air. Losing a wing is like an airplane losing one of its wings. Quirrell's enormous body plummeted from the sky like a meteorite. It crashed onto the sea, creating towering waves and splashing water everywhere. It struggled frantically on the surface of the water, the mighty dragon looking as pathetic as a drowning dog. For a dog that's fallen into the water, it's only right to press the attack and give it a good beating. Now, Alice, Doruru, Lucifer, and Maria's third-tier powerhouses all arrived. The Korean CPU is almost overheating. Has it broken some kind of divine law? In this beginner's sea area, third-tier powerhouses are already the strongest beings. They are usually considered national-level figures. How could such a small town as Sungha have 40 or 50 tier 3 individuals hidden within it? Just who is Li Mu? Quirrell was filled with regret. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Humans, merfolk, winged people, slimes, and other tier 3 combatants surrounded Quirion. It was like a group of 200-pound strongmen surrounding the naked younger sister. The scene was as bloody and violent as it could possibly be. Thanks to the dragon's powerful vitality, Quirion almost lost his voice from shouting, and died in endless grief and humiliation. This sight left all the residents of Sungha, as well as the merchants who stopped there, speechless. What? I'm so excited, I saw a giant dragon getting brutally beaten? That's a dragon. Even killing a dog wouldn't be this brutal. Just who is Lord Li Mu? How could he have such a ferocious group of subordinates? Terrible. This is absolutely terrifying. With such a lord guarding it, Sungha town is practically impregnable, and none of the 3 duchies can shake it. Lord Li Mu is awesome. Long live him. Good days have come for Sungha town. Witness Li Mu defeat the demon army once again. The residents of Sungha town cheered with joy, and the name Li Mu echoed throughout the city. At the same time, a notification sounded in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island Lord Li Mu for defeating the Sea Overlord boss, Subfire Dragon. This achievement is hereby announced. And you'll be rewarded with 2 tier 3 platinum chests. The notification sound echoed. Billions of new island owners were horrified. The entire island forum was abuzz with excitement because of Li Mu. Sea Overlord! Subfire Dragon! Is Boss Li Mu slaying a dragon? Holy crap, he just broke through to the 3rd tier and already made headlines. No wonder he's Li Mu. I would call Li Mu the strongest. Boss Li Mu is fierce. I haven't even broken through to the 2nd tier yet, while Boss Li Mu is already at the 3rd tier and has even started slaying dragons. The difference is incredible. Billions of new island owners were horrified. After all, dragons are legendary creatures. Its power is acknowledged by all races. Li Mu has only been developing for half a month, yet he has gone from having nothing to becoming a powerful being capable of slaying dragons. How could the many island lords who had witnessed Li Mu's growth not be shocked by this? With the death of Aaron Quirine, many monsters have completely lost their leader. The lizard-man leader Nulida and his band of monsters who had already surrendered to Li Mu, at Li Mu's behest, shouted, "Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed." In an instant, a large number of monsters chose to lay down their weapons, like ladybugs caught in a prostitution raid, covering their heads with their hands and squatting down on the spot. The war was completely over. A large number of monsters were captured and then tamed by Maria, becoming Li Mu's fighting force. Meanwhile, Li Mu's army began clearing the entire battlefield. The corpses of numerous monsters were recovered. The remains of Quirine were delivered directly to Li Mu. Although he is a dragon, Quirine's bloodline is considered pure. Its body is hundreds of meters long, resembling a world-destroying behemoth, quite ferocious and terrifying. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a vast amount of magical power circulated around him, forming a magnificent and dazzling magic circle that enveloped Quirion's body. The flesh and blood on the remains of Quirine rotted away at a visible speed, revealing hideous white bones. Under the influence of magic, countless dragon bones flew up, forming a majestic bone dragon in the air. Boom! So fire suddenly ignited in the hollow eye sockets of the bone dragon, which roared at the sky, its terrifying dragon might sweeping in all directions. The residents of Sungha town were terrified and trembled with fear. However, after displaying its power, the ferocious bone dragon lay prostrate at Li Mu's feet, its huge tail swaying like an electric fan. Putting aside its imposing dragon form, It's practically a little dog wagging its tail and begging for its master's affection. Li Mu smiled and touched the skull of the bone dragon, clearly feeling the joy emanating from it. It's not quite like a typical skeleton, because it was made from the remains of a dragon. Bone dragons far surpass ordinary skeletons in both strength and intelligence. It has extremely high training value. Quirion, that guy, not only sent me tens of thousands of monsters from afar, but he even gave himself to me. I'm so upset I could cry. A smile appeared on Li Mu's lips. Speaking of which, Quirrell is indeed a great dragon. It didn't cause Li Mu much trouble. Instead, they directly awarded Li Mu several achievements. And an army of nearly 100,000 monsters. There's even this bone dragon that evolved from its corpse. He's practically an otherworldly version of Sedana. After a slight sigh, Li Mu then accepted the achievement reward. 2 platinum treasure chests appeared before my eyes. With a hint of anticipation, Li Mu reached out and opened the treasure chest. A burst of light erupted, and the 2 treasure chests vanished from their original spot. Several game notification sounds came in succession. Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained Special Fertilizer and Fire Dragon Essence. Congratulations on obtaining the Elf's Tier and Ghostly Bone Fire from the Tier 3 Platinum Chest. Looking at these materials in front of me, the Jade of Creation sent a message. Special Fertilizer plus Elf Tier plus 6,000 gold coins can evolve the Harvest Statue. Fire Dragon Essence Blood plus Ghostly Bone Fire plus 6,000 gold coins can evolve into Bone Dragon. They're all evolution materials. Li Mu was pleasantly surprised. The 4 materials can be used to evolve the Harvest Statue and the Bone Dragon, respectively. The Harvest God Statue is a special item that Li Mu obtained when he opened a treasure chest. It can increase crop yields within a certain range. Its evolution will inevitably allow agriculture in the initial territory to catch up to a higher level. Bone Dragon is a contracted skeleton under Li Mu's command, possessing extremely strong potential. If we were to evolve the Bone Dragon, this is also a huge boost to Li Mu's combat power. 2 evolutions, one to improve productivity, and the other to improve combat power. It's a win-win situation. Li Mu was quite satisfied with the result of opening the treasure chest. However, since the Harvest Statue is on the starting island, Li Mu temporarily puts away the 2 evolution materials, preparing to evolve the Bone Dragon first. He took out the Fire Dragon's Essence Blood and the Ghostly Bone Fire, activated the Creation Jade, and began to evolve the Bone Dragon. Chapter 50 Skeletal Netherfire Dragon. As the power of the Creation Jade circulates, a magnificent and precious light descended. 6,000 gold coins disappeared. The 2 evolution materials were decomposed. It transforms into surging primal power, merging with the Bone Dragon. In an instant, the Bone Dragon was enveloped in a powerful aura of death, as if it had crawled out of purgatory, which was quite terrifying. The cracking sounds echoed as the Bone Dragon's skeleton grew thicker, and its size increased dramatically, its bone color becoming even deeper. At the same time, wisps of pale flame swirled around his body. This makes the Bone Dragon look even more ferocious and domineering. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The Bone Dragon evolves into the Skeleton Netherfire Dragon. He's quite handsome. Li Mu's eyes lit up as he looked at the brand new Skeletal Netherfire Dragon. The Skeleton Netherfire Dragon was even larger, its body surrounded by flames and billowing netherworld energy. Using this thing as a mount would be the ultimate way to boost your status and prestige. At 18, I happily acquired my first Skull Dragon mount. I just don't know what the attributes are. Filled with curiosity, Li Mu clicked on the attributes of the Skeleton Netherfire Dragon. Skeletal Netherfire Dragon, Tier 3, 6 stars, born from the undead dragons in Purgatory, possessing a powerful body and the ability to wield Netherfire. Entry 1, Dragon Skeleton, possessing extremely high defense and strength, with claws that have armor-piercing and magic-piercing properties. Entry 2, Dragonborn Aura. This ability has a deterrent effect on all beings whose realm or bloodline is lower than one's own. Entry 3, Blazing Bone Wings. Grants the ability to fly and increases speed. In battle, the area the bird flies through will leave behind a trail of dragon flame that lasts for 1 minute, dealing damage to enemies within it. Entry 4, Netherworld Power. One can wield the power of the underworld and obtain netherworld-type dragon language magic. Entry 5, Pale Bone Fire, a special flame born in the bone purgatory. Once tainted, it is difficult to extinguish, burning flesh and blood until the bones turn to ash. Entry 6, Soul returns to purgatory. After the bone netherfire dragon dies, its soul will return to the netherworld of its contractor and gradually revive over time. The attributes of the bone fire dragon are undoubtedly quite powerful. It possesses a powerful physical body, astonishing aura, and is proficient in both combat and magic. In terms of combat power alone, it truly lives up to the name of a dragon. It even possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely. This means that Li Mu has gained a fearless fighting force. The only downside is that the Bone Wraith Dragon is not a hero unit, so it cannot be recruited as a minion by spending gold like Alice and others. Ultimately, it's because hero units are too special. It may be related to the mysterious and esoteric concept of destiny. We cannot force this. Satisfied, Li Mu deactivated the skeleton Netherfire Dragon's attributes and stored it in the Ghost's Kingdom. He stretched and looked comfortably into the distance. After his army swept through the area, all traces of the war were erased. The sea has returned to its azure blue. The warm sunlight shines, reflecting countless dazzling ripples. Such a beautiful scene made it seem as if nothing had ever happened. But the residents of Sunga, and the merchants, knew that a dragon had just been killed here. The town of Sunga, and the name of Li Mu, are destined to resound throughout the three duchies and even the entire Beginner Sea area from this day forward. Li Mu didn't care about these empty titles. Since Quirine is already dead, Emerald Island, where it is located, cannot be abandoned. Li Mu immediately dispatched a large army to Emerald Island. Next, Li Mu returned to the starting island and evolved the Harvest Statue. The evolved Harvest Statue was renamed the Goddess of Spring Statue. All 6 terms are related to increasing output. Its coverage area reaches an astonishing 10,000 meters in radius. With this statue, the initial island's farmland yield can be increased at least 3 or 4 times. It can bring Li Mu more gold coin income. She's not just the goddess of spring, she's practically the god of wealth. As time goes by. 2 days later, Li Mu's troops arrived at Emerald Island. There is no Quirine guarding it. The remaining defensive forces on Emerald Island were practically non-existent in the face of Li Mu's army. Before long, they swept across the entire Emerald Island. A notification sounded in Li Mu's ear, far away on the initial island. Your islanders have been detected to have occupied Emerald Isle. Do you choose to occupy or dismantle this island? Occupying the island will grant the right to develop the island, but depending on the island's size, it will require the deployment of more than 4,000 people to garrison it long-term. Decomposition yields island resources. From the perspective of coordinates, Emerald Island is located in a remote area. Its strategic value is almost 0. Therefore, there is no need for occupation. Li Mu intends to dismantle it. However, before dismantling it, they need to move Quirine's savings. After all, dragons have a natural inclination to hoard treasures. Having occupied Emerald Isle and commanded an army of over 100,000 demons for so many years, Quirrell must be incredibly wealthy. Li Mu's army turned the entire Emerald Island upside down, practically tearing the land apart. Chests of treasure were transported back to the original island via a teleportation array. A closer look reveals that the gold coins alone amount to over 100 million. This will make Li Mu's empty finances full again. The money-giving boy truly lives up to his name. Li Mu was in high spirits and missed Quirine even more. If he had to fight an opponent like that, he would be ready to take off. After the entire Emerald Island was emptied, Li Mu chose to break it down. A game notification sound followed. Decompose the 3rd-tier island, Emerald Isle. Congratulations on receiving 2 million island expansion cards. Congratulations on obtaining a Tier 3 magic crystal or card. Congratulations on winning. A series of notification sounds echoed. Li Mu's smile is now harder to suppress than an AK. 2 million island expansion cards. This directly doubled the size of Li Mu's initial island. In addition, there are abundant 3rd-order mineral veins, forests, water sources, and other natural resources. This made Li Mu feel incredibly happy. Just as Li Mu was immersed in joy, the royal palace of the Prince of Hader, King Dallin, crowned and adorned in magnificent robes, glared and roared at his retinue before him. What? You're saying there were over 40 Tier 3 powerhouses in Sunga town who killed Quirine? The attendant was startled and knelt down, hurriedly explaining, Your Majesty, everything I said is true, I saw it all with my own eyes. Dallin clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples. More than 40 third-tier powerhouses. This represents the entire combat strength reserve of the Duchy of Hader. But now, such a small town as Sunga has gathered so many. This kind of news is like the US attacking a small country under the pretext that the other country has weapons of mass destruction, only to find that the other country not only does it, but has a terrifying amount of them. It's undoubtedly a shock that could scare someone to death on the spot. Dalim is now in a panic. After all, he was the mastermind behind Quirian's attack on Sahar. If Li Mu finds out the reason behind it, the Duchy of Hader will be in deep trouble. No, we must contact the Holy Church immediately and report this matter. Disregarding his royal dignity, Dalim hurriedly got up and rushed off to do something in a panic. Chapter 51: A Kiss Under the Moonlight. The minor threat of Quirian has been dealt with. Li Mu then began to live a comfortable and carefree life. What he needs to do next is simple. It means unifying the Ivasi, and to investigate the strengths of the three principalities and find an opportunity to take action against them. We also need to find a way to bring Evian of the Duchy of Norlin under our control. After all, this little girl can evolve, and she is very likely to become a hero unit. Li Mu couldn't possibly miss this. The first two things went quite smoothly. The two original overlords of the Ivasi, Sungha Town and Quirian, have both been occupied or destroyed by Li Mu. All Li Mu had to do was send out his army to eliminate some scattered small forces. It's not too troublesome, but it takes time. After all, the Ivasi area is not small. The number of forces involved is simply countless. Achieving complete integration would be extremely difficult. It's nothing to Li Mu. He is confident that he will achieve this goal within half a month. As for the matter of waging war against the three principalities, there's still no clue. The winged scouts sent out haven't sent back any news. Therefore, either of these things is troublesome, but both require time to wait. The only problem is with Brinny. She's a princess, high and mighty, and has everything she needs. It is indeed quite difficult to get them to join your ranks voluntarily. Li Mu hasn't found any opportunities yet. He wasn't in a hurry. If there wasn't an opportunity, he would create one. Given the current state of the three duchies, something was bound to happen to Brinny sooner or later. Then Li Mu will be able to openly say to Brinny, "Your Majesty, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your country, would you?" In the current situation, we just need to wait patiently for the right opportunity. Having understood all this, Li Mu continued to live a leisurely and comfortable life on the initial island. A few more days passed. The winged people who followed Princess Brinny back to the Duchy of Norlin brought news. Is someone planning something in the capital of the Duchy of Norlin? Li Mu's lips curled up. He had just dozed off when someone delivered a pillow to his head. He was more than happy that this group would turn the capital of the Duchy of Norlin upside down. Only in this way could Li Mu take advantage of the chaos and find an opportunity to bring Brinny under his wing. Let's go check it out while we're at it. The initial island development is now on track. The unification of the Ivasi and the plans for dealing with the three principalities are proceeding in an orderly manner. Li Mu was quite comfortable being a hands-off manager. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well go to the Duchy of Norlin and have a good look around, to experience the customs and culture of this other world. With that in mind, Li Mu went to the starting island and found Alice. Alice was still cultivating at this time. Even after that day's confession, Alice's inner turmoil remained unresolved. Whenever she had free time, her mind was filled with Li Mu's image, and she could only numb herself through cultivation. "Alice, would you like to come with me to the capital of the Duchy of Norlin?" Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Alice opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of panic flashing across them. She nodded softly, without refusing. "The reason I brought Alice along. It's because going alone would be a bit boring. Now, Sungha Town needs Maria to guard it." Lucifer was in charge of coordinating the two strategic tasks of the three principalities and the unification of the Ivasi. Little cutie Daruru is still underwater, pioneering new territory in the newly expanded underwater domain. After considering all the options, only Alice has the time. Li Mu smiled and led Alice onto the teleportation array. As the light shone, the void distorted. The two figures disappeared. After realizing what was happening, Li Mu found himself in an underground secret chamber. "Greetings, my lord!" A dozen or so winged people around them knelt down and paid their respects. "Get up!" Li Mu waved his hand. In order to gather intelligence, Li Mu built his own intelligence network in the Duchy of Norlin. In this novice level C, who else could be as bold as Li Mu, directly using a third-tier expert to gather intelligence? It was through these methods that Li Mu infiltrated every aspect of the Duchy of Norlin. Li Mu knew the intelligence that the high-ranking officials of the Duchy of Norlin knew. Li Mu knew information that they didn't. Just like this time in the Duchy of Norlin, when someone wanted to cause trouble, Li Mu learned about it right in front of the Norlin royal family. "How is the situation?" Li Mu asked the person in charge stationed in the Duchy of Norlin. The third-tier winged scout named Tucker respectfully replied to Li Mu. Your Majesty, that group is transporting supplies to the Duchy of Norlin. To avoid alerting them, we have not obtained any samples of those supplies. But of its members, only 15 are third-tier experts who have surfaced, and there are a large number of second-tier experts in addition. 15 third-tier players. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, marveling that this force was indeed quite formidable. After all, third-tier powerhouses are extremely rare in the Novice Sea area. An entire principality has no more than 30 or 40 people. Currently, the organization has as many as 15 members at the third tier detected by the winged people. No wonder they were able to secretly transport supplies without being detected in the heavily guarded capital of the Duchy of Norlin. Continue the investigation. Li Mu casually gave the order, then, remembering something, added. Pay special attention to Brinny and make sure she doesn't get into any danger. Yes, sir. Tucker bowed respectfully. After giving the order, Li Mu led Alice directly outside the secret room. They left the mansion where the winged people were hiding. A magnificent city came into view. Although there are no tall buildings here. But everywhere you look, there are buildings in a distinctly medieval style. It looks like a castle from a comic book. Especially when paired with the bustling crowds and the occasional beast-eared or beast-tailed girls walking by. The feeling of being in another world is overwhelming. This is the capital city of the Kingdom of Norlin, Dawn City. Alice and Li Mu's eyes lit up. I've been in this world for over half a month now. This is the first time I've ever seen such a bustling metropolis. Even the town of Sunga seems like the countryside compared to this. Let's go. Li Mu took Alice's hand and walked straight down Dawn City Avenue. Alice froze for a moment, a blush rising on her beautiful face. She did not resist, but followed Li Mu's steps and merged into the bustling crowd. The two walked hand in hand, stopping and starting along the way. We ate many local specialties of Dawn City. We also visited many attractions in Dawn City. I bought a lot of jewelry pieces. During this time, Alice smiled brightly, like a couple deeply in love, radiating happiness. She clung tightly to Li Mu's arm, wanting to hold on to every single moment. Unfortunately, time is like quicksand, and no one can stop it. It was soon late at night. The crowds on the streets gradually thinned out. The vendors packed up their things and went home. The lonely wind revels in the empty streets. The cool moonlight shone down, waking Alice from her dream. She stared blankly at everything before her. If she could, she would like to stay with Li Mu like this forever. But Alice knew that this couldn't last forever. He sensed that the beautiful woman beside him suddenly became depressed. How could Li Mu not know what she was thinking? He pulled Alice into his arms. At such close range, Alice could clearly feel Li Mu's beating heart. Brother Mu. Alice raised her head, the confusion in her eyes dissipating. She stood on tiptoe and pressed her passionate red lips to Li Mu's lips. At this point, Alice had figured everything out. Since she couldn't enjoy all of Li Mu's love, even just a little bit would be enough for her. Under the moonlight, their shadows merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. Chapter 52. The Mermaid's Water is really sweet. On an empty street, Li Mu and Alice embraced and kissed. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Mu embraced Alice and headed straight for a small inn in the back alley. Tonight Li Mu is certain that the mermaid's water is indeed sweet. The next morning at dawn, soft sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Alice's tired yet content face. The room still bore the marks of last night's battle. Alice nestled against Li Mu's chest, a happy smile on her lips. Li Mu opened his eyes, looked at the slightly trembling eyelashes of the beauty in his arms, and couldn't help but laugh. You're awake but still pretending to be asleep. Alice let out a soft moan, exuding boundless charm, her expression full of reluctance, just like a clingy little kitten. Such stunning beauty captivated Li Mu. Everyone has a love for beauty. Moreover, she is a stunningly beautiful mermaid who has transcended worldly concerns and is like a dream. Having finally managed to travel through time, Li Mu wasn't going to suppress his desires. Taking advantage of the bright sunshine and wide-open view, Li Mu, in high spirits, conducted several more artillery drills amidst Alice's sweet exclamations. The exercise was a great success, routing the enemy and forcing them to beg for mercy. The two lingered tenderly until noon. Li Mu led the weak-legged Alice downstairs to check out. The hotel owner was a plump widow in her 40s. At this moment, she was staring at Li Mu with almost drooling eyes. She hadn't slept all night just listening to his voice. In all her years running the hotel, the proprietress had never seen such a fierce man. The proprietress watched Li Mu's departing figure with lingering reluctance. After leaving the hotel, Li Mu originally planned to take Alice back to the starting island to rest. Unexpectedly, the winged man Tucker sent word that they had discovered new intelligence. Li Mu immediately took Alice and headed straight to the mansion where she was hiding to meet with Tucker. Tucker recounted in detail the intelligence they had discovered. Last night, the winged scouts discovered that the mysterious group that had infiltrated Dawn City had delivered all the supplies they had been transporting to Earl Lang's mansion. Earl Lang was a powerful and influential nobleman in the Duchy of Norlin. He was incredibly talented. At the young age of 30, he broke through to become a third-tier expert. But now, a century later, the once gifted prodigy has entered his 80s and is half buried in the earth. This made Earl Lang obsessed with power, and after a century of accumulation, he has become the most powerful family outside of the royal family of Norlin. Rumors circulate that Earl Lang has long set his sights on the throne and is preparing to rebel. It seems the rumors weren't unfounded. Li Mu stroked his chin, pondering the key point. The organization to which the mysterious man belongs is a behemoth capable of producing more than a dozen third-tier powerhouses at will. Earl Lang's collaboration with him was as obvious as the saying goes, and everyone knew it. "How's Brinny doing?" Li Mu asked. "Your Majesty, today the King of Norlin has betrothed Princess Brinny to Sigrid, the eldest son of Earl Lang." Princess Brinny, upon learning the news, attempted suicide by poisoning herself. We secretly made a sound, alerting those in the palace, and she was rescued. She is currently recuperating in the palace. Li Mu looked completely bewildered. Luckily, I asked about it while I was at it. If Brinny really marries Siegfried, it will drive this little girl to her death. How can Li Mu bring him under his command? Before Li Mu could ask for the details, Tucker's expression changed slightly, and he reported to Li Mu, "My lord, we have just received intelligence that Siegfried has arrived at the palace and is preparing to meet Princess Brinny." At this time, the royal palace of Norrin. Siegfried stood outside Brinny's door, a flash of violence crossing his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and put on a polite demeanor. He bowed to the maids at Brinny's door and said, "Gentlemen, could you please inform Princess Brinny that Siegfried requests an audience?" The two maids exchanged glances, not daring to offend Siegli. After all, he was Count Lance's eldest son. Their status is even higher than that of ordinary princes and princesses. "Please wait a moment." The maid hurried inside and told Brinny that Siegfried was outside. Upon hearing this, Brinny felt a pang of sorrow. As a royal princess, being betrothed was her destiny. But she doesn't like being used as a tool. Faced with this inescapable order, Brinny chose to end her life. However, it seems to be fate that forces her to face all of this. "Let him in," Brinny said weakly. Upon hearing this, the maid went outside and opened the door for Siegfried. Siegfried was overjoyed and entered the room. The maids inside dared not linger, and all came out of the room. Once the door was closed, the maids all looked somewhat sorrowful. Siegfried's reputation in Dawn City was not good. It should be described as extremely bad. Forget about eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. This man also enjoyed abducting women and forcing them into prostitution. He did this countless times. Every now and then, one would hear of Siegfried murdering some respectable woman. The entire city of Dawn regarded it as a scourge. It's just that Siegfried had a good father. Under Count Lance's prestige, no one dared to do anything to Siegfried. Brinny's fate is sealed once she falls into Siegfried's hands. Although the maid felt sorry for Brinny, she dared not say anything. After all, the king himself approved this marriage. Who would dare to utter a word against this? Inside the room, Siegfried straightened his clothes and walked to Brinny's bed. At this time, Brinny was still recovering from the poison and was extremely weak. Her pretty face was pale, which added a touch of sickly beauty to her stunning looks, just like Lin Dayu in the book, frail and delicate, making her all the more pitiful. Siegfried's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That undisguised gaze made Brinny nauseous. Seemingly sensing Brinny's disgust, Siegfried quickly straightened his posture and, feigning politeness, bowed to Brinny, saying, "Having heard about Princess Brinny's accident, as her fiancé, I have come to pay her a visit." Brinny's temples throbbed with anger. She clenched her fists and ignored Siegfried. Siegfried's face stiffened. He was by no means a kind person. Now that his efforts had been met with indifference, Siegfried simply stopped pretending, stepped forward, and reached out to grab Brinny's blanket. "What are you trying to do?" Brinny, barely managing to stay afloat, dodged Siegfried's clutches and demanded an answer. "What am I supposed to do?" Siegfried took off his coat and grinned maliciously. "You're my fiancé, so naturally you'll do what you're supposed to do." "You bastard!" Brinny was shocked by Siegfried's absurdity. She drew the sword hidden by her pillow and was about to strike him. However, weakened by poison, Brinny's sword was weak and posed no threat, and Siegfried easily dodged it. "Princess Brinny, you seem to have forgotten why we were betrothed," Siegfried said with a cold laugh. The two great duchies of Had and Enda are eyeing the Duchy of Norland with covetousness. My father, Earl Lant, is the strongest man in the Duchy of Norland, with countless students under his command. If my Lant family does not support the Norran royal family, I ask you, how will the Norran royal family resist the invasion of the two duchies? Chapter 53. It's perfectly normal for allies to hug, right? Siegfried looked smug. In peacetime, Earl Lant would at most be a powerful minister. But now chaos is about to begin. The two great duchies of Had and Enda are about to wage war against the Duchy of Norland. As a powerful force within the Duchy of Norland, and a figure of considerable influence with extensive connections, the Duchy of Norland could not afford to offend Earl Lant. This is also the reason why the King of Norland decided to form a marriage alliance with the Lant family. To put it bluntly, Brienne was a victim of politics. Brynnie's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. She deeply loves her motherland. To forge alliances, Brienne even dared to risk her life to negotiate with Limu alone, demonstrating her courage and boldness. But voluntary sacrifice and forced sacrifice are two different things. Brynnie is now completely backed up. Her sense of morality was like a rope tied to a boulder around Brynnie's neck, desperately pulling her toward the edge of a cliff. Hee! Siegfried grinned lewdly, snatched the sword, and was about to walk toward Brynnie. Brynnie's eyes were filled with tears, her emotions were collapsing, and a battle of complex emotions was raging within her, as if a giant hand had gripped her heart, and an overwhelming despair made it hard for her to breathe. At this moment, Brynnie didn't know what to do. If she fought desperately, the Lant family might betray her, but if she didn't fight desperately, she would be bullied by this scum. On one hand, there is the greater good of the nation and its people, on the other hand, there is personal dignity. However, just as Siegfried was about to touch Brynnie, a flying sword pierced the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, and his arm flew high into the air, spurting out scarlet blood. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the room. Siegfried clutched his severed arm, veins bulging on his forehead. The pain felt like thousands of needles stimulating his consciousness, almost making him faint. Hearing the commotion, the maids and guards outside the door hurriedly pushed the door open. Siegfried had lost an arm, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the surroundings red. The guards were breathless, overwhelmed with shock and fear. Siegfried is the eldest son of Count Lant. At this point in time, this happened. This is absolutely a catastrophic event. Who is it? The guards quickly drew their weapons. Inside the room, a tall, handsome man appeared at some point. Brynnie's beautiful eyes widened. This person was none other than Limu. Why is he here? Brynnie's mind is a bit foggy right now. However, having committed such a heinous crime, he will inevitably face retaliation from Earl Lumbo, and even the entire Duchy of Norland. You'd better leave quickly! Brynnie hurriedly called out to Limu. Trying to leave? Siegfried's eyes were filled with venom. You, Brynnie, you're already engaged, yet you dare to harbor a lover and harm me. All of you, get him! Upon hearing this, the guards grabbed their weapons and charged out. Limu stood still, unmoved, as sword light flashed and heads flew off one after another. In a mere instant, all those who dared to make a move became headless corpses. The maids were so frightened they almost fainted. Siegfried, who had just been yelling, now looked like a duck whose throat had been pinched. His beak was wide open, his pupils were constricted, and endless fear welled up in his heart. Now that things have come to this, how could he not know that Limu is definitely a powerful figure he cannot afford to offend? Limu stepped forward, and Siegli, terrified, collapsed to the ground, shouting in panic. Don't you come any closer! My father is Earl Lant, and the entire Duchy of Norland depends on him. If you kill me, you'll be in deep trouble. Before he could utter the word, death, the death sword had already struck, and Siegfried's head flew high into the air. In his dying moments, he even saw his own back. This good-for-nothing who harmed countless people is now completely dead. Shut up! Limu stepped straight over Siegli's corpse as if it were a piece of trash blocking his way, and walked up to Brynnie. Brynnie watched all this, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She opened her mouth, many words on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't utter them. In the end, she could only say one sentence. You'd better leave now. My father, Earl Lant, will not let you get away with this. And what about you? Even now, Brynnie was still thinking of others, which Limu found amusing. If you wanted to get married, why did you commit suicide by poisoning yourself? Brynnie lowered her head, unsure how to answer. It was the only choice she could make, the one that would allow her to maintain her dignity, as she stood on the edge of a cliff. Looking at the silent Brynnie, Limu reached out his hand. Suddenly, Brynnie felt her body lift into the air. When she came to her senses, she found herself leaning against Limu's broad chest. What are you going to do? Brinny was both ashamed and angry, but she was too weak to do anything and could only let Li Mu carry her in his arms like a princess. For some reason, Li Mu's strong and powerful arms and broad chest, like a mountain, gave Brinny a sense of security. She remembered just now, when she was in utter despair, Li Mu suddenly appeared, like a giant hand grabbing Brinny who was about to fall off a cliff. This plot, reminiscent of a storybook tale where a hero rescues a princess, gave Brinny a somewhat dreamlike feeling. You are my ally. How can I stand idly by when something this big happens? Li Mu smiled and winked at Brinny in his arms. Don't worry, leave everything else to me. The gentle voice seemed to have a magical power, gradually calming Brinny's panicked heart. She looked at Li Mu's handsome face, filled with emotion. Brinny was undoubtedly isolated and helpless when her father arranged her marriage to a scoundrel. But now, Li Mu's words made Brinny truly realize that she was not alone. I'm too weak right now, so being held by my ally is probably quite reasonable. Brinny's pretty face flushed red, her head pressed against Li Mu's chest, listening to his heartbeat, as obedient as a little wife. Li Mu had no other thoughts. He held Brinny in his arms, ignoring the trembling guards and maids, and walked out of the room. The entire palace was alarmed. A large number of imperial guards had already surrounded Brinny's palace. A chilling killing intent permeated the air, making it seem as if the air itself had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. Seeing this, Brinny tensed up and whispered to Li Mu, Use me as a hostage, and they won't dare to touch you. Li Mu smiled with relief. Although Brinny was adorably clumsy, at least she knew how to repay kindness. After all, nobody wants to save an ungrateful person. Now, the general of the Duchy of Norin, who commanded the Imperial Guard, roared at Li Mu. You audacious man, immediately release Princess Brinny, or I will tear you to pieces today. The moment the words fell, thousands of Imperial Guards drew their swords, the clanging of metal echoing incessantly, their terrifying, bloodthirsty killing intent palpable. Chapter 54 The Man Who Rids a Dragon. Thousands of people surrounded Li Mu and Brinny. Brinny's heart was in her throat, worried about Li Mu. After all, these are the elite of the elite, selected from the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Kingdom of Norin. But when Brinny looked at Li Mu, she found that Li Mu's handsome face was completely calm, as if he were not facing thousands of Imperial Guards, but his own backyard. This feeling inexplicably calmed Brinny's heart. Although I don't know why Li Mu has such confidence. But because it was Li Mu, Brinny chose to believe him. Li Mu never cared about the thousands of royal guards from beginning to end. He activated his magic, and the Ghost Kingdom descended with a roar, overlapping with the main world, tearing apart space and revealing dark void rifts. A terrifying bone dragon, tens of meters tall, wreathed in white bone fire and exuding a terrifying dragon aura, burst through the void rift and appeared above the royal palace. That terrifying dragon's might erupted without reservation. The thousands of Imperial Guards present, the so-called elite of the elite, all had their pupils trembling, and some even wet their pants in fear. A dragon? What kind of giant dragon is that? How terrifying! Is it really something that humans can defeat? I feel my soul trembling. Someone please save me. Lord, is this the demon you created? The entire royal guards, and even the entire palace, were in an uproar. Countless people stared in terror at the skeletal fire dragon in the sky, their legs going weak and trembling uncontrollably. Under the spotlight, the skeletal netafire dragon descended from the sky, lowered its head, and prostrated itself on the ground as if kneeling in worship, bowing to Li Mu. The Imperial Guards present were dumbfounded. Good heavens, that's a dragon. A creature of extreme pride and arrogance. But now, such a powerful dragon is kneeling before Li Mu. So what exactly is Li Mu's identity? The thousands of Imperial Guards in Dihua were filled with turmoil. The general, in particular, was filled with regret. He was only making a few hundred yuan a month. Why was he working so hard? Was he someone you could afford to offend? Brinny, in Li Mu's arms, stared wide-eyed, her gaze shifting back and forth between the skeletal netherfire dragon and Li Mu, her heart filled with boundless shock. She knew that Li Muji must have a very strong background. Unexpectedly, Li Mu's background was incredibly powerful and influential. The ability to tame such a powerful skeletal dragon is a rare find in the entire beginner's sea. Li Mu ignored the so-called Imperial Guards, stepped on the head of the bone netherfire dragon, and like a new king ascending the throne, carried Brinny to the top of the bone netherfire dragon's head. The skeletal netherfire dragon slowly raised its head, afraid of disturbing its master. It glanced disdainfully at the group of Imperial Guards at its feet, who looked like ants, and then spread its huge wings. Although the wings are made of bones, but it is engraved with a naturally formed magic array. A fierce wind surged, black netherworld power emerged, igniting pale bone fire, and the enormous body of the skeletal netherfire dragon soared into the sky, flying above the clouds. Holding Brinny, Li Mu channeled his magic to create an energy shield, protecting against the raging winds around him. The appearance of the bone fire dragon filled the entire Dawn City with fear. Millions of people stared in horror at the skeletal netherfire dragon, like sheep seeing a wolf, prey encountering hunter. The fear etched deep in their blood almost suffocated them. The Earl's mansion. Count Lant, already over 100 years old, has been in very good spirits lately. His collaboration with the mysterious man has given him hope of seizing power from the Duchy of Norlin. Therefore, faced with such a joyous occasion, Count Lant decided to add to the celebration by making another effort to build a football team for his own son. However, just as Count Lant was about to gallop off on horseback, he heard the panicked voices of his guards outside the door. "Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. Young Master Siegfried's soul crystal has shattered, and he has met with certain death." "What?" Count Lant, in a fit of rage, snapped the neck of the woman beneath him, causing the other women to scream in terror. Completely losing his composure, he dressed, went outside, and demanded an explanation in a stern voice. "Who killed my son?" The guard who came to deliver the message, fearing the wrath of Earl Lant, immediately replied. "Your Excellency, Sir Siegfried, having heard of Princess Brinny's illness, went to the palace to visit and offer his condolences. Unexpectedly, he was killed by a mysterious man, who was now riding a skeletal dragon atop the royal palace." "The royal palace?" Upon hearing that his son's killer was in the royal palace, the enraged Earl Lant did not hesitate at all. His seemingly old body suddenly burst forth with terrifying power, his muscles bulging like inflated balloons, directly bursting through his clothes, making him look like an old devilish muscle man. Earl Lant rode the wind, shattering the air, and charged towards the royal palace. The royal palace of Norin. Within the royal court, a dozen or so third-tier experts guarding the palace appeared, looking warily at the bone dragon above the dome. The oppressive force emanating from the depths of their bloodline truly terrified these third-tier experts. "Who is the person who can control such a giant dragon? What should we do? Should we take action?" "Take action? Let's pray he doesn't. It was Earl Lant's good-for-nothing son who died. What does it have to do with us? Let's just watch the show in peace. If Earl Lant is no match for us, then we can take action to show our stance and perhaps salvage our relationship with the Lant family." The group of third-tier powerhouses all chose to wait and see. Because they knew that although Siegfried was a good-for-nothing and a scoundrel, he was the eldest son of Count Lant. Rumor has it that Earl Lant was born a eunuch, and after breaking through to the third rank at the age of 30, this congenital defect could not be cured. After all, the physical body of a third-tier expert has undergone a complete transformation. Making up for the shortcomings will only increase the difficulty even further. Later, after decades of human research and countless sums of money, Count Lant took an unconventional approach and transplanted a donkey beastman's body into his body, which was surprisingly successful. Siegfried was born under these circumstances. As the first offspring he had longed for, Count Lant was extremely fond of Siegfried, which shaped Siegfried's arrogant personality. Now that Siegfried is dead, Count Lant is unlikely to swallow his anger. All the third-tier powerhouses were waiting to see a good show. Not long after, a terrifying aura swept over us. Everyone was terrified and felt a chill run down their spines. Earl Lant has not made a move for over a decade, yet his strength has improved considerably. Li Mu watched with great interest as Count Lant used his physical strength to break through the air and achieve flight. This guy actually came. The reason I'm waiting here is simply to meet Count Lant. After all, Li Mu's goal was not to save the Duchy of Norlin. Instead, he was trying to win over Brinny, who was now lying in his arms. They wanted to get Brinny to submit willingly. The key is to resolve their inner conflicts. Count Lant is the best entry point. Chapter 55 Blood Sacrifice. Count Lant stormed up to the palace and looked up. A magnificent bone dragon soared through the clouds, exuding a world-destroying power. Count Lant felt quite disdainful of such a bone dragon. It's nothing but a fake, a mere facade. Do you need to know what a dragon is? If it really is a giant dragon, how could we allow ourselves to be trampled on? You shouldn't have killed my son. Count Lant was burning with rage. I will capture you and let you experience all the tortures in the world. Let me show you what happens when you offend me. Many spectators stared intently at Earl Lant. This old war god of the Duchy of Norlin is the pillar of the Duchy of Norlin's martial virtue, and the undisputed strongest. Under the spotlight, Count Lant held up 3 fingers. 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds, you will be a prisoner. The moment the words left his mouth, a surge of fighting spirit erupted within Count Lance's body. A fierce wind howled, and he resembled a super scion exploding with power, his muscles bulging and veins spreading like a spider web. The terrifying power left the other third-tier experts watching in shock. As expected of Earl Lant, even at over 100 years old, he is still as sharp as ever. Such powerful battle aura, truly the old fox is still the spicier. Will Earl Lant be able to slay the dragon today? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Brinny, nestled in Li Mu's arms, was tense, worried about him. Count Lant, whose power had reached its peak, rode the wind and transformed into a dazzling meteor, creating a sonic boom as he instantly arrived in front of the bone netherfire dragon. "Drink!" he roared, his fist gathering terrifying power, surrounded by surging battle chi, and he smashed down fiercely towards the skeletal netherfire dragon. Boom! The shockwave, visible to the naked eye, whipped up fierce winds, causing sand and stones to fly between heaven and earth, and all things to tremble in fear. Among the spectators were many third-tier experts, and even they were terrified by this terrifying power. Everyone believed that Li Mu was likely doomed. Count Lant grinned maliciously, but his expression froze and his pupils contracted instantly. The skeletal netherfire dragon stood still in place. The attack just now was like a gentle breeze to the skeleton netherfire dragon, without causing it the slightest damage. How is this possible? The spectators, who had been sitting on small stools with sunflower seeds, ready to watch the show, were all dumbfounded. That's Earl Lant, a renowned powerhouse throughout the entire Duchy of Norlin. Someone actually managed to withstand his attack without sustaining a scratch. Everyone was utterly horrified by this. Count Lance's eyes trembled, and he was drenched in sweat. How could he not know that he had kicked a hornet's nest, and a titanium alloy one at that? A mere feud over the killing of one's son. It's better not to report it. Realizing the situation was dire, Count Lant, despite his advanced age, mustered the enthusiasm of someone grabbing eggs at a supermarket and broke the sound barrier in an instant, fleeing in panic. But how could Li Mu possibly let this old dog go? Catch up with him. The moment the words left his mouth, the skeletal netherfire dragon flapped its wings, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it stood in front of Earl Lant. The overwhelming sense of oppression terrified Count Lant. Before he could react, the thick dragon tail, like a whip, made a whistling sound as it lashed out at Earl Lant. Count Lant flew out like a football, crashing into the ground and shattering it. As the smoke and dust billowed down, a huge crater tens of meters in diameter was formed. Cough, cough, cough. Count Lant scrambled to his feet, coughing up crimson blood. He had boasted that he could take down Li Mu in 3 seconds, but before 3 seconds had even passed, he was already sprawled on the ground. What Count Lant was even more horrified was the skeletal netherfire dragon high in the sky crashed down, falling straight towards him. You'll die! You'll definitely die! Count Lant gritted his teeth. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the bone netherfire dragon, he was well aware of his predicament. Driven by a strong will to survive, Count Lant took out a blood-red crystal and stuffed it directly into his mouth. In an instant, the blood and chi in his body seemed to be ignited like explosives, detonating in an instant. The surging battle aura rose and fell. Its power is increasing exponentially. With this power, Count Lant soared into the sky, intending to fight the bone netherfire dragon to the death. The skeletal fiery dragon spews terrifying pale bone fire. The icy bone fire clung to Count Lant's body, frantically devouring his flesh and blood, down to his bone marrow. The cries of agony echoed through the heavens. The sound sent chills down the spines of all the visitors. However, the blood-red crystal that Count Lant swallowed was peculiar, granting him an extremely powerful life force. Despite suffering such injuries, he has not yet died. He cried out in pain while trying to retaliate. But this only adds to his suffering. The bone fire dragon easily crushed and toyed with it. In the City of Dawn, somewhere near the royal palace, a group of men in black looked at Earl Lant's miserable state with solemn expressions. Archbishop, should we continue? The man addressed as the Archbishop had a cold look in his eyes. That good-for-nothing Lant is so reckless. Now that he has used the bloodstone, it will surely arouse the fear of the Duchy of Norlin. We have no choice but to act now. Pass the order, activate the emergency plan. As the Archbishop's voice faded, throughout Dawn City, a large number of people began to take action. These people include peddlers, laborers, the elderly, and children, representing all walks of life. However, they were regularly placed in various parts of Dawn City. The instant I received the so-called Archbishop's order, it was as if he had gone through countless rehearsals, rushed to the designated location, knelt on the ground, raised the blade, and fiercely stabbed it into his own heart. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground, automatically outlining strange and complex magic circles. Buzz! At the cost of these people's deaths, a vast and magnificent magic array was constructed. A powerful magic surged in from all directions. The blood magic circle on the ground grew even brighter. Finally, they coalesced into countless tentacles, which emerged from the magic array. These tentacles shot straight into the sky, and some of them were injected into Count Lance's body. This caused Count Lance's strength to increase dramatically. At the same time, inside the Earl of Lance mansion, a large number of hidden men in black began consuming the Berserker Bloodstone. Their power increased, and a large number of blood tentacles condensed with them, causing their combat power to break through to the third level on the spot. Hundreds of third-tier powerhouses soared into the sky and descended upon the royal palace of the Duke of Norlin. The third-tier experts of the Duchy of Norlin, who were originally hesitant about whether to intervene and save Earl Lant, suddenly changed their expressions. What does it mean to have hundreds of Tier 3 powerhouses? Even the 3 principalities combined don't have that much. They are now gathered above the palace of the Prince of Norlin. King Hampy of the Duchy of Norlin was so frightened that he fell off his throne. The situation suddenly reversed at this moment. Surrounded by crimson tentacles, Earl Lant, resembling a monster, glared venomously at Li Mu as his pale bone fire extinguished. "You brat, I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death!" Chapter 56. That day, the entire Dawn City trembled for Li Mu. Hundreds of third-tier powerhouses surrounded the skeleton Netherfire Dragon. Its astonishing power caused a raging storm to sweep through the area. King Hampy of the Duchy of Norlin was terrified and trembling. The other 3 ranks guarding the palace were even more desperate. Now that things have come to this, how could they not know the goals of these third-tier powerhouses? It's nothing more than trying to overthrow the entire Duchy of Norlin. Li Mu's appearance has simply brought Duke Lan's plans forward. Once Duke Lan has dealt with Li Mu, now it's their turn. Everyone was terrified and looked at Li Mu, who stood atop the bone dragon. Count Lance's gaze was fierce, and hundreds of third-tier experts pressed forward step by step. The air was still, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Li Mu, however, looked at Earl Lant with great interest. They saw that after consuming the bloodless stone, and further empowered by that strange magic array, they were able to. Count Lant was enveloped in crimson blood energy, surrounded by numerous tentacles, making him resemble a monster rather than a human. Li Mu finally understood what the mysterious group of people the Winged Scouts had been transporting. "Let's kill this kid together. Then slaughter the entire royal family of the Duchy of Norlin. From this day forward, I am the king of the Duchy of Norlin." Earl Lance's eyes were fierce as he led over 100 third-tier experts in a fierce attack. The skeleton Netherfire Dragon was completely fearless, roaring repeatedly, suppressing these third-tier experts so much that they could not advance an inch. Such formidable power terrified everyone. However, Count Lance's side had the support of a formation. They also have an absolute advantage in numbers. Despite its formidable strength, the skeleton Netherfire Dragon found it difficult to unleash its full power, and wounds gradually appeared on its body. Anyone can see that. If this continues, the outcome will soon be decided. Brinny, nestled in Li Mu's arms, hugged him tightly, saying, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. If Li Mu doesn't step in to save her, Li Mu would not have been in such a dangerous situation." Brinny was filled with guilt at that moment. Li Mu smiled and shook his head. "Don't panic, the game has only just begun." Amidst the howling wind, Li Mu's powerful confidence made Brinny's beautiful eyes sparkle with a unique brilliance. Li Mu snapped his fingers. In an instant, the realm of ghosts has descended. A dense array of tombstones appeared. One after another, powerful skeletons charged out from within. Among these 6,000 skeletons, there are more than 5,900 elites who are at least Tier 2, 5 stars. There are also 99 skeletons at the 3rd level. As his personal guards, Li Mu naturally wouldn't skimp on equipment. He spent a fortune to equip the skeletons, arming them to the teeth. Nearly 6,000 Tier 2 5-star skeletons, armed to the teeth. Including the bone Netherfire Dragon, there are 100 Tier 3 skeletons. The moment it appeared, its terrifying aura terrified the entire palace. No order from Li Mu is required. This undead army, comparable to a natural disaster, charged toward Lord Nayland. With the support he received, the skeleton Netherfire Dragon was finally able to vent its rage. It roared repeatedly, devouring children one by one and swiftly killing enemies. Count Lant was almost numb. "Are you crazy?" He sold his soul, he sold everything, to obtain this 130th rank. How come Li Mu can just casually take it out? But Count Land had not anticipated this. For Li Mu, this is just the beginning. Send word, all third-rank soldiers, along with their personal guards, to come here immediately. As Li Mu finished speaking, the winged man, Tak, immediately used the communicator to inform the starting island, Sunga town, and all the major fleets. In an instant, the teleportation array shone brightly. A large number of elite troops charged out of the teleportation array. The Winged Legion piloting airships blocked out the skies above Dawn City. Tens of thousands of humans, fishmen, and slime legions surged forward like a torrent, crushing everything in their path as they marched toward the royal palace. Even more terrifying is, hundreds of third-tier powerhouses, led by Alice, Maria, Lucifer, Doruru, and others, soared straight into the sky. Join up with Li Mu's undead scourge army. At this moment, the entire Dawn City was trembling for Li Mu. My God, what kind of army is that? Dragons? Murlocs? Ancient trees of war? Airships? Are they planning to raze Dawn City to the ground? This is terrifying. To which country does such a legion belong? The Duchy of Norlin is finished, the royal family is finished. Millions of residents in Dawn City trembled, as if they were witnessing the end of the world. The royal palace of Norrin. King Hampshire was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. My goodness! What merit does the Duchy of Norlin possess to have 400 or 500 third-tier powerhouses visit here in a single day? The court officials were so frightened they were like trembling chicks, some even wet their pants. Brinny was even more shocked, as she had previously speculated that Li Mu might have an impressive background. But to her utter surprise, Li Mu's background was far more powerful than she had imagined. If we were to ask who was the most bewildered person at the scene, the Earl of Nalland has to be mentioned. The Earl of Lant is now completely dumbfounded. Is this even allowed to live? You casually summoned over 100 tier 3 skeletons. That's already going too far. How can they summon another 200 or 300 tier 3 combatants? Are you crazy? There aren't enough of them in the entire beginner's area. Fear, despair, regret and other emotions intertwined in Count Lant's heart as he looked in Li Mu's direction. This young man seemed shrouded in mystery, making him impossible to understand. Li Mu didn't want to pay attention to that. Capture a few alive, and kill the rest. A single, cold word fell. This is tantamount to sentencing the people present to death. Alice cast a super-level spell. Lucifer drew her bow and knocked an arrow, preparing her deadly move. Duolulu's little hands swirled with the power of nature, transforming into countless vines. Maria directly unleashed her word of power to curse and kill those third-tier beings. Their tier 3 units swarmed towards them, overwhelming them with their power. This turned the battle into a game of tag. Certainly. It was Li Mu's side, this group of eagles. Catch these little chicks of Earl Lant. The near-crushing massacre terrified the entire population of Dawn City and sent shivers down the spines of the Norlin royal family. The Archbishop in black, who was observing from the shadows, had a gloomy expression. The Duchy of Norlin has failed. Let's go. This so-called Archbishop failed to notice that while he was leading his men in retreat, above them, a circling eagle closely followed their footsteps. On the other side, Li Mu felt a little regretful. Duke Lant and the others acted strangely. Unable to be captured after defeat, they would self-destruct if captured. This left Li Mu with no choice but to kill them all. After dealing with Duke Lant and his entourage, Li Mu turned his gaze to the royal palace of the Duke of Norlin. He's not some great philanthropist. He must have had his reasons for working so hard for so long. Now that things are over, it's time to collect the interest. Chapter 57 Mushroom Cloud. At this moment, Li Mu rode the skeleton netherfire dragon, standing tall in the sky, with a vast, continuous legion of winged airships behind him. Beneath their feet stood a massive, terrifying army of tens of thousands, composed of 3 races, fishmen, humans, and slimes. With such a grand display, Li Mu was like an emperor personally leading his troops into battle, his eyes filled with an air of domineering pride and arrogance. Watching helplessly as Earl Lant and his band of rebels were wiped out. King Hampy of the Duchy of Norlin was terrified. Everyone was dead, he was next. In the face of death, everyone is equal. This king, who ruled over millions of people, was no different from an ordinary person at this moment. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling, just like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Under the watchful eyes of the entire city of Dawn, a population of 1 million. and under the fearful gazes of all the princes and nobles of the Duchy of Norlin. Li Mu looked down with disdain and said leisurely, "Where is the king of the Duchy of Norlin?" The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Hampshire, trembling and stumbling, tried to escape the palace. Upon seeing this, a group of ministers hurriedly pressed Hampy to the ground. "Before the incident, you were enjoying yourself, but now that something has happened, you want to run away? There's no such thing as a free lunch." In order to save his own life, he had no choice but to let Hampy suffer a bit. "You bastards, release me, the king!" Hanpu was bound hand and foot, and carried by civil and military officials, about to be taken towards Li Mu. He cried out in panic. He never expected that these officials who usually fawned over him would turn around and stab him in the back. If anyone is to blame, it's Hampshire's own incompetence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in a situation where he was besieged by 2 major duchies, and his country was in grave danger. Therefore, the number of loyal subjects under his command was almost 0. The officials threw Hampy to the ground like piglets, and knelt down before Li Mu. "My lord, King Hampshire is here!" Hampy knelt on the ground, trembling slightly. When he saw the woman in Li Mu's arms, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't that his daughter Brinny? "My son, save your father!" Brinny's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Not long ago, Hampy had sold her out, marrying her off to a scumbag like Siegfried, pushing her straight into a fire pit. To be honest, although she is a princess, Brienne's status in the royal family is not high. After all, there are at least 40 or 50 princesses and princes in total. If she were truly valued, Brinny wouldn't have been sent out to investigate Sunga town, taking such a risk. If they were truly valued, they wouldn't have become victims. Li Mu looked coldly at Hampy and said, "Now you have to kneel before me." The chilling killing intent turned Hampy's face pale. He pressed his head to the ground, trembling, and dared not utter another word. Standing above the entire palace, wherever Li Mu's gaze fell, all the civil and military officials of the Duchy of Norlin dared not raise their heads, kneeling on the ground as if paying homage to an emperor, in perfect order, creating a rather spectacular scene. Li Mu sized up the group of people, lost in thought. To be honest, Li Mu didn't expect things to develop to this point. Initially, Li Mu only planned to take advantage of Count Lance's desire to cause trouble, demonstrate his strength, and subdue Brinny, a potential evolution target. Count Corinth has really gotten himself into some serious trouble. Through some unknown and bizarre means, they created a third-tier legion of 100 people. They intend to use this to conquer the Duchy of Norlin. Li Mu had no choice but to intervene slightly, sending Earl Lant on his way, and inadvertently wiped out the entire royal family of Norlin. The whole process was so easy and simple that even Li Mu found it unbelievable. Although he knew beforehand that there weren't many Tier 3 individuals in a duchy. But after all, it is a country with a history spanning thousands of years. Li Mu believed they must have some trump cards up their sleeves. In retrospect, Li Mu underestimated himself and overestimated his opponent. Through this incident, Li Mu finally roughly determined the extent of the power of a duchy at that level, and the specific range of its strength. It can be said that Li Mu is now powerful enough to sweep through any duchy in the beginner's sea area. The only one who could pose a potential threat to Li Mu. Only that group of black-clad men, who bewitched Duke Lan, could cast the strange blood array. However, Li Mu has already dispatched winged scouts to investigate him. The answer will be found soon. Now that we've already started, let's conquer the Duchy of Norlin first, using its millennia of accumulated wealth as starting capital to transform it into our own strength. Amidst the horrified gazes of Hampshire and the assembled dignitaries, Li Mu spoke. "From this day forward, the kingdom of Norlin will become my vassal state. Those who submit to me may live on. Those who disobey me." As Li Mu finished speaking, Lucifer understood immediately, and dozens of airships activated their massive cannons, unleashing a dense barrage of fire that ripped through the sky. Rumble! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Count Lance's mansion was razed to the ground in an instant. A spectacular mushroom cloud shot into the sky, standing tall above Dawn City. Those who witnessed all of this were terrified and deeply shocked. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" All the nobles of the Duchy of Norlin, even the former King Hampty, knelt before Li Mu. This demonstrates that Li Mu has already openly obtained the legitimacy of the Kingdom of Norlin, become the master of the Duchy of Norlin. But the expected notification sound did not appear. Li Mu remembered that the last time he conquered Sunga town, the prompt was that after more than 90% of the high-ranking officials submitted, he could conquer it directly. Why is this time different? Soon, Li Mu understood the key point. Because the Duchy of Norlin is too big. It doesn't resemble a tiny place like Sunga town, Below this group of top elites are nobles and officials of all ranks, who also belong to the upper echelons. If Li Mu wants to conquer the entire Duchy of Norland without using force, he not only needs the submission of the high-ranking officials, but also the recognition of the minor nobles. After all, this medieval-like management system is unlike the centralized system of China. There is a famous saying, "The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal." This is sufficient to describe the political system of the Principality of Norland. Foreigners are such a hassle. Li Mu shook his head. However, the Duchy of Norland, along with its former king and most of its top nobles, has now openly submitted. With absolute power at his disposal, Li Mu only needs to spend some time to swallow up the Duchy of Norland without shedding a drop of blood. By then, Li Mu's overall strength will surely experience a huge leap and improvement. Lucifer, you will lead your wing people to confiscate all the assets of all nobles in Dawn City, including all the assets in the national treasury. Li Mu's words made the faces of the powerful figures present turn as red as the 8th prince's after eating a small hamburger. All of my assets. It means after today, they will lose everything. However, the nobles present were clear-headed about the difference between their lives and their money. They dared not disobey, and all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. Chapter 58 The Fallen Saintess. Plunder all the assets of the nobility. If this were applied to other conquerors, this was absolutely a foolish move. After all, nobles are similar to aristocratic families, rooted in a land and with centuries or even millennia of accumulated wealth. They are the direct rulers of this land. Therefore, no matter the place or dynasty, no one dared to offend the aristocratic families too much. Once the red line is crossed, it will completely force the wealthy families to turn against each other. The dynasty will also come to an end. But Li Mu was different. He is the island owner, and his foundation lies in an island that can be expanded indefinitely. In addition, Li Mu also possesses the powerful weapon of the creation Jade. With sufficient resources, Li Mu can evolve a magnificent army, enough to sweep away everything. Therefore, he didn't care what these nobles thought. To exhaust the resources and catch all the fish? If he could, Li Mu would love to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, squeeze every last drop of marrow from these nobles, leaving them with nothing but ashes. After the order was issued, Lucifer loyally led the legion to carry out Li Mu's command. Alice was responsible for leading the merfolk to guard the city walls and prevent nobles from secretly transferring their property. Maria and Daruru returned to continue guarding Sunga town and the starting island. As for Li Mu, he carried Brinny back to her room. With the door closed, Brinny was placed on the bed by Li Mu, the two of them very close. Brinny could even feel Li Mu's warmth. Her heart pounded, her little hands gripped the sheets tightly, and her brain felt like it was about to overheat. She said softly, "What are you going to do?" Both men and women are actually very loyal. They all like people who are good-looking, rich, and powerful. With enough money, even an 80-year-old baby can be called a little darling. Moreover, Li Mu was Brinny's savior. Between being reborn as a slave in the next life and offering herself in marriage, Brinny naturally prefers the latter. Meeting Brinny's gaze, which held a mixture of reluctance and attraction, Li Mu had to admit that he was starting to feel the strain. Brinny was already extremely beautiful, but now that she was weak, her pretty face was slightly pale, making her look even more frail. And those eyes, like a pool of autumn water, rippled with endless charm, like a warm spring breeze blowing into Li Mu's heart, caressing and teasing his deeply buried desires. With the beauty right in front of him, Li Mu, who had originally planned to get down to business, had to change his mind and get on to another important matter. Li Mu leaned down, getting close to Brinny. Their eyes met, and Brinny's breathing became rapid as a gentle fragrance caressed her face. In this situation, Brinny actually reached out and hooked her arm around Li Mu's neck. The man is in love, and the woman is interested. As the saying goes, it's like heavenly thunder striking earthly fire. On the small bed, a sudden storm roared in. 18,000 words are omitted here. Time flies. It was already late at night. Sweating profusely, Brinny leaned against Li Mu's strong arm. Recalling the madness just now, her face flushed red, like a ripe peach, making her even more alluring. Li Mu, with the beauty in his arms, took out a cigar from his spatial ring. During this moment of clarity, Li Mu chatted idly with Brinny. After a while of tender moments, Li Mu remembered his important business. The reason I brought Brinny to the room. The reason was that Li Mu wanted to see if he could persuade Brinny to voluntarily undergo evolution after rescuing her. Unexpectedly, they were even bolder than Li Mu had imagined. Since it's already in the future, it probably won't resist evolution. Be good, don't resist later. Li Mu rubbed Brinny's little head. Huh! Brinny was a little confused. Did she have to? However, when Li Mu took out the radiant gem and the divine water, Brinny realized what was happening and blushed deeply, looking quite adorable. Li Mu was amused by the little girl. Despite her dignified demeanor, Li Mu had just experienced her crazy side. It can only be said that one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can one measure the depths of the sea. After taking out the evolution materials, Li Mu directly activated the power of the creation jade. In an instant, 6,000 gold coins were consumed. The two evolution materials, the radiant gem and the divine holy water, were instantly broken down into dazzling points of light, which flowed into Brinny's delicate body. Brinny radiated light, her skin becoming even whiter and more like jade, like a fairy descended from the heavens, untouched by the mortal world, exuding a transcendent and compassionate holiness. In just a few breaths, under the miraculous power of the Jade of Creation, Brinny has successfully transformed. The message arrived. Brynn evolved from a radiant mage to a priestess of light. After successfully evolving, Brinny's beautiful eyes widened, her mind churning with disbelief. She could feel as if she had ascended to a higher dimension. The very essence of life has been elevated. It's a complete transformation. Such a miraculous event left Brinny utterly astonished. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Li Mu. Common sense dictates that achieving this effect would inevitably come at a great cost. Li Mu not only saved her life, he was even more willing to treat her this way. This made Brinny feel sweet inside. She swayed her waist and pressed herself against Li Mu. "Thank you, Brother Mu." As she spoke, her passionate red lips pressed against his. Her delicate body was like water, her skin like solidified cream, stirring up the desire that had just dissipated. Especially after her evolution, Brinny became as sacred as a saint. But now they're so proactive. Purity and lust collide to create a unique charm. It has a certain allure of a saintly woman falling into depravity. Li Mu was very receptive to this approach. The passion within the room reignited once more. When the storm subsides again, Brinny fell asleep from exhaustion. Li Mu held her in his arms and casually checked her attributes. Priest of Light, Tier 2, 6 stars, a priest who has been granted power by the Goddess of Light and wields the power of light. Entry 1, Power of Light. Possesses powerful light attribute magic, increasing both the total amount and quality of magic. Entry 2, Radiant Mage, a top-tier Radiant Mage, with increased casting speed, increased spell power, and increased healing spell effects. Entry 3, Light Priest. As a Light Priest, you can recruit Light Priests to serve you. Maximum, 0 to 3,000. Entry 4, Temple of Light. You can build a Temple of Light within your territory. Within the Temple of Light's area, all units of your faction will have their morale, recovery effect, and mood increased. Entry 5, Light Spirit. Radiant Priests and their priests can each obtain a companion Light Spirit, which enhances all their abilities and can assist in battle. Entry 6, Blessing of the Goddess of Radiance. As a Radiant Priest, one enjoys the blessing of the Goddess of Radiance, enhancing the power of all spells and granting the ability to cast the Divine Light spell, Resurrection. Resurrects a life form with a wreckage preservation rate of over 30% and a death time of no more than 3 days. Cooldown, 1 day. Resurrection spell! Li Mu's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised by Brinny's attributes. Chapter 59, Making a small profit of several billions. Although Li Mu was unsure whether the resurrection spell would work on him. However, having the resurrection spell is undoubtedly a huge advantage for other hero units. At least from now on, we don't have to worry about them dying in battle. It can greatly guarantee the survival rate of the women under its command. Besides resurrection spells, Brinny's other attributes are also quite impressive. With the combined attributes of Power of Light, Radiant Mage, Light Priest, and Light Elf, Brinny becomes a healer with healing and buffing abilities, a true support role. She can also summon a legion of priests with the same abilities. Assemble a large support army. Brinny's presence is equivalent to that of a field medic, which can reduce the casualties of Li Mu's army and ensure that the army always has the strongest combat power during the war. Brinny has another interesting word. The entry is titled, Temple of Light. It is a special building that resembles a miracle. Within its coverage area, it can boost the morale, immunity, and physical condition of our forces. Once widely deployed, it can enhance cohesion. Reduce the possibility of rebellion in your territories. Li Mu's next plan is to take over the entire Duchy of Norlin. This means he has to manage a population of nearly 10 million. The existence of the Temple of Light can reduce internal resistance for Li Mu, saving him the energy to deal with things like rebellion. With Maria's abilities, I believe we can completely assimilate the Principality of Norrin in a short time. This made Li Mu even more satisfied with Brinny's abilities. He lowered his head and kissed Brinny on the forehead. The sleeping Brinny turned to her side, like a kitten clinging to its owner, a happy smile on her face, and snuggled close to Li Mu. Li Mu held Brinny in his arms and slept soundly until dawn. The next day, after Li Mu had breakfast at the palace of the Duke of Norlin, he tasted the royal chef's cooking. Lucifer came to report that all the noble's assets had been confiscated. Upon hearing this, Li Mu immediately followed Lucifer to the palace square. In the wide square, countless boxes were piled up. Those were chests and chests of gold coins. Besides, antiques, props, weapons, rare herbs, rare materials, gems and other valuable items are displayed in such a rough and unrefined manner. The entire square was packed with people, shimmering with precious light, and quite a magnificent sight. Seeing this astonishing sight, Li Mu's heart involuntarily quickened a few beats. Goodness! He exclaimed. Wow! The Duchy of Norlin truly lives up to its reputation as a long-established power that has stood for thousands of years. The vast wealth it has accumulated is incomparable to that of a tiny place like Sunga Town. This wealth has now caused Li Mu's net worth to skyrocket. Have you counted how many gold coins are here? Li Mu asked Lucifer. Your Majesty, the total is 9.6 billion gold coins. Lucifer gave Li Mu a number that surprised him. It was precisely at the moment I heard that number. The game notification sound rang in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu, your daily income has exceeded 1 billion gold coins. A record has been achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 3 diamond chest. Hearing the prompt scenarios, all the new island owners were shocked, as if struck by lightning, their minds almost unable to think. That's 1 billion gold coins. If converted into copper coins, that would be 10 trillion. This is an astronomical figure for all new island owners. Even more terrifying is that this is just Li Mu's daily income. I earned 10 trillion copper coins in one day. Damn! Boss Li Mu is awesome! That's too ruthless. 1 billion gold coins. That's many times my assets. I'm bad at math and can't figure it out. Does Boss Li Mu have a money printing machine at home? That's incredible. That's 1 billion gold coins. Even if the printing press were to spark, it couldn't handle that many. Almost a month has passed, and I've finally managed to gain a foothold and recruit my first islander follower, but Boss Li Mu is making 1 billion a day in the blink of an eye. Is this the difference between us? You're already a big shot if you can conquer islands and recruit followers. I'm still starving right now. Holy crap, in less than a month, I went from 300 pounds to skin and bones. Li Mu is practically a bug in this game. All the new island owners were amazed. The island's forum was in an uproar. Countless posts about Li Mu flashed by. However, these island owners were unaware that Li Mu had received far more than just 1 billion. It's an astonishing 9.6 billion gold coins. Of course, Li Mu didn't care about the other new island owners. He rarely went to the forum anymore. After all, the growth rate of the new island master is nowhere near that of Li Mu. The tools they used to fish with their fishing rods. Li Mu doesn't even look at him now. His ultimate goal now. The goal is to graduate from the beginner's area as soon as possible and go see the bigger world. Of course, the world beyond the beginner's area is an unknown realm. Li Mu needs to make all the necessary preparations. Therefore, this is the first step towards graduation. They simply wiped out the 16 principalities on a whim. The wealth of the Duchy of Norlin opened Li Mu's eyes to a whole new world. The most important thing in life and work is fairness. Since the Duchy of Norlin has already been destroyed, the other principalities, of course, could not be spared. After all, Li Mu wasn't one to show favoritism. Putting aside his many thoughts, Li Mu accepted the reward. A dazzling diamond treasure chest appeared before their eyes. This is the second time Li Mu has obtained a diamond treasure chest. The last time I gave it to you was when you broke through to the third-tier island master. They discovered extremely useful strategic tools such as magical information exchange technology and holographic maps. In addition, evolution materials for Li Mu and Alice were also obtained. However, because there is only one of each, they cannot evolve. I wonder if we can make up for it this time? Li Mu eagerly opened the diamond treasure chest. A burst of brilliant light erupted. The diamond treasure chest has disappeared. 2 props appeared inside. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest. You have obtained Iron-Forged Royal Seal, Imperial Scepter, when Li Mu's gaze fell on the two props. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Iron Royal Seal plus Imperial Scepter plus 700,000 gold coins, can evolve Maria. This surprised and delighted Li Mu. The unexpected thing was that he didn't get the evolution materials for him and Alice, which had a higher probability of being obtained. To everyone's surprise, they managed to gather all of Maria's evolution materials in one go. As the Iron Law Enforcer, Maria's power lies in ruling over all the people under her command. If it could evolve, perhaps Li Mu could bring the Duchy of Norlin under his control even faster. After putting away the two documents, Li Mu let Brinny temporarily manage the affairs of the Duchy of Norlin, and handed over the matter of military suppression to Lucifer. With these two around, the entire Duchy of Norlin won't cause any trouble. Having finished all that, Li Mu used the teleportation array to arrive at Sunga Town, preparing to use the creation jade and consume the materials he had just obtained to evolve Maria. Chapter 60 The Queen. We arrived in Sunga Town. They learned that Li Mu had returned. Ma Lia arrived immediately. When she saw Li Mu, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she embraced Li Mu. If the other nobles of Sunga Town were to see Maria, who is usually ruthless and cold-blooded and as proud as a queen, showing the appearance of an innocent girl, they would be so surprised that their jaws would drop. After all, under her rule these past few days, all the nobles of Sunga Town know just how ruthless Maria's methods are. Li Mu stroked Ma Lia's back, and Ma Lia leaned against Li Mu's chest, quietly savoring this moment of tenderness. Has anything happened in Sunga Town during this time? Hearing Li Mu's words, Maria shook her head. Nothing serious. However, we have discovered some suspicious men in black who look very similar to the group from the Duchy of Norlin. To avoid alerting them, we have not taken any action against them for the time being. It's that group of men in black again. A murderous glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Yesterday, in Dawn City, the capital of the Kingdom of Norlin, Li Mu's appearance prompted the men in black to act ahead of schedule. It can inspire thousands of warriors to willingly sacrifice their lives to create a bizarre array. And created hundreds of third-tier powerhouses. Such methods demonstrate that these men in black are no ordinary people. These guys are now daring to extend their reach into Li Mu's territory. If they dare to send people here today, I don't even dare to think about what they'll do in the future. It seems we need to find out the details of this organization in black as soon as possible. Li Mu suppressed this thought in his heart, and turned to Ma Lia, saying, Come with me. Maria hugged Li Mu's arm affectionately, and followed him into the room. Li Mu took out the Ironcast Royal Seal and the Imperial Scepter, two evolution materials. Maria immediately became hopeful about it. She had experienced Li Mu's skills firsthand. That ability to directly influence human evolution. It's truly turning the rotten into the miraculous. Ma Lia was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of transformation she would undergo this time. After all, the stronger she is, the more she can help Li Mu. Li Mu directly activated the power of the creation jade. In an instant, 700,000 gold coins were spent. The two evolution materials were instantly decomposed. It transformed into a chilling radiance, enveloping Maria's graceful body. This caused a qualitative change in both Maria's body and soul at that moment. Not only did their strength increase, all of their abilities have undergone earth-shattering changes. When all the strange phenomena ceased, the Jade of Creation sent a message. Maria evolves into the human queen. Sensing the changes in herself, Maria was both shocked and filled with gratitude. Such a transformative improvement, no matter how many times it has occurred, is still unbelievable. Thank you, Brother Mu. Maria's beautiful eyes were like water. Li Mu smiled and touched Ma Lia's face before opening her attributes. Maria, Tier 3 7-star, Hero Unit, Iron Hushers, Human Queen, possessing the power to rule over all people. Entry 1, National Laws. Revise the laws and enforce them on all citizens under your command. Note, this ability can be enforced on a maximum of 1 million people. Members of the same faction will have a sense of awe towards these laws, and the degree of compliance is directly proportional to the faction's reputation. Entry 2, Iron Law Word Power, allows the use of word power, increasing the power of word power type skills. Attribute 3, Queen's Royal Guard, Recruitable Royal Guard. Maximum, 3,000 to 10,000, 300 for Tier 3, 10,000 for Tier 2 and below. Entry 4, National Peace and Prosperity, improved policy implementation efficiency, increased obedience, improved law-abidingness, and enhanced influence and reputation. Scope of effect, all territories within the faction. Entry 5, Abundant Wealth. Increases production efficiency within the territory, generating additional income from production. Scope, all territories within the faction. Entry 6. People's wealth. All production, consumption, and trade activities within the territory can generate additional tax revenue from it. Scope of application. All territories within the faction. Entry 7. All people are soldiers. All humans who submit to the faction possess warrior-type talents of random quality. During wartime, they can be promoted to warriors and become usable troops. Quite good! Li Mu was very pleased with Maria's attributes. All 6 original entries have been enhanced. In particular, a new entry, elevated from the legal provisions, states that the laws of the state can force a staggering number of people to submit, reaching 1 million. Beyond these millions, the law continues to be in effect. As long as the power is strong enough, it can deter petty thieves and prevent them from breaking the law. With this entry, it means that Maria can bring the kingdom of Norin under her control in a short period of time. Besides. Entry. The Iron Law words enhance Maria's personal combat power. Entry. The Queen's Guard allows Maria to recruit 300 level 3 soldiers and 10,000 level 3 soldiers and below. Entry. The country is prosperous and peaceful, and there is plenty of wealth, which has increased the production income of the entire territory. Entry. The people's wealth expanded the scope of tax collection to the entire territory, further increasing tax revenue. New entry. The whole nation is a soldier, making them even more ferocious. With the "everyone is a soldier" tag, after Li Mu conquered the Duchy of Norin, as long as he had enough resources, he could even turn all 10 million people of the Duchy of Norin into an army. With this massive army, we swept through the entire Beginner's Sea area. You could say that Maria has now evolved into the human queen. Make her an extremely powerful ruler in every aspect. With such a capable wife, Li Mu can be saved a lot of trouble, allowing him to focus on his business and expand his territory. Come with me back to the Duchy of Norlin. After assigning several Tier 3 combatants to guard Sunga town, Li Mu immediately took Maria back to the Duchy of Norlin. Under Li Mu's arrangement, Ma Lia immediately began a series of actions. The first step was to forcibly subdue the existing high-ranking officials of the Duchy of Norlin through legal means. Then, relying on this group of high-ranking officials, they began to spread from top to bottom throughout the entire Duchy of Norlin. At this rate, the conquest of the Duchy of Norlin will be completely completed in no time. While Maria was busy with this matter, Li Mu found Brinny and asked her, "Have the bodies of Earl Lant and the others been found?" This was something Li Mu had instructed him to do before he set off and returned to Sunga town. "Most of them are incomplete. The only one that is relatively well preserved is that of Earl Lant," Brinny said. "That's enough." Li Mu nodded slightly. "The reason for finding the bodies of Earl Lant and others is, it's because this group of people are the ones who know the most about the Men in Black organization so far. At the same time, since they are already dead, no matter what Li Mu does, he won't alert them." Li Mu led Brinny to the body of Earl Lant. Count Lant, who died by self-destruction, had only half his head, limbs, and part of his torso preserved. However, the retention rate exceeded 30%. "Use the resurrection spell on him," Li Mu ordered directly. Chapter 61 Blood God Cult. Upon hearing Li Mu's order, Brinny's staff shone brightly. Beneath the dazzling light, a phantom image of an angel materialized. The mangled corpse of Earl Lant was being reconstructed at an astonishing speed. And even the souls that had already vanished were summoned. The soul and the body merge. Count Lant slowly opened his eyes, his mind still a little dazed. "Have I arrived in heaven?" When he saw Li Mu in front of him, Count Lant jumped up in fright. With Li Mu here, it can't be paradise. For a moment, Count Lant was filled with horror. He knew very well that he was dead. That leaves only one possibility. It was Li Mu who resurrected him. "How so?" Count Lant was terrified. If he were to fall into Li Mu's hands, he would rather be dead. "We must find a way to break this deadlock." With his thoughts racing, Count Lant gritted his teeth, strode forward, and charged fiercely at Li Mu. To catch the thief, first catch the king. If we can capture Li Mu, it might make others hesitate to act against him. This is Earl Lant's only way out. Seeing Count Lant charging towards him, Li Mu was amused by his humor. Out of a group of people, you just had to pick the most capable fighter. The death sword materialized, transforming into a sharp afterimage that swept across the ground, causing Count Lant to fall to the ground with one of his thighs severed at the root. Li Mu did not stop. To prevent this guy from causing more trouble, he directly severed his 4 limbs. The intense pain drove Count Lant almost mad, his agonizing screams echoing through the air. If Li Mu hadn't blocked the instant death effect of the Death Demon's sword, old Bai Deng would probably be dead by now. Certainly. The reason for keeping something in reserve is... It's just because this guy is still somewhat useful. Take him away and pry his mouth open. Yes, sir. Several winged people immediately stepped forward. Take away the pitiful Earl of Lant. In a certain secret room, Count Lant's fate was predictable. He never imagined that even after he was dead, he would be dragged out and tortured. Is this something a human being would do? The winged people's interrogation methods were very professional. Not long after, Count Lant said everything he should and shouldn't have said. The winged man returned and reported all the information. Li Mu roughly learned the details of the black-clad organization. According to Count Lant, the organization in black is called the Blood God Cult. It is a recently emerged sect that worships a deity known as the Blood God. This sect operates in a rather primitive and barbaric manner. They revered blood sacrifices and slaughter. However, the Blood God Cult possesses astonishing power. Count Lant joined the Blood God Cult because his life was coming to an end, and in order to survive, he sought refuge with the Blood God Cult and became a believer. With the help of Earl Lant, a powerful minister, the Blood God Cult easily planted many spies within the Duchy of Norland. Not long ago, the Blood God Cult believed the time was ripe and planned to have Count Lant usurp the throne. It can be said that this was part of the Blood God Cult's scheme. Count Lant could easily and completely control the Duchy of Norland. There's not even a need to use trump cards like the Bloodstone or the Blood Sacrifice formation. However, Li Mu's unexpected arrival disrupted the Blood God Cult's plans. To thwart the Blood God Cult's silent plot to seize control of the Duchy of Norland. Blood God Cult. Li Mu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Although Count Lant was a believer, he did not know much about the Blood God Cult. The Blood God Cult operates on an upstream and downstream relationship. Count Lant only knew that his superior was a bishop, and that the bishop seemed to have connections with the other two major duchies. I know nothing else. This Blood God Cult will be the biggest threat to me in my conquest of the Novice Sea. Li Mu was very interested in the Blood God Cult. The greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The secrets contained within the Blood God Cult might allow Li Mu to elevate his strength by several levels. The winged scouts who were tracking the Blood God Cult's archbishop have not yet sent back any news. Li Mu decided to wait and see, and not to alert the enemy. After all, the enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. Once the Blood God Cult hides, searching for them will waste even more time. After the winged man in charge of the interrogation disposed of Duke Lant in a harmless manner, Li Mu is temporarily residing in the palace of the Duke of Norland. As a principality with a history spanning nearly 1,000 years. Its palace was magnificent and luxurious, and living there was indeed a very enjoyable experience. Moreover, the imperial chef's cooking skills suited Li Mu's taste quite well. Over the next few days, with nothing to do, Li Mu would stroll around the palace, occasionally chatting with Alice, Brinny, Maria, and others, engaging in deep and simple exchanges. The conquest process of the Duchy of Norren. It went quite smoothly. Maria's abilities directly tamed all the high-ranking officials of the Duchy of Norren and radiated throughout the entire Duchy of Norren. In just 3 days, a large number of high-ranking and lower-level managers of the Principality of Norren have all submitted. After waiting for a long time, Li Mu finally heard the game notification sound. Ding! A Tier 3 power has been detected, the Duchy of Norland. Over 90% of its high-ranking officials have submitted. You can complete the rule of all the territories under this power without using force. Will you accept the submission of the Duchy of Norren? Upon receiving this prompt, Li Mu immediately selected OK. In an instant, the game's announcement echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island Lord Li Mu for conquering the Tier 3 Duchy level power, the Duchy of Norland, which is the hegemon level power in his beginner sea area. Achieved. This is to inform you. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 3 diamond chest. Conquer the nation. This notification sound can be described as a slap in the face to all the new island owners, opening their eyes wide. What? How much time has passed? Just over a month, and Boss Li Mu has already conquered a country. We all start on a tiny island of 10 square meters. I've barely met the basic survival requirements in a month and am still living like a savage on that 10 square meter island, while Boss Li Mu has already started conquering countries and becoming a hegemon. That's awesome. Li Mu is amazing. The Duchy of Norland, have any other big shots heard of this kingdom? They've already reached the point of conquering countries, so why has no one ever seen the great Lord Li Mu? It's said to be an endless sea, so it must be ridiculously large. How could it be easy to see? Starting with just a fishing rod, going from nothing to something in a month, conquering a country from scratch, what kind of godlike figure is this? The billions of new island owners were deeply shocked. They were well aware of the island owners' difficult survival situation. Although there is the amazing item called the starting fishing rod that can catch anything. But that appalling probability is truly infuriating. In the past month, more than 30% of the island owners have died. Apart from Limu, the most successful novice island owner is only just starting out, beginning to try to expand his island and move towards the second tier. You could say that Limu's current achievements surpass those of all the new island lords. Chapter 62 Limu's Further Evolution. I've obtained another diamond treasure chest. Limu was in a very good mood. Limu had actually thought about why no other new island owners had been discovered so far, as mentioned in the forum. However, Limu had a broader perspective than ordinary island lords, knowing that the beginner's sea area was actually not very large, with only 16 duchies. Given the small area, the fact that no trace of the new island owner has been found means there is only one possibility left. That is, each new island owner has their own exclusive new island area. This may be a form of protection for new island owners. After all, anything can happen. If all the new island owners are in the same sea area, a guy with incredible luck has appeared. Other new island owners don't need to play anymore. As for someone like Limu, needless to say, give him a few months and he could wipe out all the new island lords. Therefore, each new island owner has their own exclusive sea area, which can more fairly guarantee the survival and development of other new island owners. I want to meet other island owners. You'll most likely only encounter them after graduating from the beginner's area. Let's open the treasure chest first. Limu was not interested in the other new island owners. The development period is too short, and the new island owners are all too poor. It has absolutely no value for exploitation or plunder. Limu chose to claim the reward, and a dazzling diamond treasure chest appeared. He stepped forward and opened the chest. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest. You have obtained Ghost King Crystal Core, Ancient Tree Branch of Life. Upon seeing these two materials, the Jade of Creation sent a message. The Ghost King's Crystal Core plus Broken Lich's Life Box plus 700,000 gold coins can evolve your class to Necromancer. Great! Limu's face lit up with joy. Evolution itself is naturally extremely cost-effective. The Iron Forging Sea is inherently strong. Making yourself stronger not only allows you to endure longer, but also increases your combat power. In this lottery, besides the Ghost King's Crystal Core, the Ancient Tree Branch of Life is Daruru's evolution material. Unfortunately, there aren't enough of them to evolve Daruru. Therefore, it can only be stored temporarily. Limu took out the tattered Lich Life Box directly. Using the power of the Creation Jade, I began to evolve. 700,000 gold coins consumed. The two evolution materials were instantly decomposed. It transforms into a vast primal force, evolving Limu's physical body and soul. At the same time, a great deal of insight into necromancy surged within Limu's mind. Through these insights, Limu is transforming into someone even more powerful. Finally, the Jade of Creation sent a message. Congratulations on your class evolution. Necromancer has evolved into Necromaster. Limu let out a breath, feeling incredibly refreshed. Such a transformative change truly delighted Limu. Having just successfully evolved, Limu couldn't wait to check his attributes. The Necromancer is a 7-star class with a total of 7 attributes. The first 6 entries are all evolved from the old entries. The Necromancer's core ability, Skeleton Pact, which allows the total number of skeletons that can be contracted to increase to 10,000. It can also contract 300 third-tier combatants. The attributes, King of the Dead, and Immortal Soul, further enhance Limu's necromancy power and soul strength. The Necromancer Kingdom, evolved from the Ghost Kingdom, has expanded its capacity and can also provide various buffs to its undead. The Death Demon's Sword evolved into the Bone Thousand Blade Sword, retaining the armor-piercing and instant death effects, and can split into countless blades, giving it a feeling of 10,000 swords returning to their origin when used. The Immortality Mechanism has evolved into Lich Rebirth, increasing the number of rebirths to 3. After 3 rebirths, Limu will be reborn as a Lich and live in another form, which further enhances his survivability. The new terms added in this evolution are also quite powerful. Its name is Ghost Gate. Limu, who controls the Ghost Gate, can open the gate and release thousands of ghosts, unleashing a true catastrophe of the dead. With this ability, Li Mu is practically a walking monster of natural disasters. Enough to single-handedly slaughter an entire city. Li Mu was very satisfied with this evolution. It has the ability to protect itself. We have an army if you need one. We have the combat power. Aside from its weakness in melee combat, it's almost perfect. However, Li Mu has the dragon scale armor for close combat, which has already been upgraded to tier 3. Although it's still only 5 stars, that's enough to make up for its shortcomings. Satisfied, Li Mu shut down his own attributes, summoned Maria, and began to study the Duchy of Norin. After conquering the Duchy of Norin, the wealth from all over the Duchy of Norland flowed toward Li Mu like a flood. Li Mu's total assets have now exceeded 10 billion gold coins. With a population of tens of millions, according to the entry from Maria. With the people's hard-earned money at work, the daily tax revenue can reach as high as 1 million gold coins. This is no small sum of money. Besides money, there are also a lot of resources. The Duchy of Norland has accumulated various treasures over thousands of years. All of it became Li Mu's secret stash. With these treasures, Li Mu began to expand his army at an alarming pace and enhance the Legion's combat power. Li Mu's army of skeletons. Alice's merman army. Lucifer's winged air force. Daru's ancient tree of war slime. Maria's royal guards, and Brinny's priests as assistants. All staff have been recruited to full capacity. This gave Li Mu command over 1,000 tier 3 fighters and over 30,000 tier 2 fighters. And these legions were all armed to the teeth. Such an army is enough to sweep through the entire beginner sea area. In addition to the accumulation of wealth and military strength. What Li Mu was truly interested in was the territory of the Duchy of Norin. Judging from the map, the Principality of Norland is actually a country consisting of more than 300 large islands and a large number of small islands. Li Mu was extremely eager to get his hands on these islands. The beginner island currently covers an area of approximately 4 million square meters. That is, 4 square kilometers. The Duchy of Norland has a land area of 5,000 square kilometers. Any large island within it can double the size of the initial island. Find a few islands with sparse populations but no strategic location, and immediately organize the relocation of their inhabitants. Li Mu ordered Maria to begin her operation immediately. The initial island will be Li Mu's lifeline. This is an opportunity to enhance oneself. Li Mu would never miss this opportunity. Upon receiving the order, Maria began to get to work. The whole process went quite smoothly. With the support of various entries related to Maria, no one in the Duchy of Norland dared to disobey and obediently carried out the orders. However, the migration of hundreds of thousands of people is clearly no small matter. Even with extraordinary power, it still takes a considerable amount of time. A few more days passed. The affairs of the Duchy of Norland are not yet finished. The winged man who was tracking the blood god cult's archbishop sent back a message. Finally, we have news. Li Mu's spirits lifted. The blood god cult is currently Li Mu's only threat in the beginner's area. Understanding this faction beforehand will allow you to conquer the beginner's seas more quickly. Li Mu immediately met with the winged scouts who had returned with the information. Chapter 63 Gusta is furious. According to the winged scouts, the first stop for the blood god cult archbishop was the Duchy of Hader, and held a secret meeting with the Duchy of Hader. Following this lead, the winged scouts investigated the royal family of the Hader kingdom. It has been discovered that the royal family of the Hader kingdom is receiving a large number of berserker bloodstones from the blood god cult. Furthermore, the blood sacrifice incident in the Duchy of Norin serves as a cautionary tale. The winged scouts focused on identifying civilians. Indeed, a large number of blood god cult followers disguised as civilians were discovered in the Duchy of Norland. Even more explosive is, the winged scouts overheard the conversation between King Had and the archbishop of the blood god cult. From this, we learn that the operation against the Duchy of Norland failed. The blood god cult promised King Had immortality in exchange for Had's help to infiltrate the Duchy of Enda and launch a large-scale blood sacrifice, at the cost of the lives of millions of people in the Principality of Enda. Summoning a so-called blood god Anva. What exactly is the blood god cult? Upon hearing the intelligence gathered by the winged scouts, Li Mu was stunned. Even a normal church, or even a cult, no matter how crazy it may be, will not be crazy enough to destroy everything. The blood god cult's willingness to sacrifice the nation as a means of subjugation is appalling. There is only one reasonable explanation. Their foundation is not here. Moreover, this kind of sacrifice can bring them greater benefits. No matter the reason, we must not let them succeed. Li Mu did not know what the blood god Anva was. But what the enemy wants to do, that's what he wants to stop. On the other side, a secret underground chamber somewhere in the Duchy of Hater. Archbishop Gusta of the Blood God cult listens to the reports from his subordinates. Your Excellency, because of the marriage alliance between the Duchy of Had and the Duchy of Enda, we have been able to effectively infiltrate the Duchy of Enda under the cover of King Had. The rebels of the Duchy of Enda are also willing to join us. A large quantity of bloodstones has already been transported to the Duchy of Enda. At the current rate, it will take at most a month to take control of the Duchy of Enda. A month? Gusta shook his head. That's still too slow. At this moment, Gusta remembered the terrifying legion under Limu's command in Dawn City, the capital of the Norran Kingdom. This increased the pressure on Gusta. The Church of God has taken control of 2 of the 16 principalities within this small world and sent me here. Originally, we only needed to conquer the Duchy of Norland to complete the plan smoothly. At that time, the 3 blood god envoys will descend upon the small world, forming an encirclement and slaughtering the entire sea area. To create a world of blood and welcome the supreme blood god. A sinister glint flashed in Gustav's eyes. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Tell the people below to speed up the process. We must welcome the arrival of the blood god envoy in 1 month. Yes, sir. Several men in black bowed and accepted the order. But they haven't left yet. Then a man in black scrambled in. What's the matter? Gustav frowned slightly. He had the utmost contempt for people who panicked over the smallest things, lacking composure and a broad perspective. The man in black swallowed hard and said in horror, Archbishop, something terrible has happened. All our spies in the Duchy of Enda have been eliminated. The headquarters of the Enda Principality rebels who cooperated with us has been destroyed. The capital city of the Enda Kingdom, Haifeng City, has been breached. The series of messages broke Jersta's defenses. He stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with rage, grabbed the man by the collar, and his voice was shrill and cracking. What did you say? We were just planning to take down the Duchy of Enda in a month. I never expected that I would be taken care of so quickly. The stark contrast drove Jersta to hysteria. The man in black trembled all over and repeated what he had said earlier. Archbishop, the Enda rebels have been wiped out, the capital has fallen, and all our informants have been eliminated. Who did this? Jersta asked, his eyes red, looking like a mad dog. I don't know, but they are very strong, with hundreds of third-tier soldiers, and it's as if they have X-ray vision. All our overt and covert leads have nowhere to hide. Several hundred tier 3s. Gusta suddenly remembered Limu, who once stood atop the bone dragon in Dawn's city of the Duchy of Norland. It's you again! Gusta's eyes widened in fury, and he was completely enraged. Having had his plans thwarted twice by Limu, Jersta wished he could tear Limu apart alive. Before Gusta could even recover. Then another man in black rushed in. Archbishop, something terrible has happened. What happened again? Gusta frowned. He couldn't imagine anything worse than what had just happened. A large army has suddenly appeared in the capital of the Duke of Hader. The royal palace has been captured. A lot of our eyeliner has been removed. Huh! The CPU in the Jersta almost overheated. To conquer the capitals of 2 countries in a single day, who the hell is this guy? Why is it you again? Gusta was filled with hatred. Boom! Suddenly, the entire underground chamber shook violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. Archbishop, a large number of Tier 3 experts have breached our stronghold and are heading towards us. Gusta's teeth were grinding together, and veins were bulging on his forehead, making him look like a demon from hell, quite frightening. Archbishop, what should we do? Should we fight them? No! Gusta resolutely refused. If we make too much noise, we'll be watched by the surveillance team. Pass on my order. Everyone evacuate. Damn it, one day I'll make you die. Gusta's hatred for Limu reached its peak. He clenched his fist, turned the ring in his hand, and a magnificent magic circle unfolded, causing all the men in black present to disappear from their spots in an instant. No sooner had they left than a large group of powerful merfolk burst through the door. The secret room was now completely empty. At the same time, in the initial island, Limu lay on a beach chair, leisurely sunbathing, while Duo Lulu massaged his legs beside him. Sir, how many days will you be back this time? I don't know. Limu had barely finished speaking when he saw Duo Lulu pouting, looking sullen. You've all left, and no one's playing with me anymore. Limu couldn't help but laugh at her adorable appearance. He reached out and touched Duo Lulu's chin, making her giggle. If Gusta finds out that Limu was just playing with the little cutie, he might just kill him out of the blue. It is estimated that Gusta will not care about the so-called monitors. He was so angry that he fought Li Mu to the death. After all, this is just too insulting. After playing with Doru for a while, a winged person came to report, briefly explaining the fall of the two duchies of Enda and Had. Li Mu nodded slightly at this, as if he had not conquered the capitals of two great dukes, but merely crushed two ants with a casual flick of his wrist. Let Maria go there, take over the power of the two duchies, and complete the conquest of the two duchies as soon as possible. In addition, collect the corpses of high-ranking members of the Blood God cult, hand them over to Brini for resurrection, and extract useful intelligence from them. Chapter 64 I got taken advantage of. Li Mu's original intention was not to alert the enemy. I want to see what the Blood God cult's ultimate goal is. However, the Blood God cult would have to sacrifice millions of people to summon the Blood God Anvo. Li Mu absolutely could not tolerate this. After all, Li Mu didn't know how strong the Blood God Anvo was. It would be ridiculous if they went too far and ruined themselves. Therefore, the important thing is to stop while we're ahead and disrupt the Blood God cult's plans. Now both King Enda and King Had have fallen. Li Mu sent Maria to take over the power of the two countries. Based on Maria's entry. In addition, there was the experience of conquering the Duchy of Norlin. Maria should be quite adept at handling this matter. It won't be long before it's completely resolved. At the same time, Li Mu dispatched numerous scouts to other principalities. Investigate whether the Blood God cult has any roots in other principalities. To eradicate any possibility of the Blood God cult from its roots and make a comeback. Li Mu settled down on the initial island, becoming a hands-off manager and playing with Dalialu. The next day, all the assets of the nobles and royalty in the two duchies of Enda and Had were confiscated and sent to the starting island via teleportation array. The assets of the two principalities were laid out before them. The scene was far more spectacular than the one in the Duchy of Norlin. The gold coins alone amount to nearly 20 billion. Not to mention the other treasures. The game notification sound rang in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner, Li Mu, your daily income has reached 10 billion gold coins. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 2 Tier 3 diamond chests. This prompt once again shocked many new island owners. How long has it been? Less than 10 days. Li Mu's daily income jumped from 1 billion to 10 billion. It's like they just announced the moon landing, and then immediately developed a warp drive and are heading to the stars. 10 billion gold coins. Daily income? Wow, that's incredible. His income increased tenfold in just a few days. Boss Li Mu's growth rate is truly frightening. Awesome. I call it awesome. In the eyes of many new island owners, Li Mu's image is almost omnipotent. It's likely that in the future, if Li Mu were to casually slay a god, they would consider it perfectly reasonable. After all, that's Li Mu. On the initial island. Upon hearing the prompt in his ear, Li Mu's lips curled into a smile, and he was in a great mood. Diamond chests can yield 6-star quality items. There's a very high chance of obtaining the evolution materials needed to subdue your monster girls. With a hint of anticipation, Li Mu immediately claimed the reward and opened the 2 treasure chests. Its brilliance shines forth. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest. You have obtained Forest Goddess's Tier and Behemoth Skeleton. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest. You have obtained Lich Scepter and Thunder Beast Heart. Of the 4 items in this treasure chest, 3 are materials. The Lich Scepter is a necromancer staff, with attributes that enhance the power of necromancer spells and increase the strength of skeletons, perfectly suited to Li Mu's current needs. As for those 3 materials, they were what surprised Li Mu the most. Because all 3 materials can be used. The information displayed by the Jade of Creation is as follows. With a branch of the ancient tree of life, a tear of the forest goddess, and 700,000 gold coins, you can evolve Doralu. Behemoth Skeleton plus Thunder Beast Heart plus 700,000 gold coins, can be evolved into Dragon Scale Armor. As a hero unit, Doru's evolution is enough to boost the combat power of the entire territory. The Dragon Scale Armor is Li Mu's means of survival. Evolving the Dragon Scale Armor will enhance Li Mu's close combat ability, and make up for his shortcomings. Both possess extremely high strategic value. For Li Mu, a billionaire, the cost of evolution is a mere million or so without batting an eye. To unleash the power of the precious Jade of Creation. Prioritize evolving Doru. 700,000 gold coins consumed. The two evolution materials were decomposed. A dazzling radiance enveloped Dororo. The endless power of nature rippled, revealing Dwulu's lovely body and giving her a touch of divinity. She is like an elf born from nature, or a goddess of the forest, pure and innocent, exquisitely beautiful. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Doru has evolved into the Lord of the Forest. Thank you, sir. Feeling the changes in herself, Duolulu was overjoyed and jumped into Li Mu's arms, giving him a kiss on the cheek. The two are now very close. Since this little girl had taken advantage of him, Li Mu naturally wanted to retaliate. He embraced Duolulu's slender waist and kissed her red lips. After a long while, Li Mu finally released her. Duolulu blushed as if she were short of oxygen, her shyness boundless. They look absolutely adorable. Li Mu placed Duolulu on his lap, hugged her, and checked her current attributes. Doru, Tier 3 7-star, Hero Unit, Slime Queen, Forest Queen. Entry 1, Abundant Resources. Increased crop growth rate, yield, and quality across all your territories. Increased mineral production and quality. This effect is doubled if located in a forest. Entry 2, Lord of the Forest. Possesses extremely high affinity with wood, accelerates plant growth, controls plants in battle, and greatly enhances the effects of any wood-type ability. If in the forest, the effect of this entry is doubled. Entry 3, Decomposer. All slimes under its command can absorb items and decompose and purify them. It can also absorb items and has a chance to gain some of those items' abilities. Entry 4, Slime Queen, consumes copper coins to recruit slimes. 3,000 to 10,000, 300 recruits for Tier 3, 10,000 for Tier 2 and below. Entry 5, Forest Domain. Increases the combat power of all slimes under your command. All units of the same faction gain increased combat power and continuous health regeneration when in the forest. Entry 6, Forest Guardian. Consumes copper coins to transform trees into forest guardians, costing 300,1000, 300 for Tier 3, 1,000 for Tier 2 and below. Entry 7, God-Given Forest. Consuming copper coins or magic power can transform any terrain into a forest, and treasures can randomly spawn in the forest every day. That's really strong! Li Mu couldn't help but be amazed. Evolved from a child of nature to the master of the forest. Dahliola's first 6 entries have all undergone a transformation. The abundant resources attribute expands the effects of agriculture and mining to the entire territory. This means that farming in a conquered place like the Duchy of Norland can still bring blessings. In addition, Darura's combat power, her slimes, and forest guards have all been greatly enhanced. With this evolution, Darura gained a new entry, God-Given Forest. This term is equivalent to a domain skill. It can transform any terrain into a forest. It can double the effects of Dahliola's affixes such as Prosperous Land, Lord of the Forest, and Forest Domain. Moreover, treasures can be found randomly in the forest. It's like having a giant, inexhaustible treasure chest. You could say that. Li Mu was quite satisfied with all aspects of Darura's evolution. After all, Darura is a force to be reckoned with, a farming expert, and a walking buff aura. Who wouldn't love such a capable and adorable girl? Chapter 65 The Watcher. Doru has evolved. Li Mu's next goal. The goal was to completely assimilate the 3 principalities. This is actually a task with a long timeline. After all, the 3 principalities were all countries with populations of tens of millions. If you don't want these people, Li Mu can do whatever he wants. But there is an entry for Maria. Population is a potential war resource and wealth. Therefore, Li Mu could not possibly abandon these 30 million people. Let's relocate this population step by step. Then break up some of the islands. Used to expand the initial island area. Apart from this matter, another matter was to investigate the Blood God cult. The escape of Archbishop Gusta of the Blood God cult. This means that the Blood God cult still has a foothold in other principalities. What Li Mu needs to do next is actually quite simple. That would mean sweeping across the entire beginner's sea of waters. Unify the 16 duchies. At that time, the Blood God cult's plan to summon the Blood God envoy will become completely unfounded. Li Mu didn't believe they could still cause trouble like this. Now, after Darura evolves, Li Mu can recruit 1,200 third-tier combatants and nearly 50,000 second-tier combatants. In addition, Maria mobilized all her troops, working in conjunction with Li Mu's creation Jade. This enabled Li Mu to build an army of millions, armed to the teeth. He is now qualified to dominate the beginner's sea. However, this matter will take time. The three principalities are relatively close to each other. The other principalities are at least 6 or 7,000 kilometers away from this place as the crow flies. Sending people out to investigate, plus setting up teleportation arrays, took a considerable amount of time. There's no point in rushing this. After arranging the next strategic direction, Li Mu continued to play peacefully on the initial island. They were living a very comfortable life. About 3 days have passed. The Duchy of Enda and the Duchy of Jade successfully submitted and became Li Mu's territories. The population migration work has been fully launched. A large number of islands are about to be left vacant. Once this batch of islands is digested, Li Mu estimates that the area of the initial islands will expand to a great extent. Then another day passed. A group of unexpected people arrived in the Duchy of Norlin. Brinny, who was stationed in the Duchy of Norlin, was specifically asked to see Li Mu by name. "Someone wants to see me? What's their strength?" Li Mu asked curiously. "Reporting to the Lord." The winged man who came to report answered truthfully. "There are about 100 of them, all of them at the 3rd rank. A 3rd-tier force of 100 people." Li Mu was slightly surprised. Such strength is not weak even in the entire Beginner's Sea area. Could it be that the Blood God cult has come to negotiate? Besides the Blood God cult, Li Mu couldn't think of any other force capable of such a large-scale operation. However, Li Mu was not afraid of this. With his current strength, this group of people was practically like vegetables being delivered to his door. "Let's go and meet them." Li Mu stood up and used the teleportation array to arrive at Dawn's city in the Duchy of Norlin. Inside the palace, a group of 3rd-tier powerhouses sat upright. Brinny is in charge. The scene was quite silent. It wasn't that Brinny didn't want to get information out of them. These people just wouldn't answer any of the questions. This left Brinny at a loss, so she had no choice but to wait for Li Mu to arrive. Before long, Li Mu walked straight into the main hall, his gaze sweeping over the people present. They were all dressed in fine heavy armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, like a group of battle-hardened soldiers, radiating overwhelming killing intent. "May I ask what business you have with me?" Li Mu asked. Upon hearing Li Mu announce his identity, the hundreds of 3rd-tier experts present all stood up, their armor gleaming with the sound of metal scraping against metal. A dashing woman clad in heavy armor walked straight up to Li Mu, looking him up and down. "Li Mu, you're the island lord, right?" A ripple stirred in Li Mu's heart. His eyes met those of the woman before him, whose gaze was clear and without hostility. Seeing this, Li Mu stepped forward and sat in the main seat. Brinny, who was beside him, brought him a cup of tea. Li Mu took the cup, sipped it, and said calmly, "And who are you people?" "We are the Watchers," the woman said without hiding anything. "The Watchers?" Li Mu did not hide his doubts. The woman then explained. "This area of the sea is your exclusive newcomer zone. Theoretically speaking, you will not be subject to any external interference before you break through to the 3rd tier. However, some evil gods from outside the realm will infiltrate the Beginner's Sea and seize control of it. After discovering the extraterrestrial evil god, a mission will be issued to send the old island lord to eliminate the evil god's minions. Monitoring the Novice Sea area and preventing the invasion of evil gods is the duty of the monitors." Upon hearing these words, Li Mu's mind raced. According to its explanation, the monitor is essentially similar to a game administrator. To prevent the extraterrestrial evil god virus from polluting the gaming experience of new players. However, the role of the GM, the monitor, is not held by official game personnel. Instead, veteran players complete the tasks in the form of missions. "Who issues the task you mentioned?" Li Mu asked curiously. "Once you become the official island lord, the mission panel will be unlocked. With your current strength, you should be able to leave this sea area soon." Li Mu remained non-committal as he sized up the woman before him. Li Mu could not possibly believe everything he said. The most crucial point is, if someone is a veteran player, how could their level be tier 3? The woman noticed Li Mu's confusion and explained. "The rules of the Novice Sea world limit the highest level to tier 3. This is a protection mechanism for new island owners." Li Mu believed this. After all, the beginner's area has a population of hundreds of millions. If there is no level cap, over thousands of years of development, one can stack up to several 4th-order or even 5th-order structures. It now appears that both the Blood God cult and the Watchers are at the 3rd tier. "So what do you want from me?" After gaining a general understanding of the surveillance team's background, Li Mu wanted to know why they had come to see him. "I want you to help us find the followers of the evil god and wipe them out." The woman was somewhat helpless. They had initially had some clues, but Li Mu's performance was too fierce. They directly destroyed the 3 duchies of Norlin, Had, and Enda. This caused them to lose all their remaining leads. In response to the woman's request, Li Mu stroked his chin and said, "I need to think about this matter. Please wait for my news." Seeing that Li Mu did not agree immediately, the woman became somewhat anxious. Although the world's rules limit the highest level to only 3 tiers, but the power of the evil god is extraordinary. If they succeed, they will summon terrifying divine messengers of 6 stars, or even 7 stars. By then, this sea area will be destroyed. The woman originally intended to use this to make Li Mu realize the seriousness of the matter. But unexpectedly, these words relieved Li Mu. "You should have said so earlier. I've been rambling on for so long. It turns out there are only 7 stars. I thought you were some big shot." Li Mu is now under no pressure regarding his plan to unify the 16 duchies. Chapter 66: The Choice of Breakthrough. "Okay, I understand. Go back and wait for my message." Li Mu directly ordered them to leave. The woman hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "My name is Lin Muxue. If you find any clues about the evil god, please contact me immediately. This is no small matter." Lin Muxue handed over a device that looked like a token. Brinny accepted it on Li Mu's behalf. After that, Lin Muxue didn't say anything more and left with her people. Li Mu watched their departing figures, lost in thought. The arrival of Lin Muxue and others. This provided Li Mu with several key pieces of information. One is that after the new Island Master graduates and becomes a formal Island Master, their status will change and they will need to accept missions. Clearly, the new island owner is in a training period. The official island owner is the same as an official employee. There is someone deliberately cultivating this group of island owners. The other is the beginner's sea area, and the area outside the beginner's sea area is not peaceful either. There are also filthy things like extraterrestrial evil gods. The unification of the 16 principalities cannot be stopped. There's no need to discuss the blood god cult with the monitors. There will definitely be a reward for eradicating the blood god cult, so there's no need to share the spoils with these people. Li Mu put aside his distracting thoughts and had Brinny casually throw the communication token into an abandoned warehouse. Who knows if there's a wiretapping mechanism inside? Throw it as far as you can. On the other side, Lin Muxue had bid farewell to Li Mu, and those around her were filled with indignation. "My lord, how dare he, a mere new island lord, be so arrogant? Exactly, he should have been taught a lesson just now. He doesn't understand any rules at all." "Alright, this person is not simple." Lin Muxue shook her head. She accepted the mission and arrived in this beginner's sea area, only 3 days ago. Much information and intelligence is severely lacking. That is why Lin Muxue had decided to cooperate with Li Mu. But after arriving in the Duchy of Norlin, Lin Muxue gradually sensed that something was amiss. There are far too many Tier 3 powerhouses in the Duchy of Norlin. There are over 100 people in Dawn City alone. Brinny, the leader, could even make Lin Muxue feel threatened. When Li Mu appeared, Lin Muxue sensed death even more. This person may be the kind of player who has been cultivating the novice seas for 50 or 60 years and wants to conquer the entire sea. Only, over the next few days, Lin Muxue was gathering intelligence in this sea area. Gradually, I realized that something was wrong. The information Lin Muxue was able to gather about Li Mu was shockingly brief. About a month ago, Li Mu first appeared in Sunga Town. Bring Maria back, wipe out the original owner of Sunga Town, and occupy Sunga Town. Immediately afterwards, they repelled the monster army under the command of the dragon Quirine. When Quirine attacked, Li Mu personally slew the dragon. In just over half a month, a short period of time has passed. Li Mu suddenly appeared in Dawn City, defeated Earl Lant, and conquered the entire Duchy of Norlin. Li Mu is now a powerful and influential figure who controls 3 major duchies. Normally, it would take at least several generations of hard work to achieve such a feat. Li Mu, however, only took a little over a month. What terrified Lin Muxue the most was combined from all the intelligence. It is indeed possible to deduce Li Mu's strength, and how he gradually grew from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank. My god, reaching level 3 in just 1 month? What kind of monster is this? Lin Muxue's pupils trembled slightly. On the other side, Li Mu knew that Lin Muxue and her group had been active in the 3 major duchies. After all, Li Mu had been sending wing scouts to track this group of people. Li Mu was fully aware of all his movements. We can make judgments based on these trajectories. Lin Muxue and her group certainly don't seem to be from the blood god cult. It is highly likely that it is acting as a surveillance agent. However, Li Mu had no intention of cooperating with them. This day, after Li Mu and Brinny finished exchanging physiological knowledge, Maria brought good news. The population relocation has been completed on several islands of the Principality of Norlin. Now we can proceed with the decomposition. Upon hearing the news, Li Mu was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this day for several days. With a map of his territory appearing in his mind, Li Mu directly selected those islands. Select all to decompose. In an instant, a flood of resource acquisition notifications appeared. In addition to these resources, Li Mu obtained a total of 45 million island area cards from this dismantling. This is enough to expand the initial island's area by 45 million square meters. The initial island area was only 8 million square meters. That's equivalent to expanding more than 5 times. Li Mu returned to the initial island via the teleportation array and used all the island area cards. The entire initial island expanded at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the total area has exceeded 50 million square meters. At the same time, a notification sound. It resounded in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island owner Li Mu. The total area of your initial island has exceeded 10 million square meters. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with 2 Tier 3 diamond chests. As the notification sound faded away, many new island owners, though already used to Li Mu breaking records, were still shocked. After all, this is 10 million square meters. It has only been a little over a month since the new island owner entered the island owner game. In such a short period of time, apart from Li Mu, the top-tier players had islands with a total area of only about 100 square meters. Li Mu is 100,000 times better than them. It can be described as a heaven. One place. As expected of Boss Li Mu. Easily surpassing 10 million square meters, that's amazing. To my shame, although I discovered the island, I almost got caught by goblins during my last attempt to conquer it, and my chrysanthemum was in danger. I haven't tried going out to sea yet, it's too scary. There are 2 kinds of island owners in the world, one is called Li Mu, and the other is not Li Mu. Countless people on the forum were amazed. At this time, a series of prompts that only he could see appeared before Li Mu's eyes. Ding! Your initial island's total area has exceeded 10 million square meters. You can initiate an advanced trial at any time. Note, if you successfully advance, you will be removed from the title of new island owner, become a formal island owner, and leave this sea area to go to a brand new sea area. Furthermore, the advanced trials are inherently dangerous, so please choose carefully. It's already possible to break through to the 4th tier. Li Mu stroked his chin, hesitating whether to break through immediately. After a moment's thought, Li Mu decided to postpone his breakthrough. The presence of the monitor made Li Mu realize that there were other veteran players as well. This world has always been a dog-eat-dog world. To venture into new waters rashly, it is inevitable that we will encounter other enemies. Li Mu planned to accumulate strength in the beginner's sea area. For example, after unifying the 16 duchies and conveniently destroying the blood god cult, one can enhance oneself to a higher level before making a breakthrough. In any case, Li Mu was confident that he could get both of these things completely settled within a month. Chapter 67 The Mermaid Queen. Li Mu received the reward for this island expansion. 2 diamond treasure chests appeared out of nowhere. Li Mu was already very familiar with handling diamond treasure chests. He reached out and opened the 2 treasure chests in front of him. A dazzling brilliance then burst forth. The 2 treasure chests disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a notification sound came. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest and obtaining the Sea God's Imperial Seal and a fragment of the Grim Reaper's Scythe. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 diamond treasure chest and obtaining the Eye of Hades. Imperial Shipyard Fragment. This time, open the treasure chest. All 4 items obtained were materials. The Imperial Shipyard Fragment is a piece of wood with water and ship-specific properties. According to the description, it is a good material for shipbuilding. However, Li Mu has not yet found a suitable object for evolution. As for the remaining 3 items, the Jade of Creation transmitted information to them all. Ocean Crown Fragment plus Sea God's Imperial Seal plus 700,000 gold coins can be used to evolve Alice. Fragment of the Grim Reaper's Scythe plus Eye of Hades plus 700,000 gold coins can be evolved into the Lich Scepter. It was within Li Mu's expectations that he had gathered all the materials for Alice. After all, Alice was only missing one piece of material a long time ago. Having opened so many treasure chests, it's time to collect them all. What Li Mu didn't expect was, while opening the diamond treasure chest, I unexpectedly gathered all the materials for the Lich Scepter. I wonder what form the Lich Scepter can evolve into. With a touch of curiosity, Li Mu took out the Lich Scepter. Directly harnessed the power of the precious Jade of Creation. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance burst forth. A chilling aura descended upon them. 700,000 gold coins were spent. The two evolution materials were completely decomposed. The Lich Scepter in Li Mu's hand floated in the air. The overall shape has suddenly undergone a dramatic change. The staff, which was originally only the length of a forearm, was now visible. It extends straight up to 2 meters. The overall material is transformed into an exaggerated skeleton. Flesh and blood grew at the top, forming a huge eyeball. The eyeballs are encased in bone on both sides, and from the center, they continue to grow outwards, transforming into sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, the Lich Scepter transformed into a giant scythe 2 meters long. This scythe is forged entirely from bone, with a huge eyeball at the top and an extremely large and exaggerated blade, making it look quite terrifying. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The Lich Scepter evolves into Hades' blade. Li Mu reached out and grasped the blade of Hades. I can clearly feel that my magic power, necromancy skills, mental strength and other aspects have been greatly enhanced. To further understand the power of Hades' blade, Li Mu opened the attributes of Hades' blade. Hades' blade, Tier 3, 7 stars. Entry 1, King of the Undead. All undead under his command gain increased combat power. Entry 2, Necromancer worship. You enjoy the worship of thousands of undead, increasing the power of necromancy spells and reducing casting time. Entry 3, Curse of the Ghast. When casting necromancy spells, the Curse of the Ghast can be randomly applied, such as confusion, aging, decay, or poison. Attribute 4, Bone Guardian. When attacked, you can obtain a bone shield with the same strength as a Tier 3 7-star weapon. Entry 5, Soul Severing. Using Hades' blade, you can directly attack the enemy's soul. Entry 6, Death Gaze. Hades' blade is inlaid with the Death Eye, which can see through the weaknesses and fatal flaws of others. Entry 7, King of the Underworld. Wielding the blade of the Underworld, you are the King of the Underworld Soul Realm, capable of summoning up to 10,000 ghosts to aid you in battle. Note, Underworld strength is random. Not bad. Li Mu nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied. Overall, Hades' blade is primarily focused on summoning and magic, with some melee capabilities as well. This is quite a good match for Li Mu's profession as a necromancer. In addition, there's the Tier 3, 7-star Beast King armor, which evolved from the Dragon Scale armor. Li Mu can truly be described as a master of both combat and strategy. There are no obvious weaknesses in combat. It's time to evolve Alice. Li Mu sheathed the Hades blade, took the evolution materials, and found Alice. Alice was at the beach, quietly watching the tide rise and fall. Hearing footsteps behind her, Alice turned around and a smile immediately bloomed on her calm and beautiful face. She stood up and, like a nimble sprite, threw herself into Li Mu's arms. Li Mu held Alice's slender waist. The two felt each other's heartbeats and body temperature. Since the last time the relationship took a crucial step, their relationship progressed rapidly. What are you looking at here? Li Mu asked with a smile. No. Alice blushed slightly, embarrassed to say that she was looking at the sea but thinking about Li Mu. I chatted with Alice for a while. Li Mu took out the evolution materials directly. The evolution of Alice began. 700,000 gold coins consumed. The power of the precious Jade of Creation descended. In an instant, Alice's very life essence underwent a transformation. Surrounded by surging ocean waves, she seemed like a queen ruling the sea, exquisitely beautiful and noble. The Jade of Creation sent another message. Alice evolves into the Queen of Mermaids. Alice, whose bloodline had undergone a complete transformation, felt the changes within herself. Her beautiful eyes, like water, stared intently at Li Mu, like hooks. Such a charming and alluring appearance is truly captivating. The waves rise and fall at the seaside. For a long time, Li Mu put his arm around Alice and looked at her current attributes. She evolved from a mermaid princess into the Queen of Mermaids. Alice's original 6 terms have all undergone a qualitative change. The 4 attributes, Queen of Mermaids, Mermaid Mage, Blessed by the Sea God, and Mermaid Dual Form, enhanced Alice's spell-casting abilities, greatly boosting her combat power. The Royal Guards also allow Alice to recruit an army of 10,000 men, including 300 Tier 3 powerhouses. The original Entry 4, Sea Kingdom, has been changed to Underwater Kingdom. This allows a completely new territory, with air, capable of providing planting and survival, and indistinguishable from land, to be formed within a radius of 30,000 meters on the seabed of the initial island. With this underwater kingdom, the actual size of Limu's initial island will be greatly increased. Besides, Alice's evolution also adds a 7th brand new entry. Entry 7, Ocean Temple. Increases fish and seabed resources in all allied territories. Increases the speed of all allied ships, reduces the chance of encountering storms, and provides marine life assistance after a ship crashes. This entry is quite useful. Whether it's increasing resources, or should we increase the ship's speed? All of these could bring Limu huge benefits. In particular, the point about increasing ship speed. Limu actually tested it, and found that the increase was determined by the quality of the ship. The beluga whale has been upgraded to Tier 3. With the blessing of the Ocean Temple, the sailing speed can be increased by about 6 times. With such speed, the white whale breaker is practically an airplane at sea, capable of covering tens of thousands of miles a day. During this period, Limu did more than just build one ship, the white whale wave breaker. Ships like the white whale breaker, a Tier 3, 6-star vessel. Limu has a total of 10 ships. With these 10 warships, this is sufficient to help Limu transport troops quickly and at low cost. The time required to unify the 16 kingdoms has been greatly reduced. Chapter 68, Via City. We now have the entry for Alice's Ocean Temple. This means we can quickly deploy troops and accelerate the conquest of the other principalities. Limu has now conquered 3 major duchies. The initial island area exceeded 10 million square meters. He can break through to the 4th tier at any time. Graduated from the beginner's area. However, the appearance of the monitors made Limu realize that there were a large number of veteran players outside the beginner's area. Wherever there are people, there will be a world of its own. Limu did not believe that all veteran players were harmonious and lived in peace with each other. Therefore, Limu plans to become stronger before graduating from the beginner's sea. This is how he went on to explore the wider world. With greater strength, they also have more resources to compete with established players. With this in mind, Limu immediately dispatched 10 Tier 3, 6-star warships, including the White Whale Breaker, to the 5 major duchies. The journey to conquer the beginner's seas has officially begun. As for Limu himself, he combined the millennia of accumulation of the 3 duchies with Maria's "All people are soldiers" tagline and began to mass-produce troops like crazy. His 5 main hero units, along with Limu's own undead army, form his elite force. Together with the people of the 3 principalities, they formed a super-large army of over 4 million people. Besides, Dahlia is in charge of logistics. Alice is the admiral of the navy. Lucifer was appointed commander-in-chief of the Air Force. Maria commanded an army primarily composed of soldiers. Brinny led a staff of tens of thousands of priests, responsible for medical care and support. This forms a super-powerful legion that is armed to the teeth and has a precise division of labor. In addition, there is the support of a vast fleet for transportation. 2 days later, the 5 armies marched into their respective principalities. They were invincible along the way. The millennia of accumulation of these ancient principalities were as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of Limu's massive army. Limu did not act together with the 5 armies. He traveled alone to another place called the Principality of Ku. That's why I came here. It's because, according to the Winged Scouts, that's what they said. The Blood God cult appears to have some activity in this area. Alice and others are on the front lines, waging a war of conquest against the 5 great duchies. Limu then came to this place alone, partly to wipe out the Blood God cult, and partly to see his current strength. My lord, the Principality of Ku should be one of the strongholds of the Blood God cult. Our spies have confirmed through their search that the capital city of the Kingdom of Ku, Waya, has been occupied by the Blood God cult. Over 90% of the entire city are followers of the Blood God cult. Winged Scout Tucker loyally reports to Limu. Upon hearing this, Limu leisurely looked at the city of Waya before him. Its city walls are towering and its architecture is exquisite, comparable to Dawn's city in the Duchy of Norlin. The only difference lies in the subtle variations in style. Judging from appearance alone, no one could tell that this magnificent city had become a den of demons. Limu stepped into the city of Waya. On the other side, the figures of Lin Wuxue and the other monitors also appeared in a corner of Waya City. Because Limu refused to cooperate, Lin Wuxue and the others had no choice but to think of other solutions. Fortunately, he was, after all, the old island lord, and even though his cultivation level was suppressed, he still had a wide range of methods. They have confirmed that Waya City is the headquarters of the Blood God cult. Big sister, let's make our move. Yes. Leveling this place will definitely complete the mission directly. Hee, my great sword is itching for a fight. Lin Mushua's men were already itching to make their move, eager to start a massacre on the spot. This recklessness gave Lin Mushua a headache. During her early days as a novice island master, she built her fortune using the Berserker's legacy. After more than 30 years of hard work, they successfully graduated from the beginner's C. But it is precisely because of this that all of Lin Mushua's trusted subordinates are Berserkers. He's very good at fighting. They just don't have much of a brain. It's useless except for fighting. Lin Mushua, furious, flicked the forehead of the man who had already drawn his knife. Fight, fight, fight. I only got this clue by using a tool. If this clue is lost, are we going to waste years on this mission? Seeing Lin Mushua's anger, the others immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. I'm so angry my breasts hurt. Lin Mushua pouted, displaying a tomboyish and carefree demeanor that was completely at odds with her delicate and innocent appearance. Just as Lin Mushua was about to say something, she noticed the strange expressions on the faces of her berserkers. What's wrong? Are you all mute? Boss, it seems we've been discovered. A berserker pointed behind Lin Mushua. Lin Mushua turned her head and saw a group of civilians surrounding the alley where they were, like walking corpses. What bad luck! Lin Mushua's pretty face darkened. He was just lecturing his subordinates not to expose themselves. As a result, it was discovered in the blink of an eye. Enraged, Lin Mushua broke through her defenses, drew 2 curved swords from her waist, and instantly covered 100 meters. Those strange civilians were torn to pieces by the terrifying blade energy. The infiltration is successful as long as everyone is killed. But Lin Mushua's action was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Tens of thousands of civilians, their eyes instantly turning red, charged towards Lin Mushua and the others like terrifying zombies. Never mind! Start the slaughter! Lin Mushua gritted her teeth and gave the order fiercely. Behind him, hundreds of berserkers cheered, their bodies transforming into small giants in the blink of an eye, as if they had been inflated. Wielding sharp blades, they charged straight out. These civilians, transformed by the Blood God cult, were no match for Lin Mushua and her group. They moved like a meat grinder, rapidly approaching the palace of the Duke of Ka. The entire city of Waya was in an uproar. Millions of civilians were transformed into red-eyed monsters. What happened? No! Don't come any closer! Help! Someone save me! Those normal people in the city of Waya who were not influenced by the Blood God cult became the targets of the red-eyed monsters. Blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground, as if the end of the world had arrived. Li Mu stood there, his brows slightly furrowed. Beside him, the winged scout Tak led a group of winged people, easily keeping the red-eyed monster at bay. This allowed Li Mu to remain composed and elegant, even amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, much like a nobleman on a spring outing. Were we exposed prematurely? Li Mu quickly dismissed this guess, noticing that the main force of the red-eyed monster's attack was not them. If it's further away, closer to the location of the royal palace. It's likely that someone shared the same goal as Li Mu. They wanted to come here to investigate the Blood God cult's headquarters. Then it was discovered by the Blood God cult. Li Mu didn't seem to care about this sudden turn of events. After all, his strength was enough to make him disregard all of this. Chapter 69. A new evolvable object. Kathleen. Kill! 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 Lin Mushua led a group of berserkers, their eyes completely bloodshot. This made Lin Mushua, with her stunningly beautiful and delicate features, dance with her curved blade, and heads float around her. Blood spurted out, turning into a terrifying rain of blood. She moved with lightning speed, occasionally crushing heads with her footsteps. Archbishop, what should we do? The Archbishop, standing tall in the palace, felt a sense of dread among the group of men in black beside him. The monitors arrived so quickly. Damn Li Mu! Archbishop Gusta of the Blood God cult gritted his teeth in anger. If things proceed as planned. In the battle against the Duchy of Norlin, the Blood Array was not even needed to defeat the Duchy of Norlin. But Li Mu's appearance disrupted everything. This led to the exposure of Erland. I had no choice but to use the Blood Array. Even so, he still couldn't defeat Li Mu. There is a very high probability that it was because of that battle. This triggered the defense mechanism in the beginner's area. This prompted the game's official team to issue a mission. This led to the presence of surveillance personnel. So what if they come? This place is already completely under our control. Gusta's eyes turned red as he roared. Continue to increase troop strength and halt the advance of the surveillance agents. Also, prepare the bloodstones, ready to begin the sacrificial ritual at any time. A large number of zombies rushed towards Lin Wuxue and the others. Li Mu's side isn't under too much pressure. He led a group of winged people, strolling leisurely through the already riotous city of Vaya as if taking a leisurely walk. Before long, they arrived at the port. A group of merchants who are temporarily docked at the port. They became the target of the red-eyed monsters. They fought back fiercely. But the red-eyed monster is comparable to a zombie, possessing an extremely strong physique, and can even continue fighting even after its head is severed. Under such strain, many merchants have reached their limit. Li Mu, who happened to be passing by, moved his mind slightly, and the thousand-blade white bone sword condensed, splitting into 2, then 3, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into hundreds and thousands, rushing out like a sudden storm. The so-called red-eyed monster was instantly gutted and turned into mincemeat. The group of merchants stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. My God, all the monsters are dead! To kill so many monsters in an instant, just who is that powerful being? Thank goodness, we're finally saved! Everyone was overjoyed, but upon seeing the corpses on the ground, they couldn't help but feel sorrow. Although they were saved, many of their family members and friends had just died at the hands of the red-eyed monster. Men, women, and children covered their faces and wept, grieving for the death of their loved ones. Li Mu ignored the group and walked straight ahead. Seeing this, the crowd dared not stop them and made way. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Mu stopped in front of a girl. At that moment, the girl was weeping over her father's body. Would you like to come with me? Li Mu suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the girl raised her head, tears streaming down her face, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Judging from her appearance, the girl has delicate features and a pure temperament, like an innocent girl next door. Having lost her father and relatives at such a young age, she suddenly encountered a strange man who said he wanted to take her away. Anyone would feel confused and scared in this situation. Meeting the girl's gaze, Li Mu spoke again. Come with me, and I'll help you get revenge. Simple words ignited a light in the girl's eyes. She originally had a happy family. But it was these monsters that destroyed everything she had. She'd do anything to get revenge. Li Mu proved that he indeed had the ability to avenge the girl. The girl stood up and said firmly, My lord, Kathleen is willing to follow you. Upon hearing Kathleen's answer, Li Mu nodded slightly. He was attracted to Kathleen, not because Kathleen was pretty. Instead, it was when Li Mu's gaze was fixed on Kathleen. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Imperial Dock Fragment plus 400,000 gold coins can be evolved. This is the third human that Li Mu has discovered that can evolve, following Maria and Brinny. Based on past experience, there is a very high probability that Kathleen will evolve into a hero unit. For such a heroic unit, Li Mu was unwilling to miss out. Upon meeting, Kathleen agreed, and Li Mu waved his hand, storing Kathleen's parents' corpses into his storage ring. Once the situation stabilizes, I will help you bury your parents. Thank you, sir. Kathleen felt a warmth in her heart. In such a helpless situation, Li Mu's appearance was like a ray of light illuminating her life. Helping Kathleen take revenge does not conflict with Li Mu's original goal. After subduing Kathleen, Li Mu took her and left. Other merchants wanted to follow suit. But seeing the direction Li Mu was heading, they all stopped in their tracks. There was no other reason than that Li Mu was heading to the royal palace, where monsters were most concentrated. How dare these merchants follow Li Mu? They then boarded ships, intending to leave the port. At the same time, Lin Wuxue and her group advanced with unstoppable momentum. They were, after all, former island lords, and their actual level had long surpassed the third rank. Although his realm is currently suppressed by the rules of the world, one can rely on their own understanding of power. This is enough to allow Lin Wuxue and the others to unleash their full combat power. Millions of crazed monsters posed no real threat to Lin Wuxue and her companions. Soon, Lin Wuxue and her group arrived at the royal palace of the Duke of Ke. Gusta stood atop the palace, looking down at Lin Wuxue and the others, a sinister sneer creeping across his face. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none. Since you've chosen to die, don't blame me. Today, let us use the blood of you watchers to welcome the arrival of the divine messenger. Use the bloodstone. In an instant, hundreds of men in black around Gusta swallowed the bloodstone. His aura was surging, just like that of Earl Lant in the past. The figures of the numerous men in black swelled up like inflating balloons. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the third rank. They transformed into muscular monsters, fiercely attacking Lin Wuxue and the others. They were besieged by 500 or 600 level 3 powerhouses. Lin Wuxue was not afraid at all. Her graceful body moved nimbly, her whole body was surrounded by dark red killing intent, and the blade burst out with a chilling light. Those black-clad men who forcibly leveled up to the 3rd tier using the Bloodstone. Regardless of the level of power. It's still about the application of power. They are all far inferior to Lin Wuxue. At this moment, Lin Wuxue was like a Valkyrie, rampaging through the battlefield. However, seeing Lin Wuxue's one-sided slaughter, Gustus showed no surprise or fear, but instead became even more excited. Lin Wuxue, as a berserker, is single-minded, but not stupid. As they continued killing, they gradually realized that something was wrong. They're practically throwing their lives away. Lin Wuxue felt a chill run down her spine, looked around, and shouted sharply. Retreat! Retreat now! You discovered it too late. Gustus' face was full of a sinister grin. He spread his arms and spoke in a strange language, as if praying to some unseen being. O Supreme God, I beg for your arrival with this blood and death. Chapter 70 is too brutal. As Gustus' voice faded, the blood of the men in black who had been killed by Lin Wuxue and the others seemed to come alive, flowing in all directions. The corpses of many monsters melted away. Intertwined with blood, it formed a great array that covered the entire city of Waya. Within the great formation, those ferocious monsters slaughtered each other. The city of Waya has been completely transformed into a living hell. Blood and death became the main theme of the city of Waya. A near-maniacal laugh echoed from the darkness. Oh no! Lin Wuxue's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her heart filled with resentment. The blood god cult has been stationed there for too long. By the time the task was accepted, the other person had already developed to a considerable extent. Lin Wuxue wanted to stop it, but in the current situation, she was powerless to do anything about it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the carnage that ravaged the entire city brought pleasure to the evil god. The magnificent formation activated, and a beam of light that tore through the sky descended. Fresh blood floated from the ground and shot straight to the top of the clouds. It actually coalesced into human form. It transformed into a life form with blood-red wings and its entire body encased in dark red iron armor. Ding! Urgent notification. An evil god's messenger has descended upon this newcomer's sea area. Gusta looked at the blood god Anva in the heavens with a fanatical expression, but also with some regret. According to the original plan, the 3 blood god envoys should be summoned simultaneously after conquering the Duchy of Norlin. At that time, even if the Watchers descend, the blood god cult will have no fear. With the power of the blood god envoy, he could destroy the entire sea area. Transform it into a paradise for evil gods. However, Li Mu completely thwarted the plans of the Duchy of Norlin. Now the surveillance agents have come knocking on our door again. Gustaz had no choice but to settle for second best and summon a blood god envoy ahead of time. Even if we can't conquer this small world, collecting some souls will still make us break even. Now. Lin Wuxue looked at the blood god envoy above the 9 heavens and sighed. It seems this mission has failed. We have no choice but to abandon the mission and seek reinforcements. The reward is higher if you complete the task alone. Judging from the current situation, Lin Wuxue did not believe she could defeat the blood god envoy. She had already decided to withdraw from the mission, issue an emergency reinforcement order, and ask the other old island lords to send troops over. On the other side, Kathleen, standing beside Li Mu, looked up at the blood god envoy and felt a fear etched into her bloodline. It's like a sheep facing a wolf, or an ant facing a giant. This is a fear that comes from our genes, even from our souls. She couldn't help but look at Li Mu. But they discovered they were facing such a terrifying existence. Li Mu, however, remained calm and composed. Li Mu wouldn't pretend to be innocent about this. It's not that they're lacking confidence, but rather that they have real strength. After all, Li Mu had a lot of trump cards up his sleeve. If you can't beat them, can't you at least outrun them? This is a good opportunity. Let's see how powerful this blood god envoy is. Protect her. Li Mu directly gave orders to Tucker and the other third-tier wing people. After saying that, he summoned the skeleton netherfire dragon, which soared into the sky. Kathleen's eyes widened at the appearance of the bone dragon. That's a dragon. She knew Li Mu was very strong. Who would have thought that Li Mu was a powerful figure capable of controlling a giant dragon? A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire city of Waya. Lin Wuxue, who was originally planning to run away, almost dropped her jaw when she turned around and saw that it was Li Mu. What? Has he gone mad? He still dares to charge out in this situation. Am I the berserker, or is he the berserker? This was the first time in Lin Wushua's life that she had seen someone even more stubborn than herself. It's you again! Jesta, perched atop the palace, was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth to powder. Li Mu thwarted his plans time and again. Jesta wished he could skin Li Mu alive and tear him apart. Perfect, I'll finish you off to vent my anger. Great blood god's envoy, utterly annihilate these humans who obstruct the blood god's spread of faith. As Gustav finished speaking, the blood god envoy atop the clouds suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand in Li Mu's direction. Layer upon layer of magic arrays unfolded, within which billowing blood brewed. Super tier blood spell, touch of blood. Blood congealed into countless tentacles, covering the entire sky and crushing towards Li Mu. The bone fire dragon roared, spewing pale bone fire from its mouth. White and red intertwine at the top of the clouds. It creates a magnificent and spectacular scene. Li Mu remained calm as the thousand-blade white bone sword surged forth, transforming into a rain of countless swords that swept away everything. The so-called blood tentacles shredded everything at an astonishing speed. Good heavens! Lin Wuxue and the group of berserkers were deeply moved. They had assumed that Li Mu had gone up to deliver it. I never expected him to be so amazing. Seeing that the magic had been broken, the blood god envoy flapped his blood wings, transforming into a blur of motion, and charged towards Li Mu with astonishing power. Lin Wuxue, Kathleen, and the others were on tenterhooks once again. Li Mu activated the Beast King armor, and layers of scales formed a domineering armor that adhered to his slender body. The Beast King armor is a Tier 3, 7-star weapon that evolved from the Behemoth Skeleton and Thunder Beast Heart, after being transformed into the Dragon Scale armor. It perfectly inherited the abilities of the Dragon Scale armor. It will also grant Li Mu extremely powerful close combat abilities. Just as the blood god envoy approached, a behemoth roared around Li Mu, lightning crackling around him, and he suddenly punched the blood god envoy in the face. The immense power shattered the air. It unleashed a shockwave visible to the naked eye. The so-called blood god envoy is like a football spinning at high speed. He was knocked away by Li Mu. It slammed hard onto the ground. The earth shattered. A crater with a diameter of over 100 meters was formed. Thick clouds and billowing dust swept across the clouds with the fierce wind. Gusta, Lin Wuxue, Kathleen, and all the berserkers had their pupils constricted, their brains on the verge of shutting down. Not a buddy. Aren't you a ranged summoner? How come his melee combat ability is so amazing? The blood god envoy was knocked unconscious by Li Mu's punch. The force was just right, leaving him dazed but not mentally damaged. As the saying goes, a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal. Li Mu gave the blood god envoy no chance to recover. He stood tall in the heavens, the blade of Hades falling forward. One after another, magic arrays were deployed. Necromantic spell, Curse of Death. Necromantic spell, Infernal Thorn Ridge. Necromantic spell, Lich's Revenge. Various spells rained down from the sky as if they were free. With the 7-star class, Necromancer, plus the Tier 3 7-star equipment, Hades Blade, Li Mu can cast most spells instantly. Furthermore, with the combined boosts of profession and equipment, it becomes incredibly powerful. The blood god envoy, who was just moments ago so imposing, was now pinned to the ground, unable to move an inch. It's worse than breaking a divine law. Gusta's head was buzzing. That's the blood god's envoy. He had been preparing for this for several years. The blood god cult used vast resources and the lives of millions of people to pray to the blood god for the divine messenger summoned. Now, in front of Li Mu, he looks like a kindergarten child, going on stage to box with Tyson. It can no longer be called bullying. It was utter slaughter. That's so brutal. Chapter 71: The Walking Undead Catastrophe. How so? Archbishop Gusta of the blood god cult was drenched in sweat. He was like a lump of mud, slumped helplessly on the ground. That's the blood god's envoy. He planned for so long and consumed countless resources. Gustav has always believed that his only adversary is the Watcher. And the official island lord summoned after the Monitor mission failed. But who could have imagined it? The plan was thwarted time and time again by Li Mu, who had only been around for less than 2 months. Even the blood god envoy he summoned was crushed by Li Mu. What kind of monster is this? Gusta felt fear, and his former superiority vanished. On the other side, Lin Wuxue, who witnessed the whole process, was amazed and deeply shocked. Normally speaking, graduating from the beginner's area isn't that difficult. After all, The requirement to break through from the 3rd to the 4th level is only 10 million square meters. This is equivalent to a territory of 10 square kilometers. As long as we get through the crucial early stages. Then it develops steadily step by step. It will take 60 or 70 years. Ultimately, more than 1% of the island owners will be able to graduate successfully. However, most island owners' strongest combat power upon graduation is around Tier 3, 4-star to 5-star. Because the ceiling for combat power in the beginner C area is 5 stars. Characters like Corrine, Earl Lant, and Gusta are at this level. Even after becoming the official island owner, the situation remains similar. 5 stars is a watershed moment. The higher up you go, the harder it is to improve the quality. Lin Mushua's true combat strength is only at the 4th tier, 6 stars. Someone like Li Mu, who could solo kill the Blood God Envoy even before graduating from the Novice C. It's no exaggeration to say that Lin Mushua had never heard of such a thing before. What shocked Lin Mushua even more was Li Mu improved his strength to this level in just over a month. A monster! Lin Mushua stared intently at Li Mu's figure in the sky, her heart filled with shock and horror. Under the protection of the winged man Tucker, Kathleen was unharmed, and she was also watching Li Mu. Unlike Gusta and Lin Mushua, who were shocked by Li Mu's strength, Kathleen felt mostly gratitude. Because of the Blood God cult, Kathleen's parents died. But Li Mu's appearance not only saved her, but is now avenging her parents. Kathleen knew that Li Mu hadn't done this specifically for her. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. This result is enough for Kathleen to be grateful for. Under the watchful eyes of Jesta, Lin Mushue, Kathleen, and all the surviving citizens of Waya City, the 1,000 blades of white bones merged into one, carrying immense power, and crashed down from the heavens. It pierced straight through the Blood God Envoy's body. Instant death effect triggered. The soul of the Blood God Envoy has been annihilated. Let it die completely. The game notification sound echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the newbie island master Li Mu for defeating the evil god's messenger. Record achieved, hereby announced. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 3 radiant treasure chest. An evil god? A divine messenger? The many new island owners were stunned. The brain doesn't even know how to think. In the extraordinary world, anything that can be associated with gods is anything but simple. Now, after slaying the dragon and destroying the country, Li Mu has actually killed a divine messenger. This kind of thing really overturned the new island owner's imagination. In an instant, the entire island forum went wild. My god! Li Mu has slain a god! Wow, I'm absolutely blown away. Li Mu is awesome! How much time has passed? Less than a month and a half, and he's already grown to this extent. When everyone was still at Tier 1, Boss Li Mu had already taken control of the country and slaughtered the divine envoys. Good heavens! Are we playing the same game? Outrageous! We're playing a survival game, but Li Mu is playing a speedrun. The many new island owners were deeply shocked and speechless. The island's forum is filled with news about Li Mu. Li Mu looked at Jesta. It was time to end this old man's life and wipe out the Blood God cult. The 1,000-blade white bone sword, carrying an overwhelming killing intent, suddenly charged towards Jesta. Gusta's pupils constricted, his heart filled with extreme fear. However, there's a significant gap in strength between him and Li Mu. It's as difficult as a natural barrier. It's over. Gusta was filled with resentment. All his scheming had been thwarted by Li Mu. Just as the 1,000-blade white bone sword was about to pierce through Jesta's heart, suddenly, a strange power descended. Gusta was pulled aside, and the 1,000-blade bone sword, which was originally aimed at his heart, directly severed his arm at the root. Ah! A sharp pain shot through him, and Gusta's face contorted in agony as he let out a wail. Li Mu frowned slightly. Behind Jesta, a void rift appeared. Countless surging monsters burst forth from it. These monsters have wings on their backs, are robust in size, and have sharp fangs in their mouths. They look like humanoid bats and are quite ferocious and terrifying. The skeletal netherfire dragon spewed dragonfire as it fought alongside the monsters. But the number of monsters was beyond imagination. It directly blocked the view. So you're just trying to outnumber everyone, huh? Li Mu snorted coldly. Necromancers love ganging up on each other. The realm of the dead suddenly unfolds. Thousands upon thousands of tombstones have appeared. Countless skeletons crawled out from it. At the same time, Li Mu used the new affix he gained after evolving into a 6-star necromancer, Ghostly Gate. At the highest point of the heavens, ripples spread through the space. A majestic gate to the underworld stood behind Li Mu, with surging dark energy and endless howling ghosts. Holding the blade of Hades and backed by the ghost gate, Li Mu resembled a deity ruling the underworld, radiating boundless majesty. "Come forth, undead legion from hell!" The ghost gate fell as Li Mu finished speaking. With a deafening roar, the countless vengeful spirits engraved on it suddenly opened their eyes. The gates of hell opened wide, and ghosts, demons, skeletons, zombies, ghouls, and other undead creatures rushed out in droves. A true cataclysmic disaster of the dead has arrived. Those humanoid bat monsters were treated as delicious food by the overwhelming undead, and were torn apart and strangled. The sight terrified Lin Muxue and the other berserkers. It is no exaggeration to say that such power is enough to instantly annihilate a city of 1 million people. It's practically a walking nuclear bomb. I can't even imagine how terrifying Li Mu's strength would be if he broke through to the 4th rank. Lin Muxue realized that an extraordinary powerhouse was about to rise in the sea area. Li Mu, standing atop the skeletal netherfire dragon, coldly observed everything. Unfortunately, the being that tore through space managed to pull just away in that brief moment. After all the bat monsters were slaughtered, Li Mu closed the ghost gate. Numerous undead creatures roared in resentment. The ghost gate seemed to have transformed into a black hole, forcibly absorb all undead creatures. Then it shut down abruptly. Vanished without a trace. He still got away. Li Mu looked in the direction where just it disappeared. When that spatial rift appeared, Li Mu sensed a vast and ancient will. It is highly likely that it is the so-called blood god. Chapter 72 Slaying Gods. I wonder if the Archbishop of the Blood God cult is still in this sea area. Li Mu's mind was racing. The Blood God cult is the biggest obstacle to Li Mu's unification of the beginner seas. After this battle, Li Mu was basically certain that even if the Blood God cult summoned the Blood God envoy, there would still be no match for Li Mu. However, a sudden change has occurred. The Blood God himself intervened and rescued Jirsta. It's impossible to determine whether it's good or bad. Just as Li Mu was pondering, Lin Muxue walked up to him and said, "My mission is not over yet. The Blood God cult may make a comeback. Be careful." Li Mu nodded. He also knew that the Blood God cult was not completely extinct. The key issue now is that the Blood God himself has intervened. This left Li Mu somewhat confused about their purpose. It's just that a few 100 million of your followers were killed. Is it really necessary to be so petty? Regarding the evil god, while Lin Muxue, the official island lord, was still around, Li Mu inquired about some details. Due to the rules, Lin Muxue could not reveal too much to Li Mu. The only thing Li Mu was certain of was, the evil gods are a group of extraterrestrial deities. Due to the rules of the world, they cannot descend into the main world. However, activities can be carried out within the scope permitted by the rules. This reassured Li Mu somewhat. The rules for the beginners area are strictly limited. The highest level in this sea area cannot exceed Tier 3. Therefore, before the Blood God completely occupies this sea area, no matter what he does, he can only stay at the 3rd level. Within the 3rd rank, Li Mu was not afraid at all. Boss. Even though Lin Muxue was the veteran player, she unconsciously used the term, boss, when addressing Li Mu, her voice filled with anticipation. When you graduate from the beginners area, can you join our Star Alliance? Star Alliance? Li Mu asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Muxue explained. The Alliance is the power of the official island lord, similar to a guild. Due to the rules, I can't explain too much. But the Star Alliance is very strong, with 10 6-tier island lords in charge, and I heard they even have someone backing them up in the sky. After speaking, Lin Muxue's eyes gleamed as she stared intently at Li Mu. I'll think about it. Li Mu neither agreed nor refused, intending to wait until he became the official island lord and had access to more information before making a decision. Alright, then I won't bother you any longer, sir. Lin Muxue didn't pester him. She wanted to leave a good impression on Li Mu. After speaking, she led her Berserker Legion to continue tracking the Blood God cult. As for Li Mu, his gaze swept over the city of Waya. After this battle, the city of Waya was almost entirely wiped out, with very few survivors. The city that once housed millions of people is now just ruins. Li Mu walked up to the corpse of the Blood God Anva. It has to be said. The Blood God Anve is indeed very strong. After being bombarded by Li Mu's magic, it was able to maintain its complete body. I wonder if I can be summoned as a skeleton? Without hesitation, Li Mu, wielding the blade of Hades, lightly tapped forward. As the magnificent laws unfolded, boundless magical power surged forth. The blood god caused the flesh and blood on the body to decay at a visible rate. Snow-white bones emerged, and crimson soul flames suddenly ignited in the dark eye sockets. A skeleton soldier with bone wings rose from the ground, spread its arms, and let out a screech towards the sky. Amidst the howling wind, flesh and blood began to grow on its skeletal body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a zombie with a massive body, bat wings growing from its back, and wearing skeletal armor. It lowered its head and knelt at Li Mu's feet. All the fierceness vanished, leaving only respect and obedience. Your strength is not bad. Li Mu nodded slightly. Displayed based on attributes. This zombie is called Blood Shadow. Its most distinctive feature is its powerful physique and amazing close combat abilities. His combat power has reached Tier 3, 7 stars. It's even more ferocious than the Bone Fire Dragon. Li Mu was quite satisfied with obtaining such a powerful undead spirit. After taking Blood Shadow into the kingdom of the dead, Li Mu gave the following order to the winged man Tak. Go and inform Maria to send people over to take over the Principality of Ku. The high-ranking officials of the Principality of Ku are now all dead. The capital was almost entirely slaughtered. There is a precedent for this. Those local lords wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Subduing them is not too difficult. Li Mu believed that with Ma Lia's abilities, it wouldn't be long before the situation was quelled. After sending the winged man Tucker to deliver the order, Li Mu then took Kathleen and used the teleportation array to return to the original island. This was the biggest gain for the Principality of Ku. Besides slaying the Blood God Envoy, obtaining the Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest, and summoning the powerful undead Blood Shadow, the rest of the journey is also possible. It was by sheer chance that they found Kathleen as a potential evolution target. Li Mu was already eager to know if Kathleen could evolve into a hero unit. Upon returning to the initial island, Li Mu immediately sent someone to the warehouse to retrieve the fragments of the Imperial shipyard. During this time, Li Mu chose to claim his reward. A radiant treasure chest appeared. This was the first time Li Mu had obtained a radiant treasure chest. With a sense of anticipation, Li Mu opened the treasure chest. A radiant light shone forth. The radiant chest has disappeared. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest. You have obtained Primal Blood, proof of the underworld. As the notification sound faded, 2 pieces of material appeared out of thin air in front of Li Mu. To Li Mu's surprise, the proof of the underworld is Li Mu's evolution material. Once you collect just one more item, you can evolve it to 8 stars. As for the primordial blood, it turned out to be the evolution material of the Blood Shadow. Unfortunately, I'm still missing one piece. Both items are materials, so we'll just have to leave them for now. Li Mu was fairly satisfied with the result of opening the treasure chest. It's good to be able to collect one item at a time. Each evolution brings a huge boost to Li Mu's strength. If you can evolve your own profession to 8 stars. After graduating from the beginner's area and becoming a formal island owner, he will have more confidence. Not long after opening the treasure chest, his men then retrieved the fragments of the Imperial shipyard. The so-called Imperial shipyard fragments sound small. But in reality it was a huge piece of timber, hundreds of meters long and tens of meters high. Therefore, it is inconvenient to put it into a storage ring. Li Mu was quite curious about what form Kathleen could be evolved into using this vast ship dock fragment. And can it become a hero unit? The latter is the most important. After all, the birth of a hero unit can bring about a leap in growth to Li Mu's territory. Come here. Li Mu beckoned to Kathleen. Kathleen walked timidly to Li Mu, her clear eyes filled with both anticipation and fear. Li Mu didn't explain much, but he instructed Kathleen. Don't resist later. After speaking, Li Mu directly activated the power of the creation Jade. Begin evolving Kathleen. Chapter 73 Kathleen's Evolution. When Li Mu activated the power of the creation Jade, in an instant, the 600,000 gold coins and the fragments of the Imperial shipyard vanished. It transformed into dazzling light and surged into Kathleen's body. Ripples spread across the space. Kathleen teleported to the beach of the initial island. A vast amount of timber appeared out of thin air and, at an astonishing speed, built a huge port from scratch. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Kathleen evolves into an Imperial shipbuilder. After receiving the message, Kathleen opened her eyes and looked around in shock. She could feel that she had been completely transformed. The shipyard behind him is also closely connected to him. In the blink of an eye, you have granted me such immense power, my lord. Kathleen's beautiful eyes sparkled, a mixture of emotion and awe. Li Mu was more concerned about Kathleen's attributes. And whether it is a hero template. With a hint of anticipation, Li Mu opened Kathleen's attribute panel. Kathleen Tier 3, 6-star, Hero Unit, Imperial Shipbuilder. Entry 1, Imperial Shipyard, the Empire's highest level shipyard, increases the construction and production speed of all ships. Reduces ship construction costs. Upgrades the final level and quality of ships. Entry 2, Invincible Fleet. Kathleen can form a fleet that increases the combat power, speed, and attack range of all its members. Entry 3, Commanding thousands of ships. Kathleen can use gold to urgently summon warships. Maximum, 0 to 6,000. Tier 3 ships cannot exceed 100. Entry 4, Brave the Waves increases the speed of all ships in the same faction. Entry 5, Blitzkrieg. Declare a state of war against a country or region and teleport your fleet, no more than 100 ships, directly to that country's territorial waters, regardless of distance. Note, this ability can only be used once every 30 days. If the country or region you are warring with is destroyed, this ability will refresh. Item 6, Superb Firepower, consumes gold to equip ships of the same faction with Imperial ship-borne offensive equipment. Also increases the firepower of all fleets of the same faction. Sure! Li Mu's eyes lit up. Kathleen's evolution did not disappoint Li Mu, on the contrary, it brought him a considerable surprise. The two major attributes, Imperial Dock and Commander of Ships, allow Kathleen to build all types of warships from Tier 1 1-star to Tier 3 6-star at low cost and extremely high efficiency. Super large warships, gunboats, assault ships, frigates, and other warships. As long as you have enough gold coins and materials, you can get it done in an instant. This will allow us to truly achieve the goal of making dumplings. If we say that the Imperial Shipyard and the command of thousands of ships are a blessing for shipbuilding. The three major terms, Invincible Fleet, Riding the Waves, and Super Firepower, are enhancements to the fleet. This resulted in an increase in speed and combat power for Kathleen's fleet, and indeed for the entire faction's fleet. Furthermore, it can consume gold coins to equip the fleet with all sorts of powerful equipment. In other words, even though they are both Tier 3, 6-star warships, in Kathleen's hands, they are more powerful than others. To achieve faster, bigger, and stronger. This pleased Li Mu greatly. After all, it's an island-owning game for everyone. The ocean is undoubtedly the most important battlefield. Ships are both consumables and necessities. With Kathleen by our side, she can handle everything from shipbuilding to commanding the fleet. Of course, the ability that Kathleen is most satisfying to Li Mu is stat number 5. Blitzkrieg. This entry allows Kathleen to declare war on a country or region and instantly teleport her fleet to its vicinity, regardless of spatial distance. At first glance, it seems to be just a super long-distance teleportation. But in terms of strategic value, Kathleen's move allows her to catch her enemies off guard without having to set up a teleportation array. This is the essence of Blitzkrieg. Moreover, although the cooldown period is as long as 30 days, the ability can be refreshed once the country is destroyed. In the current beginner-level waters, which principality can withstand Li Mu's relentless attacks for even a day? You could say that the term Blitzkrieg has appeared. Li Mu's speed in conquering the beginner seas will be increased once again. The Blood God cult, that filthy thing, hasn't left yet. Unify all 16 principalities as soon as possible. Let the Blood God cult lose its fertile ground for proselytizing. Having experienced the Principality of Kawu and fought against the Blood God Anva, Li Mu had a general understanding of the Blood God cult's strength. He is now basically certain that he can start his sweeping advance without any scruples. To this end, Li Mu spent billions of gold coins to upgrade Kathleen's attribute, command of thousands of ships, allowing her to recruit the maximum number of all ships. Add 6,000 magnificent warships to the territory. This includes 100 Tier 3, 6-star warships. They then collected a large amount of shipbuilding materials through the three duchies of Norlin, Had, and Enda, which they had already completely conquered, and transported them to the Imperial shipyard on the initial island. Fleets were being built at an alarming rate, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. During this time, Li Mu retrieved the bodies of Kathleen's parents and said to them, "Take your parents' bodies to Brinny. She can resurrect them. Then find a place to settle them and come back immediately. I need you to command the fleet and start the war." Resurrection. Kathleen suddenly looked up, her voice trembling slightly. "My lord, is this true? Why would I lie to you? Go on." Li Mu ordered several winged scouts to take Kathleen and use the teleportation array to go to Brinny's location. Brini is currently on the front lines, handling medical and support duties. With 5 fronts advancing simultaneously, it was indeed very busy, and difficult to extricate oneself. So Li Mu didn't send Brini back, but instead sent Kathleen over. Based on the current situation, it won't take more than a few days. The 5 duchies that were attacked were about to fall completely. If the Principality of Ku is included, Li Mu will conquer 6 more principalities in one fell swoop. If we wait for Kathleen to return, this natural-born fleet commander will be able to launch a blitzkrieg. The speed at which Li Mu's forces conquer the seas will be greatly enhanced. 2 days later, the 6 principalities fell. Li Mu is now the super overlord of the 9 great kingdoms. In the beginner seas, he is undoubtedly a unique and unparalleled figure. Kathleen, who had resurrected her parents, was filled with gratitude toward Li Mu. After settling her parents in peace, she obeyed Li Mu's orders. Launching a blitzkrieg, with a fleet of 130 tier 6 stars, they began to expand Li Mu's territory. Everything is moving in a direction that is becoming more orderly. Li Mu, however, was unaware of this. The edge of the world in the beginner's sea. On a desolate island. The ground was littered with rotting corpses and soil stained dark purple with blood. Such a scene is comparable to purgatory. Gusta knelt before the statue made of piled corpses, his expression fanatical, muttering prayers that were almost manic. With just this prayer, the corpses that formed the statues before our eyes were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. A surge of immense magical power, an ancient will, transcending time and space, descended upon this sea. Chapter 74 The 10 Principalities. The beginning of a hegemonic empire. Your Majesty, the Supreme Blood God, your humble servant offers you the highest respect. Gusta bowed his head to the ground, worshipping that ancient will. The ancient will, suspended high in the sky, seemingly overlooking everything, spoke to Jesta in a strange language. That island lord named Li Mu will surely become a great threat in the future. Pray here, and I will use you as an anchor point to transform you into a priest. Remember, do not kill Li Mu. I want him alive. Transformed into a priest. Gusta was overjoyed, but when he heard that he couldn't kill Li Mu, he clutched his severed arm, looking somewhat unwilling. But how could Jesta disobey the blood god's command? As you command! Gusta knelt on the ground and offered a devout prayer. The vast power of the blood god poured into Jesta's body from the void. Just when Jesta was nearly exhausted, it suddenly began to transform and strengthen at an astonishing speed. At the same time, countless humanoid bat monsters soared through the sky, emitting sharp screeches. Lin Muxue, who had tracked Jesta to this place using the props, stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the terrifying appearance of the island in the distance, her brows furrowed. Something terrible has happened! Li Mu was unaware of the changes in Jesta. At this time, Li Mu was working on unifying the beginner seas. Of course, it was mainly his hero units, such as Alice, who were busy with the work. Li Mu lay comfortably on the beginner island, enjoying his days in peace. Kathleen's blitzkrieg. His fleet was instantly teleported to the sea area of the Emerald Duchy. In addition, Alice, Daruru, Lucifer, Maria, Brini, and others also freed up their hands. 6 hero units served the Emerald Duchy. Within 2 days, the Emerald Kingdom has fallen completely. Li Mu received a prompt on the initial island. Ding! A Tier 3 faction has been detected, the Emerald Duchy. Over 90% of its territory has been conquered. You can complete the rule of all the territories under this faction without using force. Should we directly occupy the Emerald Duchy? Is there any need to hesitate? Li Mu immediately selected OK. The entire Jade Kingdom has, in fact and in name, changed hands. The moment the Emerald Kingdom submitted to Li Mu's command, the game notification sound rang in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island lord Li Mu for conquering and ruling 10 principalities. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest. Hearing the prompts in their ears, all the new island owners' jaws dropped. Just when they thought Li Mu was about to enter a plateau period, consolidating his strength and developing slowly, Li Mu's achievements would leave these novice island owners in disbelief. Conquered 10 principalities. How much time has passed? In just over a month and a half. Li Mu went from having nothing to expanding his territory, and now achieving great power. It completely overturned the imagination of all novice island owners. Holy crap, Li Mu just slew a god and then took over the 10 great kingdoms in the blink of an eye. His strength can't even be described as bullish, it's practically godlike. That's too ruthless. It took me a month and a half to establish communication with the outside world. To me, let alone a duchy, even a small village is a behemoth. I seriously doubt we're playing the same game. We're playing Don't Starve, while Li Mu is playing an overpowered Age of Empires. I'm picking up trash on the beach, while Boss Li Mu is conquering the sea. We both have a bright future. Li Mu the master? Li Mu the god! Awesome! The entire island forum was abuzz with excitement for Li Mu. Many people are speculating about why Li Mu was able to grow up so quickly. Everyone could roughly guess that Li Mu must have something special about him. But in any case, among the current island lords, Li Mu's name is undoubtedly as prominent as the sun. Everyone knows it. No one can compare to his brilliance. I have obtained another Tier 3 radiant treasure chest. Li Mu's eyes lit up. He was quite looking forward to it. The Tier 3 radiant treasure chest can yield treasures of 7-star quality. This level of treasure would be of great use to Li Mu. If we can get evolution materials, several of his hero units can evolve on the spot. With a sense of anticipation, Li Mu received the reward and reached out to open the radiant treasure chest in front of him. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 radiant treasure chest. You have obtained the scepter of the goddess of radiance and a fragment of the black robe of the Grim Reaper Kern. After the radiant chest disappeared, 2 documents came into view before Li Mu. To his surprise, the Jade of Creation immediately sent a message. The Radiant Goddess's Scepter plus 700,000 gold coins can be evolved into Brinny. The Proof of the Underworld plus Fragment of the Death God Kern's Black Robe plus 1.2 million gold coins can evolve your Class 2, Necromancer. Both materials can be used for evolution. The Radiant Goddess's Scepter can evolve Brinny to 7 stars. Furthermore, the fragments of Death God Kern's Black Robe, along with the previously obtained Underworld Proof, will allow Li Mu to evolve to 8 stars. With Lin Wuxue, the official captain, as a reference, Li Mu was quite certain that even if he became a formal captain, the difficulty of obtaining anything above 6 stars, whether it was a profession, items, or equipment, would be ridiculously high. Otherwise, Lin Wuxue wouldn't be so weak. Otherwise, the Blood God cult wouldn't have gone so far as to think they could conquer the entire Novice Sea with just the 3rd tier, 7th star Blood God Envoy. If Li Mu were to evolve his profession to 8 stars, his potential would place him firmly in the top tier among all the official island lords. It wasn't for nothing that I suppressed my level and didn't rush to break through. Li Mu smiled. The reason he didn't want to break through so quickly was because he wanted to achieve more and accumulate more resources. To avoid rushing into becoming the official island owner. They were treated like a metaphor for being exploited by the official island owner. Li Mu dares not say he has become the Sword Saint of Shirley Slope, but he can survive in the newbie village until he is invincible. But at least with these resources at hand, Li Mu will be more confident in dealing with those official island lords after becoming an official island lord. Let the evolution begin. Li Mu was already eager to evolve his profession. Ultimately, true strength lies in being strong yourself. Once you've experienced the thrill of boosting your strength, you can never resist it again. With this in mind, Li Mu activated the power of the Creation Jade. 1,200,000 gold coins have been exhausted. The Proof of the Underworld and the fragment of the Black Robe of Death God Kern, 2 Tier 3 7-star evolution materials, were instantly decomposed by the power of the Creation Jade. It transformed into a vast primal force, surging into Li Mu's body. Under the combined influence of the Creation Jade and the primal power of the decomposition of evolutionary materials, Li Mu's profession, Necromancer, beginning his transformation towards a higher level. Chapter 75 Hades Li Mu. The moment Li Mu began to evolve, the space around him distorted, all colors turned black and white, and a chilling aura of the underworld rose up. Along with it came a piercing ghostly wail. Li Mu felt as if he had entered a world of the dead. Do I need to make a choice? Feeling the power in the darkness, Li Mu suddenly realized something. The Necromancer has reached his limit. If we go a step further, Li Mu had to choose to abandon his physical body and transform into an undead race similar to a lich. Or perhaps, one can preserve the physical body, using the living form to wield the power to slaughter the dead. Li Mu naturally couldn't have it all given him this choice. Without hesitation, he chose the latter. People live just to eat and have fun. If you give up your physical body, what's the point? The moment Li Mu made his choice, an astonishing brilliance burst forth. The world suddenly changed. Li Mu's figure disappeared from the spot. They arrived at a void and chaotic space. With Li Mu's arrival, the void was pierced, From chaos, heaven and earth were separated. A gray sky stands tall. The charred black earth spread in all directions. A dense array of tombstones appeared. Majestic mountains rise abruptly from the ground, with a spectacular, ghost gate, gathering at their peaks. The ground shattered, and crimson liquid gushed forth, forming a winding, blood-red river. Li Mu, being in this world, felt as if he were the king of this world, able to command everything between heaven and earth. The Jade of Creation sent a message. The necromancer undergoes a metamorphosis, evolving into Hades. Pluto? Li Mu looked at the world before him, a world so intimately connected to him, and was filled with wonder. Now, he has made great progress in necromancy, control of the undead, physical strength, soul strength, and so on. It can be described as a complete upheaval. The change from 7 stars to 8 stars is so significant. Li Mu couldn't help but marvel. At the same time, he was quite curious as well. What specific changes will occur in the attributes during this evolution? Li Mu opened his attribute panel. Li Mu, Tier 3, 8 stars, Novice Island Master, Hades. Entry 1, Undead Legion, created from biological corpses to form a contractable undead race. Maximum, 10,000 to 30,000, Tier 3 numbers cannot exceed 1,000. Entry 2, King of the Underworld. Increases the power and casting speed of necromancy spells, reduces casting costs, and adds random necromancy negative effects to spells. During combat, all allied undead within 10,000 meters of the caster have their combat power increased. Entry 3, Hades Soul. Increases the user's own soul strength, grants immunity to all mental damage below Tier 3, 8 stars, and provides a certain degree of damage immunity to mental damage above Tier 3, 8 stars. It also exerts a kingly pressure on any life form. The greater the difference in strength, the greater the pressure. Entry 4, Exclusive Underworld. Possesses a private underworld space to house the undead army, repair their damage, and enhance their strength. It can also house the individual, or the living. Entry 5, Infinite Resurrection. After sustaining a fatal wound, the user can be resurrected in the underworld. Note, this effect is permanent, but the resurrection time is increased tenfold each time. Entry 6, Sword of Life and Death. A sword that wields the power of life and death. It can strip away the lifespan of others and store it within the sword. Consuming the lifespan within the sword can heal all injuries. Entry 7, Ghostly Gate. Summons the Ghostly Gate, forcibly changing the laws of the surrounding space within a radius of 10,000 meters to those of the underworld, releasing the undead calamity from the underworld. Entry 8, River of the Underworld. Summons the River of the Underworld. In the area where the River of the Underworld is located, the combat power of Hades and all his undead will be increased. All enemy dead will be instantly converted into friendly undead units. See! Li Mu gasped, his heart filled with surprise. Evolve to 8 stars and become Hades' queen. Li Mu's original 7 entries have all undergone transformation. The skeleton pack transforms into an undead army. The king of the dead becomes the king of the underworld. The immortal soul became the spirit of Hades. These 3 changes allow Li Mu to contract more undead, and double the power of his necromancy. Besides, the original kingdom of the dead has been transformed into a realm exclusively for the underworld. This refers to the small world where Li Mu resides. The biggest difference from before is that this small world can accommodate Li Mu, as well as other beings that Li Mu allows to enter. In other words, Li Mu possesses a personal world. Unless he encounters a space-type enemy, Li Mu can simply run to the underworld if he can't defeat them, and no one can catch him. Moreover, the underworld can also store other military forces. Just imagine what Li Mu will be like in the future. With a wave of his hand, he will not only command an army of 30,000 undead, but also a large number of winged people, fish people, and humans. It's estimated that it could completely scare the opponent. As for the strongest ability in this evolution, Li Mu believed that nothing could be more perfect than the infinite rebirth evolved from the Lich. This resurrection ability is no longer limited by the number of uses. Allow Li Mu to resurrect indefinitely. Certainly. Each resurrection takes 10 times longer than the last. For example, the first resurrection takes 1 second. The second time was 10 seconds. The third time was 100 seconds. If so many people die, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for one resurrection. However, this is undoubtedly quite formidable. The resurrection is a bit slow, but it's better than actually dying. As for the original thousand-blade white-bone sword, it evolved into the Sword of Life and Death. The Sword of Life and Death is quite special, as it is divided into the Sword of Death and the Sword of Life. The Death Sword can absorb and store the lifespan of others. The life sword can use this portion of its lifespan to heal itself or others. It can both deal damage and heal, so it's quite practical. Entry 7. The name of Ghost Gate has not changed. However, Li Mu could sense a significant increase in the strength of the Ghost Gate. It can summon more and stronger undead. As for what happens after this evolution, the new entry that Li Mu obtained is called the Netherworld River. This can be considered a domain skill. It can summon the river Styx, greatly enhancing the combat power of Li Mu and his undead legion. Furthermore, during wartime, if an enemy unit is killed, Styx can instantly transform the enemy's corpse into one of our undead. With this ability, Li Mu's side will be fearless in any war of attrition, and the more they fight, the more people they will have. As expected of Hades. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. I am quite satisfied with the results of this evolution. If Li Mu were to fight the Blood God Envoy again, without Li Mu lifting a finger, his undead legion could tear the Blood God Envoy to shreds in an instant. Everything is getting better and better. Li Mu smiled, clearly in a very good mood. He has now conquered 10 principalities. Furthermore, with Kathleen joining the battle, the situation on the front lines has greatly improved. Judging from this speed, less than half a month later, Li Mu will be able to unify the 16 principalities and dominate the beginner seas. And by gathering all the resources of the 16 principalities, I will break through to become the official island lord. Just as Li Mu was pondering the future, the winged man Tak came to report. My lord, the Watcher Lin Muxue has arrived in Dawn City and requests an audience with you. Lin Muxue is here again? Li Mu's thoughts stirred slightly. The Monitor's sole task is to prevent evil gods from causing trouble in the beginner's waters. Now Lin Muxue wants to see Li Mu again. It was clearly Lin Muxue who investigated matters related to the Blood God cult. Last time, Gusta was rescued by a mysterious being. Li Mu had not forgotten this matter. Clearly, the Blood God cult doesn't seem to want to let this go. That's why that mysterious being intervened to save that old dog, Justa. It must be the Blood God cult stirring up trouble again. Li Mu stood up and, through the teleportation array, arrived in Dawn City. Chapter 76 Blood God's Target. When Li Mu arrived at the Dawn City Palace, he saw Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue hurriedly stepped forward and said to Li Mu, Li Mu, something terrible has happened. The Blood God might have taken a liking to you. Huh? Li Mu was a little confused. So this Blood Goddess was a rich woman, or maybe she was from Nantung. Seeing Li Mu's confusion, Lin Muxue immediately explained. The Blood God is one of the evil gods. The ultimate goal of the evil god is to conquer the entire world. It's very possible that your potential is so great that the Blood God sensed a crisis. The Blood God is now disregarding the cost and forcibly transferring power into the beginner's sea area. Li Mu, you'd better break through as soon as possible, become a formal island lord, and leave this sea area. Li Mu suddenly realized the reason. It turns out that the so-called evil god was an intruder. The current situation is tantamount to two races going to war. One side's top management discovered the genius of the other side. They must want to kill him as soon as possible. With my current strength, I wouldn't dare say I'm invincible, but I'm qualified to take risks. Li Mu stroked his chin, lost in thought. The higher the quality of the item, the harder it is to obtain. In particular, Li Mu has now reached 8 stars. The heroes under his command are generally 6 to 7 stars. If the crisis brought by the Blood God can be resolved, you will definitely achieve something. Another treasure chest found. Make Li Mu even stronger. However, one still needs to be a little more sensible. Before making a real decision, Li Mu still needs to determine just how much of a threat the Blood God can pose. How much power do you think the so-called Blood God can exert in this sea area? Li Mu looked at Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue was taken aback for a moment, then replied. According to information released by the Star Alliance, the evil god, constrained by the rules of the world, needs the medium of believers to exert its power in the boundless sea where our captain is located. The beginner's sea is also the boundless sea, a place most strictly protected by the world's rules. But if the Blood God wants to kill you, he will stop at nothing. He must have at least developed the combat power of a third-tier 8-star. In Lin Muxue's opinion, 8 stars is already quite formidable. After all, the highest quality ever recorded by the Star Alliance was 9 stars. That quality only exists in written records. No one has ever seen it before. A Tier 3 7-star character is enough to single-handedly wipe out a city. For a small place like the beginner's sea area, a Tier 3 8-star is nothing short of world-destroying power. Only 8 stars. Li Mu's furrowed brows relaxed, and he immediately felt relieved. What do you mean by only 8 stars? Li Mu was relieved, while Lin Muxue almost collapsed. She desperately wanted to explain to Li Mu, but suddenly she remembered the scene of Li Mu suppressing the blood god Anva in the city of Waya. Good heavens, could he only be a tier 3, 8-star fighter? Lin Muxue was suddenly horrified. If it's true, Li Mu is more than just a big shot. He's a true giant. Miss Lin, I would like to trouble you to take my men to that place of the blood god sect. Li Mu didn't explain further. He planned to send winged scouts to investigate the situation. Hearing is unreliable, but seeing is not always true either. However, only by cross-checking the two can we get closer to the truth. This way, Li Mu will be able to make more correct decisions. Seeing Li Mu's confidence, Lin Muxue was utterly shocked. She was no longer thinking about the blood god cult or the so-called game quests. The real question is how to get on Li Mu's good side. If Li Mu truly possesses combat power of an 8-star quality, Lin Muxue was absolutely certain. A new star is about to rise. Therefore, Lin Muxue readily agreed to Li Mu's request. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lin Muxue patted her bulging chest, causing a surge of waves. Soon, Lin Muxue led the winged scouts sent by Li Mu to the island where Jesta was hiding. As for Li Mu, he then returned to the initial island. After nearly 2 months of development, the initial total area of the islands reached 99.99 million square meters. It has reached the limit of a third-tier island master. This is evident from the fact that, actually, the requirements for novice island owners in the island owner game are not high. For novice island owners who want to graduate, conquering a small place like Sunga Town is enough to meet the graduation requirements. Those like Li Mu, who can conquer a duchy during their initial island owning period, are extremely rare. Not to mention, they were able to conquer the 10 principalities in just 2 months. Li Mu is probably the first person in history to achieve this. No wonder the blood god was on high alert, and was willing to pay any price to eliminate Li Mu. In addition to the increase in area, on the island where Li Mu first set out, various buildings stood. Originally, Jinchula was evolved by Li Mu into a tier 3, 6-star eternal palace. Not only is it more luxurious, but it also has stronger defenses. This will ensure that Li Mu's only lifeline, the core of the island, is better protected. The only pity is that Li Mu has not yet found the item for the core of the evolution island. The evolution of the creation jade requires energy, gold coins, and materials. The core of the island is too unique. Without materials, evolution is impossible. As for the other buildings on the initial island, with the resources of the 10 kingdoms, Li Mu also built many. It has everything needed for living, function, and defense. The original island is now like a heavily armed city. Quite magnificent and spectacular. Besides, all the farmland has been moved to the seabed. There is an entry for Alice, blessed by the underwater kingdom. The initial island was located 30,000 meters below the seabed, which was no different from land and could provide the islanders with a means of survival and agriculture. The mineral veins, farmland, and other primary processing industries that occupy the land are all located on the seabed. Tens of thousands of slimes work diligently among them, producing a large number of extraordinary crops for Li Mu's army. You could say that the original island is now different from what it was a month and a half ago. That meager 10 square meters. It has improved by an unknown amount. This filled Li Mu with a sense of accomplishment. We'll wait until we conquer the 16 great duchies, unify the beginner seas, and deal with the blood god cult. I then broke through to the 4th rank, becoming a formal island lord, and began to explore the true secrets of the boundless sea. Li Mu lived a carefree life in the eternal palace on the initial island, enjoying the service of various beautiful maids gathered from the 10 duchies. As time ticked by, second by second. 2 days later, Kathleen conquers the Emerald Duchy. Li Mu's forces conquered a total of 11 major duchies. And it's also today. The treasuries and all noble assets of the recently conquered duchies, such as the Jade Duchy and the Kov Duchy, were all confiscated. They were all packaged and transported to the initial island. Li Mu and all the novice island owners heard a notification in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to new island owner Li Mu, your daily income has exceeded 100 billion gold coins. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest. Chapter 77 The Vampire Prince, Shelter. Daily revenue of 100 billion. And it's gold coins. The billions of new island owners stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. What? 100 billion gold coins? I can only say that he truly lives up to his reputation as a master. I don't even have a single gold coin left in my entire fortune. A single person who can overpower billions of players. Li Mu is amazing. With immense power, astonishing wealth, and formidable combat strength, Boss Li Mu is practically a hexagonal warrior. The news shocked many island owners and went viral on island owner forums. Although everyone knows that Li Mu is very strong. But after the figure of 100 billion gold coins was recorded that day, this undoubtedly refreshed the understanding of all island owners. After all, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. 100 billion gold coins is equivalent to 10 quadrillion copper coins. The game has only been running for less than 2 months. For the vast majority of people, copper coins were still their primary currency. Who wouldn't be astonished by such an astronomical figure? Li Mu paid no attention to the discussions on the island's forum. He is now on the verge of graduating. As long as you leave the beginner's area, I will have nothing more to do with these novice island owners. What happens to this group is none of Li Mu's business. I wonder what good stuff this radiant treasure chest will yield. With a sense of anticipation, Li Mu received his reward. A dazzling, exquisitely crafted treasure chest, radiating a mysterious and divine aura, appeared before my eyes. Li Mu reached out and opened the treasure chest. A dazzling, precious light burst forth. The treasure chest has disappeared. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest. You have obtained Crimson Thorns, Divine Bishop's Robe, with the appearance of 2 materials. At this moment, the precious Jade of Creation sent a message. Crimson Thorns plus Primal Blood plus 1.2 million gold coins can evolve into Blood Shadow. A divinely bestowed robe plus 700,000 gold coins allows you to evolve Brinny. It's good that they can all be used. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Of the 2 materials, the Crimson Thorn is a dagger, and together with the primal blood obtained from the last treasure chest, they are just enough to evolve the undead race transformed from the blood god, Blood Shadow. The god-given robe, a Tier 3 7-star light attribute equipment, can be used to evolve to a 3 6-star Brinny, helping her evolve to Tier 3 7-star. With Blood Shadow nearby, Li Mu was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of transformation this evolution would bring him. After all, it uses 2 Tier 3 7-star materials. That's enough to evolve a Tier 3 7-star Blood Shadow to Tier 3 8-star. They are absolutely rare and incredibly powerful. With a slight thought, Li Mu's mind stirred, and the void before him rippled, revealing a ghostly aura. A blood-red shadow emerged from the void, carrying a boundless killing intent, and stood guard beside Li Mu. His entire body was covered in blood, like a skinned corpse, which was quite frightening. A pair of enormous wings added to its majestic appearance. They are undead transformed from blood gods. Blood Shadow, a 7-star, 3rd-tier warrior, is undoubtedly powerful. I wonder what form it will eventually evolve into? Li Mu activated the power of the creation Jade. 1,200,000 gold coins were consumed instantly. The precious Jade of Creation was activated accordingly. The primordial blood and scarlet thorns were decomposed. It transformed into specks of light, flowing into the blood-red Shadow's body. In an instant, Blood Shadow's physical body expanded rapidly, like an inflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of over 30 meters. Its entire body was covered in bulging muscles, and its wings spread out, stirring up a fierce wind. It looked like a monstrous beast, ferocious and terrifying. But to Li Mu's surprise, when the Blood Shadow's physical body swelled to nearly 40 meters in length, it suddenly stopped, then deflated like a punctured balloon, releasing scorching steam and rapidly shrinking. Why has it shrunk? Li Mu was a little confused. The billowing steam shot straight into the sky, transforming into magnificent and spectacular cloud pillars that stood tall and proud. When a gust of wind blew by, the spot where the Blood Shadow had been standing was transformed into a girl who was about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a red Lolita dress and holding an exquisite long umbrella. Li Mu's expression turned strange. Having witnessed Blood Shadow's true form, a ferocious and terrifying natural disaster monster, the contrast was simply too great. At this moment, the precious Jade of Creation sent a message. Blood Shadow evolves into a vampire prince. The young girl, who possessed the rank of a vampire princess, gracefully bowed to Li Mu, saying, I offer you my loyalty, my master. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to check its attributes, but instead asked curiously, Do you have a name? The girl pondered for a moment with her cute face, then shook her head. Then you shall be called Shelter. Having witnessed Shelter's true form, Li Mu suddenly thought of the vampire from Ain's old gown and, with a wicked sense of humor, gave it the same name. "Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master." Shelter didn't know what the name meant, but a joyful smile appeared on her face as she bowed to Li Mu again in gratitude. Next, Li Mu checked Shelter's attributes. Shelter evolved from Blood Shadow into a vampire prince. It wasn't just that the physical body transformed into a human form. Its own bloodline quality has even transformed from 7 stars to 8 stars. What surprised Li Mu even more was, although Shelter, a vampire princess, is not a hero unit, she possesses abilities similar to those of hero units. She can give humanity the first embrace. Transform them into your blood's slaves. Theoretically speaking, Shelter, being a vampire all by herself, could create a vampire kingdom. Such power is undeniably formidable. Besides, Shelter's individual combat strength should not be underestimated. The terms Vampire Prince, King of Blood, Primal Blood, Prince's Wings, and Soul Claw endow Shelter with formidable blood magic combat power and close combat abilities. It can be described as capable of both ranged attacks and melee combat, and if provoked, it can even unleash a 3-hit combo from Kugami-Eri. Li Mu was naturally satisfied with this cute and cuddly little sister. "Including me, there are already 2 Tier 3 8-star combatants in the territory. Even if the Blood God wants to cause trouble, I have a way to deal with it." Li Mu looked into the distance. Beyond the sea lies the enemy. The winged scouts have now followed Lin Muxue to investigate the specific situation. Once the information is relayed back, Li Mu will be able to make a practical judgment. The decision must be made on whether or not to take action against the Blood God. If possible, Li Mu would naturally want to defeat the Blood God. After all, this must be an extremely high achievement. Achievements mean treasure chests. Treasure chests mean there's a chance to get evolution materials. With such an opportunity right in front of him, how could Li Mu possibly let it slip by? Let's wait patiently. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. Li Mu can afford to wait this little while. He took Shelter and stepped onto the teleportation array. Anyway, I'm bored now that I'm free. Li Mu plans to go to the front lines in person and, while he's at it, evolve Brinny. Chapter 78 The Cardinal of the Temple of Light. At this time, there are 6 hero units: Alice, Doruru, Lucifer, Maria, Brinny, and Kathleen. They gathered together and launched a fierce attack on a kingdom called the Long-Gone Principality. The magnificent city walls stand tall, behind which lies a vast city with a population of 1 million. But this seemingly impregnable ancient city is now like a small boat facing a raging storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of human elites, clad in heavy armor, roared with earth-shaking fury that echoed through the heavens as they launched their attack. Swarms of murlocs, slimes, and ancient war trees followed closely behind, while murloc mages joined forces to chant water spells, creating terrifying waves that instantly crushed the city walls. Above the sky, thousands of winged beings piloted airships, dropping bombs downwards to bombard the ground. Not to mention, at the edge of the battlefield, there are also a large number of priests chanting spells to buff the frontline warriors, heal their wounds, and support them. On the river, rows of muskets and cannons were deployed to provide fire support. Faced with this scene, the defending troops in the city were filled with despair. Does such a powerful army really exist in the world? Devil! This is a legion sent by the devil! It's over, this city is finished! Despair permeated the city. The capital of the kingdom of Langan has now fallen. However, other scattered soldiers wanted to traverse the territory of the long-gone kingdom to serve as strategic depth, and wage guerrilla warfare against Li Mu's army. These are all rather ineffective strategies. Alice and her allies didn't care at all, and directly led their troops to crush all the large cities of the long-gone duchy. Wherever they went, they were unstoppable. The city before them did not hold out for long before its gates opened wide and it surrendered. Looking at this scene, Li Mu was quite satisfied with the performance of his army. It was worth all the gold coins and materials he spent on the evolution. The war is temporarily over. Upon learning that Li Mu had arrived at the front lines, Alice and the others came to his aid. "Muge, my lord, sir." Hearing the sweet calls from the women, Li Mu smiled and nodded. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, though that's a bit of an exaggeration. But after a few days without the sweet and soft monster girl, Li Mu began to miss her. He chatted with the women for a while, then sent them to continue commanding the legion and attacking the next city. Currently, the beginner's area encompasses 16 principalities. Li Mu has already conquered 11. The remaining 5 are nothing but rotten fish and shrimp. It's only a matter of time before it's completely unified. However, Li Mu's breakthrough to the 4th rank is imminent, and he does not want to linger too long in the novice sea. Make the most of the beginner's area as soon as possible. Then it's time to go out into the wider world. Brinny, you stay here. I just obtained some materials that can help you evolve. Upon hearing Limu's words, a hint of joy appeared on Blinny's beautiful face. Alice and others were also envious. After all, evolution is an improvement on the essence of life. This kind of leap from the level of life is extremely difficult. This is an incredible opportunity to completely transform yourself. It only needs to happen once to be enough to make people ecstatic. However, what others dream of is not too difficult for Limu. And this is the source of the power of the creation Jade's infinite evolutionary ability. After Alice and the other women left, Limu took out the materials and began to evolve Brinny. The power of the creation Jade then began to operate. 700,000 gold coins were spent. The robes given by God were dismantled. Brinny radiated a soft and holy glow. Her robes changed into an exquisite white dress, which, under the radiance, made her look like a saint from heaven, untouched by the mundane world, transcending all mortals, possessing an inviolable and indecent aloof beauty. Today, Brinny is truly like a snow lotus atop a high collar, overlooking the human world, beautiful beyond human comprehension. Information about the Jade of Creation followed. Bryn evolves into a cardinal of the Temple of Light. As the information fell, the strange phenomena surrounding Brinny dissipated. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. After evolving, its magical power of light underwent a further transformation. Furthermore, all of their original abilities have been enhanced. Hee, my lord, is it pretty? Brinny lifted the hem of her skirt and twirled in front of Limu. Her aloof and cold saintly aura vanished, and she became like a lively elf, cute and stunning. Feeling Limu's burning gaze, Brinny felt both shy and delighted. A scholar will die for one who understands him. A woman will adorn herself for one who appreciates her. Brinny nestled into Limu's arms, her voice soft and sweet. My lord, I miss you so much. There's no reason not to refuse meat that's been offered to you. Right there in the military tent, Limu was enjoying a seafood feast. When everything calms down, Brinny lay beside Limu, drenched in sweat, holding his hand and whispering secrets to him. Taking advantage of his moment of clarity, Limu checked Brinny's current attributes. Evolved from Radiant Priest, 6 stars, to Cardinal of the Temple of Light, 7 stars. Brinny's original 6 entries all represent a qualitative change. The attributes, Divine Power, and Cardinal, greatly enhance Brinny's abilities in light magic and support skills. The Light Priest attribute now allows for a maximum of 10,000 summoned characters. Entry: Temple of Light, increased coverage area and enhanced buff effects. The entry, Light Spirit, evolves into the new entry, Divine Spirit, enabling Brinny and her priests to become even stronger. As for Brinny's strongest attribute, Blessing of the Goddess of Radiance, the name remains unchanged. However, based on the original, the resurrection spell has been transformed into a group resurrection spell, capable of resurrecting up to 100 people at once. Besides, Brinny also awakened a brand new term, Enlightenment of the People. Enlightenment Item 7. Within the area covered by the Temple of Light, the people under her command can be converted into followers of light, stabilizing public morale and reducing the probability of rebellion. Furthermore, the more followers of light Brinny has, the more her and her priest's strength will increase. This entry is quite interesting. If Maria uses political maneuvering to control the people under her command, Brinny's approach was through religion and faith. The combination of the two can perfectly achieve the unity of politics and religion. This will further solidify Limu's rule over the territories under his command. And that's exactly what Limu needs right now. After all, this was after conquering the 10 great empires. Limu's actual population under his rule exceeded 100 million. Although this group posed no real threat to Limu. But if it's a rebellion, just suppressing it would be a huge problem. The presence of Maria and Brinny, these 2 women, can ensure the stability and longevity of Limu's empire from 2 different perspectives. The next few days, Limu stayed at the front line. The mere principality of Langon was quickly and completely conquered. Limu has now conquered 12 major duchies. We're only 4 more areas away from unifying the Beginner's Sea area. Kathleen launched a blitzkrieg, directly attacking the next duchy. The situation is very positive. At the same time, the winged scouts who were tasked with following Lin Mushira to investigate the blood god cult have finally sent back intelligence. Chapter 79 Mission Failure, Island Owners Gather. An enemy at the 3rd tier, 7-star level has been discovered, and the opponent is already at the critical point, and may break through to the 3rd tier, 8th star level at any time. Upon receiving this news, Li Mu laughed heartily. He wouldn't refuse such an achievement that had been handed to him so easily. Tier 3 7-star to Tier 3 8-star is the best. Li Mu didn't want to encounter a Tier 3 9-star enemy. After all, if you go too far and end up losing more than you gain, you'll suffer a huge loss. Let Alice and the others cease hostilities for now, and come with me to wipe out the Blood God cult first. As Li Mu issued his order, the 6 legions converged. The distance was too far, and Kathleen's blitzkrieg had not yet refreshed. The only way is to sail directly there. However, it possesses a large number of Tier 3 ships. In addition, Alice and Kathleen increased the ship's speed. It won't take long to get there. Tens of thousands of troops followed Li Mu to the small island where Jesta was located. On the vast ocean. The island located at the far end of this beginner's sea area. Countless blood-red monsters hovered above it, emitting noisy and piercing cries. An astonishing radiance surged, a chilling crimson hue undulated, and a terrifying pressure brewed within. Lin Muxue stood at the bow of the ship, while a group of fearless berserkers behind her trembled in fear. Damn it, what kind of monster is on that island? I get chills even from this distance. That's the pressure of the blood god. With such a huge commotion, something extraordinary must be being nurtured this time. Big sister, can Li Mu really defeat that guy? Are we all going to die here? Pa, good luck. Lin Muxue turned her head and gave that Jinx a sharp rap on the head, her expression showing some worry. A blood god envoy of Tier 3, 7 stars is already an unstoppable force. Not to mention this monster now. Islands in the distance. Suddenly, thunderclaps filled the sky. Endless dark clouds rolled and spread across the sky. A beam of blood-red light shot into the sky, instantly tearing apart thousands of thunderclouds. All the blood monsters fell completely silent, prostrating themselves on the ground, seemingly welcoming their king. Hee hee. The laughter, so wild it bordered on madness, echoed through the heavens and earth. Lin Muxue looked at the figure in the sky and felt her heart sink. Tier 3 8 stars. At that moment, the game notification sound rang in Lin Muxue's ears. Ding! An entity exceeding the mission level has been detected. Mission declared a failure. This new player's world is under red alert. Rescue information has been sent to all official island owners. You have obtained global protection status. In this state, after suffering a fatal attack, you will leave this world and return to your personal island. Huh! Lin Muxue was dumbfounded, feeling a radiant glow all over her body. These rays of light protected her from fatal attacks. Having been the official island owner for so many years, she had heard many stories of how the newbie seas were destroyed by evil gods. The game can automatically determine if a task has failed based on the player's experience. I've never heard of such a so-called global protection status. Why is this world so special? Could it be because of Li Mu? Lin Muxue's first thought was Li Mu. After all, this world is Li Mu's starting village. Li Mu's talent was something Lin Muxue had never heard of before. Goodness. This talent is so powerful that the game developers gave them a backdoor. Isn't that a bit too biased? Lin Muxue was so shocked she was speechless. Outside the beginner's sea area, the notification sound echoed in the ears of all official island owners. Ding! A world boss has appeared in the beginner sea area G1008610000100010. You can accept a mission to enter this sea area and carry out a rescue. During the rescue, you will be protected by the world. Even if you suffer fatal injuries, you will not be considered dead and will be directly teleported back to your own island. All the official island owners, regardless of where they were, heard this notification. Their eyes widened in surprise, and the forum belonging to the official island owner was in an uproar. World boss? What's that? I don't know, I've never heard of it. Such a thing has actually appeared in a mere beginner's sea area. The world is under a state of protection. It seems that under this state, we will not die. What are we afraid of? Let's go, let's team up and fight the boss. In an instant, a large number of official island owners quickly accepted the mission and were teleported to the novice sea area where Li Mu was located. A burst of white light flashed, and tens of thousands of official island lords and their retinues appeared out of thin air. Lin Muxue stared in shock at the scene. The last time she had seen so many official island lords gathered together was during the battlefield outside the domain. Who would have thought that such an amazing commotion could be caused in such a small beginner's area? In the sky, Jesta had completely transformed. He had lost his human body and was covered in flowing blood, emitting a pungent stench. We can't delay any longer. We must find Li Mu as soon as possible. Gusta roared and flew towards the horizon. How could the numerous official island owners allow him to have his way? Since they knew they wouldn't die, they charged fearlessly towards Gusta. Gusta snorted coldly, and the sticky blood on his body transformed into countless threads, enveloping all directions. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of official island lords instantly vanished in a flash of white light. The remaining official island lords felt their scalps tingle upon seeing this scene. Even in the beginner's sea area, where our strength is suppressed to the 3rd tier, the opponent couldn't possibly be that strong. As expected of a world boss, its quality is at least 8 stars. An 8-star boss. Wow! What if the reward is this skill book or a job change scroll? The eyes of many official island owners practically lit up. In their eyes, Gestalt is synonymous with opportunity. More and more official island owners are joining the fray. It surrounded Jesta like a raging tide. This made it impossible for Jesta to move forward. At the same time, just as Li Mu was about to arrive at the scene, he suddenly received a game notification. Ding! A Tier 3 8-star entity has been detected in this beginner sea area, which may be breached by an evil god. Please return to the initial island immediately, upgrade to a 4th tier island lord, and leave this sea area. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. It was just a mere Tier 3, 8-star character. Was there any need to be so afraid? It can only be said that Li Mu was a well-fed man who did not know the hunger of a starving man. Quality is rated from 1 star to 9 stars. 8 stars is already the second best quality after 9 stars. The other island lords are not only impossible to meet, but they can't even get a glimpse of them. However, Li Mu possessed the supreme treasure, the Jade of Creation. You can evolve an extremely powerful treasure with minimal cost. Faced with the game system's prompts, Li Mu didn't take it to heart, and continued forward. Suddenly, the hint for that question reappeared. Please return to the starting island immediately. Upgrade to Tier 4. I'm in such a hurry. For some reason, through these words, Li Mu clearly felt that the games seemed to be in a hurry. It was as if they were afraid Li Mu would be in danger. It might just be my imagination. Li Mu chose to ignore the game prompts and said to Alice and Kathleen, "A fight has already broken out over there. Don't let someone steal your kills. Pass on my order, the entire army must speed up. Charge!" As Li Mu issued his order, Alice activated water magic. Kathleen uses her special personal abilities. The speed of Li Mu's fleet suddenly increased dramatically. Chapter 80. Are you crazy? Is this a newbie? You damn dance! Gusta stared, his eyes blazing with fury. Blood God realized things were going badly and frantically urged Gusta to find Li Mu quickly. However, the many official island owners are not to be trifled with. Although its level was suppressed to the 3rd tier. However, after years of development, an island lord can easily raise hundreds or even thousands of Tier 3 legions. Across the entire sea, countless 3rd tier powerhouses entered, overwhelming the sky like a dark cloud that could crush everything. Some island owners who hadn't managed to grab a task were pacing anxiously, staring intently at the task board, waiting for an island owner to be eliminated so they could immediately snatch the task. As a result, island owners kept pouring in. This put immense pressure on Jesta. We must capture Li Mu no matter what. The Blood God's hysterical voice exploded in Jesta's mind. At this moment, Blood God was also fighting desperately. They poured energy into Jesta's body without regard for anything else. Ah! Gusta struggled in agony, his blood-constructed body swelling wildly until it transformed into a 100-meter-tall blood giant. Is it the second phase? The other island lords were excited and thrilled. Taking down Jesta would be a significant gain for them. It can even defy fate. The enlarged Jesta opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of blood gushed out from its mouth, rushing towards the other island lords like a flood. A large number of island lords and their followers were instantly slaughtered by the frenzied blood monsters. Jesta stepped onto the sea surface and charged forward. He's trying to run away. Stop him! Faced with the enhanced and fully charged Jesta, the island lords were completely unable to stop him in the slightest. All the island lords who stood in Jesta's way were eliminated on the spot. Just when all the official island owners felt powerless. Suddenly, on the sea level, one by one, warships appeared. Charged toward Gusta. What's going on? Can we bring a ship with us when we accept a mission? Impossible, they don't have the aura of protection that represents the world. Could they be the new island owners of this sea area? Good heavens, who could build such a fleet during their initial period as a new island lord? The official island lords were greatly shocked when they saw the fleet under Li Mu's command. During my time as a new island owner, my main focus was on being poor. It's already quite an achievement to have survived. But Li Mu was able to summon a magnificent fleet of tens of thousands. The number of Tier 3 ships alone is in the thousands. Such a scale truly dazzled the official island owners. Li Mu! As Justa transformed into the attack on Titan, his eyes suddenly lit up. For the first time in his life, he felt so excited upon seeing someone that he wanted to cry. We've been waiting for you. Since you've delivered yourself to my death, then I won't be polite. They faced attacks from tens of thousands of official island lords and their vassals. Gusta suddenly accelerated and charged towards Li Mu. Seeing this, Lin Muxue immediately felt worried for Li Mu. Li Mu, however, remained calm and spoke. I choose you, Shalter, go! The moment the words fell, Shalter's petite figure blurred into afterimages, streaking past several sonic boom clouds. So fast! Gusta's pupils constricted, and he quickly covered his face. Swish! The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Justa's hand, which was protecting his face, was severed cleanly. Everyone, including Lin Muxue, who was the island's owner, was dumbfounded. Goodness! Even if they were all together, including countless official island lords, none of them could effectively harm Justa. Shalter severed one of Justa's arms right away. Wow, what a fierce young lady! Such a fierce woman, may I ask whose subordinate she is? It seems they fought their way out of that novice island owner's ship. How is that possible? The official island owners were filled with disbelief. How can a novice island owner have such powerful vassals? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn Li Mu! Gusta let out a deafening roar, and countless drops of blood gushed from the wound on his severed arm, coalescing into a dense mass of tentacles. These tentacles moved with incredible speed, sweeping towards Shalter. Shalter spread her vampire wings, her petite body darting and weaving through the air, wielding a thorny whip and launching attacks from time to time. The 100-meter-tall monster and the 1.5-meter-tall lowly were locked in a fierce battle. The scene was quite visually striking. Unfortunately, Gusta was enhanced by the Blood God. Its combat power is much stronger than that of a regular Tier 3 8-star. With Shalter keeping them in check, the other official island lords are eager to try their luck. How could Li Mu possibly give these people the chance to steal his kills? Hades' blade appeared, and Li Mu channeled his magic, soaring into the sky. A vast, ghostly aura descended, covering the 9 heavens. The heavens and earth changed color. There are more experts! The official island owners were stunned. He looked at Li Mu in disbelief. Above the clouds, Li Mu held the blade of Hades, the surrounding space distorted, and the netherworld descended from the sky. A magnificent stone gate appeared in the air, and the thousands of evil spirits carved on it suddenly opened their blood-red eyes. The yellow springs have appeared. The gates of hell have opened. The chilling wails of vengeful ghosts echoed through the air. Millions upon millions of evil spirits charged out from among the hordes of ghosts. Like a torrent tearing everything apart, or a cataclysmic disaster, it rushed towards Justa. At this moment, Li Mu resembled the Grim Reaper, ruling over the underworld, his gaze haughty and exuding boundless majesty. The sight made the official island owners tremble inwardly. Are you kidding me? This is a new island owner? It's no exaggeration to say that some official island lords felt that even if they were to fight in their true form, they would still be beaten to death by Li Mu. A new island owner can achieve this level. Crazy. That's absolutely insane. Lin Muxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Compared to the other island lords, she knew Li Mu's development time. In less than 2 months. That's how you can achieve it. A being renowned throughout the boundless sea is about to rise here. To everyone's astonishment, the Scourge launched a frenzied attack on Gusta. Gusta roared repeatedly, his expression pained. Normally, this group of undead is not strong enough to harm Gusta. But they were summoned by Li Mu. With the blessing of Li Mu's power as Hades, and the enhancement of the Yellow Springs, these undead have been strengthened to the point that they can damage Gusta. Although it's only equivalent to an ant bite. But the sheer number of ants was overwhelming. The flesh and blood on Gusta's body were rapidly decomposed. Shalter, holding a long whip, looked like a queen disciplining a slave, and wanted to strike Justa, making him let out a series of melodious wails. The scene was extremely brutal. The blood god in the dark was in a hurry. It really wanted to help Justa. He even wanted to get involved himself. But the rules in the unseen world are not to be underestimated. The blood god was firmly restrained. Despite being able to overwhelm tens of thousands of official island lords, Jesta was utterly powerless against Li Mu. Ultimately, they were devoured by the undead scourge. Utter death. Chapter 81. Fame spreads far and wide. Li Mu! I'm so unwilling to accept this. As Gusta was devoured by countless undead, and his consciousness faded, countless emotions swirled within him, transforming into resentment towards Li Mu. In this area, with the resources given to him by the blood god, he worked diligently for several years. But Li Mu, who had only been developing for less than 2 months and had no resources or background, managed to thwart their plans 2 or 3 times in a row. This is like a max-level player creating a new account, having a development advantage of several years, only to be defeated by a newbie. Gusta couldn't accept that he would end up like this. You have to accept it even if you can't. That's the truth. Driven by extreme resentment, Gestel was completely devoured by the undead scourge. The official captains who witnessed the entire process were deeply shocked. Even as official captains, they couldn't defeat the boss no matter how hard they tried. Li Mu immediately launched a crushing and brutal attack. What? Are newcomers these days this amazing? Good grief, we can't even take orders from kindergartens anymore. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This person will surely become famous throughout the boundless sea in the future. Countless people were amazed. The notification sound echoed in the official island owner's ears. Ding! The world boss has been defeated by rookie Captain Li Mu. The emergency support mission has ended. Repatriation to the main world is now underway. As the notification sound faded, the numerous official island lords vanished in a flash of white light. It was returned to the world of the boundless sea. Everyone remembered the name Li Mu. As she left, Lin Mushua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Li Mu's figure, feeling a pang of regret. It's a pity I didn't latch onto the big boss sooner. After all the official island owners have left. A notification sound echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island master Li Mu for defeating the world boss, Blood Priest. Achieve a record, gain an achievement. And you'll be rewarded with 2 Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chests. After a series of sounds subsided, the billions of novice island owners were stunned. It's important to know that the difficulty of obtaining achievement rewards is directly linked to the rewards themselves. When Li Mu killed the Blood God Envoy, he was only rewarded with a Radiant Treasure Chest. Now the Blood Priest has 2 mouths. This proves that the Blood Priest is 1 dimension stronger than the Blood God Envoy. Good heavens, is Boss Li Mu going to fight an evil god? That's incredible! Daring to challenge an evil god at only the 3rd rank, he truly lives up to his reputation as a master like Li Mu. He dared to provoke the evil god after only 2 months. I don't even want to think about what would happen if we let Li Mu develop for a while longer. The entire island forum was abuzz with excitement. Besides, those island lords who returned to the world of the boundless sea. This also spread Li Mu's name throughout the country. Many powerful forces have taken notice of Li Mu and have begun to instruct their island lords to keep an eye on him and try to win him over. Li Mu didn't care much about these ups and downs. His gaze was fixed on the spot where Gusta had died. Although Gusta's body was not preserved. But after his death, gold coins exploded on the spot, and a large number of treasures appeared out of thin air. Alice and the others went to retrieve the items that had been dropped. Take advantage of this time. Li Mu will collect the 2 radiant treasure chests he obtained. Li Mu was quite satisfied with the reward. After all, the radiant treasure chest can yield Tier 3, 7-star items or materials. His 6 female subordinates, including Alice, are all 6-star to 7-star and are eagerly awaiting evolution. It would be great if we could get evolution materials from it. He reached out and opened the 2 treasure chests. A notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest, War Tree Trunk. Forbidden Spell, Eye of Anubis. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chest. You have obtained Iolos's Divine Feather and the Divine Water of the Goddess of Radiance. When these 4 props appeared before Li Mu's eyes, the Jade of Creation sent a message. War Tree Trunk plus 1.2 million gold coins can evolve into Kathleen. Iolos bestows Divine Feathers plus 1.2 million gold coins can evolve Lucifer. Not bad! Li Mu smiled with satisfaction. Of the 4 items in the treasure chest, 2 can be used for instant evolution. Upgrade the quality of Catherine and Lucifer to Tier 3, 7 stars. Besides, the holy water of the Goddess of Radiance can evolve Brinny. However, Brinny was already a Tier 3 7-star. Therefore, we still need to gather another material. The forbidden spell, Eye of Anubis, is a skill book belonging to the necromancer class. Li Mu was able to learn and slightly make up for his weakness in magic. After all, Li Mu's development time was a bit too short. Besides the abilities inherent in the Hades profession itself, the remaining spells are mostly 5-star or 6-star. It's simply not keeping up with Li Mu's current improvement in combat power. This is also an unavoidable consequence of taking too big a step. However, Li Mu didn't care much about this. The upper limit of the beginner's sea area is set here. It's unrealistic to expect to develop perfectly in the beginner's area. With the destruction of the blood god cult, the value of the beginner's area is almost completely squeezed dry by Li Mu. Next, all that's needed is to conquer the 16 principalities and unify the beginner's sea area. Li Mu will be able to break through to the 4th rank and become the official island lord. Just as Li Mu was pondering, his army collected everything that had been dropped by Jesta. A vast amount of treasure was piled up into hills, filling several ships. A rough estimate suggests that the gold coins alone amount to tens of billions. In addition, there are a large number of Tier 3 6-star to 7-star items. Unfortunately, they are all blood-type units and cannot be used as evolved hero units. The most precious item is a Tier 3, 8-star piece of equipment, Painful Lash. Blood attribute equipment is perfect for Shelter to use, to further enhance its combat capabilities. The blood god cult is truly my lucky star. Looking at these treasures, Li Mu smiled broadly. The first clash with the blood god cult took place in Dawn City, the capital of the Norland Kingdom. The blood god cult bewitched Earl Lant and forced him to usurp the throne. To save Brinny, Li Mu killed Sigrid, the son of Count Lant. This angered Count Lant. However, Count Lant did not expect that he would die because of this. Li Mu seized the opportunity to conquer the Duchy of Norland, achieving the feat of conquering a nation. And by acquiring the resources of a country, their strength will skyrocket. Archbishop Gustav's plans in the Duchy of Norland have failed, so he retreats to the Duchy of Hader, hoping to make a comeback. But Li Mu's growth rate overturned Jesta's expectations. In just 5 or 6 days, Li Mu conquered the 2 great duchies of Had and Enda. Completely eradicate all blood god cult strongholds in the 3 duchies. Jesta was defeated and fled to the Principality of Ku. Li Mu pursued them to this place, and killed the blood god envoy in the city of Waya. This adds another achievement to Li Mu's record of slaying a divine messenger. And we acquired the hero unit, Kathleen. What follows is this decisive battle. In total, the blood god cult brought Li Mu 3 or 4 achievements. It helped Li Mu's strength increase several times over. He was truly a benefactor on Li Mu's path to success. Chapter 82, Unifying the World. Organize all the gains. Li Mu summoned both Kathleen and Lucifer to his side, preparing to evolve them. Kathleen is quite looking forward to it. Even Lucifer, who usually doesn't show her emotions, widened her beautiful eyes and was full of interest. In response, Li Mu directly activated the power of the creation Jade. More than 2 million gold coins were consumed. Decomposed 2 evolution materials. It transformed into dazzling points of light, which flowed into the bodies of Kathleen and Lucifer respectively. A stunning sight. The 2 women underwent a dramatic transformation. A dazzling divine light shimmered around Kathleen, distorting the void. Through the distorted space behind her, one could vaguely see the shipyard far away on the original island rapidly collapsing and reconstructing. The overall area of the dock has been expanded. The materials used are also more refined. A host of brand new tools have emerged. In addition, the ship beneath Kathleen is also undergoing rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000-meter-long giant ship appeared. It looks like a moving island. It's like a terrifying warship capable of destroying the world. Standing tall above the ocean waves, surveying this vast world with disdain. And Kathleen is the queen who commands this giant warship. At the same time, Lucifer's golden eyes shone brightly, her wings unfurled, and all impurities vanished, turning into pure white. The sky shattered with a deafening roar, and dazzling holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lucy's avatar body. It rose into the air and stood tall in the highest heavens. Ancient and melodious hymns transcend time and space, echoing throughout this land. Lucifer's clothes disappeared, and light spirits appeared from all directions, dressing her in an exquisite and sacred golden armor. Bathed in holy light, Lucifer appears as a divine archangel, conquering the human world. Possessing the holiness of an angel, they also possess the dashing and heroic bearing of soldiers. That concludes the discussion. The Jade of Creation sent a message. Kathleen has successfully evolved into the Conqueror Fleet Commander. Lucifer has successfully evolved into a two-winged seraph. Li Mu sized up the two women after their successful evolution. Kathleen's appearance hasn't changed much, she's still pure and lovely. But apart from the changes to the dock, a magnificent ship has appeared. Lucy's Law evolved from a simple winged human into a seraph, becoming even more ruthless, like an ancient, unyielding iceberg, or a sharp blade with its edge fully exposed. I wonder how the attributes have changed. With a hint of anticipation, Li Mu checked the attributes of both. After evolving, Kathleen's original 6 attributes underwent a transformation. The Conqueror's Dock, Invincible Fleet, Fleet Commander, and Conquer the Seas entries allow Kathleen to build and recruit more ships, and the speed, strength, and combat power of her ships are greatly improved. As for the Blitzkrieg tag, it has also been transformed, with the cooldown time shortened to 15 days, the number of ships that can be carried increased to 1,000, and the attacking side's combat power further enhanced during the declaration of war. Entry: the Super Firepower upgrade is now the Imperial Armory, significantly improving the quality of firepower equipment available for purchase. Furthermore, a new entry has been added called Conqueror. This gives Kathleen a Tier 3 7-star warship that comes with her, the Conqueror. Li Mu checked the Conqueror's attributes. It has the speed you need. We have plenty of firepower. It also has the ability to perform short-duration flights and prolonged diving. It can be described as a perfect warship that can go both on land and at sea, and it is extremely powerful. It can be said that after Kathleen evolved into the commander of the Conqueror fleet, her ability to control the fleet was greatly enhanced. They have already become Li Mu's trump card in commanding the naval fleet in the future. As for Lucifer's evolution, it also gave Li Mu quite a surprise. New terms such as Holy Seraph, Angel Wings, Eye of Judgment, and Commander of 1,000 armies enhanced Lucifer's combat power and her ability to lead troops into battle. The term, Winged Legion, has been transformed into a new term, Seraph Squad, allowing Lucifer to recruit angels. The entry, Airborne Armaments, has been transformed into the new entry, Sanctuary Arsenal, which upgrades the purchasable weaponry levels. At the same time, Lucifer gained a new entry called Holy Armament. Give him a complete set of Tier 3 7-star equipment, and weapons from head to toe. This resulted in an unprecedented boost to Lucifer's combat power. It can be said that Lucifer is now the most powerful fighter under Li Mu, besides Shaltir. Worthy of the name Seraph. More importantly, through this evolution, Li Mu saw the potential of Lucifer and Kathleen. He believes that if they continue to evolve, both will bring huge benefits to the territory. Evolution is over. Li Mu arrived at the bow of the Conqueror and looked into the distance. In the distance, one could see the boundless sea, with its waves surging in layers. Next, we need to deal with the remaining duchies as soon as possible. Li Mu did not take the remaining 4 duchies seriously. But even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Li Mu always viewed his enemies with contempt but took them seriously strategically. 6 hero units, including Shaltir under Li Mu's command and the Undead Legion, have begun to join the battle. Faced with this power that could sweep across the entire Beginner's Sea area, the remaining 4 principalities had absolutely no chance of resistance. Alice's Merman Army. Doru's Natural Army, primarily composed of ancient war trees. The Angelic Legion under Lucifer's command. The Human Imperial Guards under Maria's command. Priestess Brinny is an auxiliary medic. Kathleen's Conqueror Fleet. Shaltir's Vampire Clan. There's also Li Mu's Undead Army. These forces, used for only 2 days, brought down a duchy. The next day, they conquered another major duchy. In less than 5 days, all 4 principalities have become history. The territory became Li Mu's domain. The common people became subjects under Li Mu's command. All the wealth went into Li Mu's pocket. The notification sound echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! New Island Lord Li Mu has conquered 16 major duchies and unified the New BC area. This achievement is hereby announced. And you'll be rewarded with 2 Tier 3 Radiant Treasure Chests. As the notification sound faded away, many new island owners nearly had their brains shut down. Unify the Beginner Sea area. This means that Li Mu has already reached the pinnacle of development in the beginner village. Most of the new island owners believed that Li Mu would eventually reach this point. But they couldn't believe that Li Mu had achieved this so quickly. All things considered, today marks exactly 2 months since the start of this year's new island owners. It's worth noting that other novice island owners are probably still working towards becoming second-tier island owners. Even the vast majority of island owners are still struggling to survive. But Li Mu unified the 16 major duchies in just 2 short months. Become the overlord of the beginner's seas. This is like everyone being born and not yet having learned to walk. Then a genius appeared who could handcraft an atomic bomb. The difference was so stark that it caused all the newbie island owners to completely lose their minds. Chapter 83 Breakthrough to the 4th tier. We've finally come this far. Li Mu was in an extremely pleasant mood. It took 2 months to develop from a barren island of 10 square meters to a place that now dominates 16 kingdoms and unifies a small world. Regardless of other resources, just the population directly under Li Mu's control exceeds 300 million. According to Maria's entry, the people's wealth means that the taxes collected daily amount to as much as 20 million gold coins. This means that Li Mu can earn that much net profit without doing anything every day. Besides, the massive population brought Li Mu more than just economic growth. It also possesses extremely terrifying war potential. More than 300 million people can be transformed into soldiers through Maria's entry. All people are soldiers. If war were to actually break out, Li Mu's territory would be nothing short of a war machine running at full speed. The vast territory also provided Li Mu with profound strategic depth. They also have a unique advantage in defense. It can both attack and defend. It's truly perfect. Once we've digested the wealth of the 16 duchies, we'll be able to officially break through to the 4th rank. Li Mu was unsure whether he would be able to bring the affiliated territory, the Novice Sea area, after upgrading to the 4th tier. Therefore, he seized the time and ordered his army to confiscate all the wealth of the nobles in the 16 duchies under his command and transport it to the initial island. During this time, Li Mu collected his reward. 2 dazzling Tier 3 radiant treasure chests appeared before Li Mu. Li Mu stepped forward and reached out to open it. Amidst the flickering light, a notification sound came. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 radiant treasure chest. You have obtained Forbidden Spell Death Prophecy. Sea Dragon King's Heart. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Tier 3 radiant treasure chest and obtaining God-given King's Seal. Persephone's Tears. It's alright. Li Mu felt a little regretful. Aside from the Forbidden Spell, Death Prophecy, which is the only necromancy spell that Li Mu can directly learn, the Sea Dragon Heart is Alice's evolution material. The God-given King's Seal is Maria's evolution material. Persephone's Tears are used as evolution materials for Doruru. But they all lack one of these elements, preventing them from evolving immediately. It seems that I can only break through to the 4th tier and become a formal island lord before I can look for evolution materials. Li Mu casually learned the forbidden spell, Death Prophecy. Unlike the offensive forbidden spell, Eye of Anubis, death prophecies tend to be more like curses. By casting spells, a death sentence is pronounced on a specific individual. The cursed person will be plagued by death in a short period of time, and their luck will decline to the extreme. Simply put, those who are prophesied to die are similar to those in the movie Final Destination, and will perish completely due to a series of coincidences. That's a pretty good, underhanded tactic. After learning the skill, Li Mu then carefully collected all the evolution materials for later use. Then we returned to the original island, in preparation for the upcoming breakthrough to the 4th tier. First, the initial islands were reorganized. Strengthen and reinforce the city walls. Increase the quantity and quality of defensive buildings. The buildings on the entire island were then assigned specific functions. This makes the entire island more organized. From an aerial viewpoint, you will then see Li Mu on his initial island, centered on the Eternal Palace, which is located at the heart of the island. It is roughly divided into 2 major areas, inner and outer. The outer refers to the area near the city wall. The densely packed arrow towers and mage towers stand intersecting and towering, revealing an infinitely ferocious appearance. The term, inner, refers to the residential area within the defensive zone. This area is divided into 4 major districts, east, west, south, and north, and the Eternal Palace where Li Mu resided. The entire island is well organized and equipped. It already has the grandeur of a mega-city. And in the deep sea, where others cannot see, it is a hidden paradise. Expansive farmland with interconnected paths is now thriving. Numerous mineral veins stand tall, and many slimes collect them. Provide ample food and minerals for the starting island. 2 days have passed. Li Mu sat leisurely by the pool in the Eternal Palace. Beside him was the well-behaved Dahlia massaging his legs and back. Alice, Maria, Brinny, Kathleen, and others frolicked in the pool. Lucifer stood solemnly beside Li Mu, guarding him. Shelter sat by the pool, holding an umbrella, her delicate, jade-like feet stirring the water. So many beautiful women are right in front of me. The entire scene can only be described as pleasing to the eye. Tucker, who had evolved into an angel, stepped forward and respectfully reported to Li Mu. My lord, all the assets of the nobles in the 16 duchies have been confiscated. There are a total of 120 billion gold coins in the warehouse. 3,000 pieces of Tier 3 materials. 2,800 pieces of Tier 3 equipment. Hearing Tucker's words, Li Mu smiled. All the property of the nobles in the 16 duchies was confiscated. All of it went into Li Mu's pocket. Today, Li Mu's accumulated wealth exceeds 100 billion gold coins. These are all leftovers from the crazy spending on troop production, evolution, and territory building. Li Mu ate the fruit that Duo Lulu handed him in one bite and looked into the distance. It's time to break through to the 4th tier. It took a little over 2 months. Squeeze all the resources out of the starting village. For the novice sea area that is no longer of any value to him. Li Mu naturally had no intention of staying any longer. He was going to a bigger world. With that in mind, Li Mu opened his personal panel and selected the long-awaited advancement option. A notification sound followed. The initial island area has reached 99.99 million square meters, meeting the advancement requirements. Should we upgrade the island owner's level? Warning: during the process of upgrading your island, you will be attacked by sea monsters. Please make your decision carefully. After advancing twice, Li Mu's approximate strength was already determined, so he was directly eliminated. A prompt appears. Ding! Breakthrough to Tier 4 requires 1 million gold coins. Continue? A mere million gold coins was nothing to Li Mu. After selecting Confirm again, all new island owners heard a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the new Island Master Li Mu for being the first to take the 4th Tier Island Master Advancement Challenge. The Siege of the Sea Beasts is about to begin. As pioneering players, all new island owners can head to the forum to watch the live stream of Li Mu's advancement process. As the notification sound faded, the group of new island owners couldn't help but be amazed. Good heavens, this day has finally come. Everyone knows that Boss Li Mu can break through to the 4th rank quickly, but to advance to the 4th rank in just 2 months is truly astonishing. Wow, 2 months have passed, and I'm still only at level 1. Don't even mention it. Anyone who can reach the 2nd tier in 2 months is undoubtedly a top-tier player. Li Mu is the top-tier player among top-tier players. Li Mu is awesome! The entire newbie forum was buzzing with excitement for Li Mu. In just 2 months, he reached level 4, leaving all the new island owners far behind. The kind where you can't even see the taillights. The billions of new island owners were shocked and rushed to the forum to watch the live stream of Li Mu's advancement. When they entered the live stream, the sight of Li Mu's initial island immediately widened the eyes of all the new island owners. Chapter 84: An Impregnable Absolute Defense. Through the official broadcast perspective of Island Master Games. In the live stream, billions of new island owners could clearly see the appearance of Li Mu's initial island from an aerial perspective. A magnificent and extravagant eternal palace. Various living buildings with an antique charm and orderly layout. One after another, there are arrow towers, mage towers, and pillboxes that exude a ferocious and murderous aura. And there's the magnificent city wall that completely encloses the entire initial island, reaching a height of 100 meters. And the Conqueror's Dock, standing by the sea with tens of thousands of warships docked there. These elements combine to make Li Mu's initial territory nothing less than a bustling metropolis armed to the teeth. This stunned billions of new island owners. When Li Mu broke through to the 3rd tier, his territory was just a farm. Good heavens, now it has become an impregnable and domineering city. As expected of a genius who conquered 16 duchies, this island is practically the capital of some empire. Looking at my little island, which is only about 100 square meters, and then at Boss Li Mu's island, my island looks like a deserted island. Everyone was deeply shocked. Now, a large number of sea creatures appeared in the distance. Like a tidal wave, it surged towards Li Mu Island. Its terrifying power terrified the island lords. The advancement trial from the 3rd to the 4th tier is so advanced that, without exaggeration, any sea beast could wipe out the entire island of a novice island owner. But compared to Li Mu's island, the sea monster siege seemed like a mere drizzle. On the town's walls, which had already evolved to Tier 3, 6 stars, rows of giant cannons roared. It shot out 10,000 meters away, instantly annihilating numerous sea monsters. Numerous Tier 3, 5-star arrow towers, mage towers, and pillboxes transformed into the merciful Gatling gun bodhisattvas, slaughtering countless sea beasts. Without Li Mu's army even having to lift a finger, the sea monsters within a 10,000-meter radius were bombarded and reduced to ashes. This sight deeply moved the newly appointed island owners. Seeing is believing. Now these new island owners truly understand. Within 2 months, Li Mu, who had conquered 16 duchies, not only made rapid progress but also laid a solid foundation. Those royal capitals with a 1,000-year history seem as simple as latrines in front of Li Mu's original island. The speed at which the so-called sea monster wave appeared was not even enough for Li Mu to kill. In just over 10 minutes, all the sea creatures died suddenly. A deafening roar echoed. The sea surged with towering waves, and a gigantic plesiosaur-like boss appeared, roaring to the sky with terrifying power. But after it made its call, the plesiosaur froze, blinking its eyes and looking around in bewilderment. No. Sea monsters besieged the city. Where are my underlings? The plesiosaur boss fight is just like a primary school student arranging a fight. Everyone has called for help, but in the end, only one person shows up, an awkward situation. I was 18 that year, standing on the sea like a nobody. The once arrogant plesiosaur boss let out an embarrassed whimper and nimbly tried to dive into the deep sea to escape. But then a deluge of artillery fire rained down. The so-called boss died on the spot. This advanced trial has ended. From beginning to end, Li Mu did not use a single soldier. All the damage was dealt by defensive buildings. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Mu's initial island's defenses are such that even if the 16 duchies attacked as a group, they would still have no chance of breaking through without him using any troops. Li Mu truly succeeded in becoming a boss template while remaining a player. The notification sound echoed in the ears of all the new island owners. Ding! Congratulations to the new island lord Li Mu for successfully passing the advancement challenge and becoming a 4th-tier island lord. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. And you'll be rewarded with a Tier 4 Radiant Treasure Chest. Ding! New Island Lord Li Mu has become a 4th-tier Island Lord in 63 days, breaking the record for the fastest ascent in the boundless sea. Record achieved. This is to announce that a new record has been set. Bonus reward, 1 Tier 4 Radiant Treasure Chest. The live stream has been shut down.